the best part of that claim is that even if you could,
Mm-hmm.
that action would cause an overview effect, which is a instant cognitive shift. Instant cognitive shift. Not
Uh-huh.
delayed, not like 10 years later. As soon as you see the Earth from space, the Apollo astronauts were interviewed by Frank White, and they all came up with the same concept of an instant cognitive shift. That they
Okay.
see the Earth and all humanity is all interconnected. They basically leveled up that concept of in the Bible, treat your neighbor like you want to be treated. They said,
Mm-hmm.
treat your neighbor, that is how you treat yourself. There's no difference between you and another person. Carl Sagan wrote about it too, and he had talked about like the difference between the bravest warrior and the most cowardice villain. There's no difference there. Any two people you can think of that you think are so far apart after seeing the Earth from space, they are so interconnected. You can't even separate the two. You can't tell the
Yeah, I think they're more talking to the philosophical concept of,
yeah
their
the
perspectives being
overview.
changed, but being humbling as,
The overview. Yep, the overview effect.
yeah.
A very instant cognitive shift. Instantly. As soon as you see the Earth in
Okay.
space or able to visualize that, that's what kind of interesting where some of the people who are in here advocating for the flat Earth or against the flat
Yeah.
Earth, they have a very counterintuitive worldview where they don't get the instant cognitive shift. Instead, they want to convince people, fight against people, get people,
Hmm.
try to convince them of things, tell you you're wrong.
Yeah.
They are the exact opposite of what the space age had promised. So, in
Right.
a sense, they are bigger flat earthers than we are. They made a even more ugly, sad, and small Earth than what the globe space age was offering, a full interconnected worldview. All of us
Right.
interconnected.
You do,
Like,
like, you also weren't up there, so you also didn't get this broadening of the horizons of the mind, or whatever you want to
yeah,
call it.
but I can visualize it in my mind. I can say, yeah, that makes sense to me. I've seen
Right.
Star Trek and other shows and can visualize this
Yeah, but
space.
those are movies, right?
Yeah, but you can still visualize it and make sense, which is why even though after the Apollo program, you had
Hmm.
a burst of environmental movements, peace movements, nuclear disarmament. All these things happened, and by the
Yeah.
80s, they were all dried up. Everyone gave up because they saw that nothing changed. It was even more
You think
interesting is
so?
the conspiracy theory of reptiles in government. That was
Hmm.
Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14. He became so frustrated how nothing was changing after the Apollo program that he said that he wanted to launch the politicians. Not see, you want to launch the flat earthers up into space to get them to change their mind. He's like, well, no, just leave them alone. Everyone's got their own ideas and opinions. We're all equal. He wanted to take the shot callers into space and say, look at Earth, you son of a bitch. Look what you're doing. Look at these
Okay.
policies and procedures that you're putting in place
It's
that
not
are directly damaging the Earth and other
okay.
people. So then they laughed at him. They just laughed at him. What a clown. He must have some sort of illness, space delirium, or something like that. They thought he was just off his rocker. He's like, no,
Yeah,
dude, shut
those
up.
people
Shut
are
up. Dude,
those
shut up.
people are kind
Shut
of,
up. Nico, shut
yeah.
up. So then he said, they
If you want
must
to have a
be,
conversation, you
they
have to
must,
let
I'm
other
not even
people
done
speak.
talking, and you're interrupting me. This is the
Yeah,
first time you've heard
you've
this
been going on for
concept.
a while.
Yeah, it's the first time you've heard this concept, and you don't even know what I'm talking about yet. So then he said, they must be reptiles because they don't value the earth, they don't value other people, and they just want to do what they want, go for money or whatever. But they look human. So he said they were shape shifting reptiles from outer space. That was the only conclusion he could come up with. So you want to talk about conspiracy theories and whatnot? He
Not
said that
really.
the overview effect was so powerful and so transcending, and he didn't know why the people who told him to do so. And when he came back, he said, "You guys must be reptiles from outer space, because you're all the things you're doing are directly harming the Earth and other people."
Listen, the idea is not even consistent. He claims that aliens from outer space, which are shapeshifters and can turn into human beings, don't have an understanding for humanity and don't have that mind shifting that you talk about. And he does because he went up there and he saw it. Then why would aliens, which can see it all the time, not have that same view of Earth that he has? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, because they're alien. They're a different consciousness than humans do. They're alien.
Yeah. And they want to harm us because
they have a reptilian brain instead of a primate brain.
Right. And you realize that this is kind of like lunatic stuff. Like, why would they be lizards? Why would they be reptilians?
Because that's a reptilian.
Ask him.
Of the reptilian brain.
Okay.
Egocentric, just wanting, only concerned about themselves.
That's what reptiles are known for?
Yeah, like when they give birth, the baby's got to run because the mother will eat them.
Like every single reptile is this way?
Yeah, the reptiles have that reptilian brain. Yes, you're correct. That's a reptilian brain, not a human brain. Like the A4, whatever it is. See, the counter argument to your thing is not enough monkeys have been to space. It's called the 100 monkey effect. But the hard counter to that is that you can still see the Earth, the photograph, 1972, blue marble. Wow, isn't that beautiful? It should have some kind of effect, some kind of instant cognitive shift. Like, wow, look at Earth. I don't see any borders from there. I don't see any boundaries. I don't see any government. I just see people doing the best with what they got.
Yeah, you can just go to a border and you'll also not see a border.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is an instant cognitive shift, instantly. When you get this overview, just type in Google, overview effect. It will break it down to your education level, which is clearly quite low.
Sorry, bro. You're really funny, I'm not going to lie. You don't really sound intelligent, just to be clear.
Yeah, I've had to try to explain something that's like a 5th grade, 7th grade understanding, and you still haven't got it. You still haven't got it. And plus, you're talking on the turn. That's like a little baby, like a little whiny baby. You come in here wanting to convince other people of something.
Yeah, incorrect. I told you I don't want to convince
you are very low IQ, dude. Very low educated and very low.
I'm not interested in your insults. I told you I'm not interested in convincing you.
It shouldn't be an insult. You should understand this and then maybe come up with a counter argument rather than brain farting what a lizard brain is.
Okay.
And why lizards aren't affected by the overview effect. It was already explained to you at the beginning.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm really grateful for the explanation. I'm much more intelligent now than I was 5 seconds ago.
No, you still won't get it. It never will sink in. That's the best part. And why Edgar Mitchell got so frustrated with you, and why Carl Sagan got frustrated with the atheist. Because the atheist wasn't affected by the overview effect either.
Gotcha.
Because the overview effect actually never happened.
It was just a delusion. Yeah, it was a mass delusion that people are like, wow, look at this. They got fooled for a little while. And you got Bette Midler, from a distance, the Earth looks beautiful and wonderful. Like from a distance, we are friends, even though on the surface we're at war. I'm destroying the lyrics, but you had all these amazing artists and people, poetry, environmental movements, peace movements. All these things spawned from the Apollo program, and they were dead in the water not even a decade later.
Right, so you believe that those ideas don't exist today and they were only temporary?
Yeah, this is what Carl Sagan
Well, these artists, they imagine the overview effect from stories they were told about the overview effect that never happened.
See, my take is it happened, the 1960s couldn't have got any worse. So it seemed like the space age had some sort of comparison with these peace movements, but people were just bloodsick. I mean, in the 60s and 70s, you could flip on the TV and see real life war footage and watching American young men, 18-year-old, just getting blown to pieces.
Yeah, nobody was actually showing really that kind of stuff. Not in that graphic detail. Yeah, you could look that up too.
Go that. You could see live war coverage. They made laws after that to stop that because they thought that was one of the reasons why the public lost opinion for the Vietnam War.
So, I understand that, but okay.
Any chance we can pull this back to pull this back to evidence. Maybe look for some stuff to actually bring it back to flat Earth versus.
Yeah, this is the whole goal. Shoot the flat earther in the face to show them how dumb they are. No,
Yeah, like it just sounds like, he came to, as I said in the side chat, like this guy came to study the monkeys, right? Only to realize that he's actually the one that's been eating the poop the entire time. And I want to know from his perspective, what tells you, Mr. Nico, that you've come to this place, right? What is your evidence? What is your truth that you stand upon? What do you believe in?
Yeah, I'm going to repeat what I said the second I actually started talking. I'm not here to convince anybody. I'm also not here to study monkeys. I was interested in your opinions and what you believe. And I was specifically...
That's what it is, right? You came to a place to find out, right? Motives, why, how we're reacting to things. I want to know what gives you the authority, your soapbox, your foundation that you stand upon to believe what you believe in. Or are you just a leaf in the wind that blows whichever way it goes?
Right. I don't know whether I have to make this obvious, but I don't have authority.
Huh? So you don't have an opinion as a human being with a brain that can actually... Hold on a minute, boy. Can you allow people to finish their questions? So what's your opinion then? I'd like to know, and how did you arrive at said opinion? Please go ahead.
I can give you my opinion, but I was simply stating that I don't have authority, which you claimed I did. So,
brother, every man should be their own arbiter, their own authority, because they've arrived at their own truth. I want to know from you what gives you your opinion, your authority to stand on the truth that you have, or are you a leaf that just blows in the wind whichever way it goes?
Right, so I misunderstood what you meant with authority.
What does this have to do with Flat Earth, Killian?
Because I'd like to know what his opinion is, Brother Sporadic. Right? I want to get back to the evidence that he's standing upon to study us. I'll withdraw if you have more. Go ahead.
Well, if you're asking specifically how I can prove whether it is either flat or round, is that the question specifically?
Exactly it. What is the evidence that you use to stand upon to form your conclusion?
Okay, well, I'll tell you that I don't really have much experience with flat earthers. I can tell you that the only person that I've ever met in my life that was a flat earther before this point was just per chance happened to be my driving instructor. And he pissed me off so much that one day, whilst he was telling me that the world is actually flat and there is a cap above us and there are emeralds and all different kinds of stones set in the sky dome, and they were creating the stars, the light of the stars and that kind of stuff. I got annoyed by him.
Dude, what's your opinion?
Right, I'm telling you just a little bit of a backstory.
You're telling another guy's opinion. What's your opinion, please?
No, I'm giving you a little backstory. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, no worries.
And at that point in time, I told him, listen, I'm going to stop the car. I'm going to take time out of what I'm paying you to teach me how to drive. And I'm going to calculate for you the circumference of an object, because he couldn't seem to grasp this idea. And with mathematics, which probably all of you should have learned in middle school, you could calculate the circumference of any object where you know the distance between 2 points and the difference in height and whatever you want to do it with. And
great.
I did that for him, and I gave him the paper, and he basically didn't even care to look at it. So evidence, which you are asking for, is not something that I found to be useful for people that believe something, because this is a religious belief, because you don't have any proof of it, really.
Wrong.
He's projecting his belief right now.
I understand that you actually know.
You're projecting your belief right now because you don't.
Your belief,
yeah, the amount of assumptions baked in to your math that you're going to give to find the circumference of the Earth can be debunked, bro. You don't have sufficient evidence for your presumptions.
And this is why I got in, and just to clarify why I was asking specific questions, right? Back to Brother Sporadic, you asked me what was the point. This is the point, right? These guys come to these places to ask us questions about our reactions, yet when they come and tell us how they came to the conclusion they came upon, we actually find out that they're just building their supposition upon somebody else's faulty claim, right? This is why I want to know, brother, what's your evidence to try to talk us down? Now you go ahead. I want to hear the rest of this conversation.
Right. So I'm not sure what you're claiming. Are you claiming that the Pythagorean theorem doesn't work? Is that what you're claiming?
Oh,
I'm
go
claiming
ahead
that
and
you've come
apply
to a
it.
place to investigate something, right, that you don't have a full understanding of, right? You think we're
can
standing on a faulty presupposition, when in actual fact, our claims, our evidence are direct. Your claims, your understanding of this globe is all circumstantial, right? This is why I'm so very glad that you have now ousted yourself as what you are. Go ahead.
I don't need to oust myself as anything. I can tell you very plainly that I don't believe that Earth is flat. Thank you. The reason why I'm asking you this is if you do not believe that math works and that it is faulty, as you claimed multiple of you.
No, no. That's not what we're saying. If you walk us through your method, you're going to presuppose multiple things in your method that you don't have justification for. Because that's how arguments work. Usually you develop them with premise 1, premise 2, and a conclusion, right?
No. I don't need
so if the premise. Yeah, your premise, you're going to need a premise. Okay, why don't you walk us through how you measured the circumference of the Earth?
I didn't tell you I measured it.
Calculated.
Yes, you can calculate things.
Okay, and you agree that if you have an improper presupposition in your calculation, that the whole calculation could be wrong and misinterpreted for something else, correct?
No. What does that mean?
Like, for example, say you start with the presupposition that the Earth's sun rays are parallel.
What is that? Can you bring that back to calculating the circumference of an object?
Yeah, I'm asking you to go.
Context. This is about context. Math is only as good as the inputs that you put in, and if your inputs are presuppositions, it's not the math that's the problem.
Okay, again,
it's the context in which you're applying it. Sorry, go ahead, Tora. I just wanted to
what is the presupposition?
I'm asking you to lay out for us your math so we can show you where you've gone wrong.
Sorry, wait. I'm pretty sure that not a single one of you is a mathematician, and you're going to explain to me how math is incorrect.
That's an appeal to credentials fallacy.
Bullshit. Who cares?
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Wait. None of you. Wait. You want to tell me let's say I have
Hold
the
on a
smartest.
second. Before you speak,
yeah.
Choose wisely. You don't know what skill set is in this.
Don't worry. I don't need to choose very wisely. If I find
you don't
the
know
smartest
who you're talking to, my friend.
Right. As I said, choose wisely, and you started talking before I even know. Fuck off then, I don't care.
Yeah, I'd like to know the real story there where the instructor was a flat earther and he just wouldn't leave it alone. He's like, dude, I'm here to teach you how to drive. I'm not here to debate you on flat earth. He just wouldn't let it go, and he fails them.
Hey, Crit.
Yeah.
You know that meme we put up where it says, show us on this doll where the flat earther hurt you?
Amen.
Yeah, that was it. The driver instructor hurt him. The driver said, if you're unable to pay attention to this driving lesson and you won't shut up about how the Earth's not a flat, I'm gonna fail you, and you're gonna have to take the course again.
Dude, I was thinking when he was trying to convince him, he might have crashed the car at the same time. That would have been an epic conversation.
Yeah, because the truth is always like not someone's personal interaction. It's really subjective. Like the truth is a three-way sword. It's the person's side, the other person's side, and really what happened. I would like to get the other side of that driver instructor story because it's probably wildly different than what he said. Wildly different.
So just for the record, he got muted because he wouldn't allow a moderator to talk, and he left, correct?
Yeah, it appears well the gist of it.
Par for the course around here.
Amen.
He was desperately trying to avoid that context conversation, and he really didn't want us to talk about the context in which he's using these mathematical inputs, and he just wanted to turn it into a psychoanalysis. What a dick.
That's what pissed me off, right? I was just getting off the bus, listening to him start in when he started in on the conversation. It was probably around 25 after the hour, so 40 minutes ago. And I'm like, I think this guy is one of those dudes that comes to the zoo to study the monkeys when he actually doesn't have any clue as to how he's arrived at his own conclusion. right? And this is why when Sporadic, you asked me when we flip what this has to do, because we need to know, right? What gives you the authority to come in here and ask these types of questions when you are just a little, as I said, a leaf blowing in the wind, whichever way the wind goes?
I
think you guys are overanalyzing the situation terribly, but that's just me.
I agree.
I knew I was going to say that. Watch, he's going to go to text chat and spiral, and he did. I didn't say it because I just figured like everyone else wanted to get in, and there he is. Posting frog emojis, talking about his takeaway is how funny it was. Yeah, he wanted to sit here and hear flat earthers say what he thought would be crazy shit, like magnetic poles and mountains.
Dude, he got you to talk about fucking reptiles in space, man. So
yeah, the overview effect, and why the overview effect, because his idea was the only way to solve this is to systematically round up all the flat earthers and blast them into space. That was the only way he could solve this. I'm like, funny you should say that, because that's the overview effect. It's quite the opposite reaction that he's expecting, because he lacked the education to know what the space race and the space programs did.
No, man. Killian, no offense, but no one cares about opinions. I think we should have got to the meat and potatoes. I was just waiting for it the whole time. It's like, all right, where's the meat and potatoes? Where's meat and potatoes? And finally got to it. Right.
Yeah. So, what were the mathematical principles? I had to step out for a minute. What was he talking about?
He wasn't going to do it because all of us, without exception, have no understanding of even the Pythagorean theorem. He's not going to even try to even talk about math. He just says there is math that we deny that he won't present.
I saw that at the end, and then I'm like, all right, so you're just going to not get into the meat and potatoes and then run? Yeah, that was kind of a pussy move.
Yeah,
so, Neil, when you say no offense, so when you... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I'll say, that's why he was told to think about it. If your perf requires something that you think someone else won't understand or won't accept, try a different thing that they will accept. He's like, no, I'm under no obligation to present you anything. You're just a bunch of people. Get killed straw manning them, but you're just a bunch of monkeys I'm here to laugh at. Now tell me all your crazy.
The reason I pulled him up, Crit, was because when he started his appeal to fucking credentials, I just wanted to pull him up because he doesn't know what our skill sets are. So choose wisely what you say, because how do I know that Sporadic's not some fucking shit-hot engineer or some math teacher or something like that? You don't. They're just going to drop in here, you're all dumbasses, you're all flat earthers, I'm right, you're fucking wrong, appeal to whatever. And that's what they do.
Math. Math has all the answers. Math can prove the globe. Math can prove curvature. That's basically his belief.
Yeah,
so it's great. So present math. And he's like, nope, don't think I will.
So again, coming back just for a hot second, Brother Neil, you said no offense to me. Like, what did you want from that? How could I have done better?
Yeah, because opinions are subjective. You can go down to the corner and ask any local village idiot for their opinion, right? It doesn't really add to the topic. Kind of look for just facts and statements.
Did you not hear what my questioning was to him specifically?
Wait, isn't
what gives you the authority to come in here?
Hold on a minute. I'm asking Neil specifically. Did you not hear what my line of questioning was to him specifically, Brother Neil?
100%, but just the line.
What was my line of questioning to him? The way that I did? I'm sorry?
Yeah, just asking for his opinion. You don't need to ask for someone's opinion. You need to ask for.
I wasn't asking for his opinion. I was asking for his evidence. This is why I was asking you if you were listening to what I asked him for. I asked for his evidence, right? And he went to talk about the story of his driving instructor, right? But he still did not come down to how he got to the evidence. He pointed at the calculations, how you can calculate a ball, right? But he still did not walk out how he got to his evidence, which is why I was asking him for that. So this is where I want to know, if I can change. Pardon me?
Like, you definitely got there eventually. It's just like the way of the line of questioning to get there. Maybe use better wording, in my opinion.
I thought it was clear, but thank you for the input. Appreciate it.
so bad.
Guys like that can be really triggering. You know, his tone was off from the beginning, and I think Crit, you picked up on that really early on. I thought you were being a bit harsh to begin with, and then I started to realize from his tone, this is why you're getting pissed off. So I think when they have that vibe, when they have that vibe, it's easy.
I was just listening to you guys talk, and all of a sudden he jumps in and just interrupts to get some sort of clarifying question. He could have just listened and got there on his own, just like, I got a question here, or waited for a moment to insert himself, but he wouldn't do it. He just wouldn't do it. He's like, so you guys are all in agreement, right? This is echo chamber. You're like, well, no, we're going over a flat earther's argument and why it's not a good one to use, and that sent him off the chute right there. Like he started spiraling, right, because he thought like it's some sort of belief system echo chamber, and no one here is going to disagree with each other. If he's listening in, still, he could hear that we are disagreeing right now about like how to handle certain suppressive people.
Yeah, we come in fully
I
loaded.
did throw him off, to be fair. He definitely thought you were all just like in agreement with each other. The very first thing, 100% that threw him off. I can't deny that.
Well, they keep coming in and strawmanning us. And this is also another problem we've been dealing with. Like the guy Kane, who previously missed navigation and then tried to say this is why it doesn't work on flat Earth. They come in and try and stick us with straw man misperceptions about things. And a lot of times they'll purposefully construct a straw man, knowing that there are problems with it, in order to convince the audience that it's not a straw man, to make flat earthers look stupid when they then take down the straw man.
Yeah, exactly, bro. He basically said his driving instructor was a flat earther talking about emeralds in the sky and all sorts of shit that we claim whatsoever, and insinuating that all flat earthers claim that. And then he said, look, I had to cut the lesson short when I tried to lay out some math for him and he just didn't want to hear it, right? Then we asked him, okay, let's go through the math step by step, right? And then he just, it went downhill from there.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Well, not even that. It was like, okay, in the math, where did you get the measurements? Quote unquote, he said, it doesn't matter. So there, how do you go on further with someone like that? So, then
we were asking for that context, and he's like, well, you guys just, you deny Pythagorean's theorem? And so that's a tactic.
Yep.
So
but when you worship at the altar of... go ahead, bro.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just saying, when you worship at the altar of mathematics, context is an obscure point. They don't really understand the context. It's the math. The math speaks volumes, for them, and that's it. They can't take their mind out of they can't get their head around the inputs. The math's only as good as the value of the inputs you put in. That's too deep for them.
Yeah, he paved the way too. He's like, so you guys don't know math? You guys learned it early in middle school, Like he's just paving the way for this math lord.
Yeah,
in his world, if you understand math, then you know the Earth's a ball. Like that's just what it is for him. Sorry, DJ.
Well, that's why I think the overview effect is so powerful, because mathematically it proves that the universe is so large, so endless, so full of possibility that there's a world out there very similar enough to Earth, where they got it right, where they got nuclear disarmament right, where they cleaned up the environment, where they were able to understand other people. And so you got the contradiction. The Earth, in their worldview, is a heliocentric model where anything is possible, but nothing changes around here. Nothing changes at all. It's the same set of conditions from the caveman day to now. The only thing that's changed is we live in slightly better caves. Slightly more comfortable caves than we did back then. That's it. That's the only thing that changed.
Maybe if they'd really gone to outer space and seen the full globe, they would have really had an overview effect like they claim that they have.
Instant cognitive shift. A giant leap forward for all mankind. A new renaissance. Never happened.
Yeah, they pretended it happened, and they convinced the public that it happened, and the public convinced themselves that it happened and wrote songs about it that never happened.
Look no further than NASA astronauts if you want to hear some crazy stories and conspiracy theories and nutty ideas. And yeah, they're the nuttiest.
Astronauts
I actually
sound
might.
wild. So you
I think I might just get that book. I might just go and get that book, Crit, the Space Jesus book. I might just go and get it for a laugh.
Yeah, it's good. The Space Jesus one's good, and the Overview Effect's a good one too. It's all over the library. I mean, my public
It's a whole
library have
book.
it.
Fucking what?
Yeah, so Paz, do you not want the space news anymore? I mean, I saw you block me. Did you run off, Paz? You there?
Pads, can you hear Crit?
He might be AFK. But the whole meltdown yesterday, I went to, well, I was sending out the space news. It shows that he blocked me. And I'm like, huh.
He apologized. He did apologize for that when he came in here today.
Oh, that he blocked me?
No, just for the
the meltdown. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yo, sorry, I'm washing the pots. I couldn't. I my hands were soaking wet. I couldn't touch my hand. No, Crit. I left a couple of servers, so we probably don't share a server. So now that I've joined back the server, you can probably message me again.
Yeah, I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, it's not that I've like clicked your name and blocked you. It's just it's a Discord setting. Unless we share like a server or a friend, I don't like accept friends requests. I've changed it again now anyway, so I can do it.
It's confusing because it's a little confusing because if you block someone, you don't see any of their content anymore. You don't see what servers or what friends you share. So I thought,
you won't.
Yeah, that makes sense since you did leave the server. Then when I tried to message you, it said, "Hey, you don't share a server with this person."
Yeah, try it now. It should work. I mean, you could.
Oh yeah, I was getting the news ready, and then I was just going to mention, like, if you don't want it, just say you don't want it. I won't send it to you. You know.
Nah, I'd have told you. I'd have told you, bro.
Because that
if
was
it comes through now, I've joined the service, so it should come through.
That was the whole story from before, where I said like some of these globalists were coming in the chat, like thermonuclear meltdown over science and space news, and you're like, what the hell could be so triggering? Let me see it. You know,
just to point out, it wasn't a meltdown. I've been here long enough now. I'm not playing that muting game no more. That's all. Yeah, it wasn't really a meltdown. Like
no, I'm talking about other globalists who were upset about the science and space news, and you were curious about it. Like, what am I sending people that would cause them to flip out?
No. It wasn't nothing to do with you, bro. It was something that went down in there yesterday. Somebody muted me again, and I was just like, oh, you know what? I can't be arsed with this, bro. I'm just fucking bailed.
Yeah, I think it's overall people thought that you were being fed answers and stuff from another server that they just recently purged all the flat earthers from.
I don't know about that. That's a new one.
Yeah, it's called.
Anyway, I'm not asked. But if it came across like a meltdown, then fuck me. We've lived very, very sheltered lives, but
also, bad respect to you for like, you know, putting your hands up and apologizing. A lot of people don't even have that humility or, you know, honesty. So fair play to you, bro.
I thought about it and thought, no, there's still a bunch of fucking people that I do agree with. There's still a bunch of shit, and I am learning a lot and getting a lot of info. So I'm only shooting myself in the foot for a little fucking strop, you know what I mean? But I'm just saying it was more of a strop. Meltdown is a bit excessive. But it was more of a fucking paddy, you know?
Yeah, that's why we judge people on their best day, not their worst day.
Yeah, it's how you react to things. Yeah, you reacted bad, but you quickly corrected that. Fair play.
You are right. There was no need for me to leave because I know the score with mute. It only happens while somebody makes a point and then you get unmuted. But I've been around here long enough now. At least like when people are passionate, there's a difference between cutting people off and just being passionate on something, you know. And like not wanting to let somebody go on a 5-minute rant when they've just misunderstood your point. So you're trying to cut them off to reiterate your point because you can see they've took it wrong. And the mute just doesn't help with the conversation or flow or, you know. Just
Don't take it personal, bro. Happened to me too.
it's happened to me a lot, mate. Like it was just that one time for whatever reason. I just thought, oh, I'm fucking sick of. I'm sick of constantly looking over to Discord and thinking, have I been muted yet? Right, no, I can carry on speaking. Right, okay, I've been muted. Fuck's sake, I've been speaking to myself for 20 seconds. You know, it's just awkward. So yeah, I just thought, fuck it, I can't be arsed. But I'm back after what, 10 hours. But no, you guys know I'm pretty much on board with a lot of flat Earth shit these days. I've been a live fucking feed for you all to watch somebody transition.
It's a beautiful thing, bro.
Like I say, I'm stuck
Beautiful
on bits,
thing.
as you know, but undeniably, the Earth measures flat, bro. Quite undeniably.
It's nice watching. It's nice hearing you grow and form your own opinion on things. Very well done.
Yeah, I'm definitely not quite there yet, but
Nah, but you've picked up a few things, right? Over the
Yeah,
last
it's a few
couple of
things,
weeks,
yeah.
I've listened to you
Yeah.
grow. Well done.
no, cheers.
It's not
Even
even
though
like
you're not a flat earther, but you still realise best channel. This is why we're the number one channel, because people
yeah.
come in who aren't flat earthers and just hang around because they really enjoy the conversations.
The
This is the
techniques and
leading edge of
methodologies.
society.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is.
sorry, go ahead.
But it's the techniques, the methodology, the mentality, the approach, whatever you want to call it, to like undeniable, measurable, demonstrable, whatever this catchphrase is, like empirical evidence. It's just, yeah, it's just obvious, obviously. Like, it's just a good approach. Sorry, I was
See
happy.
that? He's
Flat
talking
earthers
about
might be-
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you started first. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, right? He's talking about the evidence, demonstrable, right? Direct, these types of things that he now understands helps to build the belief. Go ahead. Thank you.
Well, I was just going to ask the room, what's your thoughts on this comment? Are flat earthers going to be the last empiricists? Is this where empiricism dies, on the flat earth hill?
No, maybe
Or-
this is
or
where
will this open the door?
reborn. It's reborn.
Yeah, it's one or the other, isn't it?
Well, it's a consequence of empiricism.
Yeah, I feel like empiricism will eventually sort of, the flat Earth will kind of become a cornerstone of that, that idea of empiricism, eventually.
Yeah,
Because
it started
with relativity.
to play out, coming back slowly.
Yeah. Do you see this as so? You, DJ, you definitely see this as the beginning, of bringing empiricism back. What about everybody else?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
He's projecting. He's talking about the globe because we can see the globe has no empirical evidence, even though everyone claimed it at the start. But now they've got no evidence at all. So they're the ones who've given up on empiricism, not us.
To be fair, the issue isn't even empiricism, because the issue is nobody's looking, bro. Like, there's more people born and susceptible and indoctrinated to the globe model every day. You're never going to outweigh that,
Roots, you remember Lion from Earth's Awakening server?
Yeah, he's been here the last few days. Yeah.
Nice. You were here yesterday?
I sure was, buddy. Yep.
Nice. So you saw, you saw and you witnessed the issue with Lion. So I know Lion. I appreciate him and respect him, but we had an issue with him about empiricism. So he was trying to say that you don't need to just use empiricism, but you can introduce the belief to get to knowledge. And we had a serious issue for the entire day.
Yeah, I can quote him.
That's why I want to
You know what
jump.
he said? He said that his senses and objectivity would tell him it's a globe, and if it weren't for his theological backing, he wouldn't be a flat earther.
Yeah, that topic though is not really for this room, I guess. Like the empiricism versus other philosophical ideas. You know what I mean? So that's why, because the argument can be made for the flaws in empiricism, and I think I've made those arguments clear, and I don't use them anymore in this arena because it doesn't help this conversation. That's for sure.
Yeah, there's a room down below for that shit, I think.
Yeah.
I actually thought it was a really healthy debate. I know it got a little bit heated, but I really enjoyed listening. Not because of the drama or because he did get heated. He's extremely passionate, right? And he does get a bit shouty, and it did get a bit out of hand. But I thought it was quite a healthy debate, and I thought particularly Jedi, you Necros and Amish, I thought you made some excellent points that actually he conceded on, basically going back to, right, okay, well, this is just my religious belief. And I thought that I thought you did a really good job, but I thought it was healthy for us, other people, to hear that, because this is a sticking point in the community. So I thought it was great. I thought it was really good and productive.
Yeah, I appreciate the discussion, and because I know him, I know that he gets shout, and sometimes I get triggered too, and I shout and I scream. That's something that we can get beyond that. But in general, like you said, the discussion was a little bit fruitful.
And he allowed Amish and Jedi to sort of highlight some of the, misconceptions he had with longitude and latitude, and some of the examples he gave for his arguments. They were incorrect, and he was humble enough to sort of accept that eventually. And I thought a lot of progress was made, to be honest, eventually.
Yeah, he's like a young flat earther, like a millennial or Gen Z guy, I guess. Or whatever. So it's interesting that he's got these takes from other social media platforms, and then when you're like, well, hey, what do you think about, this take on it? And he's like, yeah, let me look at that. He's like really open to a lot of ideas and how to articulate flat Earth, and to who too, also aiming it for your audience. But just one side note here. So Rich had melted down to my DMs about wanting to get unbanned. I told him you have to be in VC to use TC. He said he always does that. You just saw right now. He was just spamming TC and he was not in VC. He said he always does that. Anyone who says he doesn't do that is lying about him. So here's a good example. Next time he asks to get unbanned, if you mod shops, tell him Crit told you have to be in VC to use TC. You said you always were, and you're not. You're a liar. His whole shtick was the mods have always lied about him. Anytime he used TC, he was in the VC.
Yeah, he's a wasted breath.
Yeah, it's just like the example where now we got a clear day right there, the 11th of April. You were not in VC. Stop lying. Stop lying, dude. Mods are not telling lies about you.
I did shut down the guy that his name, his pseudo, his nickname is Crit. Is schizophrene? You remember him with the PFP? Yeah. The guy with the NASA T-shirt. So yeah, so, he was annoying me in DMs. I didn't want to respond to him, and I chose to just get rid of him once for good. And I responded to him. Now he's not replying anymore. So because I talked to him about that shit and give him every definition, I'm asking him now. He's suspending the question. to respond to that, he's not answering anymore. So anymore, I don't receive any message from him, and RTH too. So I was talking to RTH, the guy that says that, oh no, the Earth is flat because it does have topography. So we argued in the DMs for a long time, and now he's not responding anymore. Even when he's connected, I sent him the message to reply and answer my question. He's not responding to anymore. I think they just understood the thing or something.
You can just tell him it's a hyperplane, not a plane. It's a hyperplane, and you got all the topography you want.
He said that if a surface have irregularity, so ups and downs, so you can't treat it to be a flat or curved surface.
Well, you can if it's a hyperplane, yeah.
Yeah, and I did show him a mirror. So a mirror, he treated the mirror as being flat. He said that, yeah, flat. And I showed him the mirror having irregularity on the surface when you zoom at it. So is it flat or not flat? So when you call something flat, even if it has irregularity, if the table is flat, even if it has holes and scratches on its surface, you won't say that, oh, the table is not flat because it has a hole. No, the table will remain flat, even if it has a scratch on its surface. Hope he understood. Been days now, they couldn't reply or answer me. So I guess it worked.
Yeah, when someone says it's not flat, we'll tell them, what is the word flat? What does that mean? Or can you say something that is flat? Give me an example of what something flat would look like. And this generally, like with the Bev cult, is they can't. The word flat is completely vacuous. So adding not in front of it.
No. I made the Bev cult say something to be flat. When I asked them, just tell me something that you can call flat. And they said, they all said, they were all in the room that time, and they said it in the text and voice also. They said, a flat tire. I just turned crazy at that moment when I heard that. Really, I started laughing as a crazy. And I told them, you stupid motherfuckers, you call the tire flat because it doesn't have any more air, so it will just have that lower surface that is touching the road. It's not curved anymore. It will be flattened with the road. So that's why you call the tire flat, even if the tire still have those cracks or those designs on its surface. So it's not flat, but still you call it flat because it was flattened with the surface. It doesn't have any more air pressure inside, so it's not curved anymore, like that curved tire that you roll on the road. Now you have a flat tire.
Good job, Necro. That's hilarious, dude. That's like reduce their position to absurdity right there.
Yeah, it was really good. I can't remember who they're talking to, but they asked one of the Bev people. It's like, so if your wife calls you up, hey, honey, I got a flat tire. And they said, do you say, no, it's not flat? She's like, yes, can you come here and change my tire? I need help. Come change my tire. I got a flat tire. Like, no, babe, it's not flat. Okay, it's clearly not flat. That is not, the tire is not flat. She says, yes, it is. It is. You know, like.
Yeah, brother. Yeah, that's funny. Some people are so funny. I still can't understand the mentality and different mentalities that people have. But yeah, it's very fascinating. The reaction changed dependent to the person or the group sometimes.
Did I ever tell you guys how I do rescues for dogs? I'm not sure if I talk. I've talked.
Really?
Yeah, because I live really way up north Minnesota, and there's no humane society here. It's like the closest one is like I don't know. It depends on what road, but about an hour, 2 hours away. So there's a network of people who like take animals in to their house. Like there's people who do birds and rabbits and cats, and I do dogs. So generally, the dogs I get, I mean, sometimes you know that they won't find a home, and I just, sometimes I'll keep them, and I can have a really big yard, fenced in and everything, and it generally, I mean, you don't really know where they're coming from, and sometimes they might have issues with other dogs, and it can be really challenging. So I got this Yorkie just like a week ago. Really old man Yorkie. I'm not even sure how old he is. Basically, the people who had them were an elderly couple, and I guess one passed, and the other one is in I don't know, like old folks' home that they couldn't bring their dog. And yeah, it's like really a lap dog. I mean, it's almost like I want to take a picture. Like it's amazing. Like he just wants to be held all the time. Like just wants to be held, and I kind of think it's like his grieving process. Like he's sad. He's sad that his family's gone, and it's just like wishing just like you could talk to them. Like, how do you like how do you say like, hey, like what to do next?
Yeah. I think my dog's a lot. The thing I thought about is that dogs pray. It's possible. Do they pray in a way like whoever's out there help me sort of thing? And then because there's so many stories of these dogs being miraculously found, so many dogs get found and saved from these really bad situations. And you think what's the dog doing the whole time? What's it doing? Is it calling out saying whoever, is it praying? Please help me, someone? In their mind, I don't know. But it's like their prayers have been answered, if you know what I mean. It's amazing.
Yeah.
People adopt greyhounds here. So there's a big sort of thing on that greyhounds kind of mistreated and treated like trash kind of thing. There's kind of a bit more awareness over it. So more people adopt, they'll just get a greyhound. And they're terrific animals, they're terrific pets. You just give them 2 walks and they sit around all day. And they're really quiet and very, very elegant dogs. They're a little bit dangerous around smaller white dogs that run, kind of thing. Yeah, it's good stuff, Crit. These dog rescuers in India, pro. Talk about valuing every single life and just not giving up on any life. They're unbelievable. They would just not give up. We're here, we'd sort of go, no, it's best just to put them down, sort of put them out of their misery. It's too, but theirs, like, no, they just don't give up. And so, and they, they succeed and stuff. And I just blow my mind.
I had both sometimes in my life. So I had a dog, and after that, I had a cat. Both animals, they didn't live with each other at any point of time, they were separated. So when I had the dog, I didn't have the cat. And when I had that cat, I didn't have the dog. But the fascinating thing, they both had the same issue. They didn't like watching people argue or fight. So the dog instantly get between people arguing and start barking and start reacting like bizarre and try to jump on you just to push you away to stop the argument when you are shouting against the other person and the other person is shouting too. It doesn't like that. And the thing is that when I had the cat, he did the same exact thing. So he started jumping and like showing that he doesn't like that thing that you are arguing with the other guy or you are trying to hit the kid. Even if you are acting to do that to see the reaction of the animal, he does that. He will try to jump on you to try to stop you. Sometimes the cat uses his claws and scratch you just to prevent you from continuing that argument on making a fight. I find that fascinating.
I was at this dude's house and I was walking around. He's got a lot of junk in his house, a lot of drippy stuff. And he had this little toy gun, and I picked it up. I go, hey, what's this? His dog just jumped, knocked the gun right out of my hand. And I was like, oh, okay. But these Indian animal rescuers, I saw them, they had 4 puppies that were set in concrete. And yeah, they just dug them out and got them out and cleaned them up and fed them and bathed them and, got them amazing.
Did everyone go over to politics, or what's going on? Why is it so quiet?
Yeah, I think Nathan's in. Is he doing his show today?
Yeah, I just looked over there. They're over there. Or Nathan's there. I haven't clicked on it though.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to stop talking about his microphone.
He really is a geek when it comes to sound quality and stuff, isn't he? He's made like 5 videos on his microphones in the last couple months.
Oh, yeah, he's a real stickler for sound. Oh, yeah. But it's good. Sound's really important, and it's tricky to get right. But yeah, he's spot on with it.
Yeah, he's got those cool acoustic panels. I find those really neat.
But if a show is really good, like the content is good, but the sound is not very good, you're just not going to listen to it. That's for me anyway.
I agree.
You'd rather do something average that sounds better, sounds good. Mm.
Yeah, if Nathan's talking to Omnivore or Hyoken, I'm going to tune out.
Fucking Hyoka, man.
Is Omnivore over there?
I don't know. Those two come in pairs usually.
Oh, yeah.
I had a 2-hour debate with Omnivore yesterday on reciprocal zenith angles. My God, was it a fucking pain in the ass. Guy's so slippery.
He's not even paying attention. He's playing a video game. It's like, this is like just background noise. Like he fancies himself a pro gamer who needs some distraction to make the game worth his time.
He also uses that as an excuse to just dip out of the conversation when things aren't going his way, I've noticed.
Yep, and sometimes he go and reset everything and come again and talk about the same exact bullshit that he talked about that were corrected to him by many people. So, like nothing happened.
Yesterday, I told him that he has to use refraction and he has to use numbers that aren't actually what are recommended for lower Earth atmosphere. So it's a massive guess, and they give themselves a lot of wiggle room to sort of get these reciprocal zenith angles. So he said, I want a citation. And then when I provided the citation, he was just like, oh, well, I'm not used to flat earthers giving me a citation. I'm going to have to read this citation. And the citation literally demonstrated exactly what I was saying. So then he changed his argument and said, oh, yeah, we're not using refraction. We don't need to invoke refraction for reciprocal zenith angles. I was like, dude, I can't be asked to go through this again. If you're going to just change your position all of a sudden, forget it.
Sorry, guys, can you see if you can unmute No Thanks?
Who?
No Thanks.
Oh, No Thanks?
Yeah, No Thanks.
Oh, he's muted. I think so, yeah. I'm not sure why he's muted, though. Did somebody in here mute him?
Oh, no, I didn't.
You happy for me to unmute him? I do not know the backstory of why he got muted.
Yeah,
for me, I know. No thanks. I don't find any reason why he would be muted. Is it chill guy?
Let him explain, maybe. State your claim. Why were you muted?
I don't know. I think they were duking it out yesterday. But Roots, it's good to know who my real friends are, buddy. Look at you checking to make sure you can be friends with me. Unbelievable.
Dude, I just unmuted you.
I feel like Necros and Crit unmuted me, and you just followed it. I'm just messing with you. It's fine.
No, I unmuted you. I unmuted you, bro.
Like, get right down to it.
What got me muted? Yesterday, the T Dub and Lion were going at it about something. I was just trying to lighten the mood with everybody being on the same side, and I know who muted me.
That's very vague. Come on, man. We want the popcorn.
I said what's all the Australian guys getting upset about the the Southern Cross? And that was it.
And then how were you muted? What did you say?
And then that was what I said. That was what I said. Yeah, that was me saying that's what I said. It seems like all the Australian guys, because they were saying, what was the issue? I mean, it wasn't that serious of a thing. It was just Lion was saying, oh, the North Pole is centric and things move around the North Pole. And T-Dub was saying, well, reverse Uno, South Pole. And he's like, they're going back and forth. And then Daz up here, another Australian, chimed in and said, no, South Pole. It sounded like an Australia versus North America thing. I was just trying to lighten the mood up, but they're getting angry. And that's that.
Yeah, he was gish galloping a bit, that dude. He was jumping around. Lion, yeah, he was just jumping around a bit.
Yeah, he holds that, he holds that model and he's trying to make it work. I don't know. Maybe that's it. I don't know.
Someone said, oh, you sound like you're on speed. And he goes, yeah, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, yeah, I'm driving a truck.
I sound like I'm on speed? Because you drive, what?
No, Lion. That guy, Lion.
Yeah, he's cool. I've known Lion for a long time.
But he was really hyped up. He was really young. He was talking really loud. And someone goes, man, are you on speed or something? And then he just goes, blah, blah, blah. He goes, yeah, because I'm driving a truck.
Obviously. I mean, I can appreciate the passion. Like, even if he's wrong, whatever. At least he's working towards trying to find something that's true.
Especially when you're driving a truck, No, man, I don't think so.
I'm not high. I'm just in a car.
Yeah. Well, he's not sitting at home, mate. He's driving a semi, Can forgive him for getting hyped up a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the situation is with the maps, but I guess you want to look for anomalies. Like, I guess that's what you want to look for, like things that don't work if you're trying to make a model. But yeah, it was getting kind of funny because T-Dub was just reversed Uno'd him like 12 times in a row. He's like, well, I don't know, it was kind of funny. I thought that was funny.
Is there a reference book with such information?
Oh, I'm not sure. Do you know of one, Nathan? Is there one in the offing?
There's one in the offing. Offing, I love it. Offing's the horizon before it was hijacked. When they described and calculated the offing is now the begging the question, proof, and I think perspective hijacking Earth curve calculation representation of a point below surface level marked with an X and labelled horizon. That's the offing. There is a book in the offing, metaphorically speaking, called All Roads Lead to a Flat Earth by Nathan Oakley. It will be the ultimate flat Earth reference guide.
When can we expect that? And good morning, Nathan. When's the book coming out, buddy? intro.
I think he stepped away.
Doing the intro, I think.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a Coffee, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. We are joined by Click OK, Neil, Sensual Goat, and a whole bunch of people in the Flat Earth section of the Politics Discord server, so welcome one and all.
How are you? Good morning, Nathan.
Good morning. To be here. How are you all doing in Politics Discord server today?
We are live.
We are live, that's not wrong. Welcome everyone watching in my live stream. It's good to be here. We'll hopefully get a link out to you if you just joined us. The Politics Discord server, which is a fantastic server. It's not just Flat Earth. Hey, just. Not Flat Earth, it's the biggest section of the server. There's other sections, so hopefully one of my moderators will stick a link out so you can all join. Go ahead, Creation Bear.
I was just gonna say facts. This is we're cooking. This flat earth stuff in this server has been hot fire lately, so W.
So if you want to join that server, click that link that's going by from one of my moderators. I've had a question in the pre-show. Hopefully it'll continue. I accept that there might be some lulls in the discussion, even though I like, obviously, to keep my live show fairly snappy. If there are some lulls in the discussion, I don't mind. Waiting for unprompted questions to come from the people who don't necessarily know. Earth is observably, measurably, navigatably, surveyably flat. We're here to let you know that. Feel free to ask any questions. Or if we don't, we could ask you some questions. For example, is there any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge, formerly known as the curve of the Earth? Or maybe, is there any scientific evidence of gravity? Any of you ball believers in the Politics Discord server? You guys love talking about a bit of gravity. About any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics. Science from the globe believers. So you all got deceived to being on a ball, by the way, in case you were unaware. I'm told that science proves this, that, and the other. Oh, nothing? What about any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth? Bringing any of you out of the Narnian closet? Wardrobe, isn't it? Not a closet.
Magnetism. how do compasses work or flat?
Magnetism, how do compasses work? Compass is two-dimensional in terms of its orientation. North, south, east, or west. Flat Earth tool only. Directionality is flat Earth. If you hear somebody on the ball side saying north, don't use our stuff. Use directions with respect to a plane. How dare you? Any evidence of the distance to the sun, as that's what we were discussing in the pre-show, elevation angles more specifically. Just a little bit of sun distance. Anybody at all? Anybody? No? What about any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety? What's you all a bone here? Aren't globe believers?
Day and night cycle. The day and night cycle.
Day and night cycle? Yeah? What
Day and night cycle.
That's racist. Only we can speak like that. Speaking of Narnia, what about any evidence that you can have gas pressure, like we're all breathing, without containment? Anybody want to defend their sky vacuum belief?
That's not possible.
Hexafluoride.
It still disperses. Number one, that's man-made. It's not exactly a natural example, but even if you accept that it's not man-made, so notwithstanding its synthetic nature, it's still a gas. It'll disperse. For hexafluoride, that is. All gases disperse. Why do you think they wheel sulfur hexafluoride in a massive container? If it didn't need that, they'd just bring it in a wheelbarrow, right? Like marbles?
Nathan, are all gases unbonded?
All gases unbonded. Yeah, that's what gases are. They're bonded. It's either a liquid or a solid. And they relinquish that bond. That's what gas is. Unbonded.
So they're subject to...
You're trying to catch me out with inter versus intramolecular bonds here. What are you trying to say? To be sneaky.
I'm just asking if they're subject to elastic collision because of their unbonded nature.
Dodging my question. You're talking intermolecular bonds or intramolecular bonding? Which one are you talking?
Well, just gas in general and its differences from a liquid or a solid.
Unbonded. Fundamentally, that's the difference. The fact that it is unbonded. Intermolecular level. There are no intermolecular bonds between gases. Unbonded.
Does gas disperse in all directions?
Always, yeah. All directions, all vectors. I was watching a Vsauce video and he made this comparison, right? What's lava? Liquid rock, right? So it's rock in its liquid form. With me so far? What's ice? Right? H2O. In solid form. So by comparison, water is a type of lava. Liquid form of that rock we call ice. Like lava's the liquid form of that rock we call basalt or whatever it is. Yeah? It's our version of our lava that we drink. Quite like that. I typically don't like a Vsauce video, but that one tickled me. Shout out to Vsauce. Earth's flat, dum-dum. No, nobody going to defend the sky vacuum? Somebody said that can't be possible. That Gak guy that's allegedly on the fence. Right, you got to have containment.
So you're saying there's a ceiling then, yeah?
Yeah, there must be containment for us to be breathing. Can't be at pressure otherwise.
Well, the globe claims that gravity's holding the gas down. But
which one?
The gases. That's why they're not going to atmosphere.
Atmosphere is an oxymoron. So atmo means air, a mixture of gases. Sphere's a shape. So gases don't take shapes. They take whatever shape the containment is. They're unbonded. You can just bounce off whatever they're in. There is no shape to an unbonded gas, as opposed to a sphere shape, which is assumed by oxymoronic Paula when he says atmosphere and gravity. Gravity hasn't been a force for 110 years to do anything. Hence, pseudo-Riemannian fourth-dimensional space-time won't be holding gases. It's not a force. Even if it was a force, forces aren't containers. For us to be at pressure, we need containment. Force, which gravity isn't.
I don't like that. It was never a force. He may have claimed it was a force, but gravity is nothing. It's just a word.
What happens is a mass of the Earth pushes down on the fabric of space-time, creating a well that all the gas is trapped inside.
Gas go down, go boom, boom into a well. No, gases don't behave like that. Gases expand in all directions at a high velocity. All vectors, always.
You can show it with a bed sheet and some balls. You just stretch the bed sheet out, and then you make the balls go around the center ball.
Perfect. Now do that with gas. All right, it just dissipates into the available volume instantly, unlike solid balls. Ed, whoever that was.
Shut your bitch ass.
One time.
Oh, they called for backup. Ballers here.
All right.
Somebody sharing their pain.
Yes.
Something about my bathroom.
Something about his butt hurting.
Fair enough. Well, there's 50 people watching.
Thanks so KY for that.
Only 10 minutes into the live stream, but smash the share button if you haven't done so already. The only reason there's 50 people watching is because people smash that share button. We're in politics today. Also, hopefully someone will stick a link to the politics server so you can join if you haven't done so already. You can get any housekeeping question answers. Not one. The evidence of the R value, Earth radius.
Negative. Is there any evidence there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Didn't we used to ask that question all the time?
No, we've never asked that question, Neil. That's not a question we concern ourselves with. Concerning ourselves with the elevation angle of the sun with respect to a plane of the sun over a 24-hour period in an area that you travel to with respect to a plane doesn't really concern me at all. Maybe my lack of concern is why I currently have less views than I typically would have at this. Actually, I say it this time of year. This is actually part of the course. I just have to do more work on YouTube this time of year, and I haven't got the ability to do so. I'm always at my maximum in terms of stuff to do, and I've been writing a book, so that's taken over from doing what I would have done this time last year, which was Omi videos. Remember the Omi videos? They were good fun, weren't they? Yes, Nathan, we love the Omi videos. I did too.
Yeah, Brian loved them.
Brian hated them. He thought that it would get me in trouble with underage kids because people were using the older version, Omegle or whatever it was called, to flash, like be perverts, basically. I remember it's like that's nothing new. It has been the internet since its conception, since people had access to it. And I remember 20 years ago, South Park taking the mickey out of it. Cartman's on Yahoo Messenger. He's looking for new friends online. He's like, and doing things he shouldn't to himself, man doing things to himself that he shouldn't. Oh, hello. Oh, hello there, little boy. How are you? And then the guy starts doing things to himself that he shouldn't. So he clicks on to the next one. And so it continues. That was 20 years ago with them taking the mick out of Yahoo Messenger. Has anything changed? No, people are dogs. Nothing ever changes. But Brian was concerned. Go on.
There are perverts everywhere and every time.
They just did that city portal thing where there was like an internet connection between two different cities, and people could wave at each other, and it's all
York
devolved
Island.
into. Yeah.
York and Ireland is what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's all devolved into is people just flashing each other.
Oh, they had some lovely TikTok style dances done through the Portal 2 that were filmed.
At what age would you say you got into flat Earth, and what triggered you to get into it?
What triggered me was a guy called Math Powerland saying Earth's flat. And I went immediately to my wife, shook her in bed at 3 a.m. or whatever it was, and said Earth's flat. I instantly recognised the truth in that statement when it was said without ridicule. How old was I? It was 10 years ago. I've been 34.
So before that, you thought it was a globe, yeah?
Yeah. I watched a lot of NASA videos. I'm still subscribed. I've never unsubscribed to Science at NASA. I still get their email updates. In the last couple of years, we've realised that everybody measures Earth flat regardless of their inclination towards one or the other belief have been created for us. So there's been an impression that there's a flat Earth to believe in and a globe Earth to believe in. Both nonsensical positions to hold. The globe Earth is nonsensical because it requires a flat Earth be measured to create the globe. The flat Earth's a nonsensical position to hold because normally it's flat Earthers' job, in society's terms, to talk about how globe-shaped it isn't. That's all they do. In reality, Earth's just measured flat for everyone.
Did you say you got a book coming out, like?
If that answers your question.
Yeah.
Did you find out Earth's flat? Is it just now?
I would say probably a year now.
You know for sure and without a doubt it's flat? Or do you just believe it's flat?
No, I don't know. That's why I'm researching.
Do you know for sure and without a doubt the Earth is flat?
No.
And no.
Oh, this. Earth is measured flat. Doesn't matter if you're making an elevation angle measurement for the stars, as exampled in the pre-show to the other guy, or measuring your height off surface level with a parallel eye level. All measurements of Earth with respect to its surface will always be flat. There are no exceptions. Any Earth measurement will necessitate Earth be flat for the measurement.
Is your mother flat, though?
Oh, it's flat. Go ahead, wherever that was. Right at the crescendo. Go ahead.
I think you said if Earth are flat, can you model or map that?
All maps are flat. They have to be to work with the two-dimensional directions on a compass, which are also flat and must be flat for them to function.
Your mama's flat.
Again?
You say you got a book coming.
Is it only through the end of my statements?
I think he said your mama's a flat Earth model.
What do you got to repeat? Why can't they just speak up? We don't hear you repeat what you say. What the freak?
Needs permission
He's
from
just
his
a
mother.
channel bomber.
Okay, well, we're being asked for models and maps and stuff. All maps are flat. They have to be, or they wouldn't work with elevation angle measurements, circles of equal elevation, triangulation, positioning, charting, navigating. That's why the maps are all flat. Same as the directionalities, north, south, east, west, they're flat. Earth's flat. That's how we deal with it and measure it. In this case, with navigation. Models and maps are all flat. Hope that answers your question.
Are you flat?
Am I flat? Oh, I'm very much three-dimensional.
Is your consciousness flat?
What someone said, or whistling past it and trying to be funny?
I don't think you took on board anything I said before asking me if I was flat. Ask something subsequent to that, Leaf. Go ahead.
Is your consciousness flat?
Cautiousness flat? I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I'm asking if your consciousness is flat.
My consciousness? Say.
Right, yeah.
You will make a shape now of the concept.
Okay, consciousness isn't really the discussion for the room, right? So that might
Yeah,
be
the Earth is a concept as well. Like you're perceiving Earth within your brain, so the Earth is a concept.
I was answering you. Then you turned into a wanker and started talking through the top of my answer to you, which is that you've asked a malformed question in the wrong room. Might be an answer for a psychological room. But this isn't that room. This is a flat Earth debate, as opposed to flat mind debate.
Oh,
Well,
he's
you
flat
perceive
mind.
the Earth from your mind, right?
We measure Earth flat. There's no perception involved when we're measuring it, navigating, negotiating, charting it, or making directionality assertions like north, south, or east or west, like I made 30 seconds before you piped up. Did you not listen to a single word I said?
Did you make that up in your mind?
I haven't finished. That was rhetorical. Not in the mind's eye. Measurement. Earth's measured flat. Understand?
You're not answering my question.
I answered it quite
What a
specifically.
flathead.
I said, you're in the wrong frickin' room. Are you a dumbass? Dumbo, we're talking about Earth and its measurement. Measurement of Earth is not in my mind's eye. Second time I've said my answer to your question quite specifically. I've even summarised your dumbass question that I'm now answering for a second time because you're clearly retarded. Maybe you should bugger off to a mental room that assesses your mental state because you seem to think that you're asking me about whether or not I'm flat mentally. No, the Earth is flat. That's how it's measured specifically. Do you understand, you complete retard? Retard.
Kind of.
You understand? Or are you mentally incapable of acknowledging that it's not in my mind's eye in answer to your question? Third time. Dumbass. It's measured flat. It's not in my mind's eye. Do you understand my answer to your question you said I didn't answer? You complete retard. You've had it 3 times. Can you acknowledge the answer to your dumbass malformed question, please?
I can't seem to understand you, sir, if you're not calm down.
I'm telling you off, you belligerent twat. You stupid, dumbass, retard globe believer who's had his question answered and hasn't acknowledged it and is now getting told off by me, a flat earther. My name's Nathan Oakley. I'm annoyed with a retard. You, a spastic. Acknowledge my fucking answer, you stupid globe-believing spastic. Flat Earth and its measurement is not in my fucking mind's eye, you total retard. 4th time, twat. Dumbass.
And how do you perceive the measurement?
Dumbass. Wanker. Not in my fucking mind's eye. Do you understand?
You're not answering the question, Nathan. How do you perceive the
I'm
measurement?
talking to this retard. This retard's no longer part of the conversation. 5 times is enough to answer his malformed, idiotic question. Now this globe-believing spastic's going to get removed after I tell him off and swear at him. You're not going to get to tell me off. I'll call you a fuckwit. Hey, to get stuffed, you stupid tosser. Get lost. Head. That's measured flat. Did your spastic brain flatline when I told you about its bleeding measurements? Did you feel the requirement to ask me about how I perceive that in my mind's eye? And tell me I haven't answered you 4 times? Retard! You represent globe believers. Stupid, idiot, retarded globe believers. That's who you represent. Me, I represent people who understand how Earth's measured. Okay? I'm sorry, Paula from the chat. She's looking at me with sad smiley faces because I'm swearing. I'm so sorry.
He's got a fake accent, number 1. Number 2, he was a flatliner from the beginning.
I'm a polite guy. I don't mind engaging with people. But when they start telling me that I haven't answered their question that's malformed intentionally, after discussions taking place about Earth being measured flat, that doesn't get any acknowledgement when I'm asked about my flat brain, get lost. Okay, I'll smile at him. Get lost, you're an idiot. Go away. Got nothing to offer because you don't have the mental capacity to engage with us on this level of Earth and how it's measured. You don't have that capacity. Ergo, you're stupid. I could just say that in a more refined way rather than just swearing at you. I'm glad I've got Paula in the chat to put her smiley faces upside down so I know when to stop immediately. To rein it in instantly.
No, keep cooking though. Keep cooking, Nathan.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut off the end of your sentence there. But no, keep cooking, dude. Don't worry about the chat has to say. We gotta roast these globers. So, man.
Now he can keep cooking with a cleaner mouth.
Yes,
Nah, fuck that.
Bad language. I just hate being...
No swearing.
I hate being told
No, bro.
4 times that I haven't answered a question I've really specifically addressed. There we go. These people think they've got the right to tell me off. Ask stupid questions. When they get told off as a result, it's like just me trying to flip the tables. I need to figure a way of doing it without swearing. It's done for dramatic effect. In other words, I am intentionally doing it. It's not that I've lost control. I do want that dramatic effect. These people pour scorn on us daily. They hate us. When they ask a stupid question, I want to pour as much scorn on them in response. So it's a bit of a shock. Oh, what the hell is going on here? I'm getting torn a new one, justifiably, by a flatty. Just don't need to do it with swearing.
Man, I disagree.
What's up with you, Daz? You're off mute and you're yawning. Do you have anything for us?
Call him out.
Daz?
Yo, sorry. I will mute.
Thank you.
Did you say you had a boot cut, like?
Boot cut?
A boot. You got a boot coming out, like?
I do have
Aye.
a boot.
A boot?
Aye. What's that called?
All roads lead to a flat earth. That's the working title.
Ooh. Okay. It's coming out soon.
That's why I'm saying you got to clean up the language a little bit, because you're going to be making appearances. And people are going to find you. They're going to look at some videos, and they might be turned off. That's all I'm trying to say.
Man, this ain't no family show.
Shows, Nathan.
No one got time for that.
When's Spook out then?
As it's bleeding done. I wish it was out 6 months ago. It's just the people around me have got higher standards than I, and they're pulling up the standards around me, and it just takes time. Imminently, soon.
Are you the author, like?
There's now become 20 different authors, but yeah, basically, there's loads of people that are putting their eye over it to make sure it's correct, though.
Well, it's like a reference spook, did you say?
Yes, that's what. There's some discussion about changing the title from All Roads Lead to a Flat Earth to just the Ultimate Flat Earth Reference Guide or something similar.
It'll be really good for
like
flat
culmination
Earth
of everything you
homeschool
gathered in your
curriculum.
journey.
Yeah.
You could like have chapters for homeschooling.
Oh, there's no homeschool chapter. Just about Flat Earth.
Does it have like a search function where you can kind of look and, I guess like a good index, like?
Yeah, it's got a glossary, so it'll have a solid. I don't want to say it's going to be a third or a quarter of the book, but a sizable chunk of the book will be the glossary at the back. That's going to be a combined description of all the various different references and words that we use, and a lexicon of language that we use in the show. So that will be extremely comprehensive. Also, it already is sizable, and as we're going through and putting the T's over the I's and so on, also adding
T's over the eyes.
Yeah, T's over the I's. Got it?
T's over the eyes. Oh.
Yes.
So how many pages do you think it is? A big book?
At least 4, maybe 5 pages. I'm hoping for more. We'll see.
5 pages. Is that a joke, like?
That was my attempt at humour, yes. I haven't counted.
Damn, I was going to believe that. That's crazy.
So if anybody wants any information, that's the place to go, like.
Yeah.
It's going to be printed on like ancient forest wood. Like ancient redwoods will be chopped down for the paper.
No, without the sarcasm, whether or not you're asking in sarcasm or in sincerity is irrelevant. Yes, the book's a big deal, and why is it a big deal? It's a book that will last a long time. Nothing about the book is such that it will date. Yeah? Now, there's certain things in people like Rowbotham's book, or Parallax, whatever, that aren't necessarily up to date. As far as I'm concerned, other than the odd cultural reference you have to keep in there, otherwise it'll be boring, the actual information related to how Earth's dealt with will remain current always. So it's not like there's going to be an All Roads Lead to a Flat Earth Part 2, because there's no need. But from that perspective, once it's out, It's not like, oh, that's no longer relevant, like women's rights from the 70s, very different to how they are today. Therefore, a book on that subject would be out of date. This isn't going to be like that. Therefore, as much as I'm frustrated because I'm poor at the moment. I don't have enough time to pay the mortgage, literally. So from that perspective, it's frustrating because I'd like the book to be out, to be earning money. It needs to be that's the whole point initially, at least, for it to be a revenue stream for me. But it's turned into war. So I'm prepared to wait for the polish to be, rubbed off, or however you term it metaphorically.
So all you're saying is, you know everything there is to know about flat Earth, so there'll be no need for another book like. This is it, everything that can be known about is in this book. What about if you find something new? There's going to have to be another book, surely.
No. In the same way as if you get to a certain point where you are describing aspects of how Earth is measured and the connections that you can then draw, there's only a certain amount of information that is needed to pass that on to the next person. Could you continually make other examples and make the book endlessly large? Yes, you could. Once you understand the general principle in a given area, like all roads lead to a flat Earth with elevation angle measurements, mapping, and you don't need to have endless examples of it made. You don't need 200 proofs.
Oh, somebody else has used that already, haven't they? 200 proofs.
Eric Debay and Rowbotham.
Probably trademark that.
Yeah, I'm not giving them though. I'm not doing that. I'm not giving. There are examples in there, but it's not like I'm there just counting off numbers of examples that prove a flat Earth. And I've done that in years gone by. Is this one for the list? It's not really like that anymore. Once you've got an appreciation for how Earth is dealt with, there's no need for a list of flat Earth proofs. Hence the title, right?
That other book was how the Earth is not a spinning oblate paroid in the vacuum of space. This book sounds like it's going to be more about the flat Earth, what the real Earth is, instead of like some sort of not that.
Why, that'll be good, that'll be good. I'm looking forward to that.
Plenty of aspects. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Well, because you say that, the globe came from flat Earth measurements, so, I mean, it'll be good to see,
the words out of
what they are.
That's where I was going. Exactly. That's exactly where I was.
Go on, then.
I was just going to say that's the point. There's all roads, including globe and the arguments leading back to a flat Earth. Therefore, I can example through the years of housekeeping acquisition that you can link those back to flat Earth. That's what's going on now, actually. Originally, the book started off being a description of housekeeping. Now, it's morphed into a reference book. Along the way, it's got all of the connections to how, this is a flat Earth proof. Like on screen for my audience, my live audience of 91 people, they can see the ball, the equatorial plane, bifurcating it with an angle terminating at the centre of Earth, aka what we would call the globe burger. This is an all roads lead to flat Earth measurement of a plane in the centre of hell. Example that uses a ball Earth that people are familiar with to describe the roads that lead back to the flat plane of reference that we measure. That's part of a chapter in the book. Once you know that, I don't need to show you another example where it's not just the equatorial plane, it extends to the sun in the heliocentric plane from the sun. Once you understand that the lines extend to the middle of Earth and it's all done with measurements off a plane, don't need the expanded example out to the great attractor, for a third example. You understand once the principles explained in the book, that's it.
Oh, yeah, I understand that. I mean, if you've got flat Earth measurements, then, it's got to be mirrored on the globe somewhere, yeah?
Yeah, all of their measurements.
So I was interested in whether, some of them must be the same,
Yes, they have to be. They have to back engineer into the measurements we use. Go ahead, John.
Right. When we're talking about proofs, all of them use the plane of reference. You don't need a number of proofs, because they all use a plane of reference. You can't get away from it.
Yeah, but if distances have been measured on flat Earth, and then they've been somehow, I don't know, have they put them on the globe?
Well, you use a fixed radial value. You take the linear distance you just measured, and you use that right, arc value across the surface of the sphere. And measure it there.
PZX triangles.
So what? I mean, are there any like outstanding common measurements? Like you'll find the same measurement on the flat Earth as you do on globe.
All of them.
All of them.
Like the radius.
Yeah, that's a flat Earth measurement. Minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris. Gives you the equator. Has to back engineer into that measurement to be capable of creating the ball. That's a flat Earth measurement the ball uses to create their equator and their ball itself, radius. Yes, Earth measurement. Keep listing them. I'll go on all day. What'd you buy my book when it comes out?
Here's a good one that people like. Differential between your eye level and surface level appears to meet the sky. As you raise an altitude, give you varying drop angles of the horizon.
Did you follow along with that?
Oh, a little bit. I was still thinking about the last thing you said. To be honest.
What John
about the radius.
was
so
calculate the difference between surface level and eye level. Understand that first of all.
Oh yeah.
If you can calculate the difference between surface level and eye level, the assertion that what befalls you as you raise an altitude drops away in elevation angle or depression angle. That's called a dip angle. Yeah? Follow me so far?
Like looking down.
Yeah, it's just that. Looking down compared to what, though? So with respect to your eye level, you can describe how down you're looking from that eye level. You with me?
All right. Yeah, you're looking down like, yeah.
So we've got surface level and eye level as prerequisites to describe what I've just got you to follow along with. This is Earth curve maths we're going through. So no. Calculating the difference.
How does that correlate with flat Earth measurements then, that one?
Correct. Exactly. So surface level,
the same.
How high you are in feet off surface level, gives you an eye level parallel with it, and you can calculate the difference to the surface you raised above, up off. That's Earth curve. But you'll need a surface level, and it must be flat for it to be parallel with eye level.
That's what they call Earth curve.
Yeah.
There's no Earth curve in it.
There is no Earth curve, no.
So if the radius is the same, like, then what's the circumference of the Earth comes from the radius, don't it?
Yeah, that's minimum elevation to Polaris.
25,000 miles or something, is it?
24,900.
Your great circle. Great circle.
So is that the same on the flat Earth then, too, somewhere?
You just got the answer before you asked the question, actually, from John. Can you just repeat what you just said, John?
Your great circle that we will call the equator is taken from the minimum elevation angle to Polaris.
Are you talking about the globe now?
Oh, well, they call it the equator.
Well, they call it the equator, like, yeah, 20, what do you say, 24,000 something?
Yeah, 24,900 and something, or 24,900.
Yes, which is just the great circle route of the minimum elevation angle to Polaris.
Or there, at that point,
Wow.
is that the same circle, same size circle there? Like,
Just the outside edge of the sphere that you'd create when you measure your angle to Polaris receding to zero. Angle is
that the equator? Like, do you call that the equator too?
You can call it arbitrarily. Yeah, I can call it the equator. I've got no issue with that. It's arbitrary, but yes.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand, in my head how you go from flat Earth measurements and how they got to the globe, and I just kind of thought some of these measurements must be the same. So that's good. So both equators are the same, a radius is the same. That's interesting. That like.
What is the equator? What is the equator now? Is it the outside of diameter of a ball? You just measured a plane. Get it?
Well, I thought like on globe, it was like the fattest bit at bull.
How
Hey,
wide
John.
is it? How wide is the crater?
But
John's asking you. Yes,
it's 24,000 something miles. Like.
No, how thick? How thick is it from like top to bottom?
How thick is it from top to bottom?
Is it really thick or is it thin?
Real thick. Real thick.
Conceptual. Don't give it a thickness.
Like how many steps would I take if I start from the north and walk south? How many steps is the equator? In alligators.
So how did they wrap like flat Earth around the ball? Like.
Chris, mixing metaphors. No, if we're talking in ball context, you can't then talk about south or the deep south being thick in a southern accent. South is with respect to a plane also, so you can't talk about globular stuff and south. Contextually, it's a don't use our stuff scenario, Crit. I know you were only being sarcastic, but it still needs addressing.
But it's still, we can move on to other measurements now because you have north, south, east, and west. Well, if you've ever used a compass, the first thing you will ever do is level it to the plane of reference. And then you'll take your directions from it.
I can see they got this. You got this flat Earth measurement, like the flat Earth, and it's go to equator, same circumference. Like, how did they get that onto a ball? Because we can't wrap a bit of paper around ball, can you?
You need to have a sign conversion, but you're missing a step. Go ahead, John.
All right, you got to form the celestial sphere first, and that's you on a flat plane measuring an angle to the celestial sphere. Get that and form that from pretty much deforming 20 degrees above the horizon. And calling it celestial refraction to bend it into a ball to justify everything that you do next.
Sky's not the ground, is it? Or did I get that wrong?
No, so you're measuring parallel sky, but you're creating a hemispherical view. Then use a transformative equation to convert ground to a point on a sphere radius 3959. You got it right. You just missed a step. The step is create the celestial sphere first. Then you can create the ball Earth at radius 3959. But you need the step of creating the perspective view of the stars, if you want to call it that, the view you'd get through a protractor, North Pole centric as the system. So you imagine you standing at the North Pole with a protractor around you. That's what you'll end up with if that protractor's 3959 radius. Before you get there for a ball to be created with it, you've got to create the infinitely distant stars around you in a protractor view for them, i.e. the line for each star from your Polaris-centric zenith position in that system. Make sense?
It's that is also.
Well, I got a picture of the first bit.
Hold on. I just got to tell John, when you're opening your mouth, John, it's just a bit of a train wreck, and if someone else is talking,
John, shut the fuck up, John, please.
Whoever that was. No,
polite,
no
is it?
need. That's not very nice.
Right, so you got the flat Earth measurement right up to equator. So somehow they wrapped that round the ball. We're doing something with some maths in the sky. So that's half of it, like. That's half at ball. Eh?
Kind of.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Well, that's half at ball. Where did the other half come from?
Step one, you create the system that's Polaris-centric. That's your elevation angle to Polaris, right? So you've got a fixed point to hang the rest of this system off. From there, you can project all of the points for the other stars through their relative angles into a hemispherical view off a flat plane of the stars. Now, obviously, for you to create that view, you've got to mathematically create it from two parallel planes, the ground and sky, and a protractor that you're looking at the sky through to create the stars' positions on a hemispherical view of the sky based on the angles you've measured. You can then do that for an imaginary point in the south and create a complete ball around two flat planes, one antipodal from the other. And you can use a transformative equation to create a ball. Now, as I've gone through it, I might as well slap on the end stage, which is then you can wrap paper in a tube around that, project the points onto the tube, put the tube along the middle, and roll it out flat, and that's your Mercator projection map.
You missed a step.
What step did I miss?
So what's you say an imaginary star, like an imaginary star to get the bottom bit of globe?
Oh God! Can you two hear each other?
Oh, he's cracking a bit.
Can you hear
What's
John?
got the
Elderby?
picture? Oh, is that you, John?
No, I'm not. Are you Elderby?
Oh.
I was trying to tell you a step that got missed. Go ahead.
Not everybody with a slightly northern accent is Elderbear.
Who's speaking now, then?
What was the step I missed, John? Hold on a second, fallen friends.
Denying the plane of reference. That's where all the claimed globe Earth proofs come from, and it's from the celestial sphere. You know, the shadow cast upon the moon because of the Earth's angle with respect to the sun.
Right, so you've got to deny what's on
Everything.
screen now. I gotcha. So all of the angles that are being described come from within the ball. To assert that you're on the ball, you've got to deny the plane of reference the angles back calculate into. And when you back calculate them like on screen, you're in the ball, not on the ball. You can't get angles on the ball. You've got to be in the ball. So John's saying you missed a step denying the plane of reference if you're going to assert that there's a ball to be standing on. Right.
No,
Before we take any angles, don't we need to know our height of eye above the horizontal plane for dip correction?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of prerequisite steps for measuring any of this. They're all flat Earth related. Yes. Hold on a second. Fallen friends, go ahead.
Some of it's going over my head, to be truthful, but so I'm trying to hold this picture in my mind. So we got the flat Earth up to the equator, and if that was wrapped around the ball somehow, that's like the top half of the ball, right? And then you said there was another imaginary star. You got the bottom half of the ball.
Sigma Octantis.
Okay. Oh, Sigma Octantis is that's the other star, like. Okay,
Yeah,
so you know all of the flat Earth then, like just those two halves stuck together on the ball.
Yeah, and you can then sandwich those two systems antipodally to create what's called the celestial sphere.
So you would know what was the whole of the flat Earth was then like. If that's all there was like to go on ball.
That's not what he said.
Well, where's the rest of it then? Like, I mean, must have, if you got half of it on top, half of it on bottom, then you must know the whole.
You're appealing to the unknown.
Up your ass.
No, you're appealing to the unknown.
Wait, so I'm
and
missing
we don't
something.
know.
We don't know. Yes, don't know.
Well, do you think they left some out or something then, or what?
Maybe. I don't know. Just means that.
Who's there? Why? What? Why would they leave some out? It's a bit daft, isn't it?
Why would they leave some? I don't know about leaving
It's
it out.
irrelevant.
It's just we can only go through past experiences through history where lands get discovered, right? You appreciate land has been discovered, extra land, extra territory. They're not too distant.
Well, you said it was already measured, flat Earth measurements. It came from flat Earth measurements, all in book. No reason to write another one. So if you've got half of it, and you've got half of it from the other star, that's an all.
Who said it was half? Who said it was half of the flat Earth? We're describing the globe.
It's represented on globe, isn't it? The top half goes to equator. So if you imagine wrapping that first flat bit round the globe, then that's the top half of the globe. Are you with me?
Of the globe.
Yeah. So you wrap that round the top half of the globe, and then you said there was another star. You got the other half, which they wrap round the bottom half of the globe. So that sounds to me like that's everything.
The globe.
Why?
The globe.
Yeah, for the globe, but that's not.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, what they must have left some out. Did they like cut a bit off and chuck it on floor?
Maybe. Didn't we just do this 25 seconds ago? Maybe they did. Maybe they left some out. I don't know. I can only go by past history. I kind of feel like I'm repeating myself, though. Past history showed that we did find extra land. That's not like in contention, is it?
I don't know. I've never heard that. Where did they find extra land?
You don't know how we found extra land.
You're retarded. America, stupid. Holy shoot.
Well, but that's on map now, though.
Right, so
if it was on flat Earth map, then now it's on globe.
I'm answering you. It wasn't on the map. Now it is. So that would be like new land. So we could just draw a firm conclusion with maybe the word yes from you, that you now understand where you didn't before, that we have discovered new land where there wasn't stuff. Oh, third time. Based on past history, you could say that, yeah, there's a chance there could be more, but you keep asking me based on what the globe has produced to date, that could be all of it. Like, it almost seems like you're intentionally disingenuous and trying to create a scenario where I've claimed something I haven't actually stated based on my description of how the globe came to fruition by measuring a flat Earth. That isn't necessarily all of it. Based on past experience, fifth time, we know we've found more land.
Well, in past, yeah, before they had maps and and that's how they got the maps.
We still had maps. It wasn't before we had maps. That's nonsense.
So there is need for another book, if there's more Earth found.
No, because no matter what we do moving forward, we'll still use the same ways and means to find new land if they do, which is utilisation of elevation angles with respect to flat baselines. That's how they found the lands that they found up until now, with flat Earth navigation techniques. If you read the book, you'd understand that there's flat Earth navigation techniques being used prior to now, and will be used in the future. When they use them in the future, if you understand what they are, there won't be a need for a new book because somebody happens to go out and discover new lands with elevation angles to find their way home, should they get lost.
He found all the land,
They'll need a new map.
Well, you'd need a new globe too, wouldn't you? You need a new globe.
Need a new book. Was that your question?
What globe do you speak of?
Well, the one they show everybody. But if you found more land, then you could say, here, this is not on globe. This is an extra bit. Where's that come from?
It's not a cartography book.
Nothing is on globe. Nothing's on globe.
I'm not trying to map the world with this, right?
Ever on globe.
I thought flat Earth measurements.
You understand the globe is conceptual, right? It's a mathematical concept.
I understand that, but if it all came from flat Earth measurements, I'm trying to wonder where it all is.
What all is?
Why would you ask us where it all is? Why don't you ask the people that lied to you, that told you live on a ball? It's like you're asking, they lied to you, but why did they lie more? Like, that sounds crazy.
I'm just telling you what I'm hearing, The globe came from flat Earth measurements, and as the guy, he said, he measured it to equator. And so in my mind, that's like the equator. That's top half of the ball. And he said he had another star and had another bit. And so I think, that's the bottom half of the globe, as they represent it like. So I thought, well, is that all of flat Earth then? Is that a whole lot? Or did they miss some out? Why did they miss that bit out?
And the second time and the third time. And I answered you. Right,
well, yes, I know you probably don't know. I'm just wondering out loud. Sorry, I'm just wondering. It seems a bit,
I'm starting to get annoyed with you because you're now suggesting that I haven't answered you when you say I don't know. And I've already given you an answer in respect to what we do know in terms of what the globe utilised to create that model that doesn't exist beyond the measurements that you'd have to deny to suggest you're on the surface that's globe shaped. But in base principle, the understanding of how Earth's measured flat, as detailed in my upcoming book, will not require any addition, and it hopefully won't require any interruption.
I'm sorry, but I haven't read book yet because it's not out. That's what I was waiting for. I was trying to get a head start, because that's what interests me.
Your question was about will there be a need for a second one? That was your question in essence, really, wasn't it?
No, that just came out of you saying like there's no need for a second one. I thought, well,
There
that
won't be.
must mean everything must be known, because you have second editions, like updated versions. When you find out a bit, I mean, if you found more land, surely you'd want to write another book.
No, it's not.
Right.
It's not a map. It's not a map. It's not. It doesn't need update. It's not a map. You understand the difference between a reference book and a map, right?
Oh yeah,
This
I know
might
it's
need
reference
updating if
book.
you find
That's
more
why I
land.
was asking about. Why I was asking about the measurements. Like, I'm only trying to understand how it fits on ball. How
What
they
if
fit
you
it on
find
there.
what
Being a disingenuous
what if you don't find land? If you find more, how you measure that?
Did you hear what he said he was trying to do? How more of it will fit on the ball? That's what he's trying to do with it.
I
right
understand.
now.
No, what I mean is they represented ball like to tell us that's what there is. That's all there is. And you said it came from flat Earth measurements, so I'm wondering like if that's the entirety of flat Earth measurements and that's what it represents, then you might know all of what flat Earth is. If it
We got it
isn't,
6 times.
then they
Is
cut
this
some
it now?
off and they chucked it
Okay,
on
thank
floor
you.
and they
I think
didn't add
we
it
can
on
make way
ball.
for someone else. Moderators. I think he's become a bit of a stuck record. 6 times is enough.
I don't mean. I'll wait for a book to come out.
Thank you, though.
All right?
You could keep talking while I'm trying to talk. You could just keep yammering. Thanks. It was really nice talking to you.
Why are you trying to fit
You know what it
anything
is?
on a globe anyway?
It fits stuff on a globe. It's always from within the globe that these angles work. I mean, we didn't get any acknowledgement in that regard, really, but that's fine. Once you understand these base principles of measuring angles with respect to a surface, to the angles, to the stars, to create a celestial sphere, you can then move forward to create a ball with. You can never stand on unless you violate the base principle of the measurement off a flat surface that you took to begin with. Like John pointed out, me missing out that stage.
You have to deny the plane of reference and make up affirming the consequence. That's where all of our fallacies come in, right? And we have to deal with the logical fallacies and their understanding. And that's why that's important.
It's unfortunate, but lately they've been coming in soft and weak and submissive to get access to the perch. They're friendly. They talk about movies. They get along. So they're non-abrasive. So they can continue the conversation, right? With two things that you'll notice. One, they attribute you, for example, Nathan, as an expert. And then they demote themselves. I'm just learning. I'm appealing to you guys. I just understand it might be flat, it might be a globe. This neutral kind of all things are in the basket. So they say nothing definitive, right? It's everything is completely ambiguous. But what they wind up doing is, in a manipulative way, mock flat Earth, right? By, for example, this guy in here fairly recently, Pads, right? He's like, yeah, well, what I understand is that, yeah, it's kind of measured flat and that it's a disc and that it's north-centric. So kind of assuming that there might be a bottom of the disc, and the disc is probably circling the sun, just like the globe. It's a hodgepodge of everything, but what it's not doing is saying yes or no. There's nothing definitive about it. So it just blurs all lines, right? They're not coming in like they used to with sure-footed, right? The globe is this, right? There's this new slimy kind of dude coming in here, nutless betas coming in here, just saying stuff to, get in the mix because they know they can't come in arguing of how fast they get shut down. So they wiggle in, right? That's what's happening these days.
They're still trying to create the controversy, though. They need the controversy of an ambiguity to assert that Earth is a sphere. There is no ambiguity anymore.
That's right. And that's why there's just going to be one book, because you can't do a damn thing about level and plumb. You can't do a damn thing about horizontal and vertical. It's how things are operated. So no matter what they say, they can't change those fundamentals.
I don't want to disagree with you, but that sounds like the pads guy is actually starting to comprehend what we lay down fundamentally, which is if you're describing antipodal planes north and south sandwiched with a hemispherical view of the stars and transposed into a sun-centric system, then you literally do have, if you're going to in some way infer that you can measure this system, which is reified by pads in this scenario, you have got two flat planes moving around the sun. In a way of looking at it, you've got a system that's based on two flat planes, create the celestial sphere, been deemed heliocentric by the church. I always get in trouble. By the Roman Catholic Church. Go ahead.
True, but I guess what I'm trying to
in the center of the sun, taking angles that are, and you expand your universe out again, and then you have the solar system. Then you can do the same thing with the galaxy and have the Milky Way, and that's why it's asymptotically flat. It's always
they're all flat.
Gonna
asymptotically flat in all regards. Exactly.
These guys don't care one way or the other. I don't think they're on an individual quest for knowledge. They're just disruptors is the goal. They could care less one way, in my opinion.
Disagree. They need to project.
Not all of them.
Well, they're trying to figure this stuff out, but they don't want to be responsible for it personally. So therefore, if they declare that they're looking into it because they might be the awful truth of a flat Earth, then they get mocked as flat earthers. So what do they do instead? They're still looking into it. Anti-flat earthers are in the same boat we are. Instead of saying, I'm studying whether or not Earth is flat, they say, these idiots are studying whether or not Earth is flat. Look how stupid this concept that they then grapple with in their own mind, but project onto us. When that guy Pads is describing that system of two planes within spheres with angles to the stars moving around the sun, it sounds like he's grappling with the ideas that actually do create his worldview. When he says these things, it seems disingenuous because he still wants to project them onto you as a flat earther, doesn't he?
I totally get what you're saying, and I totally agree with that. That there's a personality that's out there. There's several of them. Yeah, they really want to know, and they want to know how to handle being asked the questions they're asking you if they bring it up to people. I totally get that, but I also think there's a purposeful personality, like a purposeful fight the flat Earth will to it, right? With no internal, I want to know the truth. It's just that I want to disrupt this information is more of the primary goal. But yeah, I think there's genuine seekers, personally. I've just been hearing a lot of people come in over the years, right? And it's not always a genuine intent, whether masked in projection. Some of it, I think, is just, not good people.
I'll just concede that, right? There are people that just want to troll. I'll give you that too. For the most part, I don't think they are. I think there are 1 in 10 are just trolls, but the rest of them that get perceived as trolls, realise the awful truth. They're trying to project on what they want to know onto you, so that they can call you stupid, but it's really their own ignorance and lack of understanding, and they don't want to study it themselves when they can say how stupid and idiotic a flat earther is for thinking that the boat's not going to disappear behind the geometric sphere edge, formerly known as Earth curve. They're not studying Earth curve mathematics. They're projecting on you how stupid you are for not realising the Earth curve edge. That's how it works.
Right. And then when you talk about someone seeking knowledge, well, they think they already have knowledge. They're trying to preserve it in their minds. They think the globe is true. They think we're somehow destroying foundational truths. There's a perceived danger in that to them.
And mentally, it's very stressful. If you're just, as you put it, out to disrupt the flow of the information and you don't care about the truth, it comes your way whether you like it or not. That's why I'm hated by people like Craig McNeil of the Fight the Flat Earth channel, who on the grapevine we're being told has got mental problems because this is all getting a bit much. Yeah, we've seen it before. people pushed to the edge of sanity on the Globe side. We had it during the Isle of Man discussion. Because even the trolls that are there, as you put it, to just disrupt the flow of information, hear the truth while they're there. And it's very taxing on their mental state. It's not taxing for me. I sleep like a baby. I'm good. I just don't have enough hours in the day to keep the lights on and pay the mortgage. That's my issue. But mentally, I'm quite kosher. I'm quite happy. Not true
to the listeners. To the listeners out there, do not buy this book from Nathan. Buy it from me. Buy it from me, so I get a cut.
I have an affiliate program. Everybody go out to, I'll be like, look, you get a third, not quite 30%, but give or take. You get 30% of the sales of the book if you put an affiliate link, which is what I get. I get 30%. That is to say, anybody who's interested in promoting my book have 30%. Publisher gets 30%, I get 30%, they get 30%. That's how it splits. If I view an affiliate link and you sign up, you flog the book on my behalf with a little link below videos or whatever if you're a videographer. There's a lot in it for another flat earther to get behind the book. When I'm talking to Mark Sargent, for instance, and I say, here's my affiliate program, get in touch with my publisher, get the link, get your bank account linked to his so he can pay you every time you sell a book. You'll get what I get. He gets 30%, or 30, not quite third, but 30%. I get 30%. You get 30%. Everyone's happy. That's the idea. It's going to be a very promotional book.
Where does that 10% go to me?
To the publisher.
Nice try, Neil. Go clean your car.
In any event, that's what will be done. So I would absolutely encourage people to buy the book, because if you've got the book and you haven't got somebody over your shoulder and you haven't got anybody to yell at because it's the projected third-party flat earther telling it's just words in a book, matter-of-fact details of how axial rotation breaks down, mathematically speaking, how that converts onto a spherical assumption, the problems that would entail with Earth turning underneath things that we don't observe. All those sorts of things get broken down in the most concise way with examples and citations and a nice glossary and a nice lexicon of language at the back. And links in the ebook to take you to the cited sources. I don't know. What was the one you got recently, John, just so I can give people an idea of how people get involved with the process? Was it Sagan that you dug out recently?
No, it was the seismology.
Oh, yes, seismology. Exactly. There's official sources that will be linked in the book, hence it being termed a reference book. That's precisely what it will be. Ed, whoever that is. Somebody opened their line because I had feedback. I'm going to round out shortly.
Well, specifically, what I was tasked with getting is a citation for how the molten iron core was quote unquote discovered, and how the horizontal plane of reference was used to measure, come up to that conclusion, which was a pain in the butt to find. I'll tell you.
Yeah, it's one of those. I might as well. I'll just turn my lights on. I've just blinded myself. Turning them off is probably not a good idea. It's going to give me spots. There we go, spotty eyes. Right. Yes, a lot of these cited sources are difficult to dig out because it's too obvious to be a cited source. What do I mean? Let's take, for example, the scientific method. It assumes that when you get to a university level, you understand the basic principles of cause and effect reasoning and hypothesis construction. Therefore, finding a university professor saying the scientific method is the establishment of cause and effect based on a hypothesis is really hard to find. Really hard. Normally, when you do find it, it's because somebody's saying it ironically, like, oh, it's so obvious, obviously, given that cause and effect reasoning is what we're doing with science, or something like that is normally where you'll find these sources. And with seismology, the same things applied. When you're talking about people who are studying earthquakes, you've got an X and a Y axis and little squiggly lines that are coming out on a roll of paper, and the line that it's referenced to is flat. Who's going to state that? It's obvious it's coming off the graph paper like that. It couldn't be any other way. You find someone saying it, right, John, in a citation. You got it, though, or John, more accurately. He's just left the room. Accidentally pressed his disconnect button rather than his unmute button, presumably. Anyway, it's very exciting when we do get these sources referenced, even if they're being initially said verbally in an ironic tone. Doesn't matter when you get them down in the book from somewhere that's official, because a lot of this stuff is stating the bleeding obvious. Seismology only works in terms of how it details the left and right movement with respect to a plane of reference that's describing it. Yeah, when you see the needles moving up and down, what do you think that's referencing? It's like, it's a flat earth prerequisite like everything. But as John was making the point, it's difficult to tie these things down, and it takes a while there's 3 or 4 people potentially sat around at a stage in the book where we're like, no, we need a better source than this. Wiki ain't going to cut it. So, there we go. I'm going to round out my live show. Is there anything anybody in the politics Discord server wanted to ask as a final question? I'm now going to go blind because I'm going to turn my lights back on just in case no answer comes.
If not, W panel, W show, W Nathan Oakley.
Oh, thank you.
Let's get some W's in the chat, guys. Let's spam W's in the chat.
Cheers, Knife.
I'm going to hang around afterwards. I'm just going to round out my live show. So with that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So another massive thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and all that good stuff. We'll do a couple of quick shout outs to the super chatters who smashed it during the live show. So shout out to Calric, who says 11 months of knowing the earth is flat. Thank you, Nathan, smiley face. That's another person that would keep me on the straight and level for not swearing. Thank you, Calric, for the super chat. Also, Theo Megawerty for the super chat. Thank you very much indeed. I have eviscerated scientific proof of evolution. Tick mark. Tick mark. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat. Really appreciate the support, Theo Megawerty. Once again, stay tuned if you're watching an after show. Massive thank you to my G Plus and, of course, the Politics Discord server for making today's live show possible. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in next video.
Don to Marco. Oh yeah, we got chat flying with W's right now. Great show. And I normally don't even catch these shows. I just woke up and I saw Nathan Oakley was in the panel. All right, and the show goes on.
Hit the link going by in the live stream chat if you want to join the Politics server. Thank you for smashing it, Divergent Droid.
Are we still live?
No.
And we are not live.
You're not alive.
Hayeka? All right, Hayeka, what do you got, mate? Taking Hayeka off mute. Let's see what he's got.
Oh, hello.
Hey, I got a question. Is your book out yet, or is it coming out?
It's coming out. It's being spell checked, quite literally. We're at the stage where it's written. It's just being checked for stupid errors, misspellings, things like that.
Yeah, copy editing or whatever.
Yeah, but that doesn't, unfortunately, involve some stuff being dug out and put in the glossary, and it's just taking a long bloody time. Soon. Please don't lose your enthusiasm for it.
No, like you should have a release party or something.
Mm-hmm. We will. It's just towards the end of anything. You know, when if you were building a nice vintage car and you went and got all the majority of the parts, you got the engine, you got the doors, you got all the bits, you slap it all together, right? Like, that's the car that I wanted. That's just like 20% of what's actually needed in terms of work. You've got to make that crap old seized engine work. That's going to take a lot of, finagling. And you've got to get all the interior panels and tart them up and clean them and fix all the rips. In other words, you can get to what looks like a car with 20% of the effort required, and it looks like an 80% done project. Well, no, the last 20% in terms of what the difference in terms of what it looks like on the surface takes 80% of the work. Well, I'm now at the stage where, in terms of the book, we've done 90% of the work in total. The last 10% is all that's being done. But it's taken a bloody long time to get through that 90%. And at the stage that it was at 20% done, you're like, that's pretty much a book. I could go out now, right? And alleviate some of my financial woes. No, it needed another year. You know what I mean?
Damn.
I mean, that's common for writing books. Like, authors are always asking for extensions because that, like, I agree. Like, the last 20% is the most time consuming. It's the polish, right? It's the fine detail. And that's like tedious because you have to go over it with like a fine tooth comb. So yeah, but I can't wait. Hurry up.
I can't either. It will justify its price tag. It won't be horrendously expensive, but if it was, I'd still be like, no, I don't care if it's £100. It's worth that. It won't be, but I'm just saying for the sake of an exorbitantly high number, I'd still be like, no, it's worth it.
You don't think it?
There's been so much number of man hours put into it, like references that were just described that have been dug out to be poignant to the point in the book. It takes man hours to achieve. Whatever the price tag is, it'll be justified.
Yeah, I was about to say, because you'll be able to take the understanding you get from this book and apply it to anything, get your matter of proof with, if you want to prove it to somebody, like
it's even
sound.
It's even a higher standard than that. So there are certain parts of the book. So I'll take one that I hate because I hate it. Coriolis effect is it's a horrible subject. It was horrible to write about in the book. It took forever. But at the end of that chapter, which is done, thank God, we sat back, all of us together, read it, and we're like, this isn't an easy chapter to get through as a reader. However, if you read this chapter and then went, I don't understand it, and just went back and read it again and comprehended it fully, at the end of that process, just reading the chapter on Coriolis, you could take a baller to the woodshed on that subject. It would give you such a comprehensive understanding of Coriolis that you could debate it and win. That's a bold statement, given that it's the most complicated subject to debate about. Only one notch above gravity, but still top of the pile in terms of complexity. Coriolis effect. It's a very simple effect, Coriolis itself. The complexities within Globiolus and the assertions from our opponents, that's Globe claims of Coriolis, is a lot to unpack. But within that book, you could go through that chapter, a smarty pants, you might get to the end of the chapter and go, yep, I understand it entirely. Doubt it. For the majority of people, with a couple of reads of one chapter, you could argue and win Coriolis. Old statements. That took a huge amount of refinement to get it to that stage. I'm absolutely as proud as I could be thinking about chapters like the Coriolis chapter, which was, like I say, a complete pain in the arse to write. It was horrible. At the end, I remember sitting back thinking, you know what? Although difficult to read, if you can read it and churn your way through that chapter to the point of comprehension, you could argue this subject and win. Awesome. So proud.
Yeah, but I didn't contribute to that chapter at all because I don't like talking about Coriolis. Nobody's putting me back on a ball.
Nobody likes it. It's a horrible chapter. It was the same with Gravity, right? When we were plodding out, I have less disdain for Gravity as a subject, if I'm honest. While we were plodding our way through it and we're all like spitting feathers because we're having to argue within the context of being a baller, so we're not misrepresenting their positions, not strawmanning them. That's hard enough, to refine that. So you're genuinely representing your opponent correctly. Imagine everybody in around Flat Earth debate panelists, that is, all around gritted teeth while we accurately represent their side of the argument. Obviously, we're going to be taking it apart, but there's points when you're writing that stuff that you're literally not just empathising, you're in the boots of a Glober talking about their argument in the most concise way possible, having to summarise their position. And read it back so you go, no one's going to take umbrage with me misrepresenting them as a ball believer in this summary of their position that I've now got to unpack after I've summarised it. It's a lot.
Yeah, but what happens if you deliberately misunderstand it, like Simon Dan?
Yeah, none of that shit. They can get away with it. They'll be able to do that. That is your mark on history, though. If you're the Simon Daniel,
How do you
moreover,
disassociate?
again, go ahead.
How do you disassociate the Coriolis effect that literally furthers the globe Earth from that component and then raise it on high? How do you just disjoint this? You can
How do
also get
I
a sphere in a lab and do the same thing, so it's absurd
Hold
to
on,
even
Jesus.
deny it.
In the lab. Yeah.
Get a
okay,
grip.
show us your
Stop.
lab result.
Yeah.
Everyone, stop.
I
One
posted
guy
the
who
wiki
set
for a
up the
reason.
forum- Hello. You're asking me about Coriolis effect. Are you asking
That's
about it
associated
with
with the sphere, dude.
You're asking me how I associate it with the sphere?
Well, you chose not to, and I was asking how do you just do this? Like you just ignore half of something that the person who founded it actually established it partially on and proved it on. How do you just
So your
ignore
question
that?
is, how do
It
I?
has nothing to do with the sphere.
John, just give
Yeah,
a
it
sec.
does. Look at the wiki.
Oh my God, John, please.
Look at the wiki.
Yeah,
Someone
it has
else.
the founder and all of the experiments he did on
One
it.
guy stepped
Yeah.
up. One guy who I'd like to talk to without every other sod interrupting. His question, I'll summarise on his behalf. You don't have to talk after I've summarised your question, mate. I'm going to answer it. Is why do I disassociate Coriolis effect when Colt himself, I assume you're talking about associated it directly with a ball. Okay. Because Coriolis effect specifically requires a plane of reference to describe it. An inertial plane and a non-inertial plane. Those are flat planes. I can specifically detach it from globe Earth because you can't use it with a globe Earth. It's a description of an effect that only gets described with respect to a flat plane. The inertial plane of reference is flat. So I will detach it from a globe Earth because it can't be associated. So the question really becomes, how can you associate an effect that's detailed with respect to a horizontal plane, inertial or non-inertial, with a globe when the effect specifically precludes that?
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and list all the experiments in which a sphere is involved.
Can you
and
shut
it
this guy?
basically just-
Moderators,
Yeah.
I've asked him a question. It was the same question he asked me and I answered. He asked me how I would disassociate Coriolis from a globe. I did it because it could only be described with a inertial plane. And I asked this twat, the wanker, that didn't answer me. He suggested I needed to know about some scientific nonsense. No, I asked you, given that inertial planes of reference specifically, Coriolis in mind, are flat, how you could associate these flat inertial planes of reference in Coriolis with globe-shaped frames of reference that aren't flat when they aren't capable of description in Coriolis. I'm asking you the same question that you asked me, given that they're flat inertial and non-inertial frames of reference in Coriolis. They're flat, they're mine, I'll prove a flat Earth with them. You won't be proving anything spherical, and I'm asking you why you would assume that they could work spherically when they're flat planes of reference. Do you want to answer me? It's the question you asked me. I took and turned into a flat Earth proof.
I answer with facts of history and side chat. I don't play games with people.
Wanker.
You're denying half the
Inertial planes are flat, wanker.
Yeah.
Address this, you
Sure they
shit for
are, bro.
brains motherfucker. Fuck globe believing twat. Inertial and non-inertial planes of reference in Coriolis are flat, you fuckwit. Do you understand?
We're good, man.
Calling you a fuckwit. Globe believing spastic. You understand that the fuckwit question you asked about how I would disassociate flat fucking planes of reference from a globe, they're only flat, you stupid wanker. You dumb fuck globe believing spastic. I'm chastising you for being a fucking retard. What you got to say for yourself, you fucking retard?
Nothing, man. It's just hot air, bro.
Sit down and shut the fuck up, you stupid globe believing spastic. Asking me about how fucking flat reference frames, inertial, will be associated with a globe. They won't be, you dumb fuck globe believing spastic. Tell me about science, do you? I'm going to chastise you for being a fucking retard. Why did you ask me about fucking retarded globe-shaped flat planes of inertial reference? And not, you dumbass. Did you think you had a worthy question to ask me, you stupid fuckwit retard globe believer? You didn't. You're a moron. And you got told off by a flat earther called Nathan Oakley for your dumb fuck question about flat planes of reference inertial for Coriolis. Hope you understand, spastic. Sit down and shut the fuck up, retard.
I do like how Coriolis just triggered somebody. That's the funny part about this argument.
Hope everybody else in the room understood how that dumb spastic globe believer just brought up a flat plane that could only be flat to describe it in Coriolis effect. Non-inertial and inertial planes aren't spherical. Maybe you'd like to ask me about how I'm disassociating them from a globe. What an idiot. That's your general moronic level of globe-believing idiot. He thinks flat planes of non-inertial turning reference frames are going to be globe-shaped. Idiot! I have to point this out to idiot globe believers, don't I? I have to take time out of my day as a more enlightened flat earther about how his spastic idiot frames of reference for Coriolis are flat! Don't use our stuff. Hey? Ask me how they disassociate from a globe. You're using my flat earth proofsies. If we're talking about Coriolis, we'll be talking about a flat plane of reference. Always and only. That's absolutely clear and abundantly clear to anybody else who believing spastics or otherwise in this server. You don't get to ask me ludicrous questions about how I disassociate non-spherical planes of reference from globes that you muppets believe in. You'll get talked down to, like made to feel really stupid, because you are stupid when you ask me these stupid questions about how flat inertial planes of reference couldn't be spherical. It's idiotic. You'll get talked to like a dumb fuck idiot by me, a flat earther. So the tables have turned. No one's stopping me chastising this retard. Dumb fuck question that wasted everybody's time. Dumb fuck because you need a plane to describe an inertial plane of reference for Coriolis. Making this question idiotic. Yeah? That's how it goes here, right? You ask stupid questions as a globe believer to a flatty, you'll get told off.
Facts.
If you enjoy.
Well, here's the funny thing. You just went through how time consuming and tedious writing a whole chapter on Coriolis was. And the reason behind that is because if you even look into academic literature, it's all over the place, right? There's no consistent or coherent even explanation. That's why you get, morons like Simon Dan that can't even understand what it is they're even supposed to believe in. There's zero chance that Newt has any idea what the Coriolis effect is supposed to be in his own paradigm. There's zero chance of that.
Right. He doesn't know what it is. Otherwise, he'd have known it was planes.
Cooked.
That's all right. Most of these people come along thinking they can tell us off, like, how are you just disassociating this from a globe that I automatically assume everything's associated with? So he's here starting off his premise by telling me off. How can you, someone he's never spoken to before in his entire life, disassociate something that requires flat planes from a globe? That was his actual question. He's essentially trying to tell me off. Fuck that, you stupid twat! You'll get told off by me, won't you? Bawling twat! Flat plane requirement in your question, idiot. That's what you get now. That's why we, as flat earthers, us, not dickhead flat earth believers, that's why we actually get censored, removed from public view. We're devastating to your religion of a ball. We know how flat earth gets measured. For all of your examples, like Coriolis effect. You didn't see that coming, globe-believing dickhead. Did you think you'd get chastised for me for using flat earth proofsies in your question there? Probably not. Told to sit down and shut the fuck up for being a retard. That's what you actually got, didn't you? From a flat earther, no less.
Is he still here?
I don't care.
I'm working on something, dude. Yeah.
Wait, Newt, why do you have people blocked, though? What's the point of blocking people? I mean, you just gotta read the message anyway.
Right. Why are you probing into whether I have people blocked?
Because you have me blocked.
You're getting ready to say what to me then? It makes sense, right?
Just unblock me, bro.
No.
Alrighty. Are you that soft? Like you gotta block people?
It's like doing work throughout the day, and when people try to annoy me and be foolish, no.
You're here more than me, bro.
Yeah, I'm on a workstation, panning left and right to all the screens associated.
So speaking of foolish,
what do you do when you're on here?
Newt, tell us what the Coriolis effect is in your own paradigm. Tell us exactly what it is. Be very specific too. Explain it like we're 5, right?
Hold on, Indio. Do you know? You don't have to. You can just say I don't know. That's fine.
Well, You just got to give him a few minutes to chat GBT.
I'm focusing on something else. Yeah. If you don't mind.
Anything else? Okay. I'm busy. No worries. You could just say, I don't know.
Well, somehow you knew Nathan was wrong, but you can't explain
I'm
it
on
to
a
us in
Linux
like 30
workstation,
seconds.
which requires me to touch the window to even talk with push it. That's why I'm sparse. So I'm working. I'm not going to be able to answer.
That's cat, bro.
It isn't. Here, let me take a screenshot.
Dude, you couldn't answer if we gave you 1,000 years, dude.
Well, that's perfect timing, isn't it?
It's the apparent deflection of an object that, when travelling straight, would appear to curve because it's being viewed from a non-inertial turning reference frame. That's Coriolis effect. I mean, I understand it, so I can summarise it in a few sentences.
Newt, was that your answer?
That was my answer. He's too busy.
Was that Newt's lifeline?
There was no chance that was what was going to come out of Newt's mouth. Like, there's no way.
Indio, what's good, brother? Good to hear you.
That's good, Chocolate, man. How you been?
Chilling, man. Chilling. Working. Keeping busy, brother.
All right, man. That's what you got to do, man. Because an idle mind is the devil's workshop.
Yeah, sir.
Yes, sir. So Newt's getting cooked right now, or
These are really some sad attempts to try to get people's attention.
Just marinate.
Sad. Why are you bringing up feelings? Sad. You're sad.
It's
it's gonna be okay, bro.
Feeling
It's all good.
associated. I mean,
It'll be
you can
alright.
start a timer. Yeah.
If you were the guy I was speaking to a minute ago,
Shock is off mute.
my over
Why is he off mute? I'm shocked that he's off mute for the second time. Newt should be on mute. Right? He's a moron demonstrated.
I was about to take that all back.
Gonna waste some time here.
I was about to take that all back and say, I'm only joking. I over-egg that pudding just to make an example of you, but I don't really care. I don't really think you're a dumb globe-believing spastic. All that disdain was just for show.
No, he is.
I'm sure he is, but that's not my point.
It's mine.
Oh, I see. Well, that's a fair point. It was my point 10 minutes ago.
Let's go back to talking about the book. Forget Newt. So when you guys are doing when you guys are doing like the Coriolis chapter, I'm sure you looked into the academic literature, and from what I've seen, it's just like an incoherent mess. If you look at so-called atmospheric dynamics and how they try to explain the Coriolis of force, Coriolis effect, it's just a complete mess. And what I found is like they'll mention it, like, yeah, there's a Coriolis effect, and then they just skip over it and then like pretend they never said that and just go on to something else.
Yeah, the wiki page is the worst offender. There's 5 or 6 paragraphs of nonsense, double-speak contradiction in the main body, and then on the right-hand side, it's got one little GIF that describes it perfectly accurately with one sentence underneath it. Just so it's dedicated to this recording with an example verbalized, Coriolis effect is an effect that is only capable of observation if you are turning. The effect is as follows. You're on a roundabout, merry-go-round, whatever you want to call it, and you're turning. Now, as you're turning, someone who is not on the roundabout is going to toss a ball to somebody else who's not on the roundabout on the other side of it. They're tossing a ball over the top of the roundabout, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That ball is travelling in a straight line between the two people. Now, you are the one that is going to experience and describe this effect called Coriolis. This effect is as you turn underneath that ball, it looks like it's curving. That's it. It's the effect of the ball looking like it's curving because you're turning underneath it. That's it. That's Coriolis.
It's an illusion. It's an illusion.
Yes. The illusion that the ball's curving is the effect called Coriolis.
Nathan, does the Coriolis
again? By the way, I'm sorry. You'll see that reference again. By the way,
Nathan, does the Coriolis?
I'm Roto.
My God.
Does the Coriolis force?
Oh my God,
Wow.
QE, just let him go.
My
Oh,
God,
good, man.
QE. I'm starting to speak first.
Go ahead, QE. The joke's
You
lame now.
see that? Oh God. Go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to ask if the Coriolis force surrounds us and binds everything together.
What?
It was a joke. It was the force that binds us. It surrounds us. Oh, forget it. Go ahead, QE.
Right. It's all timing.
I don't think that one went over his head. It went around his head.
We got a 304 in here.
304? Oh.
Oh, what do you know about that, Nathan?
I have no idea what he's talking about. I don't. To answer your question. I don't know what he's talking about.
It's, inside jokes.
That one's over my head, I'm afraid.
Oh. I don't think we have any 304s here right now besides Newt.
304 is hoe backwards in Leet speak.
If it equals 9, you'll hear Brian pipe up.
Huh?
Hey, Brian. Number 9 is incredibly important.
Brian.
All of us. Actually, the Germans.
Guten Tag.
9!
So, what other chapters are difficult other than Coriolis? You already mentioned gravity. I wouldn't say difficult, tedious, or whatever.
Got a chapter on your sister.
Is that page 304?
Oh, so it's a picture book?
It's not a map. Oh, should we discover new land, it won't need altering.
Can I get the Cliff Notes version?
Right, we're going to toddle along. Thank you, Discord server, Politics. We will see you next Friday. Thank you for having us.
Thanks for being here.
Right, please.
And yeah, try and cut down on the swearing. See you next week.
Next week, same bat time, same bat place. I want to turn to Newt, but you freaking left.
Yeah, it's soft.
Dumb fuck. You're going to deny historical events? Post Chat GPT. Ain't nothing historical in there. Like, what are you talking about? Historical events have dates and shit, dude. Just fucking ChatGPT with just random claims is not a historical event.
They really feel so confident with the Chat GPT. Like, really?
Dude, it's not even good. Like, it's like not even, dude. It's told me some ridiculous stuff, man.
Wait, man raising hand is better than what?
It's probably better than all of us at answering like literally any question we can come up with right now.
Bro, it caps all the time.
No.
What do you mean?
No,
I don't believe that.
not.
Just give me a question. Give me a question.
Oh, here we go.
Better than me. Like, I can tell you that much. It's better than me.
Is the Earth
like,
a globe? How about that? Is the Earth a globe?
Yeah, like it'll answer that better than I can.
No, it's wrong.
What do you mean it can answer it better? Are you saying that it articulates something, means that it's correct? What are you saying?
It can be wrong a lot of the time, but yeah, it's like useful. It's like Google on steroids. And anyone that doesn't realize how useful this shit is, you're like lagging behind, dude.
You're connecting yourself to the system, dude. That's crazy.
Oh, it doesn't you can't assume that people that use the tool are all like just taking it for face value. It's retarded.
No one said that.
Like anything else.
So
It's a tool like anything else. You should use it.
Yeah.
You're just hating on it. You're lagging behind.
Yeah, but here's the problem. It gives you an answer, and y'all are too fucking ignorant to know if it's even the correct answer.
You're just making excuses.
So why did you talk over me? I wonder why you talked over me.
I'm trying to teach you.
Right when I was making my point. Yeah, I wonder why you talked over me right when I was making my point. Like, that's kind of weird.
You ran away.
Yeah, of course. He must be part of the OpenAI affiliate program.
So we got Lotrict in the chat telling us that planes experience Coriolis 2 when flying north to south. You want to tell us about that, Lotrict?
Oh, dude, I want to hear about that one. Rest in peace, Velcroed Atmosphere. He's about to throw half his crew under the bus.
Lotrick, that's a claim. It's about to become a baseless assertion if you don't in some way, please.
Yeah, you might want to check with the other Glovers before you go against them and throw them all under the bus. Because they've been saying for, I don't know, like half a decade more that the Earth is magically Velcro, the atmosphere is magically Velcro to the Earth. So
He's on ChatGPT. Gonna take a while.
Botrix, did you miss the part about it's an apparent deflection, an illusion from a non-inertial reference frame relative to a rotating reference frame? Did you miss that part? So that would mean the air, your atmosphere, would be a different reference frame. But you guys have been saying for a decade now that they're in the same reference frame, that the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth. So that's the same reference frame. And now you're saying that the air is different?
No, the air isn't different. It's just that you have an initial rotational momentum, and when you switch latitude, the momentum doesn't fit anymore to the momentum that the ground has, and so you're drifting away. It only matters when you switch latitude.
Yeah, and so how is it compensated for?
Compensated, well, by steering against it, I guess.
Lotrict, you said that you got some data from the NTSB. Can you get me the instrument? Is there a Coriolis meter that you can show me and the data that is fed to us off of that? The black box data?
No, it's just mentioned in...
Oh, it's just mentioned. I want to see the data. I want a Coriolis meter, please, and the data that we get from that instrument.
doesn't have to be a meter for it. You just
Well, you just compared the data that we provide from the NTSB as far as pitch data is concerned, right?
Yes.
So we give you data from an instrument. I want you to give me the Coriolis meter instrument and the data that comes off of that. If you're going to make this comparison, then let's see your instrument. Otherwise, it's a false analogy and you're just talking smack. It's boring.
I just said the source seems believable to you. So
No, it seems believable to you. We have data. You have mentioned Coriolis. I want you to get us the citation and tell us about what it mentions.
Well, Lotrick, why should we believe anything isn't science based upon empirical evidence? When he asks you for the data, that's what he's asking for, the empirical evidence. We don't give a shit about your stories. We want the actual physical evidence. That's what's required by science. But you guys seem to have got lost in the sauce and think the science is the story told by a scientist. No, it's the data. That's the science part.
okay, well there are free fall experiments for vertical Coriolis effect, but yeah, I guess you doubt them.
Vertical Coriolis? Yeah, I
What's
get
that
that.
data?
Yeah, I never heard of that one. Vertical Coriolis effect. You heard of that, Indigo?
I only have a German source. I have to look for something in English.
Is it in German level curved?
No, the crazy thing about demonstrations is there's no, language barrier. You just show the experiment. You show the data. You don't have to translate that. It's empirical.
This graph I'm showing you is they did free fall experiments at different heights in meters, the x-axis, and then the y-axis shows you how much or how many millimeters they were deflected to the east. And
Walter, who can make this diagram?
Everybody? Lotrick, this is pathetic, dude.
The result of experiments are said to you that decide this in German.
Is that
and
is
you
that
said,
nature?
well,
Is that a part of the
results
nature
doesn't
that
matter
diagram?
in which language they are.
Yeah.
so-
Which part of the earth is that diagram?
I want you to get me the actual test, okay? Don't just give me a graph and say, yeah, this is what happened. Show us what was done. Show us the inertial reference frame and the non-inertial reference frame and the object.
Yeah, for all we know, that's the prediction and not the result, dude. Because it doesn't look like the result I've seen because there's no error bars, there's nothing.
Lothar, can you do the same thing now, the graphic for the sea level? In German, you can do it.
Got 50 bucks. It wasn't an actual experiment, right? It was a theoretical paper on what should happen if the Earth was a spinning ball, and not an actual experiment where they actually did something and measured it.
It did something. They've dropped.
What's the standard deviation? Yeah. So why is there no error bars? What's the standard deviation like? Yeah, exactly. That's what we like in science when you do measurements because there's measurement uncertainty. They put error bars. Okay. I think you posted a graph. That's the prediction, not the result.
Yeah, I get confused when they post these graphs without actually.
And then they fit the data to and then they'll overlay the data graph to the prediction graph, and then they'll measure. Hey, the measurement is within the prediction within some some value.
So wait a minute, Lotrick, they're just dropping stuff off of a building. That's the experiment? You got to be kidding me, bro.
That's the experiment.
You have any idea how many variables there are to control for in just that environment alone?
Indio, you are right. That was the prediction, and these are the actual results from the test. And there's the
So the graph you showed us earlier
of course going to each direction, but the
the
average
graph you were
is
showing us earlier
supposed to
wasn't
be
an
easy.
experiment. It was just what they predicted.
Lotrick, how come you're not answering my question? Why in the world would you accept this when people are just dropping stuff off of a building and they have to control for I don't know how many different variables?
They I guess they take care of the variables. They are. So
Oh, you guess they do? Dude, this is hopes and dreams. You hope they did, you guess they did. Tell me about all the variables they controlled for that day.
I mean, the wind alone.
Yeah, stop dropping and controlled variables, mate.
they shielded it from wind would be the first part, and you made sure that there is no when releasing the object that there is no tendency to one
How did they
direction.
get rid of the wind?
Okay. Yeah.
They got rid of air.
Of wind, not of air.
How'd they get rid of the wind?
Yeah, how did they do that? They
Doing
did
it inside.
outside, or they did it
Inside.
They didn't do that then.
Are you saying that it's impossible to remove wind?
And being inside of something?
Are you saying that it's impossible? I always believe that's possible.
Lotrick, you better get this paper. I'll run it through Google Translate. Just quit wasting time, dude.
Removing wind.
Let's check this out.
Jesus.
I'm saying that it's impossible or is possible. The question is, how did they do it?
Does anyone want to answer?
I mean, there's other variables outside too that you would have to account for as well and control as well. So I mean, it's not the wind would be probably the main one, but I mean, if it's just as simple as dropping things from buildings and something of that nature, I mean, then why can't you just take a drone and fly it in place, or take a helicopter and fly it in place and see if the Earth turned underneath it?
Oh, it's been done.
Since you're the one that brought it up, that you say that the ball is supposed to be thrown from its center and see if the ball curves.
Reg, your mic is real low.
Did you just say it's been done?
Drones? Yeah, it's been done already. Everybody who flies a helicopter or a drone, there's no apparent deflection.
You're telling me the Earth's spinning underneath?
You know, the term spinning underneath is stupid, but
it's stupider than dropping things from buildings. How is it stupider from dropping things from buildings? It's literally the same thing. The Earth is turning underneath the rock that you drop it in a straight line from a building. You fly a helicopter or a drone in the air and keep it in place while the Earth is turning underneath it. It should be it. Then therefore it should not be it. Therefore the rock shouldn't land in the same spot, and the helicopter and the drone shouldn't land in the same spot.
That's probably what
I think the drone example or demonstration will be more accurate than you dropping a rock, because the rock is not being controlled. A drone is being controlled in place. It could account for the wind and things that, I mean, in almost everything in nature, it could be held directly in place. Whereas the rock, the wind, and other various things in nature can move the rock.
If you smell. No, but I mean, Coriolis
Like, I'm
only
trying to see,
happens
like, why
while you move.
dropping a rock is a better
Coriolis,
experiment.
Coriolis doesn't apply if the helicopter stays at the same position above the ground.
What do you mean it doesn't apply? He's hovering in place.
So
the Earth is supposed to be spinning out from under the doggone helicopter.
Then this experiment is nonsense then.
No, that's not that. Then you have the wrong concept of Coriolis. Coriolis doesn't.
We have the wrong concept. So we're not viewing something in the inertial spinning non-inertial reference frame and witnessing an apparent deflection as the particular object is moving in a straight path through the inertial reference frame. So it's not spinning out from underneath the object. Is that what you're telling me? That's not happening?
You're moving from circular motion to another circular motion with less speed, and so you appear.
No, that's not what it is. Give me the definition.
Citation, please.
Citation. Don't make. I'm sick of you making stuff up on the spot and not providing citation, Lotrick. You're boring now. Just get the stuff.
Trust me, bro.
But the thing with it's like with the merry-go-round that you were talking
about. Lotrick. I don't want to hear it out of you. I want the citations immediately.
Immediately. Yeah, which sources do you accept? I guess I can't.
No, let's not play this game. I want you to get me the actual definition. Yeah, give us the ones that you're saying. And then I'll get you one that contradicts it, and then we'll figure out what Coriolis is, right?
Ooh.
So you go out and find the definitions that make you happy, and then we'll figure out what Coriolis actually is. And see if it has any relation to what the Earth is actually doing, because we don't experience any kind of acceleration. No way to detect it, no way to even observe any kind of rotation. In fact, you're essentially begging the question when you talk about Coriolis. You're assuming that the Earth is spinning.
Yeah. That's what it sounds like he's getting trapped in.
But so you don't see that, or you deny that there's an apparent force or an effect in the first place?
No,
excuse me, Lotrick, I want you to go ahead and get me the citation. Don't start talking about what we deny or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay?
Man. That's not fair.
Knock that stuff off. You're going into complete globetard mode.
Oh, you thought you was just going to show us a graph and then that was going to be it?
I just wanted
it's in German.
Or you're in denial of your own paradigm. If anyone's in denial, it's you. You don't even know what it is you're arguing.
Okay, then let's start. So the initial definition. So do you
post it?
This
Post it.
I mean, we don't see you posting it. We just see you saying something in chat. You could have said that out loud.
Okay, so it's the Wikipedia definition. Yeah.
Wikipedia.
So then,
Your
tell
alma
me
mater.
what the right definition of
What is a fictitious force? Is it an actual force?
Fictitious force is a force that you notice, but
a force that you notice.
What?
What the heck?
How you notice?
Well, centrifugal force is also a fictitious force, but you
Why
definitely
you just
notice
admit you don't know what you're talking about? You don't understand Coriolis? And you heard Nathan and Indigo explain it and gave a perfect example twice, and you disagreeing with them just because they flat earth.
Facts.
No, he's disagreeing with the scientific literature. Like, he's not disagreeing with us. I didn't make it up.
Right. Yeah, well, yeah.
You're saying a fictitious force. You never notice a fictitious force, is what you're saying. What do you mean?
There is no force. It's because you're in a different reference frame. It's an optical illusion, dude.
India,
That's
is it some flat earther write a book about the Coriolis and he said there should to be two reference frames? Is that a flat earther or some heliocentric guy wrote about that?
I don't know what you mean. Centrifugal force is also a
I'm
fictitious
asking.
force, but you
I'm
notice
asking. Who defined the Coriolis effect? The people who was believing in heliocentrism, or people who was believed in flat earth?
I don't know what he believed in.
He's saying who defined it. He said basically he's saying what Indigo said. Indigo basically said, well, you're not disagreeing with him, you're disagreeing with your own literature, your own paradigm.
Yeah.
Because you don't know
I'm
it.
saying you are misunderstanding our paradigm if you think that you Earth would
really?
move beneath a helicopter that's still
It's
in
what
the
they're
air.
saying in their own literature. How are we misunderstanding something that they wrote in their own literature?
What did they wrote? What are you referring to?
That you need two reference frame.
Coriolis, somebody even gave you the experiment and what it is. And you even repeated it. You even repeated it. So I don't understand why you're saying we don't have an understanding of it.
The reason we reference helicopters and drones is because it's a contradiction. Because in one side of your mouth, you guys say, hey, there's a apparent deflection, this thing called the Coriolis effect. And things get deflected because you're in a rotating reference frame and the object is in a non-inertial reference frame and there's an apparent deflection. And we go, okay, what about a helicopter? And you're like, well, the helicopter's still in the rotating reference frame. The atmosphere rotates with the Earth. Well, wasn't the projectile in the first example also in the rotating reference frame? Like, you guys just try to have it both ways. It's just unfalsifiable gibberish. Every observation supports the Coriolis effect no matter what it is. If you don't observe it, there's a Coriolis effect. If you do observe it, there's a Coriolis effect. It's stupid.
Unfalsifiable.
You said a helicopter that is staying at the same place in the air. That's not the same as a bullet being shot from north to south.
What's the difference?
That it's moving from a rotating reference frame or within a rotating
Okay, we'll fly the helicopter north south. How about that? We'll fly the helicopter north south.
And he don't. Yeah, Indigo. He don't understand the point. He missed the whole point, or he just ignored it. The point the point is that the bullet in the helicopter is in a non-inertial reference frame. That's the point.
In the air. Simply saying.
A helicopter in the air is not a inertial reference frame.
Okay,
no, that is the inertial reference frame. This is the thing. You guys don't even know. Hold on, Sashi. You guys don't even know the reference frames.
What reference frame is the air?
Yeah.
Just really simple. Just tell us. What reference frame is the air? Is it the rotating reference frame or the inertial or non-inertial reference frame? Pick one, dude. Yeah, of course. You don't want to pick.
Are you rotating in the air? I mean, yeah, we could keep it simple. Are you rotating in the air or are you rotating on the ground?
Both.
Both.
Both is rotating.
So now it's both.
Oh, both. That means one reference frame.
So there is no deflection then. Whenever they say that there is a deflection because you're rotating underneath when you are in a non-rotating air. So that don't exist. You actually rotating with the ground when you in the air. Right? That's what you're saying?
Staying Coriolis.
So no Coriolis then.
I mean, you're going to be going against your own team, but is that what you're saying?
I'm saying in the case of the bullet and the north-south, you're switching from a
What if you shoot?
Ask me something, and then you always talk.
Yeah, but you're speaking about shooting bullet north-south. Like bullet cannot go in other direction. Are you crazy?
Yeah, but you only notice it when there's.
Are you shooting only in military north-south? You're not shooting other directions.
I mean, it seems like you kind of getting lost. It seems like you kind of getting lost when you're shooting the bullet. The bullet is no longer rotating with the earth. The earth is rotating underneath the bullet.
No,
When the helicopter is flying when the helicopter is flying in the air, whether it's flying sideways or it's just staying in place, the earth is rotating underneath it because the bullet in the helicopter is in a non-rotating reference frame. It's in the air. So therefore, you will experience Coriolis. It will be a slight deflection. But you're saying, no, it's no deflection. Because even when you are in the air, the non-rotating reference frame, you will still rotate with the Earth.
I say the air isn't a non-rotating reference frame. That's the first thing.
So the air is rotating as well.
Holy cow, dude.
Wow. Okay. So no Coriolis then.
Yeah, no Coriolis.
No, listen, just let me finish the sentence. Coriolis means that when you start at a certain latitude, going, I don't know, 800 miles per second in angular speed, and then you move towards the equator where the rotation is faster, like 1,000 meters per second angular speed, then you're now with your old slow speed in a new or in an environment where everything rotates faster. So you appear to slower, and therefore you drift away to this in respect to the new reference.
And what is the cause of that?
Oh no, that's not even Coriolis.
That's not
wrong.
what it is, but
Not a unit. Miles is not a unit in angle, dude. Like what the fuck? 800 miles in angular speed? What the fuck is that?
That was a hot
What are you
mess.
talking about?
Yo, he trying to pull a fast one on us. He trying to complicate it. He basically saying with y'all, you guys.
No, you're right. Angular speed is wrong. The one at the circumference. I don't know what's it called in English.
So what would be the cause of you appearing to move slower or faster?
That you're rotating, or that
the Earth is rotating underneath you. Why are you saying we wrong because of that, sir? You explaining the same deflection.
Rotating underneath happens only when you move north-south.
Yes, when you're dislocated. Yes, when you're disattached from. Yes, when you're no longer attached to the rotating reference frame. Yes, like the air. See, why are you trying to complicate it? You think you slick or something? Like we know what you're saying. You know what you're saying.
No. Joe, what it is they almost never know what it is.
You remember the so-called data that he posted? And he was like, there's an eastward deflection. Well, where's the north-south there?
Different kind. That's the vertical Coriolis. That's another kind.
And that's east-west. So it's east-west if you're falling, but if you're vertically, but it's north-south if you're going horizontally. That's when you magically leave the rotating reference frame.
I mean, you're going to get your own buddies now.
Sure, he's just like, this is the problem with Coriolis. It's just mix and match, right? It's like a fucking buffet of bullshit. Dude, you're like scooping everything onto your plate. It's really simple. If you're on the surface of the Earth, you're supposed to be in a rotating reference frame. At what point do you leave this rotating reference frame and enter the non-rotating reference frame? At what point? Now you said, well, if you drop something vertically, then you do it, or if you travel north-south, then you do it. But if you just try to stand still, no, you're not doing it. You're still in the rotating reference frame. There's no basis for any of this. There's literally zero basis for this is when we're in the rotating reference frame, and this is when we're not. This is when we have Velcro atmosphere, and this is when we don't. It's silly, dude. It's silly that you don't see how shit this is as like a scientific concept.
There's no way you could falsify it.
But Coriolis
at all. I mean, because the only way that you can falsify it is entering into the non-rotating reference frame, stay there and see if when you get back to the rotating reference frame, is that rotating reference frame actually rotating? But you saying no, even when you go into the non-rotating reference frame, you are still rotating with the rotating reference frame. So even when you come back and you land in the same place, you just rotate it with the reference frame. So therefore, it's just basically it's not falsifiable. But then you can pick and choose you could pick and choose and say, oh, well, when you travel in the air, it's because the Earth is rotating underneath you. You can make claims about it and say, oh, that's due to Coriolis. But when you actually try to test to see if it's true and see if it's actually rotating, there's no way you can actually falsify it. There is no alternative. There's no hypothesis for it at all.
In 2 instances, he brought up examples where the observer is required to accelerate over a reference frame below him that's in acceleration to prove that the reference frame below him is in acceleration. I've heard this claimed by people that Earth-based Coriolis requires 2 accelerative reference frames accelerating in different directions from each other in order to establish that one of them is in an accelerative reference frame. It's messed up. You only need one inertial and one non-inertial at a minimum to observe a Coriolis effect.
Why are you adding more? He try to complicate it. He try to pull a fast one on Indigo. Which is kind of funny because you're throwing your buddies under the bus. I don't think Matthews would say something like that. Matthew, would you say something like that?
I'm having trouble following what you're talking about. So if it's that complicated, then I don't know.
We're trying to wade through the incoherency of the Coriolis effect.
What do you mean incoherency? Do you mean incoherence?
The application is incoherent, right? So, like, when does a projectile or an object leave the rotating reference frame versus when is the air part of the rotating reference frame? Right? Because they say in one situation, such as a drone or helicopter, you're in the air, and the air is part of the rotating reference frame, so there is no Coriolis observation. But then in another situation, what this guy was saying, if you're traveling north-south or you drop something vertically, somehow magically you become in the non-rotating reference frame. We're trying to delineate, like, how do we figure out when that's supposed to happen or not? Like, what's the trigger?
It should just be defined by the non-rotating and the rotating reference frames.
Yeah, I want to measure the loss of momentum as I leave the rotating reference frame. How do I do that?
Well, first of all, I don't think the numbers are big enough that you would notice it very easily. So I don't know how you do it.
Oh. Yeah, that's convenient.
Right. I mean, because we're talking about an alleged RPM of 0.000694 RPM. So
yeah, but we put that in terms of velocity, right? So we can measure the acceleration change in the same units.
Oh, sure.
Matthew,
okay.
If you take a drone to hover, is it that drone rotating with the Earth?
If the drone is flying in the air, then probably so, because like we were saying, the air generally follows.
My question
the
is only this. Sorry, Matthew. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. But only this: if you take a drone, whatever. But now I'm saying you, and you put to hover, is it that drone rotating together with the air?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me how it would look like if Earth is not rotating? How that drone will behave?
Then it wouldn't be rotating.
It wouldn't be rotating with the Earth.
No, I'm asking you. The drone is not moving; it's in the air, but it's rotating with the air. Is that correct?
No, the drone is basically doing the same thing the air is. So the question is about the air.
Earth. I'm asking about Earth. If drone is in the air rotating does the drone rotate together with the Earth?
No, the drone rotates together with the air.
And the air
This
is
is not touching.
rotating with the
That means the Earth is rotating different from the air.
If there's wind, then yes. If there's not, then no. It's about the same.
Then no. That means it looks that it's stationary, but also drone is not moving, it's hovering, but everything is rotating. Is that correct?
No.
No.
That
I
would
want
be
to understand,
ridiculous.
Matthew. I want to understand. I take a drone. I put my drone to hover in the air. Does that drone rotate together with the Earth?
No, it's the drone is in the air, so it's just a question about the air versus the Earth. That's the only question. You're confusing things by putting a drone up there.
My question is, does that drone? You said no, it's not rotating together with the Earth, only with the air. That means the Earth is differently rotating from the air.
It's about
the Earth. Matthew. He's saying that the air rotating differently from the Earth. That's what he's asking.
No, unless there's wind, then it can go a little bit different. So it's
No, let's not speak about wind. I want to only to put drone in the air and to realize, is it this drone rotating together with the Earth or not?
The drone is doing whatever the air is doing. If there's no wind, then the air.
I'm not speaking about air.
Yes, you are. Drones fly in the air. That's the only question: is what is the air doing? The drone is confusing things.
Jesus Christ, Matthew! I want to realize if it's Earth rotating.
Yes, the Earth is rotating, the air is rotating, and the drone flying in the air is rotating. And you can tell this
Can you
simply
tell me
by
now
looking at
if
the
Earth?
stars.
Okay, that's great. Now I realize. Can you tell me the question opposite of that? How would it look like if I put the drone above in the air and Earth is not rotating?
Then it would look the same.
That is not possible to look the same.
Why not?
Can I say something?
Because that's not possible.
So that means old guy experiment that he basically presented earlier was a non secular. Because according to
non secular, not non secular, non sequitur.
Yeah, because according to Matthews, the air is rotating with the Earth. So you're still in the same inertial reference frame.
But Reggie, listen to this logic. He said that if it's drawn in the air,
idiot.
Wait, it's the same thing. It's like Earth is stationary. How you distinguish the difference?
You cannot distinguish the difference by putting a drone in the air.
It's unfalsifiable.
Right. It's unfalsifiable either way. Putting drones in the air isn't going to help either side.
So it's nonsense then. So you're not actually proving Coriolis then. So this is just something you guys say.
Not with the drone, you're not. No.
You're not proving it at all. Because if the air is rotating with the Earth, you're still in the same reference frame.
Yeah. So with the drone and a helicopter, you're not going to be able to tell the difference.
But that should be the thing that should be able to tell the difference.
What do you mean?
So you guys change it so there is no Coriolis.
There is, but it's so small that a drone isn't going to show.
Oh, it's no Coriolis either. If the air is rotating with the Earth, there is no Coriolis. Which you guys haven't even explained that part yet. How is the air being in the air?
It's not small, Matthew. It's 15 degrees per hour. The drone will be 15 degrees away in 1 hour.
Right.
Yeah, it's not small.
Right.
It's not 72 degrees because the math will be different. It's 15 degrees heliocentric models in 1 hour.
Let me get this straight. Now, let's say we draw a big bullseye on the ground. We have a down-facing camera on the drone, and we keep the bullseye dead center in the camera view. And there's like 140-mile-an-hour wind, and we're all at the equator. So they keep the drone above the bullseye. The wind is going 1,040 miles per hour. So the drone must be going against the wind to be staying still. And technically, it's standing still against the rotating atmosphere.
Yep.
Right. That's some crackhead shit, dude. Sorry. That's
it's completely unfalsifiable in Idigo.
Yeah, there you go. Unfalsifiable. That's what I've been saying
really
the whole time.
There is no Coriolis effect, but they claim it all the time.
Well, not with a drone. You're not going to see it anyway.
But if we shoot the drone out of a cannon, then there's the Coriolis effect.
Right, but it's the same thing.
If you have speeds
I know it's the same thing as the 1,000-mile-an-hour fucking wind. It's the same thing.
Right, because you could easily say, well, you could easily say, oh, well, that's due to the wind. The same excuse that you gave, Matthews.
No, I'm saying that if the drone is hovering over the equator,
there is no difference, right, with the Earth being stationary or the Earth rotating. You won't be able to tell.
The drone, right? Because the drone,
you won't be able to tell with pretty much anything, according to you.
With the drone, you're flying at 1,040 miles an hour above 1,040 miles an hour Earth at the equator. But if it's moving like 1 mile an hour, it's 1,041 versus 1,040. Now, if you get a bullet and the muzzle velocity is 3,000 miles an hour, then at a long distance you might be able to see a little bit of an effect. But bullets are a whole different story.
Yeah, well, because bullets is still in the air. That's rotating with the Earth. So it doesn't matter.
Moving a lot faster.
Okay, then you should still see the same effect with a drone and a helicopter.
Yeah, but much smaller. Because
wouldn't that mean more air resistance, though?
Right.
The difference.
It would be more. It would be more air that the bullet got to deal with because it's moving.
Yeah, but the drone is doing.
What are you talking about, Matthews?
Matthew, and all this knowledge you get from military?
Oh no, I'm just making up off the top of my head. I'm using common sense. I've never
driving,
and I'm using common sense too. It's non-falsifiable, sir.
Right?
How's that
non-falsifiable?
Well, it's not falsifiable. It is falsifiable.
Non-falsifiable. The drone isn't going to tell the difference between the spinning Earth and
the bullet wouldn't either. So would the rocks.
The bullet would because it has so much higher velocity, relative velocity.
Yeah, but the velocity means more air resistance.
Right, but it also covers a lot bigger distance in a shorter time. So that's why if you do long distance rifle target shooting and you shoot to the east and to the west, it'll appear like at a mile away, or
that's
maybe.
Just a claim, sir.
Yeah, and that video.
I haven't done it myself.
No,
there's a video. Well, I'm glad you brought that up because there's a video on YouTube, right, where they show this. He's like, "Look, I fired east, I fired west. It hits lower here and it hits higher there." So the funny thing about the video is it hits lower when he's shooting uphill and it hits higher when he's shooting downhill. Like he didn't account for the variable that he was shooting up versus downhill. It's so stupid. It's like
it's very
people. Like imagine you're playing basketball, right? And the court's tilted up at a 45-degree angle. You're gonna have to throw that ball a lot fucking harder, right? You're gonna shoot a lot of short air balls. But if you're shooting that ball downhill at a basket at a 45-degree angle, you're gonna be throwing it over the backboard.
It's very convenient that the air is rotating with the Earth that you guys claim is rotating 1,000 miles per hour.
Well, shouldn't they cancel out, man?
It's very convenient.
Less of a travel time. So that's less of a travel time and higher air resistance. Shouldn't those just cancel out at the end, and there should be no deflection?
I don't know the equation, so I don't know if it cancels out.
You guys don't forget about the other Coriolis. The Earth is also moving in different directions. It's going 6,600 miles around the sun. So the bullet should either be, if it's fired in front of the Earth, it should be going towards it in that path, or behind it, it should be flying up into the sky as well. Nobody ever talks about that direction of movement.
Yeah, because it's a much smaller acceleration.
66,000 miles per hour. That's smaller.
Well, the geniuses behind this globe have made it to where you actually don't you don't have to worry about the Milky Way traveling at 2.2 million miles per hour or whatever it is, because all that is like being in a plane, and you move around freely in a plane, but if there's no acceleration, you don't have to worry about it. So as long as everything's at this perfect 2.2 million miles, but we are born in it, so guess what? You're used to it.
Yeah, the point of the plane.
Yeah, because I really don't understand on why if the
all
helicopter,
magical.
why if the helicopter or the drone that's basically hovering in place and the Earth is slightly turning faster than the air all of a sudden, why wouldn't that be a better experiment than you shooting when you dealing with more environmental resistance?
Yeah,
This doesn't make sense.
It's all magical.
You ever thought of, like, I'm not a big fan of Occam's razor, but when it comes to this particular case with this topic, it's like, everything just seems like it's flat and not moving, and like, but that's not really it. It's actually doing some other things if I assume all this other crap, right? But isn't Occam's razor like the explanation with the least amount of assumptions is usually the correct one?
That's what I would think.
Yeah, like, because Sasha brought it up. Like, what would it look like if the Earth wasn't moving? Oh, it would look the same. Well, why don't we just assume that that's what it's doing? Why do we have to assume it's fucking moving in such a way that it just looks the same as it's not moving? Like, that makes
India is
zero fucking sense.
It's the same for the surface when they observe the black swan and they say this is an example of the sphere with the refraction. How would it look like on the flat Earth? The same. Okay, great.
Yeah, it's silly because it's literally like a cop out. It's like, oh well, the Earth, which is the ground, is spinning 1,000 miles per hour, and that will be the rotating reference frame. Oh well, how about we just do an experiment with the non-rotating reference frame? We don't think the sky is moving that fast. I mean, you in the sky, there's nothing forcing you to basically move with the sky or the air in place. How about we just do an experiment there? Oh no, wait a minute. The air is also rotating with the Earth. It's falsifiable, but we could test it by shooting the bullet, and then we'll be able to know if the air is rotating as fast as the Earth.
Where is the border of that rotation? Where is air stopped to rotate?
Too complicated.
When vacuum is starting, when gradients is starting. Gradients, not moving gradients on 100 miles. That's the gradients. What they are describing always stationary gradients, never moving gradients.
Right, Joe, can I say something to you? Just to make it clear,
yeah, you can say whatever you want.
You have to have movement to notice Coriolis within the non-inertial reference frame. So when you talk about a hovering helicopter, you don't have the effect. The helicopter would have to move to get the effect.
You have to tell yourself
according to you. Yeah, according to you. But you're trying to test to see if the Earth is rotating.
You have to tell yourself that because it destroys your paradigm that's saying that the air is locked with the ball. Okay,
right. In order for you to test if something moving or not, since you guys claim because we're on the rotating reference frame, we won't be able to notice if it's moving. We have to go somewhere where it's not rotating, which would have been the air. But now you guys claim, oh no, the air is actually rotating with the Earth, so we can't use that neither. Well, all experiments that you guys have is basically voided. You should get rid of all of the experiments.
Problem is, you guys can't delineate. But listen, you guys can't delineate when you're in the rotating reference frame and when you're not. You can't say, hey, this is when I am, this is when I'm not. Oh, how do you leave the rotating reference frame? Well, you do X, Y, Z. How do you leave the rotating reference frame? What do we have to do?
I'd say we don't have a non-rotating reference frame. We have two differently rotating reference frames. So two non-inertial reference frame with different speed, or how you want to call it. And that's also when you switch
So now
two
it's three
non-inertial reference frames. No,
Yeah, it's
just
three of them now.
two non-inertial reference frames. No
How many
inertial.
horizons in the
Two
black?
non-rotating, making one rotating.
Right, and that's a claim.
Yeah. So in that world that you live in, then why don't you travel faster one direction than the other? Why doesn't that exist? Because logically it would.
They didn't. They didn't even identify if they even rotating or not. It's just a claim.
Yeah, of course. Those are just words. They don't hold value or weight, but I'm just asking, in his two non-rotating reference frames, or whatever. Sorry.
Rotating.
Yeah, sorry.
Rotating.
In your two rotating reference frames, then why does it not? I'm saying this all off, but why then isn't it faster when you're going in one direction than the other? This is where you throw another magical concept into this whole equation, and you say gravity and inertial reference frames have this inertial force all of a sudden. And you guys just go on and you build yourself, you bury your guys' self in claims you cannot back up with ideas and ideologies in your paradigm that you can't prove. And then at the end, you guys just say, well, it's very complicated. It's mathematical.
Actually, it's not that complicated. When you move from a circular motion, when you move from the outside to the inside, you're starting with faster speed, and then you go to an area where there's lower speed. And so,
yeah, but the point is, you're trying to prove the speed in the first place. You're trying to prove that you're moving in the first place. So basically, you're assuming that there's two moving reference frames to begin with. Now, you could assume that, you could have a prediction of that, but you will have to go somewhere where it's not rotating to see that it's moving. Or else people that basically say, well, it don't look like we're moving. All the effects will be the same based on your experiment. So all those people are going to be like, why should we believe that we're moving when it don't look like we're moving, doesn't feel like we're moving? All of the same effects basically is taking place. All of the phenomena that we're going to observe, we observing it. You have to basically show that we're rotating, not assume that we're rotating and then use the things that shows that it's not rotating to say that it's rotating at different speeds. You have to show that, which one of the ways you would have to, one of the things you would have to do to show it is to go somewhere where it's not moving.
And somehow that assumption has more logic than that what you experience.
But the effect is there. The fictitious force is there. That's
not.
what we start with.
Fictitious force is not real.
With merry-go-round, you will get. With merry-go-round, you will get every time that effect. Every time you can demonstrate. Every time if you have a rotating object, you can demonstrate to realism. If you don't have rotating,
Do you experience centrifugal force in a car turning or in a merry-go-round? Do you experience that?
I don't experience centrifugal force in the earth. In the car, yes.
When you move on a merry-go-round, you definitely experience centrifugal force.
I experience that on merry-go-round, never on.
Not if you're in the center. You won't feel nothing.
Of course not when you're center, but we're talking about when you're not in the center and you're part of the movement. Yeah, my point is that centrifugal force is also a fictitious force. So fictitious force doesn't mean you don't notice it.
Yeah, you can demonstrate on merry-go-round. You cannot demonstrate centrifugal force on the earth. Yes, I'm telling you that one.
Think of this logically, okay? Let's think about the Red Bull jump, okay? How high he was up, right? Now in that distance, he would have to have been like traveling with the ground, spinning, but he would have to be going faster than the ground because obviously he's farther away. Just like your little
Yes.
racetrack example. Okay, now let's think logically. All right, he wasn't. Matter of fact, in the cameras, that it looked like the Earth forgot to spin because there was no movement. So you would say, "Oh, that's because he's locked in, right? He's locked in. That's why the ground wasn't really." Matter of fact, when he finally jumped, he was still in the same place where he took off from. He was still in. He didn't like land in Florida, or whatever you guys think what would happen if you're going high and jump down. But the Earth was spinning in your paradigm. So think of it logically.
That brings up a good point, man. That brings up a good. So if he's at 128,000 feet with just so little freaking air, what's dragging him along?
Exactly. I was getting there, but Indio, you beat me to the punch. I'm trying to say that. Think about that. If you're that far, you're supposed to be going that much faster, but you're also in a thinner atmosphere of what you in your paradigm. But then, how is it making it keep up that speed? Because you have less air around you. As a matter of fact, the air was so less. Didn't he have to wear a special suit so he could even have oxygen?
Yeah, you're right. I would say if the moment when he moved upwards to high altitude, he already had a tendency to drift away from his ground position.
Another claim.
The question is always how much more influence is there by wind and other factors. So in this case, we indeed have other factors. So the moment he was up there, I haven't read into it, but I wouldn't say he was locked.
What other factors? You're just saying magic words. There's other factors. No, there's no other factors, dude. Like, listen, dude, this is what I said, and I'm going to say it again. You guys can't say with any specificity how you delineate when you leave the rotating reference frame and go into the non-inertial reference frame. You can't say what the distinction is. You just say there's just some factors. It just magically happens. Why does it magically happen? What's causing it to happen? What's the difference, dude?
So let me explain to you logically. Here's what happened, bro. He went really high. There's wind, so he might drift a little because of the wind, right? But then now when he gets to really, really, really high, he like where he's ready to jump. Now he's just kind of like in this area where he's just there, and nothing's really there to blow him one way or another. That's why when he looks out and you see in the film, like the Earth isn't spinning, nothing's moving, he's just drifting a little, and then he jumps, and then by the way, when he looks out, it looks like Planet New Mexico, or I think that's the state he jumped over. So you're in your paradigm, like you think when you go really high, you're gonna see the whole entire Earth as a ball. But dude, you're just not grasping like how large this place is, how it's not moving, it's clearly stationary, even in that jump. It just logically, bro, like how can you not grasp that you are jumping through like hoops and all these bells and whistles to make your paradigm work? And it's like, bro, you're making it way too complicated for yourself. Maybe that's why you believe it, because you're like, maybe I'm not smart enough to understand how the world works. Well, because you've been told that when it's really simple. Like, it's not moving. He went high, he jumped. Congrats. I don't know, man. Go learn it yourself, I guess.
But
even when I listen to like the professors that like in the mainstream, I mean, they're not completely all saying the same thing neither. I mean, you got people like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Brian Cox who said that you would definitely notice the Earth rotated underneath. They even use it for examples for football games and things of that nature. Brian Cox used it for an example recently for a basketball game. So they saying that you will see the effect. So I don't like So it's like even in you guys mainstream, you guys don't have that together. It's just, you know, like I don't want to basically repeat after Indigo but I mean I think Occam's razor pretty much explained like, hey, look, if it's more the one with the less assumptions is that the Earth is basically just stationary, and this is why we basically observe all of these effects that we see, without having that come up with a bunch of assumptions of, oh, well, the Earth is rotating, but the sky is also rotating. But we could test it because the sky is not rotating at as fast as the Earth, based upon this certain equation at this certain atmosphere, and we got to account for wind and things of that. Like, it's just too many assumptions piled upon too many assumptions, and it seems like whenever a test can basically happen, or whatever an observational study can take place, it seems like there's always another excuse.
There's something else they add to it. Just like he did. He goes, well, there's other factors. Whoa, hold up. Like, Indio's like, what? Throwing another,
Dude, he added another rotating reference frame. We're at 2 rotating reference frames and an inertial and a non-inertial reference frame. We're at like 4 reference frames at this point. That's what I said, man. How many horizons are in the Black Swan now? It's like we're up to 6 now.
Exactly. It's like I used to have that meme, but I deleted a lot of stuff from my phone. But remember that commercial where he gets like a tape and he just puts it on that whole water gushing out? Dude, whenever there's a hole, that's all they do, bro. Like, oh, you can't grasp what's going on? They just put another fucking piece of tape. That's how it works. Look at magic.
That's a whole lot of damage.
Oh man. They just slap that on whenever there's like another problem to be answered.
Yep. Thanks.
And the elephant in the room is they slap another piece of tape on to prove how the globe it appears flat, appears how a rotating ball Earth appears motionless. That's what the tape's for.
Right.
The tape isn't like, hey, we're gonna there's a flaw in our globe proof. It's more like, oh, our globe proof seems like a flat Earth, and we're just gonna throw tape on there to make our globe flat. Like, what the fuck, dude? It's like, is this thing real?
The facts, bro. That's hilarious.
Dude, they spend all their time trying to flatten the globe. It's crazy, dude.
Yeah. It's that it's almost like it's reverse engineered, right? Is that the word I'm looking for? Where they've taken it, and they had obviously now centuries to work on it, and then that's exactly what they do. They tweak it. They make this here. Oh, that doesn't work. Oh yeah, we got better science now, and then they do it this way. Oh, wait, that didn't work either. Wait, we have better science now. Like that's they just tweak it to make it work. And now in math, they say, oh, this is it, bro. This works. Like they finally figure it out. But then here comes another wrench. It's not a perfect sphere. It's a pear shape. Now that throws all the math out. But then guess what? Instead of throwing the math out, they threw him out. They threw him under the bus. Oh no, he's wrong. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Because that would have thrown off their math. Interesting.
But part of science is to be falsifiable, right?
How do you falsify something that you can't falsify? How do you do that?
It's a request to be falsifiable.
So, like, would you agree that it would have to be falsified for it to then be like submitted as a piece of work that is true? Does that make sense? Like it
doesn't have to be falsified yet, but it has to have like
falsifiable, like
be falsifiable. Yes.
Right. Okay, exactly. So it has to be something Like, if you have a theory about it, it has to be falsifiable, right?
Yes, that's what I understand.
Okay, so then how can you falsify something that it's unfalsifiable? Because you cannot disprove a lot of the claims about what our reality is, because you can't repeat it, you can't test it, you can't measure it, you can't. It's just you're like living in Hogwarts, bro, or like in Middle Earth, and you can't and someone's telling you this stuff, but you're like, well, I can't go there, I can't disprove it, but I'll believe it. Like, you see like the downfall in that. Like, you tell me that star isn't 5.6 trillion miles away, and that one right next to it is 116 trillion miles away. How can you falsify that? Oh, I see a red.
Coming up with a better way to measure it, with a more correct way.
So the original one wasn't correct then.
Well, you're not measuring the distance. You're not measuring the distance. You're inferring it, right? So even if we said, hey, that method is all wrong, we have another method to infer some distance.
Yeah.
You could just miss that method because it's an inference as well, right? So it's like that now you're at like, oh, which inference do I want to draw a conclusion from? This one or that one?
Exactly.
Right? And then you can keep stacking them, right? You can have a third one or a 10th one or a millionth one. You have a million different inferences to get distances, and you'd have no way of knowing which one was correct.
Exactly. And that goes back to logically, well, then you'll never be able to falsify it. So then why do you still hold it at the same, give it that same weight and hold it at the same level of where science is supposed to be held?
I would describe the project of science as inference to the best explanation.
I'm gonna be honest.
But then it doesn't make it an absolute fact, then, does it?
Coriolis' fact is your weakest argument, bro.
Oh yeah,
let's just be honest about that.
Sure,
it's not exclusive. It's not exclusive to a stationary Earth at all.
Well, it's hard to notice because the effect is so weak.
Then you would have a non-inertial reference frame where you could identify the rotating reference frame. You guys don't have that. You guys have two inertial reference frames rotating with each other. So, AKA no Coriolis effect. Which means, AKA, you could also, AKA, you would have all of the same effects of being on the stationary Earth. BKA, being on the stationary Earth has less assumptions.
Like, think about it, Matt. Like, is there anything that's not hard to notice? Curvature, hard to notice. Motion, hard to notice. Refraction, hard to notice. Like, everything's hard to notice.
No, sun setting is easy to notice. Or dark for 12 hours a day. That's easy to notice.
You know what, Matt? Yesterday, it's funny you brought that up, because yesterday there was a plane going overhead, right? But I was next to the building in the city, and I literally was thinking about that. Like, this is why I'm like, why can't Globers grasp this? Because the building was like in a distance from me, right? And then the plane's going like, across over, and then it disappears behind the building, and I'm like, this is like in my own head, I'm like, this is a really good example for a Glober to realize that plane didn't go behind the building, but it just went farther away from where I'm at. And I'm like, why can't I literally I felt like an idiot because I'm talking out loud, like, why can't Glovers grasp this? And then my buddy's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, nothing. Don't worry about it. So it's funny you just said that right now. Like, sunsets are easy. I would agree. Sunsets are easy, Matt. Something's fucking in the sky, high above, going away from you. It's going to disappear from as far as you can see, behind mountains, clouds, whatever.
An ocean? The Pacific Ocean?
Absolutely, because way, way far, there's something called a vanishing point to where you can't see all the way across the ocean. But what does destroy you, Matt, is the black swan. Because if you're saying, well, the ocean is what's going to cut me off because it's a spherical Earth, then guess what? That spherical Earth is then now we're able to see the backside of the water mountain ball. All of a sudden, we can see the backside of a mountain, Matthew. Come on, man. You're smarter than that. You're up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty
He's listening. Yeah, but you're listening past the graveyard because the line that is demarking the sunset, you guys say isn't even physical, and that is an optical illusion. So, like,
Right.
where are you at?
Oh, it's an
Forget that part.
It's an apparent.
Well, what you didn't mention is that the set sphere needs to be the horizon must be no more than 1.2 times the observer's height in feet, which has been debunked with the black swan.
And then
So you don't have a sphere of that size.
Hold on. On top of that, so there's something else on top of that, is that in the globe paradigm, when the sun is, when you visually see the sunset, it's already physically set.
All night.
Why would you talk over me?
He's just trolling, bro.
He's just trolling or hot micing, one or the other.
Yeah, he's doing that on purpose. He's been doing it all day.
Yeah, so in the globe paradigm, you've never seen a sunset. It's already over the horizon. So even your observation in your own paradigm is an optical illusion.
Yeah, the point is that at one point I can see the entire sun as it's getting lower and lower, and 10 minutes later the entire thing is out of my sight. I find it implausible that 10 minutes is moved far enough so that it's not visible at all.
Did you hear what he said? It's an optical illusion in your own paradigm.
That's an optical illusion.
Even when you see it.
So when I wear glasses or contacts, or look through a telescope, or look through the atmosphere, the location of some objects might change slightly. That doesn't bother me.
But you don't know the actual size of the sun, so that's
a half a degree. Morning, noon to night, it doesn't change much. It's a half a degree.
Doesn't
matter.
How is it getting closer? You don't know the actual size of the sun.
Not the actual size.
Remember, the sun is also an optical illusion.
Right,
even
it doesn't. It doesn't. The sun doesn't match the laws of perspective. Like as it goes farther, it doesn't get smaller.
So how are you using it as an example for the globe?
Because we have a good story for why sunsets occur, and you
can't use that or the horizon as an example, because remember, the horizon is supposed to be in an apparent location, even though you guys claim that it's geometric. Is it apparent or is it geometric?
Yeah. Here's why I believe in the globe, because it has a good story for why it's dark at midnight. The flat Earth account of how you asked for the simplest thing. The flat Earth account is that the sun is still above the Earth. But it's pitch black out there, and somehow we can't see it. I can see stars over there where the sun used to be, but somehow the sun is not lighting up the Earth at midnight. There's no good reason for that.
It's not lighting up the sky either, is it, Matthew?
Hey, Matthew,
not lighting up the sky either. If the sun was at 93 million miles away, Matthew, it would illuminate the sky.
Hey, Matthew.
Sky is not illuminated at night, is it?
Yeah, it's dark at night because the sun's below the Earth.
There you go. So the sun is not 93 million miles away, is it, Matthew? Otherwise, you illuminate the sky, no?
I don't know what the 93 million has to do with it. I'm talking about the fact that it's dark at midnight.
You need a flat Earth for that.
Imagine saying that the sun is under the ground.
He's saying that the sun is above the ground, but you can't see it.
Bros. I'm only going to say this one time. Dudes. Stop talking through each other.
Hey, Matthew. So if you have let's say a lantern, you've ever been camping?
Yeah.
Good shit.
All right. So why doesn't my lantern light up the whole forest? Why do I have to go walk to the person where they're in total darkness for them to then be in the light? Why can't I just hold my lantern up and it just lights up the entire forest?
Oh, because trees block it. But if there are no trees in between you and the lantern, you'd expect to see it, right?
Okay, so let's say I'm now in the desert. Okay? I'm in the desert. And it's pitch black out there.
How about you're camping in the Bolivian salt flats? How about that?
Okay, all right, here we go. So now you have light, You're holding a lamp. Now, is it going to be lit up? It's going to light. Was it 15 miles across? Is my lamp going to light up the whole Bolivian salt flats?
It's not going to light it up, but it should be visible for most of it. Like if you're a mile away, you should see it. It's an inverse square law, so it gets dimmer and dimmer.
If you have a fusion reactor as your lamp, like the sun, then it would light up everything.
It light up the whole everything, all the ground. You're sure about that? Okay. So now we go to a part where so then you don't think that something being far away from you, and it would be blocked because from your perspective, it's not just water across from ocean to ocean, right? From one side to the other. It's not. There's a lot more involved, which does block out the source, the light from high above. I mean, and by the way, that could happen right here above us here in California. If there's clouds, you can't see the sun. Like what does that matter? Like why are you making it seem like, oh, I should be able to see the sun from China to America? Like, no, dude, like we can't even see the sun sometimes here when it's right above us because there's clouds blocking it. You don't think if there's clouds, when the clouds are blocking it for us, when it's above here, it's a cloudy day, you don't think someone really, really far away is also going to have their sun blocked from seeing it because it's being blocked by clouds, right? From our perspective on the ground. Would you agree, yes or no?
Yeah, that happens sometimes. I'm talking about when you go to the Pacific Ocean on a super clear day and watch the sun go behind the Pacific Ocean from the bottom up. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so how far is the sun? What's the GP of the sun by the time it sunsets? Isn't it over like Japan at that point?
Yeah, it'd be about
what's that, like 3,000 miles away from us? 2,500 away from us?
Yeah, 6,000, I'd say.
Okay, so 6,000 miles away. Okay, so you're trying to tell me that you should see on a flat Earth 6,000 miles away something that's up in the sky.
To be clear, I don't think the sun is 6,000 miles away. The GP is, but I'm trying to say that if the GP of the sun is 5950 miles away, and then 10 minutes later it's 6,500 miles away, the GP, why does those 10 minutes make it go from being able to see the entire complete sun, the full orb of the sun, to slowly disappearing bottom up to be completely not visible? You're saying that moving just a tiny little bit over the 10 minutes is enough to completely obscure the sun? I say no. What happened is that it went behind the Pacific Ocean. That's the most rational thing, I think. That's the most rational explanation for sunsets that I can think of.
No, it's not.
I mean, I'm telling you why I believe that the Earth is a globe, and it's because the sun.
Yeah, he said this is why he believed it. He's challenging something obvious.
I mean, the other obvious thing is that at midnight, it's dark at midnight.
So the obvious thing is the ground, the Earth itself.
No, the ground curves so slightly that it's hard to see any difference. You're not going to tell the difference by looking at
everything that would directly prove it is hard to see.
Right. That's why it took a while for people to realize it.
So that was the point Inigo was making. Rebutted with, something that the sun that is indirect, right, is obvious. But the thing that will prove it directly, right, deductible reasoning isn't obvious. That's the point that Inigo was making.
Hey guys.
Rico, are you going to troll us somehow, or what are you on?
So anyway, moving on. Guess what?
Rico's about to troll us, I think. What's he going to say?
You ready? No.
Chicken jockey!
Did he think that was going to be funny? I don't know if he has a sense of humor.
These manga readers, boy.
Can I address Matthew?
What the fuck was that?
That obstruction that you are claiming of the sun by the Pacific Ocean, yeah?
Yes.
should be no more than 1.2 times the observer's height in feet, which has been debunked by the Black Swan.
Oh, maybe. I don't care about how far it is. I'm saying that it's clearly.
What do you mean you don't care how far it is? That's the geometry of the sphere that you are defending. It has a set size. It cannot be bigger. It cannot be smaller. Meanwhile, it has been debunked because the Earth is measured flat.
Right, you were talking about the size. I'm saying no matter what the size is, I can see that the Pacific Ocean is blocking the sun. It's just clear.
Yeah, but that's abstraction on your model.
Yeah, it is.
It must be no more than 1.2 times the observer's height in feet. Are you saying that abstraction happens at 1.2 times the observer's height in feet? That's
no,
I'm saying that
you know that.
Yeah. Here's what happened.
That observation that you're claiming, that observation of the sun setting over the Pacific that you are claiming, it sounds to me like it's a Black Swan proof.
All right, so what happened was Matthew conceded that the geometry could be wrong of the radius, but the effect that he's seeing still informs him from his rationale that he gave us that would mean, from his point of view, keep in mind I'm caveating this, from his position, that can't be explained otherwise unless it's going behind the Earth. Okay? So if the Earth is a little bit bigger, that wouldn't change his position, would it? So telling him, oh no, it must be 1.22 times square root of 0 in height, doesn't change any of the logic that Matthew presented. You're not even arguing against his point, George.
Ooh.
Now, you may be correct, but you're not addressing his point. So how about you stop just spewing rhetoric and actually confront Matthew on what he's actually saying, what's actually coming out of his mouth. That would actually be an interesting conversation. Otherwise, I could just get clips of all you guys saying your rhetoric, and I'll just play that in here, and then I'll just ban you all because you're not needed anymore, because you're incapable of actually talking to someone.
Damn.
I know it. Truth hurts, don't it? All right, I'm going to unmute George. Let's see if he can actually address the logic of what Matthew said. Probably not, but let's give him a chance.
Yeah, bro.
Go ahead, bro.
No, it's okay, man. You guys do your thing.
All right, so you concede you're incapable of having an actual conversation. So why do you need to be in our forum anymore?
Well, why not? You've muted in the middle of my conclusion. What's the point?
Yep, get fucked. Goodbye. There you go. So I'll go back and clip out what you said, and every so often I'll just play it on repeat, and then we won't need you here anymore because you're irrelevant. You're just a different voice spewing the same mantra. Incapable of actually engaging with someone. Literally painful to listen to on the live stream. So guess what? I don't have to listen to it anymore because now you're banned. Problem solved.
Damn. We're on demon time, chat. Demon time. Holy.
Listen, I know you all have rhetoric and talking points, but if you can't engage with the person you're talking to, why are you even trying to talk at all?
Got a point there. Yeah, this is season 9, season 10, right? Yeah, we gotta come with some new shit.
Has anyone seen what I've posted in the chat?
Here we go. For those listening, do you want to walk us through it?
So a good example is Lake Pontchartrain. Like, it's good for long distance observations. And then again and again, when you show images like taken close to like ground level, where we have some close axis of observation to parallel, we see that things seem to curve towards a horizon.
Not really.
Look at the image.
Yeah. Hold on. I got something for you. Let me just help you out real quick. Got something coming your direction. Pause. Okay.
Is this
I think you're drawing your line in the wrong spot, brother. Oh shit, hold on, that didn't work. Okay. All right. Thanks for being patient. Here, you drew your line in the wrong spot.
What is this trying to show?
Oh, just the horizon. That's not curved, which would need to be curved. But isn't.
Yeah, I'm asking what.
The water is flat, bro. The water is flat, and that's pretty much the end of the story.
I know that. I'm saying why do the pylons not then line up with a straight line?
Why would they?
That's what a flat surface demands.
No. You just make that up?
Well, how do
you realize that the flat Earth we're referring to is just the Earth outside right now? Like even in that picture, that's the flat Earth. So when you say like, no, flat Earth must behave like what I say. No, it doesn't.
Well, I don't even get what sort of geometry you're proposing.
Oh, just the Earth outside, currently, as it is.
Yeah, but the picture shows a curve.
Where? Because I just showed you the horizon's flat, bro. The water's flat.
Yeah, horizontally. You're not going to notice.
Yeah. Water doesn't. Bodies of water aren't even convex like that at all. So I'm not even sure what you're getting at. Have you ever seen a body of water that's convex?
Have I seen a body, like a local body of water that's convex?
Any body of water, something that you can put your body in.
Well, if you're talking about something that curves, as in that type of convex, yeah, the horizon, like the pylons going over the horizon. It's a convex.
No, I'm asking, when have you seen bodies of water behave this way? Any example?
You literally see it as ships going over the horizon.
Hold on. So let me ask you a question. Do all bodies of water behave like this? Or just some?
It's like, yeah, but it's like you're measuring it with distance. So it's
I'll ask one more time. Do all bodies of water behave like this?
To an extent, yes.
Yes. Okay, so then say a smaller body of water, like a swimming pool, would also be convex, yes?
You'd be measuring in terms of like micrometers.
Sure. Now go ahead and prove that.
I just showed you a picture of the pylons curving.
You just said that a swimming pool is convex.
Yes, so I can't.
Okay, so go ahead and prove that.
Well, is this not what's called moving the goalpost?
No, because if you're saying all bodies of water behave like this, then I want to see a body of water behaving like this. That would be great, because I would challenge that water doesn't do this at all.
Yeah, but that is an obvious
he's not being capable of it.
Exactly.
He's not claiming that he's capable. He's making an extrapolation based off of his evidence that he provided in the image. He wants to talk about that evidence. Trying to keep it fair.
You literally make yourself sound so stupid saying that, stupid shit like that.
Like what?
Like that? Go ahead and prove it. How is he going to prove it? He's a fucking guy in a Discord server. He's not going to have a fucking experimental lab, is he?
Oh, it's water. I'm just saying, dude. Off rip, water doesn't behave like this. So if you're just going to say willy-nilly, like I could just say willy-nilly, no, all bodies of water are concave. And you're like, okay, well, are you sure? Can you back that up? Can you stand on that? No, of course you can't.
If I had an image showing it was concave.
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay.
If I had an image showing the Earth was concave, that would be evidence it's concave and it curves inwards. Like, I'm just following the evidence. So we're just making novel testable predictions about what it is we're claiming. My issue with flat earthers, if you're going to claim the earth is flat, you need to explain all observations.
No,
You can't pick and choose. You need to explain. The model
this
has
isn't
to be...
your tea party where we have to make up the rules that make you
well,
feel
you can't
good.
have a theory with thousands of holes in and then say it's the one fucking...
Who is this other weirdo chiming in?
Because you're just shit. You don't have a clue.
Arthur, dude, you're not adding any value right now. Just chill out, dude. Just relax.
Can we bring this forward? I'd like to see an aerial shot of all the pylons to see if they're in a straight line or if they curve to the left.
You would lose. The thing is, we know with vision, you would lose the line of sight where you can begin to notice the curve. Now, if you go high enough, you are just going to see the curve horizontally, and I can attach a video if you guys want, where a guy just does it with a rocket and sends it up there, and you can see the curve from like 300,000 feet. But
that is a bold-faced lie.
Let's stay on the pylons for a minute. I mean, you brought this up. Do you have any supporting evidence? Like, it'd be great if we could see a schematic of all the pylons to see that they are engineered to be in a straight line, or if there's any deviation to the left or to the right.
I'd have to take time to dig that out, but I'm sure I could find it with research. But you'd be asking me to take however many minutes or hours even to search it. I'm not exactly sure that's fair to just say, go away and find me.
How can you nitpick that evidence when your whole fucking theory is based off no evidence?
Brother, just relax before we put you on mute. Control yourself. You don't know. We don't have a theory. No one's offered you a theory, so you're just talking shit right now.
Flat Earth is a theory.
It's not a theory.
How is it not a theory?
Because you don't know what you're talking about. We'll get to you in a second.
Okay, what is a theory?
We're cooking this other guy right now.
Okay.
You don't know what that is either. We'll come back to you later.
Okay.
Just pop yourself on mute.
The thing is, I'd ask, how would you guys explain the picture? How would you explain, because what I showed, the red line, how would you explain that red line not matching, not being parallel to the receding pylons, like the support beams on the pylons? It should be parallel. It's on a parallel surface, apparently.
Apparently. There are multiple things we can theorize many things at this point because we don't have enough data to make any conclusions, do we? Right. So first off, this is taken in a swamp condition. It's one of the most humid places on Earth, where you'd expect a lot of optical distortions, especially just above the marine layer. Secondly, I'm pretty sure this causeway is not a perfectly straight line of pylons. It actually takes a bend to the left, which could give the appearance of settling over a curvature, even though it's not there.
Do you want me to... Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, I don't think we have enough evidence to make a determination that there's Earth curve, right? There are lots of things that we need to rule out first before we jump to conclusions.
Do you want me to present in an even more conclusive piece of evidence? There's like a video, and I can just show you the timestamps. They even give the specifications of the camera used, and they show the distortion in testing the rocket.
Wait, no, we're talking about the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway image.
Oh, okay.
I thought we were talking about that, like the most humid swamp on Earth. Where you'd expect a lot of optical distortions, right? I mean, and it's not a straight line of pylons.
Different photos I would ask where the source is for it's not a straight series of pylons as well. But the different photos in different conditions say the same thing, that the pylons seem to curve over the causeway.
Great. Can you show those too? So we can collect enough data to make a determination, please.
Okay. I mean, we all have Google.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we also have brains. Like, if this is definitive proof of a globe Earth, it needs to be pretty good, right? I mean, here's an image. What do you think? It's my vacation photo.
I would never say one piece of evidence is definitive. It's the body of evidence for the Earth that gives.
Great. So that's a great case for you to go dig up some more that we need.
Well, I'm just sat here downloading all the pictures I can to show.
There's so much to address here. Bro also said you can see curvature from 3,000 to 2,000 feet, but we'll get to that later. I did post another picture of Pontchartrain. It wasn't this straight above shot. It was slightly raised.
Because we actually have flat earthers that live there and have taken pictures and videos of this. We can get to that much later, though. We would also want to find out where that farthest pylon is, right? Because we need to make sure that this comports to what the globe curvature is supposed to be, where the curve, the horizon obstruction, is at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
It's not that simple, because you have to account for things like refraction.
Yeah, no shit.
Well, yeah, we're dealing with reality.
Did you do that, or did you jump to Earth curvature conclusion?
You realize, you notice refraction. You'll notice how serious the refraction, like the refractive index, is from just seeing like the level of optical apparent illusion. But you have to account for it.
How much is that? How much is the refractive index in this gradient index medium? From what to what?
Well, it depends. It completely depends on what you're measuring. Like, the refractive index of air is going to vary with temperature and pressure.
Yeah, so in this case, how much are we looking at? It's a swamp.
Honestly, I couldn't tell you. You're not going to get refraction so extreme that you just can't make any useful observations, or you can't account for it in your calculations. It's just that you do have to account for it. And by the way, if we're going to have this big thing about tell me what the exact data was, so we could do some like terrestrial refraction calculation, I could just show you one where we don't even have to account for refraction from like near to orbit, that was just taken by an amateur rocket guy with a camera. So we don't even have to account for refraction at that point. By the way, I want to see it. All of these NASA memes, there are other space agencies than NASA. I don't get why people are so obsessed with NASA. There are other space agencies,
bro.
from nations.
It's just a meme, dude. Relax.
Yeah, the Chinese space agency. Are you hurting by it just because
we put a meme in the chat about NASA putting balls in your face?
Yeah, but it's like relevant
now. There's other space agencies putting balls in my face.
Well, it's an ad hoc, isn't it? So
shit.
So is your counter argument just you're crying?
You just brought up a meme and started crying about it. There's no argument here.
There's no argument with like just saying the word NASA.
There's no one said that.
Flat earthers do it all the time. They're like, "Did you
We're
get that
having
from
a conversation. You just brought up random stuff that hasn't happened in the call."
Okay. Do you want to address the other pictures, all showing the same thing?
I did post a picture of Pontchartrain not showing what you're talking about. I posted that.
Where were you showing?
It's in the chat, bro. Post it again.
The one with the bridge from a height.
Yeah, the same lake you're talking about. Yep.
Yeah, it's obviously going to be harder to notice a curve if you're not near parallel with the axis of curvature.
What's curving exactly? What are you saying is curving? The water is curving?
The water, the entire Earth is a curve.
It's not. Water doesn't do that.
Okay, where do you get this from? Where do you guys get this from?
Every other body of water ever in history, and the future, and the present. What do you mean?
That's not because I could just show you.
Where are you getting this idea that water is flat? Okay. Oh, besides all other examples of bodies of water, the fuck?
What you mean like droplets?
No, we're talking about bodies of water, ding dong.
Dude, bodies of water.
Something you can put your body in, not your pea brain. Yeah. Holy dude, pay attention, bro.
Do you want to quote the principle in physics for what you're referencing with regards to water? Okay, so it's not based in any science. It's just you guys giving a platitude about what water is.
Science. You don't know what that means, dude.
Yeah, water at and level. Isn't that crazy?
I mean,
that's not a scientific rule. That's not a scientific rule.
It doesn't.
You don't know what science means.
Diagonal when it's on a hill. It doesn't want to be diagonal on a hill.
It literally find me the physics principle which states like water is level, and then tell me what that even means as a concept.
Is it physics or science?
Science is a branch of physics.
Here we go. You have no idea what that means, dude. You're just making shit up.
Wait, bro. Hold on. Wait, switched around. Physics is a branch of science.
See, exactly. We exactly. Just making shit up.
Are you just
a buzzword earther? No, you're a buzzword earther. No.
He is literally just nitpicking at shit to avoid any point. You're not even trying.
Not really.
Yeah, this isn't even an
Arthur,
argument.
you've added nothing to this conversation, bro. Thank you. We're talking about the bodies of water. You brought up a droplet. I could also bring up a water in a beaker, which is concave, and no one's gonna argue for that. We're talking about bodies of water, which do neither of those, neither convex or concave. You don't need. You're talking about science. You have no idea what that means. This is observable in reality, water behaving this way. You've never, ever seen convex bodies of water, never. But for some reason, you see some pylons in the water seeming to curve over flat water. And you're like, well, all the water must be curved. Okay. That doesn't check out.
Okay. You tell me what would be the inference.
I posted your citation for you.
Who's got the paint cans picture? This same phenomenon can happen on a floor with paint cans lined up in the distance. The same effect that you're talking about can happen on flat surfaces with physical objects. Same effect. Who's got the paint cans picture? I don't have that one. Who's got the paint cans picture? I don't have that one. I got something though. Hold on, I'll post something for you.
The thing with what you just said there, what Radwin just posted, as in liquid in a container will adjust its surface until it is level, meaning the pressure at any given depth is the same throughout the liquid. This isn't even true. This isn't even true for large bodies of water.
Oh, really?
At 1,000 feet down on any size body of water, the pressure will be the same.
No, it won't.
Oh, you okay?
I've never heard that claim.
Why?
What was that claim?
Why? So, okay, guys, how do you think submarines work?
Oh, here we go. They don't work on the globe.
Change their buoyancy.
They have ballast. They have ballast
you know
in
what?
there.
By the way,
ballast. You want to know how they go up and down? They have ballast. Now, what else do you need to know about subs?
Yeah. So why do they need to adjust the buoyancy in terms of
right?
Yeah. How?
What do you mean how?
Yeah, how do they go up? How do they go down?
They adjust the ballast in the submarines.
Yeah, what is the ballast controlling for?
Pull air from tanks and blow the water out and fill them with air, and the sub rises. Then they let the water in and they vacuum pump that air back into tanks, so they store the air. How do you like it?
To increase or decrease the density within the submarine. If density is higher, the water pressure at lower levels will be higher.
Somebody say it wouldn't be higher? Did somebody say that wouldn't be the case?
The density of the water is pretty uniform all the way down to the bottom of the ocean. The pressure is increasing as you go deeper.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, the density is the same. Oh, is that what they said? Okay.
I think somebody misspoke and said that the pressure is the same no matter how deep you go.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, that clears it.
No. I'm saying the pressure increases with depth.
No shit, Sherlock.
Right, so your own source, when saying meaning the pressure at any given depth is the same throughout the liquid, doesn't hold.
At any given depth, so at 1,000 feet on a big body of water, 1,000 feet down, all the way around, it's going to be the same pressure, is what that means.
A liquid in a container will adjust its surface, meaning that the pressure at any given depth is the same throughout. Okay, fair enough. If that's what it's translating to saying.
Yeah, Oliver, somebody misspoke and said that the pressure is the same at any depth, but they meant the density. That's all.
Yeah, we don't like what I find interesting is to posit flat Earth. You have to explain how every observation we see complies with a flat Earth, because otherwise, there's no point in positing that the Earth is flat.
Besides the fact that it's observed that way, measured that way, we don't have to explain everything to you, dude. This is a weird cope you guys do. Like, it's not your tea party. You don't set the rules. We don't have to make you feel good about things. So when you say, well, you must do this for me. No, we don't.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But your sort of claim contradicts all of
what
that
claim?
The Earth is flat. That the Earth is flat.
We're not making it's not really a claim. It's it's observed. It's an observation and something you can measure.
No, you're making a proposition. If I say I'm sitting on a chair, I know I'm sitting on a chair. I'm still making a claim I'm sitting on a chair.
The claim on the table is that the Earth is a globe. We're saying it's not because it's measurably flat.
So
it's not really a claim.
Yeah. So
it's not really a claim.
No. Is your counter argument just no? Is that the counter argument here?
With reason,
No. The reason is invalid. You're not even applying by basic rules of logic. If you make a counterclaim, that is still a positive claim. You are still making a positive claim about what something is.
Axioms are not claims.
Earth is not an axiom.
Needing to add any.
That's what do you think?
Do you see a flat horizon at the beach?
Yeah, it's not an axiom.
Okay, so it's an axiom, yes.
Okay, can you tell me which of Aristotle's laws is the Earth is flat? Which of them is it?
That would be a claim. We didn't say that.
Right. Excellent. We agree.
It's spazzing out, bro.
Yeah. It's just you're spazzing out, you're spurging, you're upset, you're crying. Like
No. We're addressing the claim that the Earth is a globe because there is no evidence of it. That's what we're addressing. It doesn't matter if it took 100 years, 500 years, 2,000 years. This is a claim that's never been addressed, and we're doing that.
Do you want? Since you're saying there's no evidence, do you want me to link a video And
No, what you posted isn't even evidence either.
We want a measurement of curve, near a body of water, over a body of water, actually. We want that measured. We don't want photographs. We don't want videos of people talking about it.
How about an observation that everybody can do that happens tonight? Tonight is the full moon, and everybody can go outside and determine whether it's the same angular size all night long or not.
That's how it works on Fire Earth, bro.
You want us to look in the sky, Matthew? You want us to go out and look up?
Look in the sky and see if you can come up with an explanation for why it stays the same.
Tell the people at the school you teach at, in order to prove you live on a globe, we watch a full moon go across the sky.
No, I say all evidence is irrelevant.
Utards are all the same. You must explain things to me. No, we don't have to explain things to you.
Just using ableist insults when you can't you don't actually have an answer.
No, I'm saying that your idea that we must explain things to you or else nothing can be true is just ridiculous.
No, how do you navigate? I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm saying
that's
hey,
the
let's
problem.
look at the observations and inference to the best explanation. So what's the best explanation? I think I have a good explanation.
Fuck explanations. How about that?
Science if you don't want
Matthew, he literally said "fuck explanations."
Yeah.
So this is
what's better. You don't have anything here because what's better is measurements. Measuring something, that's it. It's over. You don't have to explain anything.
Well, after you measure it, what do you do with those?
What do you mean? You use them to cook rovers. What are you talking about?
Raw measurements are just raw measurements. You need to do something with those, right?
How tall are you, Matthew?
6'3".
But can you explain that? Like, there's nothing to explain. The measurement is the measurement. That's it. It is what it is. Facts.
No, I measured.
So we don't need explanations. We just measure the Earth, and that's what it is.
So I use a tape measure and measure myself to be 6'3", and the explanation is because I actually am 6'3". How's that? That's the
there you go. We measure the Earth, and the explanation is flat. There you go.
Yeah, I don't buy that.
Okay. Let's ask. How do you measure the Earth? How do you measure the Earth? Give your technique. How do you measure the Earth?
Well, is it measured curved? Would you be able to present measurements that it's curved, and then just tell us how it was measured? We'll go from there.
No, you said we measure the Earth, right? So show your measurement.
Sure, gotcha.
Hey Matthew, why do you like story time a lot?
Well, people are just.
I like stories because they're compelling and interesting.
Hold on, Oliver. You didn't hear me ask Matthew a question?
Yeah, so my answer is I like stories because they're compelling and interesting and can have a moral dimension to them. So yeah, I love stories.
Yeah, but if you can't confirm those stories, how good are they?
Oh well, most stories are false, right? I mean, like the reason we like fiction so much is because they're compelling stories.
All right, so
Oh, I would call it more an explanation. Like if we look at object, water is made of 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen.
Usually that's tested, isn't it?
Yeah, if you're trying to figure out the best explanation, tests help.
You need
hold on, Oliver. So if it's tested, then it's no longer a story. It's actually explanation you're giving to
Also, you could just test it. You could just eliminate for that variable or test for that variable to see if you could eliminate it. Flat earthers could go outside at night. Every single flat earther could test it, see if their observations and experiments
Why can't
align.
Globers go out and test it? Why do we have to do everything for you?
You're the one making the counterclaim. You're the one making the counterclaim.
But here's the thing: we support everything we do with evidences, but you guys don't, right?
Okay. Since you've done that, what have you concluded about the moon after decades of research?
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
The flat Earth community says they do rigorous research. So what results have they come to after decades of research about the moon?
No, I'm not someone who believes.
I know the answer. I know the answer as the definitive expert. I can tell you, all right? But you got to brace yourself. So in all my research, I've realized one very important thing: the moon is not the Earth and doesn't determine the shape of the Earth, and therefore has nothing to do with the flat Earth whatsoever.
Do you understand, 100%. Like a reference? If I took a level and I put it on the ground, and you say no, you can't use that because it's not the ground, it's a level. Do you understand how having like a reference measurement?
Yeah, I agree with you. I would agree with you, brother. I got you. I agree with you. So if you could put the moon on the Earth to measure the Earth, then maybe I'd listen to what you have to say. Good point.
It's orbiting the Earth. You're going to make measurements in reference to the ground from the distance to the moon and the moon's like perceived orbit.
That's a cool claim, dude. That's a cool claim. Prove it's orbiting the Earth in the first instance. Go ahead.
So wait, what?
You said it's orbiting the Earth, and then you just skipped straight over that assertion and went on to your inferences from the claim that it's orbiting the Earth. Prove it's orbiting the Earth in the first instance.
We can see it's orbiting the Earth.
No, you can't, dude, because you can't see the Earth simultaneously, so you're not telling the truth, dude. You can't see it's orbiting the Earth, dude. You must infer that from certain rational strings of logic. So go ahead and present them.
What, as in the proposition that like the Earth is the moon is a solid object and it's orbiting?
Wow, dude, you don't know how to explain anything. You just repeat it 3 times and think we're going to forget that you didn't explain nothing. Good grief, dude. Try to think. Don't talk. Just think for a little bit. Take a couple of beats. Think about it. How are you going to demonstrate that the moon is orbiting the Earth without simply asserting that it's doing it? Go ahead.
When we look in the sky, we look at the moon on a clear night sky. You see the stars behind the moon, right? You see constellations, right? So the stars that we see are fixed in place because it's so far away, right? And so that's why we see constellations in the sky, because it's fixed in place. So when we look at the relative position of the moon to the constellation, it moves. It moves due east. That's how we observe the orbit of the moon. And also, the orbit of the moon is how we have solar eclipses or lunar eclipses.
Wrong. Hold up. Roll it back, dude. Here's your claim. Let's put it on the table. The moon moves due east, therefore it's orbiting. That doesn't follow, dude.
That's what an orbit is.
Yeah.
Okay, so something moving east is an orbit. Okay, hold on a second. I'm orienting my vehicle east. I'm now moving east. Am I orbiting something? No. Yep. So you're wrong.
You are, because if you go if you continue to go east. Let's say if you continue to go east, right, and you keep going east, let's say there wasn't any terrain stopping you, you would end up back to your starting point, right? That's an orbit.
Right, exactly. Okay, no, that's a circle, dude. There's a difference between an orbit and a circle. You don't know the difference, I'll explain. So, in the polar coordinate system, dude, when I said I'll explain, that was your cue to understand that I'm about to say something else, not yield the floor to you to interrupt me. Do you understand the difference?
I mean, you don't even know what a circle is. If you say that,
get muted, dude. You're dumb as a brick. You're too dumb to be here. Thank you. You're too stupid.
Facts.
Okay, I didn't waste my breath to explain to you that when I say let me explain, I'm not yielding the floor to you. Okay, so if you have a center point of a polar coordinate system and you have a monopole system, let's just call it north, and you use let's say a compass, and you point it at north, or even if you use a compass tool, which by the way is a drawing tool, and you stay in your coordinate system, if I rotate in this direction around the center point, let's call that east, and if I counter-rotate around the center point, let's call that west, and then I take my compass tool, which is an art tool. If you don't know what it is, it's a needle on one side and a pencil on the other, and then you can open and close it, right? And if I trace that in an easterly direction based on that definition, I end up with what's known as a shape called a circle. Rest assured, friend, that's not an orbit in any sense that the globe paradigm requires. So no, that doesn't prove an orbit. I'm sorry.
An orbit is just referring to a celestial movement of one body around another.
I'm glad. We all know what it's referring to, so now you've doubled down on just saying orbit 3 times and then telling me what an orbit is. So can you please get to the point where you actually prove that the moon is orbiting? I'd like to get to that point before I die, please.
Because every piece of evidence we have...
Here we go. Name one.
Every piece of... Wait.
Name one.
Care.
Right.
You're gonna dude. I don't care. So I gotta mute you for a second so I can lay out the ground rules here. This is your chance to prove that the moon orbits. So what you do is you present a piece of evidence with a logical argument to demonstrate that that evidence, along with your argument, carries the conclusion that the moon is necessarily orbiting. That's your burden to bear. I don't need you to tell me every piece of evidence supports that OJ did it. I could care less, dude. Prove it. Give us an argument, dude, with one piece of evidence, for goodness sakes. Then, after you do that, then we'll parse that, and then you can present your next piece of evidence. Make sense? Go ahead.
Right. Do we agree the moon is a solid rock?
No. Hell no.
Irrelevant.
Hell no.
Where do we go from here? We don't
address your assumption that it's something like that.
Why would we start there?
No, we're not going to start anywhere. I'm going to put him back on mute and give him the terms again because he's too dumb to listen. So I'm going to try to break it down in crayons. Okay, here's how it goes, folks. You present your evidence and argument. Do we agree the Earth is a rock or the moon is a rock is not you presenting your case? For example, here's how you present a case. The moon is a rock because of A, B, and C, and D. Therefore, knowing that it's not the Earth and that it's above the Earth and we see it and it's moving in this manner relative to the Earth, and I can do different observations at different points and then plot them out in a geometric matrix and understand the three-dimensional relationship and then validate it by going to a reference frame and seeing both objects in the instance relative to each other and their motions. I can therefore conclude that the moon is orbiting around the Earth. See, that's how an argument sounds. What's the difference? All right, so let's see if you can do an argument. All right, go ahead.
You put it better than I ever could just then.
Yeah, so now you need to parse out all the details of that argument and prove each point separately, so that they coalesce into an actual conclusion, right? So, can you do that?
Right. So the moon being a rock. So what one thing flat earthers seem to agree on is that things generally fall down. Right. We don't see this with the moon.
I just dropped the balloon.
Sorry?
I just dropped the balloon. It didn't go down.
Was it full of helium?
Well, you said things go down, though.
Yeah, I'm going to have to give you some reduction of an argument.
So not everything goes down. My bad.
Right, so do we want to explore the caveats then?
You just said everything goes down.
Yeah, we expect you to be able to make an argument with proved premises and a logic string that necessarily carries a conclusion. So with that being said, every premise that you put forward, for example, things fall down, etc., you have to prove that separately. So if somebody challenges you on that, be like, what do you mean by that? Hey, can you prove that? Then that is your burden to bear because it's required for your argument.
The balloons just keep floating up then.
I mean, I'm looking around me right now. I don't see anything going down.
Yeah. What are you talking about?
You said things go down. Like what? I'm looking around. I don't see anything going down. Falling down. What do you see around you that's falling right now?
What do I see around me that's falling?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to just drop this vape
I'm
right there?
Wait. Where was the vape prior?
What, in my hand?
Okay. Where was it before you picked it up?
What?
Where was it before you picked it up?
Do you want me to take you through the entire manufacturing process?
No. But it didn't spawn in your hand. So where was it prior to you putting it in your hand? Was it like on a table? Was it on the floor?
Yeah.
Okay. So then it was doing nothing. It wasn't falling. Then you picked it up and then you dropped it and you're wondering why it fell?
It was no. It was exerting a force on the table already.
Oh, how? Doing what? Going down on the table?
Yeah.
And if this force wasn't there, what would happen?
Well, if the force wasn't there, seemingly it would just remain in state space. Like there wouldn't be any resultant force moving it anywhere.
So what you're saying, it would like float?
Yeah, if there's no resultant force, something will just remain in state space unless acted upon by an external force.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. So you need the moon. So it sounds to me like you need the moon to be falling in your example. But you just said that there's instances where things don't have to fall. So now we got a problem because now you got to validate the differentiation between the two, that it's actually occurring with the moon.
Yeah.
That's going to be tough. Good luck with that.
That very problem is why we developed the theory of orbits, because conventional explanations, including any flat Earth explanations I've seen, do not account for the moon seemingly plummeting towards Earth despite being far more dense than just the air.
But the moon doesn't seemingly plummet towards Earth. What are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't.
Exactly. So it doesn't. Therefore, there's no reason to expect that it's falling. Good grief, dude. You screwed yourself with that logic, bro. The end result of that logic string is that there's no evidence it's falling. Do you understand that? Yeah, that's fair. You can retract that and rethink about it.
It's not flat. The Earth is not flat.
Yeah, well, yeah, dude. You just interrupted two people having an actual conversation, so you're worthless. You can get lost.
Okay.
Overlord, can I tell you something? I didn't hear Olivier, but he claimed density of the moon, and he claimed also that the moon is a rock. So he is assuming a moon that he is imagination for flat Earth, like a rock that has density more than the air. So that's what he's doing.
That's what we see. Look, take a telescope and look at the moon. What do you see on the moon?
I don't see a big sign that says this is how dense the moon is. I don't see that for certain. I know that for a fact.
No, a balloon full of helium that have so high temperature, so it is denser than the air, so it could rise there. I don't have any. I don't have any possibility to validate that. But no, I don't see specifically a rock. It's not something exclusive. To what you see in the, when you are looking at the moon, doesn't tell you, look, I'm a rock.
Yep.
So it's a balloon?
I mean, I seemingly see mountains in the background from my house, but I guess they don't have a sign on them either. Planes don't tend to use signs either.
Yeah, true story. So go to the actually yeah, exactly. So to actually know what the mountains were made of, right, you could infer or you could validate, right?
Yeah.
So since mountains are affixed to the earth, right, and everybody's experienced them. In fact, I live right at the bottom of one, and I've hiked it many times. Right.
Yeah, but everyone's experienced seeing the moon. Anyone can see the moon.
They are experiencing the moon visually. That's all they're doing, bro. And you are correct. That is true. Everyone can experience that visual effect that the moon gives off, but that's all they can experience.
By the way, I'm granting
they don't experience it during a new moon either. So
I'm granting you, like, not accounting for all of the space exploration humanity has done. So I'm even
zero.
What do you mean all?
So none.
Yeah. Nobody's been up into space. Yeah.
Correct.
Live satellite photos. Live satellite photos showing actual real-time phenomena were just created in CGI in real time. Yeah, what a fantastic
Bro, stop running off at the mouth. If you're going to put forth an example, okay, put forth one example, and then, validate or give some more credentials to that example with a line of argumentation.
Yeah, live volcanic eruptions happening in real time, which can be seen by the ISS and people on the ground.
Okay, so the ISS is allegedly in low Earth orbit, and according to some famous astrophysicists, they don't even consider that outer space. So they wouldn't even call the people on the ISS exploring space.
Nice try, though. What else you got?
Listen, before we go on, I just want to caveat. Hold on, before we go on, I just want to caveat this point. High altitude. Okay, being in high altitude is irrespective of the shape of the Earth. Like, being far away from the Earth is irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. So that's not a point at all.
How do you... Okay. How far up is the ISS, if you were to guess?
We don't have to guess.
One ISS distance unit. There you go.
We don't have to guess, bro. We know your story better than you do. And it's not in outer space, which is the thing you claimed we did, exploration. So
yeah, it's approximately 30 kilometers higher than the Chinese ISS. There you go. That's the answer.
So 400 kilometers up, right? Now, if you're just going to play this semantics game about, this guy said it's not technically outer space. I literally don't give a shit because it's a trivial point that doesn't add anything to the argument.
That's not space exploration.
It's such a trivial point that the fact that you brought up people in space and then said the ISS has now become trivial. Good point. I agree with you.
Yeah, they're in space.
Oh my god.
They're in altitude. We're at high altitude with a claimed waned atmosphere. There, we agree with that. Problem solved. Now what?
Okay, right. So if space doesn't exist, these orbits don't happen, right? What is the ISS doing? What is the ISS?
Hey, I just agreed to you on the last point.
What the heck, dude? Dude, I said it's a high altitude platform. Who cares? Irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. So get back to actually proving your point about the moon orbiting, for goodness sakes, and quit getting distracted.
But it's part of the same general principle. Why isn't the ISS and the moon just plummeting towards the Earth?
Why would they?
You already answered the question, dude. You already answered the question. See, the true answer to this question, even in your own paradigm, is not the shape of the Earth. The true answer is that they're in an area where there's no net force that's causing them to fall. You already answered this question. I can't believe you didn't remember it.
Where are you getting that claim from?
You.
From your mouth 5 minutes ago.
I know.
Yeah, dude, you said
yes.
If there's an object on a table and you remove the table, the reason why it wouldn't fall is because there's no net resultant forces. So you answered this question already. And I want you to notice how you didn't mention that it's because the Earth was flat on a globe, for goodness sakes.
That's not. Orbits work because of a resultant force. orbits work because there's a force acting on
I
the
don't
object.
care about that, dude. I don't care about dude. We understand that for something to move, it must be under a force. Let's say. Let's agree with that. Now prove the moon is orbiting. They're two separate claims, brother.
It's moving.
Okay, so it's moving, therefore orbit. All right, I'm moving my phone in my car, therefore it's orbiting. Wow, dude, are you that simple?
Let go of your phone. What happens?
It floats.
Oh my god.
Yeah, just trolling, aren't you?
Yeah, the phone drops
How do you know? How do you know? Think about it. How do you know that I'm not driving the space Tesla right now? Think about it, dude.
Yeah. So it's.
I'm being silly. The reason why I'm being silly is because these points, like you said, are trivial and irrelevant. You haven't proven the moon orbits yet, dude. But keep going. We'll get there eventually.
When you say we'll get there eventually, what a flat Earth has discovered after like 100 years of apparent research?
What do you mean by discovered? Like, what category are they supposed to be making discoveries in? So, for example, flat Earth has discovered that if you dehydrate wheat that's been soaked in water and then rehydrate it in boiling water, you get a delicious dish called pasta. There you go. Is that in the category of discovery?
Yeah, so that's part of flat Earth theory, is it? Pasta.
No, what I'm saying is that flat Earth is about this, brother. The Earth's flat. It's not about the moon being made of cheese or pasta, dude.
It doesn't mean anything. I could just make any claim. I could say my car's flat. What the fuck does that mean?
Well, let me explain. So what flat means, friend, in a mechanical practice sense, is all the points of the surface in extension and free space are between two parallel planes. That's what flat means, brother.
Yeah, can you prove it?
If you didn't know that, yeah, hold on, friend. No, that's what flat means. I don't need to prove that's what flat means. I mean, that's what it means. Now, your second question would be, can you demonstrate that that's what the Earth is doing? That might be what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very simple. So, water's flat. Water covers 70% of the surface. And since sea level is based off flat water, which it is, mean sea level, therefore all elevations are taken in regards to a horizontal plane. And if you take two parallel horizontal planes between the maximum and minimum deviation being a swing of approximately 13 miles from peak to trough, being the height of the highest mountain and the depth of the deepest trench in the ocean, you end up with the millions upon millions of square miles that the alleged surface of the Earth is said to be, all resting within a plane of tolerance of approximately 0.0054, or maybe 3054 if my memory serves, meaning that thing is flat.
Okay, right. So I should be able to see London from the north of England.
Okay, cool story. So let me ask you this question. What? And keep in mind, I'm being serious. Why would you expect to see London?
Because if we're looking at terrain, we're saying, right, the highest hill, the highest mountain is this, and the Shard is this high, and we're on a flat surface, I should be able to zoom in from a certain point on the Earth.
Okay.
Sorry.
So let me ask this question. What was the first? So I remembered London. What was the other territory you said?
I didn't say another territory.
Yeah, you said like I'm here and I should be able to see over there. Where was the first place you said?
The north of England.
Let's say Birmingham.
Okay, how far away is London from Birmingham?
Hold on.
Dude, how do they not get this? Why are you making a flat Earth for us to believe? Well, we're just talking about the Earth as it is currently, right now, where you can't see these places from wherever you are. That wouldn't change, just so you know. But go ahead with your example.
They claim they can see through dust and mist and humidity.
100 miles.
100 miles? All right, that's at least reasonable. So before we go on, anything less than 300 miles is at least theoretically possible to see. Let me explain why. So in the ambient atmosphere, you have what's called the Rayleigh extinction coefficient, which means after a certain amount of atmosphere accumulation, the atmosphere becomes opaque. And that's somewhere between 250 to 300 miles, depending on the math you do with the equation and what you're baselining the atmosphere on. So you wouldn't even be able to expect to see anything past that. So something within 100 miles would not be affected by that. Now we have a secondary problem, which is you've got optical problems, which is all optics need resolvable light to be able to resolve an image, right? So you have the angular resolution problem. So you said if I zoomed in, which is fair, however, zooming in doesn't increase your angular resolution in any marginable extent. You need a bigger aperture. So we could do the math on the angular size and the available packet angles to be resolved, and then see what size optic we would need to be able to see something at 100 miles away.
You are right. You need something big to give you the capable angular resolution, and you need it not to be too dissipated by just the atmospheric scattering. The perfect thing you would have, and it'd be better at night for this, the perfect thing you would have is an entire city skyline, which is like hundreds of meters, if not miles across. London is the perfect skyline for that. That if I was standing on a tall skyscraper from Birmingham, I should be able to make out at night the brightest thing I could see in 100 miles is the London skyline. And it's a big skyline. Nobody can see it. Nobody can see it. Come to Birmingham with me. We could conduct every experiment under the sun. We will never see Birmingham.
That's how flat Earth is.
Let's say that's true. Let's say that's true at that particular location. So what you're basically setting the premise for, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're setting up the logic that if the Earth was flat, I should be able to see things that are no longer obstructed by the Earth's curvature. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we can provide you examples of being able to see things that are beyond the extent of the claimed Earth curvature, would that prove the Earth is flat?
It depends what you're showing me, because I know flat earthers have the tendency. It's like it was like Chicago over Lake Michigan, and that was due to you could actually see it's the kind of wobbling effect from refraction over 60 miles, and that's certain conditions on certain days. What you want to eliminate for
the news said it was a mirage.
Dude, so what you basically just said, hold on, friend, hold on, that's fair, but what you basically just said, in the first instance, you said I should be able to see things not obstructed by Earth curvature. But if I do see things that would be obstructed by Earth curvature, I will just say they're refracted. So you've made this proposition for yourself unfalsifiable, dude.
Okay. If the visual evidence shows refraction, even if we don't have the maths in front of us, if the visual evidence shows refraction, then we're assuming that terrestrial refraction is increasing our, let's say, line of sight, but really we're just seeing a refracted image. We're not necessarily
perfect. So you're claiming terrestrial refraction is causing this. Go ahead and prove terrestrial refraction in the first instance.
What? Go and prove the principle of terrestrial refraction. We've all experienced it. You've seen it. I've seen it.
No, dude. Not visual effects. Not visual aberrations, not heat inversions, not mirages. What I asked you for is proof terrestrial refraction. That is a different thing.
You would calculate the intensity of those mirages, or superior mirages or inferior mirages, using those equations. Otherwise, you just wouldn't be able to.
Right. So that's that. Now we end up with a circular loop where you haven't proved it in the first instance. You've retro-engineered it from observations, assuming the Earth is a globe, and then put the resultant back in the argument. That doesn't work, dude. You have to prove it severally. So where's the proof that terrestrial refraction is occurring? Go ahead.
Where is the proof that terrestrial refraction is occurring? It's a formula description of the phenomena we see.
Right, so it's a mathematically retro-engineered formula, dude. It's not proven tangibly.
That's how formulas work, right?
No, dude. Let's give it. Dude. What is the formula based on? Give me the formula.
Can give you the formula for terrestrial refraction. There's not one equation. There's multiple equations.
Yeah, dude. Guess what they have in them?
What?
They have a letter in them. It's called R. Do you know what R is?
Yeah, radius.
Right. So they're assuming radius to interpret the data, dude. It's not actually a true discovery, dude. It's a circular argument, bro.
If you don't, you're gonna get wrong answers.
Well, let me quote Andrew Thomas. Hold on. Let me quote Andrew Thomas Young, a very famous guy. In fact, this is his niche and his expertise. This very thing. Here's what he said. Here's what he said. We model it on a flat surface, but we know the Earth is a globe, so then we have to use math to wrap it around the globe. Oh, I guess I was right and you were wrong.
Got him.
That doesn't even. Why would you model it around something that's incorrect? You'd naturally get incorrect answers.
Well, I don't know, dude, because he's the subject matter expert, dude. That's why.
I literally don't give a shit about appeals to authority.
No, we don't care. We don't care about actual subject matter experts. We're just going to believe circular reasoning because it supports our predisposition to make the globe claim unfalsifiable. Because any observation, I'll just dismiss as refraction. Okay. Because refraction is like salt and pepper. I put it on everything.
Can I? Right. Okay. Say. Right. I'm going to fuel up my car. Right. Say I had no idea. Say I had no idea how much fuel I need to put in my car, but I have a bunch of equations in front of me for fuel consumption, burn, and fuel efficiency. And not right. Hold on. Right. If I didn't know how much fuel I needed, but I had those equations in front of me, are the equations reflecting reality if they give me completely the wrong answer and I break down halfway through?
Yeah, horrible.
Right. So explain why it's a bad analogy.
It's just
first off, gas coefficients of burn are direct demonstrations that they did and got the direct results. There's no ambiguity, no model projection at all. They put it into engines, they burned it. That's how they got the data. So it's not analogous.
So it was a measurement. That's how equations work. You have a hypothesis.
Don't measure your R value, sir. You need raw data from the field to get that R value that you don't have.
Yeah, but right. If you don't have the R value, will you get the correct answer? If you don't have the R value...
What? Dude, you can't get the correct answer for a presupposition by inputting a value that's not part of your presupposition, dude.
Then you just get the wrong. Then you'd inference demands.
Wrong compared to what? Your end result is a globe. You don't have a starting point.
Think about it this way. I already know the Earth is a globe. I'm seeing something that's geometrically impossible according with the geometry. Therefore, the light must be doing something different. Now I'm going to make an equation that explains what the light should be doing if I already know the Earth is a globe. Look, it checks out because my equation checks out. Therefore, I know the Earth is a globe. Bro, this is circular reasoning. Bro. Why don't you get it?
Because you can't. Equations. Yeah, because you can't just force physics to work for you.
Force physics to work.
Well, you guys do. You guys say if I see a superseding observation that debunks globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude, I'm just going to claim light bent. That's what you do.
That's literally just pseudo-intellectualism.
Yeah, we know. Hold on, brother. Hold on. You are correct that when you're presented with a superseding observation, to dismiss it with a penumbral term like refraction is pseudo-intellectual. I agree with you.
I don't even understand. Like, what are you guys actually trying to work out? Like,
yeah, I'll tell you, bro. Let me put you on mute, bro. Okay, you haven't been able to prove the burden of any of your claims yet. You haven't proven nothing, dude. You've just presented circular arguments and repetitions of your claim. Now, prove terrestrial refraction in the first instance, dude. That's what we need. For you to claim it's applicable, you have to prove it exists. Okay? Maybe you should start by defining it. How about start with the definition and then prove that that definition is corollary with what actually exists in reality by demonstrating it in reality without appealing or begging the question. Let's see if that can happen. Okay? So please, for the love of God, try to do that. Definition first. All right, go ahead.
And before he talks about us.
So we got two words. We got terrestrial, we got refraction, which is, you have terrestrial as an adjectival modifier of refraction. So you need to understand what refraction means, you need to understand what terrestrial means, but more importantly, you need to understand what is meant by the combination of the two in application. So what's the definition of this term, please?
The definition of terrestrial refraction is when you snort your dad's cum and gargle it.
Yeah. You've given up. Crushing out. Classic, bro.
Oh, man,
Why would you even be thinking about that?
Bro, I snatched that wig so hard, I pulled on his dad.
That's crazy that type of like...
And he ran away.
Goes even on your mind, bro. The fact that you even think stuff like that is fucking weird.
Hey, bro, I wreck minds, bro. I turn people's minds inside out into jello. I mean, I guess asking them to define the terms they use that they need to know to prove their case just makes them melt into oblivion. I'm confused.
Bro, but those are the kind of pictures in his head, though? That's crazy. What the fuck?
Hey, you turned him gay, like in one with one.
Literally, you made him gay, bro. For his dad, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah, bro, I'm not even using sexy Mike. Good grief.
I know.
Dude, I don't know, but you joggled his brain so hard with that question that you brought up some recessed childhood memories, bro, that we don't want to go there, bro. We don't want to go there. Poor guy.
Oh my God. Every time. All right, so what do you think about that, Arthur?
You know what?
You said some stuff earlier. We were going to come back to you, so you are up. Caller, welcome to the call.
The Earth is flat. It's confirmed.
I forget. I'm trying to remember what you said that we were going to coke you on, but we can just start fresh.
Oh shit!
Wait, let me remember.
Do you even know what flat means, bro? Do you know what we're saying?
Do you mean level?
So you know what flat Earth is, or no?
So, well, what are you saying the shape of the Earth actually is?
I'm not saying it's a shape at all.
Well, what is it?
It's a surface description. It's describing the surface, which I would present that can only be either rounded or it's not. And it just so happens to be that the surface is not rounded, leaving us with only one other option. Flat. And so, for some reason, goofballs come in here and they think we're talking about some smooth Earth, because we got some dork in the chat saying, yeah, but there's waves. They're confused. Or they think we're talking about like a disk in space, some sort of solar system where you have a globe that's been flattened into something, like a flat object, like a disk or plate or something. So, and then they come here with those ideas and they tell us we're dumb.
You don't believe in space pizza?
What's
space pizza? The disk in space going floating through the solar system.
Well, I actually don't know what to say to you. Like, the Earth I think the Earth's round, to be honest.
All
When
right.
I see
Why?
when I see it a round moon, it just leads me to believe.
All right. How about this? Name one resemblance between the Earth and the moon.
Well, they're both formations of matter in space, but I feel like it's a more knowledgeable
We're going off something that
observation.
you can, bro.
Yeah, but
resemblance,
just
as
listen.
in
I
I
feel
can
like
make these comparison. You don't need to tell us the bedtime story. We know that they're told to be the same, but I'm saying in reality, when you look at the moon, you look at the Earth. Can you name any single characteristic, anything that is similar?
He tried to slide that in and go, and he went, yeah, and then really quick. He tried to say because they're both matter in space and blah, 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 like that quick. Like I'm just gonna get that by to agree on.
You don't
it
even
when-
see that, Arthur.
Yeah, there's nothing that even comes close to looking like that.
So we know the story just fine. You just repeated the story, so don't need to do that. I'm just saying.
No, there's no story.
What do you when you look at the Earth and you look at the moon? What can you say is the same?
Just let me speak. When we see, no, I'm not. I'm not. Even when we look at the sun, it's clear to us. It's a knowledgeable fucking assumption that things form in space in a relatively circular way.
That's not clear. That's not.
How is that not clear? Because we can see it.
That's not clear.
Yeah, it is. What the fuck?
No,
it's
it's
literally
not.
the most. Your eye is the evidence that you're asking for.
You have two things here. You need to separate. You need to separate the observation, what you actually see, from the story that you're told. When you see the sun, that's not confirming the story clearly, obviously. No, you see the sun just fine. The story that you've attached to it, that's all cap, bro. It's all cap.
I haven't attached any stories.
And you have. When you say it's formed in space, that's the story, my guy.
But okay, well, what?
That's why I'm trying to get you to speak on an observation. When you look at the sun, it's nothing like the Earth. I'll just stop asking you. I'll just start telling you.
All right. Okay.
There's nothing like
the sun. The sun is.
So just chill.
Has no characteristics like Earth.
Nothing. So there's no reason to compare the Earth to those things that you see.
Well, yeah, because we're in the same area.
Not even close.
We're in the
They're
same
not even
general,
close.
We're in the same general
like
area, and it's formed in the same area that we've formed.
Repeating the story again.
Sweetie
Well, that's not a story.
It's a story. It's literally a story.
Okay, well, what is your
How
story?
do you like that?
We don't have a story.
Okay, well, you can't.
We can say the Earth is flat, but it's not. There's no story attached to that. That's the observation. Just like when you look at the sun with the moon, you're attaching a bedtime story,
and you don't like that.
Yeah, space isn't even real, bro. So nothing forms in a fictional setting.
All right, can you just tell me what happens?
What?
He's trying to bargain now. He's trying to bargaining on the scale.
I'm not.
What happens?
I'm begging
What do you mean,
you.
what happens?
Tell me what happens in the universe, please.
How the Earth was created?
Look up. Yeah,
why are you asking me?
You see lights from when you go outside at night. You see lights. That's what happens.
He's like, how did it all get here? Hey, bro, get in line. Every human in history wants to know that. You think I have the answers? What the hell's wrong with you?
So why are you contradicting the mainstream idea that's so much?
Oh, that's easy because what they're saying is false, and they don't have evidence.
So why is it false? You need evidence to support that counter.
Yeah, we do have evidence. We do have evidence to support.
So what's the evidence?
Yeah, got you, man. Just chill out, relax. Just hang out for a bit. There are people in the chat.
I've literally got
gas pressure, water.
It's the evidence.
I've got 6 minutes because you muted me the whole time, and I'm gonna leave, and you're gonna say I ran away, and I didn't.
No, that's fine, bro. But gas pressure, we can go into that pretty quickly, right, Ravlin? You got it. It really works on stuff like this.
Just tell him. I mean, you tell him. It's just air pressure. There you go.
Gas pressure. Yeah, you need a container for gas pressure.
So there you go. 14.7 at PSI at sea level. How are you going to hold that? You need a container that's not flexing around like a balloon or expanding and contracting like a universe. Has to be just, a container. Solid, holding gas.
Well, why do you need that?
Because you can't do it without one.
But
you have gas pressure without a container.
But why?
That's
all right. Let's say I have you have
Why do we have pressure without a okay? Oh, is our atmosphere a container?
No, that's the pressure. That's the air.
Okay, so
No,
why do we have
contradiction. Atmosphere means atmos means air, and a sphere.
Okay, what
is a ball? So you're saying air ball?
No.
There's no such thing as an air ball in a vacuum. I have a vacuum chamber. I can show that. You can't have an air ball or a ball of water in there either.
Oh,
atmo means air. I'm not talking about.
Yeah, you said atmosphere.
Yeah, you are.
Atmo ball is what you said. Atmo ball.
Okay.
The air is the gas pressure that we're referring to, bro.
Okay, what is stopping us? I would say space, but you don't believe in space, so what is stopping us? Just us falling out of. If you don't believe in gravity either, do you?
Can you observe the container?
What do you need gravity for?
There you go.
What do you need gravity for?
Well,
Can you observe the container?
Well, why are you not
Hold on a
floating
second,
around?
bro. Why would we? That's a weird thing to assume as like your base level of.
Because of Newton.
What? Why would you? That's like
moving.
Okay, well, what's the forces stopping you from levitating then?
Why would you levitate?
Why would
you Goku? You think you're Goku?
Why would you not if there's no force?
What is this, Dragon Ball Z?
Oh, but you don't understand. If there's no force stopping you,
I do understand. No, that's retarded.
Let me
it's
ask
not retarded, bro. It's fucking
That's retarded.
Like how you
levitate. I want to ask you a question. Stop
Levitate is retarded.
Like how you levitate.
Hold on. It's a little bit
you guys. I'm gonna mute you guys if you don't let me talk.
Yeah, let's go one.
I don't give a fuck.
Time, okay, it's a little bit of chaotic with talking over each other.
I literally cannot even be bothered speaking to you retards. It's just pains my brain. Well, mute me.
Yeah. Lobers, answer this question. How come you guys think everybody should float? Why do you want to float so bad?
Are you speaking to me?
They think that we are all helium balloons, and we are less dense than the medium where we are.
Look, you asked me a question and this fucking mong just starts talking. Why would you not if there's no force that's stopping you from
lad.
Like I just did. I give you. I just
give
the answer, so you have just to use your brain to process the information.
Bro, tell me what answer is one more time, please.
I will repeat it. Shut up, and you will hear it.
Bro.
We are not floating because we are denser than the medium, and we are not buoyant inside the medium of air that is pressurized and contained.
What are you talking about? Just shut up.
This isn't Dragon Ball Z, bro. Like, this idea that you should be floating, you've seen on TV. There's no reason to look around the Earth and go, well, I should do that. That's retarded.
If you have something that is less dense than the medium, yeah, unfortunately, that thing will float.
I don't even know what you want me to say to you.
Floating humans is just dumb, bro. I don't know why you think that.
You muted me for about 20 minutes, and I've just had to listen to like.
If you can make yourself. If you can make yourself less dense than the medium and more buoyant, like attaching your body to some helium balloons or to a hot air balloon, yeah, you can float because you will make yourself less dense than the medium where you are. And you won't float if you are denser than the medium and not buoyant anymore. So you will just sink in the medium.
What are you talking about? Why are you talking
about
He's not
listening to you, Necros. He's not listening to you.
Buoyancy?
He thinks he should be floating like this is Dragon Ball Z. I don't know why you would think that way.
What makes you think we should be floating?
I just think why would we not? I can't understand the word you're saying, mate.
He saw it on TV. That's it. You saw it on TV on YouTube. You're like, well, I want to do that too. The fuck?
No, because if you go, take space. Well, you know what? I literally cannot say anything to you. I talk about space and space isn't
take
real.
Space. So You've only seen that on TV. I already addressed that.
What do you want me to say? I'm looking at space right now, but I can't see it because of the atmosphere.
You're not looking at space.
I'm looking at space right now.
No.
Yeah.
Define space for me. Define space.
It's a vacuum and nothing. Is that good enough?
The vacuum of nothing
How are you looking at that?
I tell this guy I can't understand the word he's saying. It keeps cutting out.
Somebody's roboting. I think that's says who?
What is he talking about? Anyway, I've got to go. Like, I'm not running away. I'm just actually got to go. You shouldn't have muted me for 30 minutes. You should have cooked me 30 minutes ago.
Well, you were honestly, bro. You were being so
fucking
annoying.
retard.
Like, I don't like the way you're talking to him.
He left. I don't understand what's the difficult thing in that. So, a bubble of air float in the medium of water because it's less dense than the water, and a drop of water or a volume of water will just sink or fall in the medium of air because it's denser than the air. Nothing changed. You just change the medium when one with the other. So water will fall in air and air will rise in water. Gravity? Attracting the air up? I don't think. You don't need that.
We got some freaking bird brains in the chat. Hush saying it's a bit of an oxymoron if you think space is fake. Your argument is if we remove the container, then air rushes out and we all die. Air would rush to a low pressurized area, which is exactly what space is. It's fake, but a low pressure area exists outside the containers and oxygen. I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
We're living in Matrix.
Who's that? Font? Welcome, sir. How are you? Hush, you want to pop off mute there, brother? Or 304, or whatever you are? Yeah, fine. Go ahead and pop yourself on mute.
I understand Hash now. So I just read his comment in the text. So he is saying that we claim vacuum beyond the container. So we claim that the container is like it's just a barrier, limited barrier. It has a thickness, specific thickness, and there is vacuum above that. No one is claiming that shit. Just you. You're arguing with yourself, Hush.
Fox.
Hello? I got a question, and then I'll hop back on mute, because I'm doing something. Are lines of latitude on a flat plane circles?
Chat, what do we think?
It's because they're taken from a position that, let's say, we're going to make this easy for you. I want you to go to the middle of a football field, and you're going to get a pole. You're going to stick it in the middle at the 50-yard line. Then you're going to say, I'm going to look at the top of that pole, and I'm going to be a certain degree away from it, okay? And then I'm going to just walk in one direction, left or right. But I want to keep my same distance to that pole. So, and let's say you take like a string from it, so that way you keep the same distance and you walk around. You know what a compass is? Like in art class, when you have this cool little art tool where you pin the paper and you can draw a perfect circle. It's the same thing. You got it?
Yeah. So you're saying, yes, I get what you're saying. And that's what you're explaining how circumnavigation would work on a flat plane. Okay, so I was just asking that. So my second question is, we're circumnavigate around a center point. And I'm not saying like it's the center of whatever we're on, but it's a center point, magnetic north. That's the center, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So by that logic, by that same logic, As we go further from the center point, lines of latitude will always have to increase, right?
Yeah,
Or
and
the
that goes.
distance to circumnavigate would have to increase.
But now that goes into there's a lore about that though, because even in your own paradigm, everything south of that equator, that part where you can know you're supposed to not be able to see Polaris no more up in the sky, everything gets funky and wonky. Everything south, everything starts changing. Like the magnetic direction, you have to have a special this and that. Like they don't know the true distances because there's currents and tides and jet streams from the oceans to the sky. Everything's faster for some reason. It does throw it off, like in a lot of different ways. You know that, right?
Yeah, okay, let's put that aside just really quick, just on a simple laws of geometry argument. If it like imagine the world is a flat table, you put a center point down and you keep drawing lines of latitude around it. The further you get from that point, the lines would have to increase every
Right.
time, right?
Right.
Okay. So, all right, and you could say it's funky and wonky and all of that, but if we wanted to disprove if the Earth is, I guess it's not proving Earth is a sphere, but if we wanted to disprove it's flat, then lines of longitude would have to decrease the further south you go.
No, because what it is, it becomes a mathematical construct. Because if you're on the land and you have a system that's telling you on this land, these lines start to come back in, they converge again. So they start to, like they at the North Pole, right? It's everything comes together, right? In your paradigm, in the globe. And then as you get further away, you're saying they're stretching and stretching, but then at the equator, they start to come back in, and then they all converge at the South Pole. That's what you're getting to, right? If I understand you correctly. But if you understand that becomes a mathematical, it's just a construct. Because you don't know the true distances over the oceans, do you?
I guess not, but I guess we could find out, couldn't we?
You would think so. I mean, there are. It's been brought up many times, dude. Like, how many times has it been brought up that even ships, like when they set sail and they start going on certain paths, they always take these same like roads of the ocean, if you will, right? They always take the same paths, and there are times where, I mean, you can even ask some of these guys who have been interviewed. You can find them on YouTube, I'm sure, and they'll tell you like, there's certain days certain times when their trip takes way longer than what it usually, quote unquote, does. And it could be just because of the winds and the currents or whatever, and the jet streams, the currents below, whatever it may be. But there are anomalies that happen way down there. But getting back to your lines of latitude and longitude, like that they would be all like different. Well, that's just a mathematical construct. And just because my tool in my hand, my instrument that has a pre-programmed wrapping of a ball, which makes the lines come back, and then they tell you this is your latitude and longitude. Well, that's just because they mapped it that way. They just put you on, like, you're now adherent to the system that's been created, dude. And it works. Yeah, it's not physical. It's just a mathematical construct.
Yeah. I'm saying there are compasses. You have to, I think, adjust the weight if you're like, depending how south you are. You use those compasses, you can still circumnavigate because east and west are still in reference to north. So I'm saying, like, you say, like, it's wonky and we don't know the distances, but there's plenty of nautical charts and such.
Yeah. And they get adjusted.
Yeah, I agree. They do get adjusted. So what I'm saying is, we could, like, you were using ship examples. I'm thinking more of like an airplane. We can use the distances from that plane if it were to, let's say, follow a certain line of latitude, and we can use that flight information to see distances. Could we not?
Well, I mean, I'm sure you've seen it many times. People say that there's flights that you take, and once again, it's kind of like that same principle. They're saying, if you're going this direction, it takes this long. If you go this direction, it takes this long. And that can be due to the currents. You have planes that are traveling of speeds way faster than what they're telling you. Matter of fact, they're even made that. That's really interesting, by the way, just real quick. I remember Jaron did a whole video on this, how the planes that are used like for those particular flights, like they're even built to withstand a hotter temperature that's created from the friction of it traveling at that speed. He did a whole video on this, but now he's like a full-on glober saying, "Oh no, yeah, it works on the globe." Dude, I don't get that guy now, bro. Like, dude, you debunked it. Now he's like, he's preaching what he already debunked. But have you ever thought about that? Like, why would planes have to be designed to handle this speed? But then they're telling you they're not going that speed. Doesn't that make you doesn't that raise a red flag?
Yeah, I saw some videos about that. I would just say most planes have a black box, and you just use that to see how fast it was going. Maybe it was going 500 miles an hour. Maybe it was going like 1,000 for some reason.
The thing about it though is when you get into whether it be a current on the ocean or a jet stream in the air, it's kind of like equivalent to when you guys start saying what happens when you run inside of a train moving at 100 miles per hour. You don't. It's kind of like you're not gonna feel that. Like you're I guess according from on the land side of it, like if you're on the ground and you're you're calculating the speed of something going across you, but from the sky, you're still going your own speed that your engine's producing, like that it's got you up to. It's like you walking on a moving floor at the airport. Like you're still just walking naturally, but because the floor's moving fast, like your land speed is faster. You get what I'm saying? Like you don't have.
And is this just jet streams though?
No, well, it's for that will be for the boat too. If your boat's engine only goes 40 knots and you're at 40 knots, but then you hit a current and that current's fucking going 200 fucking knots, you will still be only going like your 40 knots. But it's that movement of the current that's going to be making you really move fast. Like, and you won't even know. Like, you won't really tell. You won't be able to like really realize it until you come to a stop or get out of it. But that's why they.
I got another question. I got a couple, but one of them is with the land masses. We established like there's a center point. So from that center point of like north, land masses expand radially from that for circumnavigation over it. The known land masses, I should say.
When you say radial, you're saying that land masses are curving away from that north position, right?
I guess I'm trying to find like a better way to say it, but yeah, it's more spread out like around the north in a circle.
You're kind of losing me there. What do you mean the land spread out around the north? Like the land spread out everywhere. What do you mean? Like I'm not following.
Okay. If we're looking at it from a globe perspective, on top of the north, and then we're looking down, you see land masses expand radially from north, right? Or do you follow that or no?
Okay, so according to the globe, you're saying that they are spreading out. Okay.
In a circular.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm saying if that also matches, we could do the same for the south. But I'm saying if that matches like local charts, like nautical charts or land charts, I'm of the mindset we can find the distance that's below the equator. It shouldn't be like impossible to do that.
Well, the land has been mapped out. and you're given distances. Like that's why you can, go into any country with a map, and like, okay, this is 10 miles away from me. It's been mapped out already. It's the way you're now taking this plane. Okay, let's say we build a whole, Earth, if you will, and it's little territories of land, and let's put it out in the middle of a park. Okay, and we do this huge cutout of us, whatever, of all the countries, and we lay it on the floor. Like, yeah, that could work. Still, we're still just you're able to go. We're gonna have like an inch equals 10 miles or whatever. A centimeter equals 10 miles or 100 miles, and you can say like, oh yeah, look at that's how that's how we travel. And the reason why we know that is because we understand the properties of water. So like if you look at like every continent is surrounded by water, a dynamic system that's raising, or I'm sorry, like, it raises higher, goes lower. It swishes in, swishes out. All these cool currents, waves, everything, right? Is dynamic. But we know that like water, like if you were to take a big ass pool, Olympic sized pool, and put a bunch of floaties in there, like little little like those rafts or whatever, and those represent the country. Now the continents, like it's the same concept. Like we know that water is going to fill its container, bro. Like we know that it's not going to just be hanging to a ball because of gravity bullshit. Like no, we know that at as far as it can go, there's a beach somewhere, something that's where it's in it, and it goes downwards from there, and so let's go all the way to South of America, and then go a little bit further to Antarctica, and we know that there's an ocean shore there. Matter of fact, some places are shores, some places there's just a wall. Just depends. It's kind of like your backyard pool. Some places there's a wall, some places there's steps where you get up out of it. Okay, but I'm just saying, we know that this whole pool is all built downwards, and the water goes down. That's why we have depth and everything. And then you just have these land masses that are popping up out of the water, just as God's word says it. That the land came out from the waters. Okay, so then that's where it is. That's where we're at. We know water's level, flat, at rest.
Oh, I agree, water's level. I just leave it there. That's not my argument right now. If we know land masses though expand outward, like radially, we have on the globe we have a fixed point of where Antarctica is. Or the flat Earth, do you guys have a fixed point on where Antarctica is?
Well, if you can go south from any whether in your Asia or North America,
wouldn't south be radially out?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, and you just go south, just outwards. So, and then if you're going to hit Antarctica, that's why I think people were stuck.
The information that they're saying,
you can only observe as far as like the atmosphere, or like 100,000 kilometers up or something like that, not reaching the thermosphere. And yet you're assuming that just because you're subtracting from what is more concentrated towards the horizon, that what remains at the zenith is like the thermosphere, when it's possible you're not even observing that far.
So there's two reasons that's not true. Number one, even disregarding satellites and things like that, it's quite possible to bring instruments very high. And so, below, I don't know, maybe 80 to 100 kilometers, what happens in the atmosphere, what kind of emission and absorption you can expect is very well understood. Again, without satellites, just balloons and stuff, right? But also, if you're talking about this technique of observing at the zenith and then progressively going lower, it does completely break the degeneracy between like height and I guess it would be like absorption. And so you will know where if you can observe this effect consistently at many different zenith angles, you can tell someone exactly what height it's at. Now, that height would differ if you assumed a spherically symmetric atmosphere versus plane parallel, but honestly, off the top of my head, I really don't think it would be that different. Maybe a kilometer or less, probably. But if you're saying this is at like 500 kilometers and you've used different zenith angles, different angles to measure this, I really don't think it matters much.
I don't know if you're understanding what I'm saying exactly. It seems like you kind of did.
Feel the same
basically,
way.
I'm saying, imagine like our observable, our tools, whatever you're using to observe, has a limited range, right? And imagine that what we can observe is just like there's certain gases or what a certain media,
I understand
right?
what you're saying. You're saying what if there is some sort of fundamental limit in the distance we can see?
I already said that, but that's not what I'm getting at. My point is maybe there's certain media that are present at more present towards towards the horizon as you progressively go down, but the latent default amount of gases or media that are up there are still within the range of what's observed and not in the supposed other layer. How have you how have you isolated or basically made sure that those gases that you're observing up there or the media that you're observing up there isn't part of what's observable down here?
So when you take altitude-dependent measurements, so you get some sort of curve of the attenuation of the emission that I'm looking at as a function of altitude angle, it will tell you what height that is happening at. This is a geometric effect.
So what are you doing? How are you getting these altitude measurements Sorry.
So altitude in this sense is confusing you. I understand. I mean altitude is an altitude azimuth.
Are you using high altitude?
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not using altitude in this. I'm not using altitude in the sense of height from the ground.
You're talking about the zenith angle.
Yes. So alt-az is degrees. Altitude in this sense is degrees above the horizon, not height above the ground. We could use right ascension if Indio prefers.
What's up, ITR?
Hey man, how's it going?
Still, how are you ruling out that?
Dude, I was just thinking about you, man. Fucking something here,
bro. Yeah, it's good to see
these gases are present already in our atmosphere. I don't understand how you've.
Sorry, percentage. I was going to ask him because it sounded like he was going to start working at a observatory. Did you get your paper, or at least the time that you wanted to work there, over there in Hawaii?
Who, me?
No, ITR.
So, thank you for asking.
I want to go to Hawaii.
What I was telling you is that I didn't apply to work at an observatory. I'm still in a PhD program. What I applied for was time on a telescope, like observation time, and I did get it. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, because I think you were wanting to get there, and you applied for it, but you didn't know if you were going to get it at the time, but...
I did, yeah. I think last time we talked, I was working on my proposal for this telescope time, and yes, it was indeed approved.
So, were you able to see pretty neat things through it, or was it just...
I was, actually, yeah.
Tell me, just real quick, man, one really cool thing that you've seen.
All right, you know what? I can show you. Let me pull up my... You want to see my data? I'll show you my data.
Yeah, sorry, a percentage. Because he said he was going to do this thing, so it's kind of like a long time.
Yeah. Here, let me just... I'll share my screen here.
Right.
This will have my name in it. Whatever, who cares?
Uh-oh.
Nah, it's fine.
You're not the doctor shit, man.
It's okay. We'll do... Nah, that one's not pretty enough. Where's my prettiest picture? I want to make it good for you.
Oh, man.
All right. This is a science image, so they're never pretty. But since you're asking, I will show you. Let me just share my screen here. Here we go.
Let's have a look.
So this is a comet that I observed. Right there in the center, if you see it there.
What's its name?
This is C2021X1. It doesn't have a very pretty name, unfortunately. But I think it's pretty. You know, I'm kind of attached to it. I think it's looking good.
Did you find it?
No, I'm just studying it. This was found a couple years ago by an automated telescope called Atlas. I think. So this is, you can like zoom out here. This is the whole frame, and then I'm only interested in this comment in the center here. So yeah, this
what are you studying from it? I'm just curious. Sorry.
Yeah. I don't want to go into like super details, but generally speaking, I'm trying to understand like how, for this one in particular, I'd like to know how big it is, which sounds silly because like you're looking at it, but it turns out it's quite hard to derive actually. It's kind of an interesting problem. Anyway, there you go.
Okay.
So yes, I did get the telescope time, and there's one of the pictures I took.
All right, so back to what I think you're like putting the cart before the horse with this measuring from zenith angle thing.
Maybe, man. I've never made these measurements, right? Like, this is not something I do.
No. I'm just like the idea of it, because at some point, they have an idea of what gases are at these different levels of whatever, right? But they're assuming that these are all observable. It's possible that only the lowest level is observable, right? So how have you confirmed that the gases present at zenith are indeed in the higher levels of atmosphere, in the thermosphere, or whatever it is? You understand what I'm saying?
Okay, so getting the altitude-dependent extinction is essentially a geometric measurement of height. It just tells you what height the effector you're looking at is happening at. There will be a correction for a spherical atmosphere. It's plane parallel, but it's not significant, really.
So how?
Okay, so if you're looking at something at zenith and you look progressively lower, okay, you get a curve of extinction, and you derive from this directly what altitude this is happening at. Because the atmosphere preferentially extincts, right? Denser atmosphere will scatter more light and in different wavelengths.
Of course, but I'm saying when you're at zenith, how do you know what altitude that is? How do you know the limit of your observation?
A single observation at zenith, you cannot know. Or at least not immediately.
Multiple observations, how do you know?
Many observations.
How?
At different altitude angles. You will look through different amounts of atmosphere, and it... Okay.
I don't think you're understanding that.
Well,
if I measure every single altitude angle from the zenith to the horizon, right? Mm-hmm. It still won't tell me what my maximum actual height of the observation, like what the range is at zenith.
It does actually, yes.
How? Explain.
So when you're looking at zenith, you're looking at the minimum amount of extinction, right? But you don't know directly, if you're looking at zenith, you don't know directly what height you're looking at, you just see some effect, right? But then as you lower the altitude angle, and you get closer and closer to the horizon, you're looking at the same emission, right, O3, you're looking through more and more atmosphere, right? And just from geometry how much more atmosphere you're looking at. And if you take enough measurements, there's only a single altitude that makes it work. This is very close to like a direct geometric measurement of height.
But okay, so I was with you up until the very last part. You're saying that if you take enough measurements, somehow you'll know the actual range zenith. How?
Yes. I'm not sure how to break this down any simpler. I can send you a paper if you like.
Because air has opacity, right? The air is opaque.
Yes,
you're saying that
that's the point.
You know what range the opacity of air at zenith corresponds with, and I'm saying you don't have control. How? Can you please break it down? Come on, man.
In much the same way, like even in your world, you haven't shown that it's flat. You've just claimed that it's not a globe, but you haven't shown that it's flat. You haven't shown what it is.
Hang on. If it's not curving, it's not curving.
I don't know if you're cutting out or if it's on my end. You said something about not curving.
If the ground is not curving,
are you pausing or are you cutting out?
Yeah, you can fill in the next.
Pausing.
Yeah, then what is it?
Connect to the Wi-Fi. Hang on. Let me just try and connect to the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, because it's a nice conversation, and it sounds like you're cutting out, but it could be a pause. I don't know.
He's saying if like a surface isn't curved, then it would be by default flat.
It can be like zigzagged, it can be triangular flat, it can be square flat, it can even be circular flat, right? Like a circle is not that's just a 2D object.
So you're mentioning shape, but we're not mentioning shapes, right? We're mentioning the surface itself, right? So we're not claiming a shape.
Well, a surface sits on a shape.
Not a shape. Flat's just, I mean, you agree, right? Flat isn't a shape, it's the description of a surface. So yeah, sure, you could have a square or a coin, a triangle, whatever, table, any shape, right? It could be flat on the surface. We're not making that shape.
I agree completely. But show me an object that has a horizontal plane that doesn't have an edge.
We're not talking about an object, right? You're assuming that the Earth is an object. We don't know what the entirety of the Earth is. Because we can't validate it, we're not going to give you a claim that we can't back up. We're going to be as honest as possible.
Then you can't claim that it's flat.
How can we not claim that it's flat, right? So, no, it actually isn't, right? Because if the Earth's a globe of the claimed radius, right, it would have to have certain properties that go along with that, right? Such as drop over distance, right? So you can do the math on this, right? And over, say, a 10-mile body of water, you would have to have 66 foot of drop, right? So we can go perform tests on, say, a 10-mile body of water and try to find this so-called drop over distance and geometric horizon that would go along.
But we've been over that. He already said that he doesn't believe that it's a globe, and I'm not really trying to win his. I'm not trying to win him over in that. What I'm saying is, like, if it's not a globe, if that is the case, what could it be, or what is it?
Yeah, that's a good
question. And he doesn't say, I don't know. He says it's flat. And so I'm asking questions to that, because just like he doesn't accept a drop over distance or video imagery, I don't accept an outright claim. I need evidence.
Yeah. So we can provide all the evidence, right? And practical demonstration after practical demonstration, right? Here on Earth, in the real world, that people can actually go and verify, right? And we've actually had math professors and certain people go into the places that we've done these long distance observations and replicated them themselves with their own telescopes and equipment, right? But it's not a shape versus shape claim, right? When people think flat versus globe, right? It's not quite like that. It's not really like, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? That's not our claim. Right, so flat isn't a shape, but what we're talking about is that Earth is a topographical plane, right? And most of the known surface area is water, right? And there's no detected curvature over vast bodies of water, which would have to be there on a globe.
But if you're not talking about a shape, then we haven't solved the issue. We've just talked about a surface area, and that's fair enough. But that's not a complete picture. What's the complete picture?
Yeah, we're not claiming to know the complete picture. It's not something that we're able to validate at this stage, right? So that's just not.
So we don't know that it's flat.
No, flat, right? So yeah, absolutely, we know that it's flat, right? But flat isn't a shape.
And you don't need to know the shape to know. But
you wouldn't even know that it's a flat surface because you haven't measured the entire surface. You've just measured part of it. So you could say part of it is flat.
Water.
You can't.
Water, bro. You forgot the water part.
What did I forget about? So, water finds it level. It's level, and is that it?
Agents, let me explain it quickly, right? So if we can go to huge bodies of water in various places all over the world, right, and perform different types of tests to check for curvature, and all we find is flat water, right, then obviously it can't be a globe of the claimed radius. Right, a lot of what we're doing is putting the globe claims to the test, right? We're not making a shape claim. It's you guys that are making the definitive shape claim, right? The exact size, the exact shape, right? We're putting that to the test, and when we do, it doesn't match reality.
I'm still not won over. I mean,
we're not trying to win you over, right? First and foremost, trying to help you just like understand where we're coming from. And then presenting you with some information that you can use your own critical thinking skills, right, to go over and have a look at it if you want to, right? That's all. Like, this is some information you might not have seen before, right? So we're like, okay, have a look at this, make up your own mind, right? If you really want to, you can actually go and perform these tests yourself, like many of us did.
Well, I've made up my mind about the evidence that I've been presented with as we did it live, and I don't think I need more consideration. It's just not sufficient, so I haven't changed my mind.
We're not trying to change your mind, right? But you can actually go and perform your own tests, right? If you don't want to do that, that's up to you. If you want to continue the belief in the globe, right, that's fine, right? But we're just trying to explain to you where we're coming from, right? I'm sure
I appreciate that. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. But it's just, to me, if I can bring up an analogy, right? This is like saying, well, now let's measure a road on where I live, right? And this road, let's just say, is claimed to be 10 miles long. And I want to know if it's actually 10 or it's 9.5 or 15, whatever. There are many ways that I can go about measuring that road. I can do it with a vehicle. I can do it by foot. And then I even measure it centimeter to centimeter all the way through. All of those will give me an answer, and all of those answers will be the same. However, some of these methods will take me a shit ton of time, right? And so I'm not going to choose centimeter by centimeter, right? And it sounds like you're saying, well, you would have to go and measure water, land, water, land, and everywhere all at once. And that's what you've been doing. And it, to me, just sounds like a very slow method that you haven't even completed yourself. And so to accept part of that solution as a complete picture is lackluster at best.
Bro, the water isn't curving.
I have a different method. I have an observation from space that people have, and that's the vehicle measurement. And I like that a lot. It got the job done. And I haven't seen it debunked. I've heard that it can be CGI, but I haven't seen it demonstrated. So
yeah, okay, let me address what you just said. All right, so you only need technically one body of water, right? Because every single body of water on the globe has to be curving at 66 foot over a 10-mile distance, for example, right? 8 inches per mile squared approximately, right? So every body of water has to do that on a globe, right? There's no body of water on the globe that's magically flat over that distance, right? So you can go and perform test after test, right? You're not going to find any curvature over that distance, right? You don't need to measure centimeter by centimeter or go and measure every body of water. We're not claiming that. But what we're doing is actually, we've got a lot of people, so we're performing tests in all these different locations, right, to keep stacking the tests, right? Because if you do these tests, it's best to have countless amounts of them, so they can't, say, oh, you've only done 10 or 20. There's so many of these that have been done, and we're not just seeing a little bit further than what you should on a globe, right? We're seeing thousands of % further, right? Magnitudes further than you would possibly.
Let's look at one of those videos then, one of those measurements with a 10 times full view distance. All and right. let's look at that.
All right, I'll pull I'll pull one up here. All right, here it is. Just give me a second. All right, so this is challenging the geometric horizon, right? So what I mean by the geometric horizon is the physical horizon line that must exist on a globe, depending on the observer height, right? So because it's a 3959 mile claimed radius, right? So whatever the height of the observer is, you can do the math and you'll be able to calculate how far away the horizon is, right? And then anything beyond that geometric horizon line would start to be obstructed behind the horizon, right, due to the curvature of the Earth, right? So this one is done off the coast of Santa Barbara, California. And if you have a look in the side chat, you'll see a couple of oil platforms, right?
Yeah, so I'm on it right now. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Right, so the bottom video is just what the GIF at the top has been taken out of, right? So you can check that whenever you like, but just let me explain it, all right? So we have some distance markers, right? Because if the distance markers weren't there, we wouldn't be able to tell how far away the horizon line is. Okay, so the oil platforms are distance markers. That's the only purpose of them in this test. Okay, so we can validate that the second oil platform is called Platform Habitat, and it's 10.1 miles away. And we can see the horizon is behind the oil platforms. right? So now we do the basic math, right? We've got an 8-foot observer height, right? So if you have a look at the full video, you'll see that he shows you the altimeter reading from his iPhone where he's standing, and you can also see he's approximately 8 foot above the surface of the water, right? He's just standing a few feet up the beach from the waterline. Okay, anyway, he's zooming out at the oil platforms, and on a globe, the geometric horizon must be, right, at 3.46 miles.
And the platform habitat is at 10.1.
Yeah, 10.1.
I don't know, like, so there are many ways that I can tackle this. The first one would just be to say, well, this could be CGI, right? The more honest way would be, how do we know that his altitude is actually correct? All I see is the website. I don't see him holding it on his phone. I might have missed it. I looked through the whole video. Like, I can't see if...
Yeah, he does. I even have screenshots from the part in the video where he does do that. Right? But you can also
I can't find it.
Have a look. You can also just have a look at the video, and you can see that's his approximate height, right? But this is such a huge discrepancy that we can give you as many feet as you would like, right? If you want to say he's 10 foot or 12 foot or 15 foot above the surface, like, we can give you that leeway, right? Because all that's going to do, right, if we make it 15 foot, which obviously it's not 15 foot, but even if we give you 15 foot, right, that's only going to extend the horizon out to about 4 or 5 miles. I mean, about 5 or 6 miles, right? So it's still not accounting for the discrepancy in any way, right? So to have a 10-mile plus horizon, you would have to be about 70 foot, 65, 70 foot height. And in regards to the CGI, right, you can have a look at it. It's a full high definition video, and he's done this countless amounts of time, right? He lives there. He goes there on different days. He does different height observations from 1 foot, from, you know, all there's so many different ones, right? And we actually had Matthew Learns. He's a math professor, university professor. He's a global. He comes in here. He's a very nice guy, right? He went there with his telescope, and he sent us the images from his telescope that he did. He did a bunch of different height observations from the same spot, right? We can see also magnitude further in his footage. And yeah, it's just a well-known location, right? It's absolutely not CGI, right?
I just don't understand.
Batman was saying, bro. Remember what FB Batman was saying? Like, he could take you to these places. The good thing about this is you can actually go attempt to replicate this and falsify it. It's falsifiable, unlike what you're appealing to, the images from space.
You don't think images are falsifiable?
Those images aren't. You can't falsify them. You can't go up into space and take a picture, so it's unfalsifiable. You can go and do this. You can go to that spot, or you can go to any large body of water where there's distant markers, right, and see if you can observe a horizon that's well beyond the geometric limitations of a globe Earth.
But how? Okay, but two things. First of all, even if I went here and I got the same video, I wouldn't have changed my mind, because this is not how I would agree. I wouldn't attack this issue this way, and I explained why. So this offer that I can go there doesn't mean anything to me, and it's fine that you have a different threshold. It's fine that you have a different threshold than me. That's fine. I even said that. That's fine. So that's just the first point, and then the second point is, I don't know if this has been laid out in the video, but how does he know how far out the rigs are? Because he's using geodata
public
from
information.
Yeah, but he's using it from NASA. He's using the data from NASA.
Yeah, so what? That's called a hostile witness. That's exactly why we want to use NASA data, to show that NASA's own claims are inconsistent with reality. You have to understand what is an extraordinary claim here is an outer space medium, and a vantage point that is unique from which no other place you can go in order to see the extraordinary curvature of the Earth, versus a place like the coastline of Santa Barbara. Millions of people go there every day. It's a public beach. These oil rigs are surveyed by the U.S. Geological Survey. You can pull up maps, all kinds of maps, from the companies that have the rigs themselves to the government maps, and you can use their survey distances to see, okay, these rigs are at 9.4 miles away. I'm at a 1 foot observer height. I'm at an 8 foot observer height. If I throw in refraction, I can add about 16% to that. I can give myself a huge margin of error to work with, and I still can't get a globe observation out of it. And what T-Dub and others are saying is you have to appeal to these extraordinary claims, being outer space, in extraordinary environments that people cannot independently verify and go to. These are two completely non-analogous claims. You can't say one is similar to the other. That, oh, you could just claim that NASA photos are CGI, then I will claim that these images taken from a public beach in California, Santa Barbara, are CGI as well. Well, one of these is more ridiculous than the other. For the point being, like what was explained to you, Matthew Learns, who's a math professor and a glober who frequents this channel, went to that location in order to verify it himself, and he sure did. He could see too far. So, okay. I mean, I think it's important that you weigh these claims based on the context that they're provided.
I will actually agree to that. I think you're right. It is a more it's a bigger claim to say go to space and verify than it is to go to a beach and verify. I agree with that. That is fair. But it still doesn't really address that this is a part of the solution. This is not the solution. And until I see, like, because a flat surface, whether or not you disagree on the object, it rests on a flat surface on any object has an edge, and I've not seen the edge. And I believe the imagery from space. You don't. That's fine. But there's never been a photo of the edge ever anywhere. So
but you'd expect there to be a geometric edge if you lived on a globe.
I don't think it's called a geometric edge. I think it's called an optical, but that's fair enough.
No, it is geometric, not just purely optical. We claim a geometric. You have to have a geometric edge because you have like a ball, right? You can't see behind the curvature of a basketball.
No, okay, but with that logic, the geometric edge of the horizon is everywhere all the time, right? It's not one place. If you're going to use that.
That's right. That's where the claim is. Yeah. That's where the globe claim is, yeah.
Yeah, so you would be standing on it as well. No, because it's everywhere. It's not like one place.
I can't.
No, but from your height, you're going to be looking at the surface that appears to meet the sky, and you're going to claim that there is the curvature edge of the sphere based on my height above the sphere.
Yeah, it's a relative.
That's going to be the point at which objects will be rotating away from you on the surface.
Yes,
that's a geometric reality. We can't find that point.
You would also agree, I think, that if you went there, as far as your eye can see, then now you can see past that now, right? You can see even further, the same distance on a globe. Say that you thought it was a globe, or say that you were standing on a ball. If you move to the point where you can't see further, you can now see past that point, right? Because you're on it. And so your view distance will now have a new point where it cuts out, and a new point, and you can trace that all around. So that's why I'm saying I don't really like the geometric part of it, because it's not like one place. It's more like an optical thing that's relative. And I even heard you say that if you go up further, you increase your altitude, you'll be able to see further. And we were talking about that in relation to the oil rigs. So it is relative.
Let me respond before you get too far ahead on that point, right? Okay, so if you don't change your height, right, if you're at a particular observer height, the geometric horizon, right, the physical horizon, which I've just put the definition for the geometric horizon in the side chat there from the National Geographic Society, right, the geometric horizon has to be at a set distance. If you don't move, if you don't change your height, right, based on the radius size of the globe, it must be at a specific distance, right? So if you set up a camera at 1 foot observer height, the geometric horizon is at 1.225 miles, right? Because the formula is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right? So it's only going to change locations if you change your height. If you don't move, it's not going to change its distance from the observer. right? So that's what we're going out and testing for, right? So I can show you another observation, right, where we do set up the camera at 1 foot off the surface, right? And we see the horizon yet again behind the oil platforms over 10 times further than what it could be on a globe, right? The oil platform, the second oil platform, has to be hidden, right, behind physical Earth curvature by 58 foot, right? But we see the horizon behind the oil platform. There's no horizon at 1.225 miles, right? So you need to remember these are characteristics that are like essential on a globe. You can't not have the geometric horizon at that distance from that observer height. It's a physical horizon.
Yeah, I don't disagree with like it's only the geometric part I don't like, but we can move past that. We're just calling it the horizon because the horizon is everywhere at once. So it's not like a set location. Like say you had like a square Earth, there would be a literal edge, and whether or not you move, that edge would be the same place. Of course, you can move out of the line of sight, but everywhere within the line of sight, it would be. Yeah. I'm just explaining why I don't like the geometric element to it, because geometric is like a physical thing, right? Like an actual place, where optical is just relative to your vision.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what we're claiming, right? So that's what we're claiming the horizon is, right? On a globe, you have to have a geometric horizon, a physical horizon, right? Because it is a physical shape with a specific size, right? That means that if you're looking at something from point A, right, that's at point B, right, you have a certain amount of curvature you have to take into consideration.
Yeah, but I'm just saying like that you are looking is what you're saying, right? It depends on a viewer, it depends on the subject. And so if that subject moves, there is a new horizon, which is why I'm saying there is not a horizon. There is a multifaceted.
If they don't move,
I agree, dude. I'm just telling you that it's not a horizon. There exists multiple, because you could have two people both looking toward the horizon, quote unquote.
We're in agreement about that. We don't need to go back and forth on that, because we agree that if you change your observer height, the distance to the horizon changes.
Yes,
right? But
exactly.
On a globe, right? When they say boats go over the horizon, right, they're going beyond a physical boundary, like based on the observer height, right? So if you go higher, you'll be able to see the boat again.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Okay,
I agree.
So that's what we're testing for, right? So
exactly.
These observations don't fit that mathematics.
And that's what we're looking at. And thus far, I agree.
Yeah. Well, that's good. I mean, we can, even I have another one here that's really good, right? It's done on a very, very still lake in Canada. And he's just placing the camera about 3 inches above the surface of the water, and he's zooming across the lake, right? And there's a peninsula 14 miles away, right? It should be hidden behind 120 foot, right, of Earth curvature, but he can zoom in and see this little peninsula that goes out into the water, right? It's very, very clear. So from a 3-inch observer height, you would have to have a horizon, a geometric horizon, right? Physical obstruction, right? Blocking your view at just half a mile or 0.6 of a mile, right? But there isn't one there, right? So there's just countless amounts of these, right? So we started going to the globe side. It's like, all right, who throughout all of history has some counter evidence for this, right? Surely people have actually gone out, done these observations, done all kinds of measurements to validate drop over distance and to validate the geometric horizon. And we don't find anything. What we find is calculations that are being done based on assumptions over and over again. Nothing empirical, nothing practical, just calculations based off assumptions, like Eratosthenes and what. So, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with that claim, actually. So, I mean, I'm pretty fair. I'm not, standing on something that has not been proven. And if this is true, and I haven't granted that yet, but maybe I could, then it would suggest to me that there is a problem with either the scale of the Earth or the camera is acting in a way that we don't anticipate. And I know a little bit about refraction, and I know a little bit about lens distortion, but I don't know enough that I can build a solid argument to showcase that is what's happening. So I can say what I'm seeing here shows me that you can see further than what is claimed that you should be able to. Hence, we can sort of at least conclude that the scale of Earth is different than we think. So it might be bigger, smaller, or it might have a different formation than we anticipate, right? And that is what these videos show me. But what they don't show me is that it's flat throughout. They show that there is a problem with what I highlighted, right? And I'll even grant that, because I can't build a solid argument to dismantle the video, because I don't know enough, blatantly. So
yeah, that's all good, man. I appreciate that answer, right? I mean, I'm not gonna like grill you about it and that sort of thing. You know, look into it further. Look at more and more, right? Look at an accumulation of these, right? Because we've also got laser tests, right? People have taken this to the next level. We've had professionals, right? We've had teams of field engineers, PhDs, and whatnot go out with really expensive equipment, right? Like $20,000, $30,000 lasers, and perform these same types of observations, right? Where they'll do the same thing. They'll set up the laser horizontally, right, across the surface of the water, just across the surface, right? And they'll have a target on the other side of the body of water. And they're shooting these crazy high-powered lasers from point A to point B over huge distances, right? Like 20, 30, 40 miles, right? And they're hitting their targets, right? There should be hundreds of feet of curvature between point A and point B. And these have been extensively documented, right? Where they have like 200-page PDFs that lay out all of the weather conditions and exactly what they did with the laser and all the information, right? We can share all that with you, right? So there's just an accumulation of more and more of these. Look, getting a phone call. I'll be back.
That's fine. I know, to the people in chat, like, I don't know why you're so insecure that you have to chat and not talk, but what you're writing in the chat really doesn't make any sense at all. It seems like to be cheerleaders just going on. If you'd like to talk, I like to talk.
Yeah. No, I just didn't want to interrupt. But since he took a break, it's like you can't conceive the fact that the Earth could be a shape that you can't comprehend, but you can easily conceive that you don't understand the optics of what you're looking at, right? Or what the camera's doing. Like, you got to make.
So the second part, I agree to.
Yeah.
Second part, I agree to.
It's just.
But this first part, what do you mean?
Like, you just cut me off. I'm trying to explain it to you. Like, why I'm saying what I'm saying.
My apologies.
No, you're basically just going to endlessly push the goalposts further and further away, right? So your logic isn't like matching up. You know, for why you don't believe it, like why you can't conceive it, right? So you can't conceive that it could be flat, right? But then when it comes to optics, like, you can't conceive that it can't be a sphere.
So are you done?
Go.
Help me understand why you think it's the case that I can't conceive it could be flat, because I haven't said that.
Because you're just rejecting the whole horizon. Like, the whole horizon argument, you're like, oh no, it's apparent. But it's like, it can't be apparent for you.
What do you mean it's apparent?
It's where you see it, right?
Okay. And
it's not physical. It's not physical, right?
Well, we sort of went back and forth on that. I don't know if you're.
It has to be physical for you. To be a globe, it has to be physical. If you're going to claim it's not apparent, then you're going against the globe.
I'm not really sure what you're saying. You're talking in riddles.
Okay. If you think the horizon is physical, like a physical location, then it can't be apparent, right?
No, I mean, there are two things wrong in that claim. First of all, I don't think it's a location. I think it's locations, right? And the second thing is, it is apparent. You can look at it, but it changes relative to the. I mean, now you're interrupting
location.
me, so I don't know why you like.
Because you just like location. So I'm just going to change the observer.
So it's okay to interrupt me, but I can interrupt you. Good. Yeah, so it's multiple horizons at the same time, and they are apparent, but they are also depending on the viewer. Hence why I said I don't really like the geometric part, because geometric is a physical attribute, and what that means is regardless of where I stand, that would be where the horizon is. So like a geometric tree, whether or not I'm one yard or 100 yards away from that tree is in the same location. It has a physical tie to it. Tree doesn't walk up and move. A horizon, though, is relative because it's not a horizon. It's horizons, which I said, right? And that's why I don't like the geometric element tied to it. I'm okay with you using it that way, but I'm using it in a different way, which is why I push back on it, right? I said I think it's optical in the sense that it is something that is apparent. It is something that for sure can be viewed and pointed to, but the thing you're pointing to will change depending on where you are pointing, right? So if you go up or if you go front or back, that will change.
It's a ball.
On a ball. Yeah, on
no matter where you stand, the distance, the drop distance, it's going to be the same. No matter where the fuck you stand.
Well, yeah, on a perfect
ball. Doesn't matter how you word it. You look around you 360 degrees, put your ass anywhere on the planet, and the horizon is going to be in the same spot every time, same distance.
On a perfect sphere, yeah. If you are in the same spot, yeah. But no, you're even saying like
you're on a ball, you're on a sphere.
Okay,
you go to the top of the ball, the bottom of the ball, your horizon's still going to be a physical location at the same distance.
If that is what you think, then answer this.
No,
wait, just listen. Wait, just listen. So that we can agree and move on, right? If I point in front of me towards the horizon only one, there would be a point. But if I point behind me, there would also be the horizon or a point. So now we have 2 points that are in different direction.
Same
they're
physical distance.
Yeah, which is why I'm saying if you're going to invoke geometrical horizon, then that is everywhere on the ball. Because if you dig a hole down and you're on the surface level, and you're just having your eyes peek up, that would be different than you standing on the ground. And it would also be different if you climb a very, very big tower or something like that, right?
So if you're going to change the observer constantly, the height, the elevation of the observer, then yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm highlighting. So I'm just saying that's why I don't like the word the horizon, because it's not like one thing. Unless you're going to say it's everywhere, then you would also be standing on the horizon. It just wouldn't be apparent to you because you're so close to it. But a person perfectly distanced away from you would view you and only you, and anything beyond you would disappear, right? You might even peek up a little bit.
Math guy. You're still held to the distance, right?
That's what part am I not? I think I'm like.
You're trying to dismiss it, right? You're just trying to.
No. I'm just saying I agree with what we're talking about. I just don't agree with the word you're describing it with, because the word you're describing it with suggests that it's everywhere at once. But then you're trying to use that to say, well, it's one fixed point, and that's like the disconnect. I don't care. We can just call it horizon. I just don't like. I don't like
it's a distance.
Yeah, I just don't like geometric because of what I explained. And that should make sense, I hope.
Well, it's your shape.
Put it like this.
Shapes of geometry.
Put it like this. Let's move past like the word salad. Where's the edge? Right? Like on a flat Earth, if it's not a globe, you said it's not a globe, and you're a firm believer in that. There should be an edge. Where is it?
How the fuck am I supposed to know?
So you don't know that it's so you don't know
where's
that
your
it's a flat
edge?
Earth.
Like, where's the edge of the fucking? Yeah, it's just.
I mean, we have the whole world mapped out.
That's on everything. They don't have to prove.
We have people everywhere on the world. Like there's not like a hidden country unless you're saying there is. Point me to what direction and I'll see. But there's not like a hidden place that we've never been. So we've been everywhere. Know. So where is it hiding? Like,
we've been everywhere.
Yeah, the human species. Okay, so where have we not been? Where do you believe we've not been?
Space.
On Earth, for fuck's sake. Come on, track the conversation. Where on Earth?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what we have explored, what we haven't explored.
So wait, so now you're doing what you critique me for, right? You're saying, well, there is something inconceivable to you, and therefore you're not accepting it, right? You can't conceive where we've not been. Yeah. So you're doing the same thing that you were cheerleading on chat. This is why I like people coming on mic, because I can just show you're a hypocrite, right?
How am I doing the same thing?
You just said you don't know, and you can't conceive. You don't know. You don't have an idea conceiving where the edge would be, because you don't know where we haven't been, and you can't conceive of where we haven't been. I've asked you multiple times, point me to a place, a direction even, of a place that has not been traveled to.
And what are you saying? I can easily
because I think I'm a pretty.
What can I easily conceive though? Because that's what I said to you. You can conceive that you can't comprehend optics, right? But you can't conceive the shape of the Earth, right? That it could possibly be flat.
Well, did he never play that?
It can't be a ball. Sorry.
Okay, wait. I'll clarify this for you right now. Right? It is in fact yes. Possible that it could be flat. It's not that I can't conceive that. I don't know where you got that from.
No. Well, I messed up my word in there. What I was trying to say was like you could conceive that it's a sphere, right?
Yes.
But then, right, that's easy for you, right? Okay.
Yes.
Now, but you can't like the whole optics argument. Like you couldn't conceive that. You went right to the I don't know what I don't understand what the camera's doing. It could be something
correct.
That.
Yes.
Okay. That was what I was saying.
But I mean, this guy's not claiming an edge, so it's not on him to evidence an edge. You're the only person that's spoken about an edge, and that's not what I'm claiming.
Well, I mean, an edge is integrated. I can't conceive in any flat claim, right? So
no. Just because you say that doesn't mean that we have to accept the burden of proof of an edge. That's just nonsense. We're not claiming
how do I even approach this? This is either willful ignorance or it's just deception. So I'm going to go.
What are you talking about? No, you talking about an edge. I mean, that's your claim or your belief or your assertion. So that would.
So if I ask you, what is the Earth? Is it an object or is it not an object, or is it something else? It doesn't have to be a dichotomy.
Well, for the purposes that we're discussing, it's the surface that we live on and inhabit.
Yeah, so what is Earth? Where the surface sits, right? Because you do know what Earth is. It's called the flat Earth room.
Yes, the surface beneath our feet that we live on that's observed, measured, and practically used as flat. Yeah,
but that's not Earth, though. That's the surface.
So the ground beneath your feet isn't the Earth?
It's not the Earth. It's the surface of the Earth. Yeah. Just like the surface of a ball is not the ball.
So are you saying we need to tell you what the entirety of the Earth is in its full picture? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying, like, is it an object or is it not an object or is it something else?
Well, for our purposes, the ground beneath our feet, the surface that we all inhabit, is sufficient, and that's flat.
What is surface? Let's go from the start. What is surface? Look up the definition. I'll do it with you right now. What is surface? Can you define the definition of surface?
Don't need to. If you don't know what the ground beneath your feet is, then I don't know why you're...
I mean, you said surface, so I'm just making clear that we're using the word that we both agree on.
What do you think I mean?
Well, I think you mean the definition of the word, which is the outer or the topmost boundary of an object, which is why I said object. But you didn't like that. So I'm asking you, if it's not an object, well, this is the definition in a dictionary. So if you have like an esoteric definition, I'd like to hear it.
No, the surface of the Earth.
You don't want to tell me.
We stand on, what we inhabit. That's exactly what I said. And if you
but I'm saying you're using this word surface, and I don't understand.
If you can't understand what that means, AT, then you've been bricked for an entire year.
Who's this AT guy? I don't know who this AT guy is.
You.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Are you gonna pretend you haven't been here for a year and you're still asking where's the edge?
I just got here today. Yeah.
Oh, just today. No, you've been on the channel for over a year.
I've been in and out. I haven't sit here.
Yeah, for over a year. For over a year, you've heard us answer this exact same question hundreds of times.
You haven't answered it, though.
You're still so bricked. You're asking, where's the edge?
No. I'm not. I haven't gotten there yet.
A year ago, you came in talking about space pictures, and then you gave it up for months because we showed you how many hilarious demonstrations of cartoonery and fakery there was, and now you've just NPC reset.
I was actually banned for months. I was banned for months, so I couldn't join. But here's the thing, right?
Even when you were, you
okay, let's not talk about me and drama. Let's just stay to the topic, okay?
Well, you can't, though. You can't, because when I mentioned we're focused on the surface of the Earth that we live on...
Now you said it again, surface.
You basically can't understand what that means, apparently. You have to pretend that you don't know that we're talking about the physical surface that we live on.
Okay, now you said it 2 times. So you said physical surface. So if you...
Yeah, so you know when you go outside, you know the thing you walk on, you know the thing you observe as the surface of the Earth. You don't understand what that means.
I don't know why you're interrupting. I'm going to copy and paste the definition from the dictionary about surface. So this is what a surface is. And if you think it's something else...
Why would you be doing that when I've just told you what I'm talking about?
The reason I'm doing that is because in this definition of surface, it invokes object. And an object is a geometric 3D...
But you know I'm not claiming surface that we inhabit and live on and observe and measure. You know that's what I'm talking about. So why you're autistically trying to insert that this means it's an object must have defined ends. Like,
that's a natural way of looking at it.
No, that's a disingenuous way of you avoiding the topic, which is the physical surface that we inhabit. So why don't you just tell us...
pointing out that we live in 3 dimensions, I think is what he's trying.
Exactly.
Oh, do you think I wasn't aware that we inhabit a 3-dimensional world?
It doesn't seem that way.
I mean, I'm pushing you on it, and I posted...
Yeah, so which...
people are picking up on it?
You're going to be this dishonest? Are you really going to be this dishonest?
Which part is dishonest?
Oh, you guys think it's 2D. You really
No, I'm asking. I didn't say that I think that is the case. Let's be clear. Yeah, I've never said that you think that. I'm asking you to follow up.
So 26, next time you totally misinterpret what's being discussed, just stay on mute, yeah?
Okay, I don't know why you're attacking a new person. Just stay on this, okay? We're almost there.
He's talking about 2D.
Yeah, that's a new person, yeah?
Yeah, like you're a new person.
Okay. No more drama. Just topic. I don't care about you or me.
You can't do the topic. You can't do the topic, though, AT.
I'm trying. I'm the only one trying to get it on.
You've been here for a year, and you're asking where the edge is. Now you're making it personal again. You're asking where the edge is.
I hope the room can hear this.
We'll do the topic, okay? So if your space cartoons are true, that you've told us that's what makes you believe it, has anyone ever measured any of this curvature that the space cartoons depict?
Why are you shifting the argument?
Because I'm taking it to the topic, because you apparently can't get there.
We're on topic now. You made a new argument.
No, we're not. Because I was talking about the surface of the Earth, and you've started talking about dictionary definitions of an object.
Of surface, not of an object. Of surface. I literally Googled. I can show it on my monitor.
Yeah, so I'm going to get to the actual topic, which is the analysis of the surface that we live on, right? And
now you said it 4 times.
Your space cartoons, they show a curvature of this surface. So has anyone ever measured that, or is that just in the cartoons?
Points too strong next time.
This is why I said it's either
Agent Smith. There's no need to really stick on like the definition of it, because he agrees with you that we need to project a 2-dimensional plane. Like everybody agrees to measure rise or drop from that 2-dimensional plane of a horizontal. Do you have that measurement of a 3rd dimension of curvature?
Listen. I already, prior in this conversation, granted that there are measurements made and that there are measurements posted that I can't really find out how they happen. So I can't push back on those. They seem valid to me at a glance, right?
What measurements?
Well, he posted like something with an oil rig.
Oh no, that's just flat though. That's not a measurement of curve. That's no curve. You're needing curve for your space cartoons, remember?
Wait. you're not listening. I'm not saying that I'm arguing there is a curve with these pictures. I'm saying these pictures show that the globe claim.
Show a curve
I don't know why you're interrupting all the time.
You are.
If you want to continue.
You can't say, no, AT, because your disingenuous bullshit is tired. You can't say, I'm not arguing for a curve. I'm just arguing for these space pics that show a curve. You retard. Don't do that disingenuous shit or you'll just get muted. You are arguing for a curve when you argue for space pics and cartoons. So
yes, that's true, but we haven't gotten there yet. I'm saying,
where in reality has this cartoon curvature been actually detected?
Dude,
anywhere?
I don't think you're picking up.
Anytime?
I'm not right now. This is not. I know that you like to dismantle the globe. That's fair.
No.
The conversation I was having. Listen.
Disingenuous bullshit.
Cyclone, why are you muting me, dude? Like, come on, and don't overtalk. I will hear you out, and I'll wait for you to be done. But then please also do that for me.
Well, if you're being disingenuous, no, I'm going to cut you off.
Okay, so at least if you do that, tell me where I'm disingenuous and how I can solve it.
Right, so you're focusing on an edge that no one's claiming is disingenuous and a red herring from what we're discussing. That's the point.
And if we look up both disingenuous or red herring, how do you think those definitions apply? Because I think they're pretty relevant, and I don't think they're disingenuous.
No,
and I don't
disingenuous, because what we're trying to ascertain is whether or not the cartoon fairy tale globe that you were claiming you believe in because of the space cartoons is actually real. And to answer that question, philosophizing on your belief that we must claim an edge is disingenuous because you know that's not the case.
So you think I'm lying to you somehow, or
no? I think you're avoiding the actual crux of this topic.
And what is the crux?
Just to hold on to yourself. Well, the fact that you've got no curvature of the actual surface.
Okay, but can we at least be clear that even if that was the case, that doesn't mean then the Earth is flat? Yeah, but I'm saying, like, even if that was the case, it just shows that it's not a globe, even in that world, right?
Well, then you would have to show us otherwise for you to even have anything to talk about.
Well, so what I am talking about right now, not in general, but right now, right, is whether or not it's flat. And I don't see it. I don't see any evidence
that you see it. What are you talking about? According to the Globe story, a flat Earth is all you see.
Go on a mountain and you'll see the flatness of the Earth. Go to the highest peak of a mountain and you'll see it.
A mountain is not flat, right? It's a 3D object, so we are in 3D space. And because of that, it should also then naturally follow that... Wait. Do you think a mountain is 2D? Like, what do you mean?
Okay.
I know I don't think a mountain's 2D.
Sounds like you've reached your limit, AT.
Limit of what? Pretty calm and collected.
That doesn't mean the Earth isn't flat.
No, I'm saying, like, any argument made will probably, unless I'm proven wrong, result in somewhere in geometry in 3D space, right? And because of that, I think it's also important to recognize that a surface is not a 2D world because we are in a 3D world. And so a surface sits on something. And what I'm trying to get at is, if you look up even the definition of surface, that is the case. A surface is only used as a descriptor. It is only used that way. It's not that it's sometimes used.
Okay. So when we're discussing the surface of Earth,
I posted it in chat even. Like,
can you have a liquid and a solid in the same reality? So why can't you have a 2D
not going down that road, James,
and a 3D within the same reality?
I mean, you're not really going to go anywhere because, I mean, if you can't discuss the lack of curvature that's detected on the surface of the Earth that we live on, and you're going to claim that space pictures are a good evidence for a globe, like, I mean, how are you expecting to get anywhere?
Put it like this. For me, I'm very well with the space pictures and you're not. And I'm okay with that. We're not going to agree on that.
Yeah. No, I know. But, I mean, your claim is baseless, though, because for starters, you can't verify that those images are real. And
we're not going to agree on it. Yeah, we're not going to agree on it.
It's not an agree-disagree. It's not an agree-disagree.
I don't want to even have the argument. I don't even want to have the argument.
The curvature that does not exist, AT.
I don't even want to have that argument. What I do want to argue about.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point. You would rather.
Well, you're not going to convince me on that argument.
You would rather.
And I'm not going to convince you. So.
And red herring to the edge because you can't have the argument because you want to baselessly beg the question that you have space pictures showing a globe Earth while simultaneously refusing to discuss the fact that there's no detectable surface curvature as depicted in those cartoons. So, of course, you can't have a discussion.
I mean, are we here to discuss and find out, or are we here to bully?
No, we've already found out. We're just letting you fools know.
So if you already found out, then just mute everybody that disagrees, right? Like that would be the natural conclusion. Because everybody are red herring.
Want to learn. No, because some people actually aren't.
No, I do want to learn.
No, you don't want to learn. No, you don't want to learn. You're afraid.
This is like the definition of disingenuous. You're assuming my intention, like what the hell? I even told you outright, I do want to learn.
Listen, AT, everyone here already knows this. We've spoken to you for a year. We already know.
Still haven't made ground.
You've got nothing to present. Right, you've got nothing to present for the globe, just unverifiable cartoons. Whenever we actually say, hey, let's discuss the crux of the issue, the no detection of curvature, you say, I can't have that discussion. We already know that your argument here comes from emotion, not from empiricism, not from logic, not from reason, not from fact. It comes from emotion and fear. You're scared. And this whole nothing would change for me if I found out everything I believed about reality is wrong is just another tired cope that we hear 1,000 times a week. So it's nothing
off
new.
Your chest. Can I get 20 seconds to form a question and without interruption? And then we can try that question out. Just 20 seconds is all I ask. So my question would be, that when the flat earthers, you can start a timer, when the flat earthers say, well, this curvature has been debunked, therefore it can't be a globe, isn't that the same to say, well, the no edge has been debunked, therefore it can't be flat? It's not about proving globe, it's just showing that they're all, that wasn't 20 seconds. No. I'm 100%.
Yeah, because I can already refute your argument perfectly. So
you don't want to give me the courtesy that I asked for? 20 seconds?
No. I already understand your argument. Your argument, well, if you say the curve's debunked and there's no evidence of it, then I can say there's no edge. We're not claiming an edge.
Yeah, the flat earth is debunked.
Again,
the flat earth is debunked.
You're intentionally misrepresenting our argument, a straw man, so that you can think that you've won a debate. No, the difference is your entire worldview, your religious belief in a globe inherently depends on this physical necessity of a curvature. We're not claiming an edge. So no, they're very different propositions. And yes, the curvature's been debunked. We don't need to have an edge to show that a lake is flat. So enough of that bullshit.
So
let's get something serious.
This is serious. So when you say you're not claiming anything, you invoked surface 6 times. I counted. So you said the word surface 6 times.
Wow.
And I posted the definition of surface in the chat. And the definition of surface, not me, not some fairy tale AT. Not me. Okay. The definition invokes geometry and 3D, an object.
Right. Okay.
So it's not my claim. It's like the literal definition.
All right.
I mean, you sound emotional right now, and you had to mute me. So
an edge. Is that
maybe you're the emotional guy?
Is that what you're saying?
I am interrupting with just random mouth noises for no fucking reason. Like, what's wrong with you, dude?
Now he's muted you too, I think. Or he's going. No, he didn't.
You're just emotional and spiraling.
It sounds like you're spiraling.
Let's have a serious attempt. Let's have a serious attempt. You guys have the entire weight of the establishment on your side. $80 million a day goes to NASA for you to be able to prove your globe religion, and yet this is what you're doing.
Since we're not making ground on my argument, which I would have loved to do, because I think you don't have an answer. Instead, what I will do...
You don't have an argument. Remember,
you don't have an edge.
Argument.
Well, you don't have an edge, so...
I've not claimed an edge. When did I claim an edge?
Can I jump in for 2 seconds?
Please,
of course. Of course.
Agent Smith, please, I just want you to... I can't talk for long. I just want to show you one thing quickly. I posted in the side chat 15 minutes after the hour. Like, look at your standard of evidence compared to what we've been showing you today, right? When we went over the long-distance observations and whatnot. right? Have a look at NASA footage, right? That you're expecting us to believe, right? Just have a look at that. Is that what you're defending?
Is it the GIF I'm looking at?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I've never seen this GIF before, so I'm not bringing it in. I would say that this, to me, at a glance, doesn't really look real. It looks like kind of animated or a doll or something, but I don't know. I don't even know if this came from NASA, but this is not something I brought in. But I'll be honest with you.
All right, so
if I see, and I have been honest with you the whole time, DJ, have I not?
Yeah, we had a good chat. Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, and even me, I'll say, like, this to me looks kind of sketch, right? I'm not like some person that sits here with like a motive of just I'm right and everybody else is wrong, and anybody that disagrees with me is wrong, and I'm the best. I'm open and I want to learn, and I told Cyclone this many times, and every time there's something I can't understand, I'll say that outright. And right now I can't understand this GIF. I don't. It looks kind of cartoonish. I don't
can't understand it. Yeah, you can't understand it because it's a blatant display of the fakery that you're basing your entire worldview on. So,
but here's the thing. But here's the thing, right?
Of course, DJ made it. DJ faked it. The flat earthers made that GIF to confuse Globers. Good stuff.
I'm not saying that happened, but I'm not saying it didn't happen, right? It could be, maybe not. I don't know. But the thing is, Cyclone. Let's just say that this was fake and NASA did fake it or something like that, and that we can't use them as an information source, and that Earth wasn't a globe or it wasn't as big as we thought. Let's just say that. That still doesn't prove that the Earth is flat. It just means that we don't know again. Because on a flat Earth...
That means you've been lied to about everything regarding the globe and space.
If that was the case, yes. That
right. So at that point, it doesn't really matter whether you use the words Earth flat. You've basically accepted the main point, which is that you've been lied to about everything. That's the point.
Yeah, but I never even said I don't agree with that point. I said I don't agree with the next section,
right,
which and therefore Cyclone, and therefore the next natural process for me is not to say then it must be flat, and I don't want to talk about any edge ever. Then it would be to say maybe it's flat. Maybe let's go find and see if there's an edge, and that hasn't happened.
By observation and measurement, that's all you've got. So, sure.
We haven't seen an edge anywhere.
Oh my god.
Or have we? I don't know. I haven't.
It's really
Maybe
laughable.
You have.
I don't know. It's really laughable. Well, where have you checked? Tell us everywhere you've checked for one.
I have been to...
Where have you traveled to in this
West Coast, East Coast. I've been to Asia, Egypt. I've been to Cuba. I've been to Europe, Central and Southern. I've been to... is that it? I think that's it.
Okay, so there's no edge
I've not been to India. I've not been to India.
Seen an edge. Okay, so you haven't seen an edge in any of those places, therefore what?
Well, not only have I not seen it myself, I've never seen anybody seen it. Never seen anybody film it.
Therefore,
we don't have enough evidence to say for sure that it's flat.
What did that have to do with being flat? You just said an edge.
Well, I kind of like gave that argument like 10 times, but
you're erroneous.
I can give it an 11th attempt, but even the 20 seconds I asked for, you couldn't respect.
But do you think when people go to like a lake or a shoreline with some binoculars or a camera or a laser?
Well, a lake is a 3D object, not a 2D object.
You think they're looking for an edge of Earth when they go and perform those observations?
A lake has an edge. That's a shoreline. What do you mean, like?
Oh my god.
Or the lake edge. I'm pretty sure it's even called like the edge.
I don't know if you're just pretending to be this retarded and autistic, or if you're just like doing it as a tactic. I honestly don't know at this point.
This is again a personal attack. It's like whenever you can't answer a question, you try to attack my character.
Answer what question? You're just spazzing out.
How am I spazzing out? It sounds like you're
like, well, obviously when I'm like, oh my
sounds like you're spazzing out. You can't even make the point.
Well, there's no point really.
What is the point? How am I spazzing out? Then tell me, how am I spazzing out? And
you're trying to equate flat with an edge erroneously.
No, the dictionary
out of desperation. Out of desperation.
No, the dictionary is trying to do that. Yeah, okay. Not me.
The dictionary is making your argument for you.
You know, like every concept has a definition, and if you disagree with the definition, show the proof, right?
You're just bricked, dude.
Again, you try to like attack my intelligence because you don't have an answer, and it's very apparent for the whole
I've already
room that
told
you're
you, I'm
crumbling.
not claiming an edge. No one here is claiming an edge. Only you are autistically focusing on some imagined edge, which
No, I'm actually
could still
claiming
exist
the.
despite you not seeing it or not having evidence of it.
I'm claiming the absence of one. I'm not claiming an edge. Well, let's be clear.
But if you were actually trying to argue against the flat, you would just show us the curve, but you can't do that, which is why you're obfuscating onto this.
No, this is much easier, and you haven't been able to solve this.
I know, it's an easier tactic for you to not have to concede that you have no curvature for your
Point of least resistance. Why would I pick a harder way of achieving my goal?
So you actually admit that the only reason you're not discussing the actual crux of the topic is because it's too hard for you to speak about, because you know you can't argue it. You have no curvature.
Listen, it's not too hard. It's harder, which means that it would require
if it wasn't
more
too hard,
effort.
you would show us some evidence and detection of this curvature. If that wasn't too hard,
you can.
That's what we're asking for.
Listen, Cyclone. You can cut down a tree with an axe or a butter knife, but the axe will get it done much faster. I'm using the axe because I don't want to use the butter knife.
You still don't have curvature.
And your tree is cut down. Okay, it's fallen.
Because you need curvature.
Not only have I dismantled every single argument with actual science, but I've completely destroyed you
what argument
with
have you
rhetoric as well.
Science? Okay,
you don't have a leg to stand on, man, and you've muted me twice. It's probably going to happen a third time.
What science?
I have invoked the science of geometry. I have looked at
the science of geometry. Yeah, we'll just mute you there because you are retarded.
The science of geometry? God. Where's the geometric edge? No one's ever seen the geometric edge, ever.
Well,
Where's that?
That's the funny part, Daz. He was asking for, like, where's the edge? And that's the funny part. Yeah.
You're just thinking, the geometric edge, where is it? No one's seen it. Been on planes and I can't find it exactly.
Yeah, he can't discuss the globe. He can only discuss an imagined edge that the dictionary tells him he requires. Very
Hey guys, were we just literally visited by an Agent Smith with the name and everything? Go ahead.
Yes, you were.
Still need that curve. You guys continue.
Oh, you need that edge too. You need that You need that horizon to be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the edge that everybody back, whenever thought was the edge of the world. Yeah, but you're gonna need geometry to be true for that. And what you're gonna need in geometry is you're gonna need straight lines, like eye level and surface level being parallel. You're gonna need geometry to get that globe.
Yeah. No tanks. It's amazing how many human beings have been programmed to believe there's actually an edge of reality somewhere. They know there is.
I mean, it is a shame that people don't just approach it with like honesty, like like Cyclone was alluding to. Like you know that horizontal and level are synonymous. You know what flat means, and if you want to go out and measure the world, then you're going to measure it using geometry, which is going to require straight lines, angles, slope, rise over run, all these triangles, all these axioms. And it's a shame that they instead of just instead of approaching it honestly, knowing that this is the world that they live in, when they go to their house, they just point in a straight line and they go straight and they get there. They're not dropping as they go forward. They try to fight it. They try to fight it and say, no, everything I know is true is actually an illusion. I'm spinning, I'm twirling, I'm falling down when I'm walking up a hill. And it's kind of ridiculous.
Lots of people out here. Is there any new people? I haven't looked at the screen, but you guys go ahead.
I think James was chiming in. James, you got an argument? I think you took the side, James. I mean, I could be wrong. That AT was on to something in regards to like surface or three-dimensional reality. Or maybe James is way.
Finish that contract. Do that police form.
Hey, can I get in here real quick?
Yeah, nobody's doing it. Are you hot micing or are you trying to get in the convo?
Me? Yeah, I'm trying to say something.
Yes, sir.
So that agent guy, he's talking about a surface. He made the statement that he pointed to one horizon, then directly behind him he points to the opposite horizon. So let's call that east and west. So the way that men utilize this every day,
there could have been a better discussion about it instead of just sending the army forward.
I don't think it can last forever because Ukraine is not really running out of drones, but Russia is running out of tanks.
Well, Ukraine's running out of people. It's running out of soldiers.
Oh yeah, it had only a fifth that the other country did to begin with.
The running out of soldiers thing is that's alarming. That is seriously alarming because like I've seen videos personally where there are people with Down syndrome on the front line. I've seen videos where 60-year-old men walking their dog are getting kidnapped and getting, like, within Ukraine, getting kidnapped so that they can fight within the military. So it's pretty dire.
All right, so let's see if we can use this particular opening to get back to the topic itself.
Well, yeah,
you are aware that there is such a thing as crisis actors. Now, I'm not saying that what you saw is not necessarily what's going on, but is there any way for you to prove that what you saw on a video, because you can tell me, I personally saw a video, that's essentially hearsay, right, or anecdotal. So what you saw, although very disturbing emotionally, is there any way for you to know that it's true?
Yeah, you're not wrong. I would have to I'd have to do what that one YouTuber does that like finds the location within the video. You know what I mean? And I just can't. I don't have that ability. But like based on what I saw, I do believe that what I saw was true.
Okay. So
I'll tell you, there's one video I do believe. They were using multiple places in Ukraine. They brought out machine guns that were used in World War I. I've been sitting in storage since World War I, and they're using them to shoot down drones. I believe that footage.
Yeah, it's pretty dire.
The things captured on video could be true, but they also could not be true. You know what I mean? So, like, let's take where do you lean as far as the cosmology? Well, just any of it. Do you believe you live on a ball? And if so, is it because of footage that you've seen? Okay, so why?
Because of things like the Burj Khalifa, when you go to the top floor and you see the sun set and you go to the bottom floor, you can see the sun set again.
So your evidence is affirming the consequent. If the Earth is a sphere, I will see a sunset at the top of Burj Khalifa when I see it set at the bottom. Oh, I see the sunset while I'm at the top of this tower, therefore the Earth is a ball. So your best evidence is affirming the consequent.
I mean, there's other pieces of evidence. That's just one.
Well, that's not evidence. That's circumstantial at best. It's affirming the consequent. It has nothing to do with geometry.
I would say it is evidence. Are you a flat earther?
Oh, no doubt.
No doubt. Okay. Okay. I'm not. I don't want to get into that, but it's just.
Well, that's the room, bro.
Wait, is it?
Yeah, you're in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel.
Oh shit! My bad. I did not realize that.
Yeah.
So is everybody in here a flat earther?
I would say the lion's share is yes.
Okay.
Now, I mean, you can hang out. We'll have the conversation. But, you know, if you were thinking you were in a different room discussing Ukraine, then maybe you want to go over there. But if you want to have the conversation, we can have it.
I did not realize I was in the flat earth room. I'll be honest.
No, no worries. I kind of figured as much since you were talking about Ukraine.
No curiosity, none. Not really. You can try and convert me if you guys want.
Oh no, we don't try to convert people. We just give them information. We ask them about the information they have for the globe. Most of it is circumstantial or fallacious, like the Burj Khalifa that you gave me. But the reality is that everybody measures the Earth to be flat, uses the Earth to be flat. It is obviously motionless. There's no detected or measurable spin or whatever. There's about 4 different vectors from the beginning that are not experienced. So, if we don't have 4 different vectors to measure and nobody experiences the Earth to be moving, well, it must be stationary as far as I can tell. And then, of course, we have gas pressure on the Earth, which would kind of totally destroy the idea of a vacuous region called space, an ever-expanding vacuum into what, I don't know. But all the tenets of the globe Earth paradigm are non-existent and can only be sort of alluded to through some sort of fallacious logic.
I got nothing.
Fair enough. You can hang out for a while and listen to the conversations or ask questions as to, why you think we're so ridiculous or why we believe what we believe. You can do that.
I never said that. Sorry.
Well, it's typically the attitude of most people. You seem like a reasonable guy, but most people come in here already, loaded for bear and kind of thinking it's going to be an easy dunk on the flat earthers until they start to get just some simple things pointed out to them.
Yeah, I wish I was recording because I kind of didn't even catch what you said. Like you spat a lot of facts, right? And I wasn't ready for it.
Right. Okay, no worries. Let's just make it simple right at the beginning. The Earth is supposed to be a ball with a certain size. The radius is supposed to be 3,959 miles. That would require an approximate 8 inches per mile squared of drop in every direction below your feet. Okay? So, let's say you go out to the ocean, and the best, since the best thing that we could use is water, because water is supposed to find its own level. That should be a telltale sign of what you're living on. But let's say that it is supposed to be equidistant from the center of a sphere. Well, that means that the water would be curving away from your feet at the beach at 8 inches per mile when you square the mile. Or 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet would be the distance to the horizon, a tangent point on that ball. Well, that is never measured.
Hold on. So something about curving, the water curving at your feet. What?
The Earth's supposed to be a ball, right?
Yeah, but the feet thing that you said like when you stand.
If you stand at the beach, in fact, everywhere you stand, the Earth should be curving away from you at 8 inches per mile squared, right? You're on a ball.
8 inches per mile squared. Bro, you're. I don't know.
That's the formula for the curvature rate of the Earth. Approximately 8 inches per mile squared. 7.98 inches.
This isn't just something like every civilian has on the top of their head, you know?
Well, no, not every civilian has that, but the flat earthers do. In fact, most people don't even know what the curvature rate is, even though they believe that they're on a ball. And if you believe that you are on a ball, then you could probably go out and measure this curvature rate, right? In reality.
Measure the curvature rate?
Yeah, it's a rate of change of slope. 8 inches per mile when you square the mile.
8 inches per mile. So you'd have to go down 8 inch. That doesn't sound right. 8 inches is kind of a lot.
Well, I mean, it's per mile, but then squared, right? So 1 mile is 8 inches. 1 times 1, 8, right? So then 2 miles, 2 times 2 times 8.
No? Am I wrong?
Huh?
Would it be 16 inches in 2 miles?
Well, okay, so 2 miles would be squaring the mile, 2 times 2, which is 4, times 8.
It'd be 8 inches or 2 or 16?
32 inches. 32 inches. Okay. That's at 2 miles. Then you square it again. Essentially, that would be a 6-foot individual would have a horizon, a geometric horizon that starts to block things in the distance at around 3 miles. So it's when you square the mile. Or it can be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. This is how you determine slope.
Mm-hmm.
Curvature.
Mm-hmm.
So, and this is not our math. This is the Globe Earth math. This is what all the Globe Earth calculators, the Earth curvature calculators are based on, right? So we just go out and test this. We can, is the horizon supposed to be the leading edge of the curving Earth, blocking things out at the height that you're standing at, and all the math. Is it doing that? Well, it turns out it's not. In fact, people see dozens of miles sometimes. No Earth curve.
Oops. Hold on, I save the image. What is this? Suppose that the Earth has a sphere. Okay, I'll throw this into some AI stuff and see what I get.
All right. Have the machine answer the questions for us. All right, let's do that.
Yes, sir.
You like Kool-Aid?
I like Kool-Aid.
Okay, just check.
Do you like Kool-Aid?
I do not like Kool-Aid.
Not even the purple?
Nope. No purple Kool-Aid for me. No grape.
You can use like the AI stuff. You just have to be persistent. Like you can ask it like, "Are you sure? Well, what about this?" Like you can fact check it and it'll be like, "Actually, you had a point here." So you can.
Right.
It's not going to give you a total
machine.
Like it'll give you a biased answer, but at the same time, it will correct itself if you correct it. So I can do that.
Not mine. Not mine. Mine's a flat bot, and it'll make you just want to quit. It will not. It will. You cannot convince it. You live on a ball.
Well, maybe you don't.
So isn't that interesting? They've pre-programmed the machine to give you, answers that are biased, and until you argue with it, will it concede? So if people aren't smart enough or have the testicular fortitude to argue with the machine, then they're probably just going to go with the first answer that the AI bot gives them. I would say that's irresponsible. I don't know about you, but I don't want somebody to be pre-programming a machine to give me, predetermined answers or biased answers.
Assume the Earth is a perfect sphere of 396.3 miles. Let's see. Okay, it's going to do the math. The Earth curves about 8 inches per mile when moving tangent to the surface. A small but measurable curvature. The diagram below shows this triangle visually, reinforcing that over short distances, the Earth's curve is real, but subtle. Okay.
Yep.
So that does that sound right to you?
Yeah, 8 inches per mile squared. That's the very, vague approximation. Like I said, it's almost 8 inches per mile. So,
okay, great.
That means that if you go to the ocean, and if you look over the ocean, you should have a geometric horizon at a certain distance, a tangent point on the edge of this ball.
Hold on. So, okay, you said, I'm going to type this in word for word. Okay, great. 8 inches per mile. That means when you look at
per mile squared
ocean, okay, squared. That means that
the horizon should be a tangent point.
That means that when you look at the ocean,
or look out over the ocean,
should be a tangent point.
Yep. Depending on your height. At a distance.
On your height at a distance, okay.
Yeah, just see what it says after that.
Exactly, you're on the right track. This is where it gets really interesting. The 8 inches per mile squared is actually an approximate rule people often use to estimate how much the Earth's surface drops away due to the curvature over distance. But let's clarify a couple things. Okay, first they give me a check mark. It says what 8 inches per mile squared actually means. 1 mile is 8, 2 miles is 32, 3 miles is 72, 10 miles is 800 inches. This gives you
66 feet.
Yeah. This gives you a vertical drop from the flat tangent line, not the arc length. It's simplification that assumes a small section of the Earth. How this relates to the horizon. I want to just read the TLDR, kinda. It doesn't have a TLDR. If your eyes are 6 feet above sea level, then the distance that I could see would be 3 miles.
Yep. That's when the horizon, supposed to be the geometric physical sphere edge, starts to block things out. Beyond it.
That's like at the bottom, right? Like I would only be able to see 3 miles.
No, that's it. You live on a ball, remember? That's the edge of a ball you're trying to look over. So that's it. That is it. 3 miles. So don't try to stretch it or anything.
No, but I'm saying so because I'm 6 feet tall, that you're saying I can only see 3 miles?
No, you can. You're telling us that.
Yeah, that's what the geometry dictates.
No, you're telling me that based on what I should be believing.
You just told us that, remember?
That's not what I told. No, this is based on your math.
This is not my math. This is the Globe math. Remember,
this is not my math.
All made up by Globers, dude. Don't blame that on us.
Okay, you're being very defensive right now.
Not really. We're just kind of trying to help you out. We have just learned the geometry, and so we're telling you what it is, and even the AI agrees. This is what it's supposed to be. So this is not our claim. This is what you believe. This is your claim. Now, if you say, no, I'm not sure I want to do this, I don't want to be a part of this cult, then just don't agree with the math, but that's what they're telling you.
I have a question. Why don't you ask the AI if the Earth is flat or round? Why not?
Oh yeah, of course. We were talking about this earlier. Biased answers, right?
Ask it to give us reasons on why.
That's jumping the gun. Hold on. I got another.
Gotcha.
That's jumping the gun because I got another. I want to add this picture to it also. What is this picture? AI is great. I love that it can like look at images and decipher what the image says and stuff. That's really neat.
Can we ask it the question though?
Yeah.
Well, get your own AI. You've got your own computer, don't you?
Well, I don't know what AI he's using, and I'd like to see what.
I'm using ChatGPT. You want me to screen share?
Yeah, please.
All right.
Holy cow! So, if I can just talk to ChatGPT, I don't need to talk to you, then, do I? I mean, I'm trying to converse with an actual. Are you a human being?
I am.
Or are you a bot?
I'm an AI.
Okay.
So I just threw in this picture that the brother over fences put in the chat. So
can I have a conversation with you, or we just because I can go on ChatGPT? I've already done this. Do you want to talk to me, or should we just end it here?
Yeah, we've been having a talk. Why don't get
right? But every time I give you something, you go to the machine. The machine answers for you. I know what the machine's going to say. What are you going to say? Do you think for yourself?
Yeah, but me thinking for myself is, checking the facts that you're throwing at me. If I'm
okay, fine. So you're scrutinizing my claims, no problem. Have you scrutinized the Globe claims since they were fed to you at about 5 years old? I'm curious.
No, so I have a double standard. I'm a villain.
Correct. Right. So why don't you scrutinize the Globe claims with me, since that's the position that you're holding, or is it too scary to scrutinize something that you held so dearly?
I don't hold it dearly.
Okay, fair enough. So why don't we check with reality? If AI agrees, then you should have a tangent point according to your observer height at a distance. AI agrees. So you're both consistent with that. So in the chat, I've provided an image for you to look at. This is out there off the coast of Santa Barbara. You know where Santa Barbara is?
Oh, you put something else? You put another picture in the chat?
At 2:22, or at 22 minutes after the hour.
Are you says who?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll throw that one in a sec.
Okay, but let's just look at it, you and me, before you hand it over to the bot to do your thinking for you. Do you see it?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. So this is an observer height at 1 foot off the ground. The guy goes out to Santa Barbara, off the coast of Santa Barbara. There's a couple of oil rigs, okay? Now, you can look these, I should say this. You used to be able to look up the distances to these particular oil rigs, but I think they've removed that on Google Earth. Very interesting. It didn't used to be that way, but anyways, I digress. These are the distances when you could look them up. 6.21 miles for Platform Hill House and 9.41 miles for Platform Habitat. Okay? So at 1 foot observer height, the distance to the horizon, which is the geometric tangent point of a sphere Earth, should be at 1.22 miles. Can you tell me in this particular photograph, because this is a still image taken from a video, and I can post the video too if you want. Can you tell me where the horizon is in this particular photograph?
Well, so hold on, because it looks like there's about a difference of about 3 miles between the two, right?
Well, that's what's measured to be. Yeah, there's 3 miles between those two.
But that's 6.2, and then you see the other one, which is 9.4. So just quick math, that means that there's a 3.2 mile difference between the two. And then if you go up here, 3.2 miles should be...
Friend, are you paying attention to what I'm saying, or are you just waiting to respond? Because we're not discussing that.
I am.
This is about the horizon.
So
okay, so then...
2 miles should be 72
Holy
inches.
cow. Holy cow, dude. This guy's on the beach. He is 9.41 miles. His observer, he's the observer. He's the camera. He's 1 foot above the ocean. He's right there where the water's lapping up. It's 9 miles to that farthest particular platform. I'm asking you about where you see the horizon. Where's the horizon?
Okay, hold on. 6 would be... So you're saying it should be squared,
right? All right.
Mother of pearl, dude, just tell me where the horizon is.
I don't know. I'm trying to find out the mile stuff using your...
Why would you be doing that math right now? That's not what I'm talking to you about.
Your system.
What system? This is not my system. This is the globe math.
Bro, I don't know why you're getting upset.
I'm getting upset because you're not even listening to me and you're answering questions I'm not asking. It is a little bit frustrating, you must admit.
Okay. All right, I'll ignore everything. Go ahead.
Okay. So, the globe Earth math, instead of the 8 inches per mile squared, can be formulated in another way. 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That will be your distance to the tangent point of the ball. This particular observer is at 1 foot above the sea surface, so it makes it really easy. So, that means we should have a horizon at 1.22 miles. Can you tell me in this particular photograph where the horizon is?
A horizon at 1.22 miles.
Is it in front of the platforms, the middle of the platforms, or behind the platforms?
You're saying because he's standing only 1 foot tall, right? That, that it should all disappear.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. You're not listening, and who's the white knight troll now? Who's deciding to jump in here?
I am listening.
Okay.
Sorry.
So
I'm sorry.
So the distance to the horizon, because of his observer height, the edge of the tangent, the point on the curvature, the tangent point, the horizon should be at 1.22 miles because he's 1 foot above the surface of the sea. Well, that's what the math dictates. Don't ask me. That's the curvature rate, Chief.
No, but if he's observer height 1 foot, then the horizon thing should be 1.22 miles. And the horizon thing alluding to not being able to see those pictures. That's the main point.
The main point is that is where the horizon should be. Do you know what a horizon is?
It's like where you see the curve of the Earth.
Oh my goodness! Why would you say the curve of the Earth? Do you know what the definition of horizon is? You know what a horizon is? This is simple.
The point you can no longer see beyond.
No, that's not what the definition of the horizon is. The definition of horizon is the apparent location where the Earth appears, right, redundancy, appears to meet sky or sea. That line that you see, that's the horizon. Everybody knows what a horizon is. Right? Apparent location where the sky appears to meet the Earth or the sea?
You lost me on that one, because event horizon means something totally different.
Holy smokes. Now you're going to event horizon. Now we're talking about black holes and stuff. No, it's not related at all. No, give me the definition of horizon. Go look it up. Ask the AI, what's the definition of horizon?
All right. Deceptively simple concept. It doesn't give me it right away. Line where the Earth's surface and sky appear to meet. like what you said.
Perfect. Thank you.
In my terms, it would be the line where a horizon plane tangent to the Earth intersects with the line spherical Earth. Only visible if you're at sea level or an unobstructed elevation. It's based purely on...
Like out at sea. Yeah.
It's visible. Yeah, this one. It's visible. So it's what you actually see.
So
that's what my definition was.
Okay, so where's the actual horizon in that particular photograph?
The actual horizon?
Yeah, where's the horizon at? Where the sky appears to meet the sea?
It'd be way
out. It's beyond that 9.41 miles, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. So if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every distance to that horizon could be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. We have an observer here at 1 foot. The horizon is magnitudes, right? 10 times the distance it should be, which means that you don't live on a sphere Earth, you live on a flat plane.
I'd have to math it out and look at it.
Well, you basically did, but you can check that math, no problem. It's not our math, that's the globe math. Yeah.
I wanted to, but you stopped me.
Yeah. Okay. You do the fact checking. You see what the horizon distance is supposed to be, depending on the observer height. In this particular case, 1 foot. All right. You math it out. You use that globe math, and you tell me where the horizon is supposed to be. And then you can explain to me why we have a horizon that is 10 times farther than it ought to be.
Yeah, I'll look into it, man. Okay.
Okay.
I don't even know where to start, so I'll start looking into it.
We're here 24/7, right? So you feel free to hang out, feel free to do some research, come back and tell us we're all stupid and this is why. We're happy to go ahead and have those discussions.
I never said you guys were stupid. I don't know why you keep saying that.
Oh, I know. I'm just, listen, 9 times out of 10, no, I take that back. 99% of the time, and the jokesters that we get coming through here, right off the bat think that we're stupid. And that's the way that they have their attitude is cocked that way. You know what I'm saying? But if you don't think it's stupid, no problem. I mean, I appreciate that. I hope you have an open mind, and I hope you do some research and come back and tell us what you find.
Now you're mathing it out. I appreciate that. I think if you're gonna just shut your mind off to stuff, then you're not willing to grow in your intelligence.
100%. I agree.
So, like, I do think it's funny how like chauvinistic you are about it. You know, I do find that a bit comical, but other than that,
chauvinistic against women.
I take it pretty seriously.
Chauvinistic. I've never been called chauvinistic as far as this topic is concerned.
Yeah, chauvinistic. Doesn't that mean your political beliefs? Patriotic.
It's particularly against.
Yeah, you're like blindly supportive, but not just
hold on a second. No, so chauvinistic typically deals with the relationship between men and women and their strong stance in that sense. Patriotic, patres, has to do with basically the country being their father, so they're sons of a nation. In this case, you would just say staunch attitude, right, towards it.
Sure.
Right.
I think a lot of these debate.
I think the average IQ in this room is 75.
What'd you say?
I think the average IQ in this room is like 75.
Yeah.
See, there you go. He's a perfect example of what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Just coming in here thinking we're stupid. Yeah.
And I'm the one bringing it down. That guy left? Did you ban that guy?
Yeah. No, I think he just decided to come in, talk smack, and leave. Pretty common.
Would we ban him?
He was just angry because when he steps on the scale, it's 375.
So here's the thing, man. Yeah, we are pretty confident in what we know because we've scrutinized all claims, right? Measured the Earth. So it's not so much a matter of belief, it's a matter of we've measured it. It's not there. That curvature that they told you about, it's just not there.
Why does
we were all at one time global believers, right? Well, why does it matter? Well, let's put it this way. You were talking earlier about all the things that you've seen on TV, but what you've told about this conflict between the Russians and the Ukrainians. But is there any way for you to prove any of the things that they told you? In the same way, you've been given information about where you live, which is the reality that you dwell atop. And they tell you it's something when it really isn't that thing. So there's a grand scale, in my opinion, grand scale deception going on. I would say I don't like to be lied to. Do you like to be lied to?
I love it.
Okay. So right, obviously not, right? It's sort of a rhetorical question, but some people prefer their position because it's just easier that way. Never mind whether or not it's true, they prefer it. So, if you don't have a problem being lied to about where you live or the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, then ignorance is bliss and you can go about your way. Don't even worry about it for another day, Otherwise, if it's important,
I don't know
why.
Another way to say it is if you like being lied to, then that means that the truth is not for you.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody likes being lied to.
Well, I kind of like to agree, but sometimes we even lie to ourselves. So
it's kind of my trigger, actually, being lied to. I hate it.
Right. So then you probably would agree that this is a fairly important topic. If someone's telling us one thing and reality tells us or shows us differently, measures differently, then we're being lied to. Mm-hmm. That's not good. Anyway, I got to jump off. It was nice talking to you. Thanks for being a good sport. And hang out, chill, talk to somebody else, but welcome.
Yeah, no problem. It was interesting. It was surprising. So, thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, it's surprising, no doubt.
Hey, I'm gonna post a photo on the side chat, and if you could tell me what's wrong with that photo, that if you see like a streak of light coming down, that's the shine from the sun that's in that direction. Now, what's wrong with this photo?
All those metal brackets are not made with giant curves in them.
That's part of it. But what else do you see wrong with this photo? Now remember, that light is 93 million miles away. Okay? And this
Are you trying to say that the light should be curved or something?
Huh? What was that?
Are you trying to say that the light should be curved?
No.
Oh, I don't know. Tell me.
Okay, so you're aware that Globers say how you could take a basketball and you could put it up, you hold it up, and the moon will be reflecting the sun the same way on the basketball because whatever direction the light's coming from, the other side of that ball will be not in the light, so there'll be a shadow to it. Would you agree, yes or no?
I don't think he even understands what you said.
I'm drinking, bro, so bear with me.
Okay, if you hold up
your... Hey, listen, it's not your fault, really, because I could barely put it together, and then I figured out what he meant.
Okay. So look, if you take a basketball, okay, and you take it outside, right? You take it out.
Does it shine on 50% of the ball? Hello, dude.
Fuck. Honestly, it'd be a lot easier if I had a basketball in front of me.
Yeah, shine a flashlight at a basketball. Would one half be lit up if you looked at it from the side? Would one half be lit up if you looked at it from the side? Oh my god.
Would one half be lit up if I looked at it from the side?
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously.
So there would be a line going around it, right? One half dark, one half light. Yes.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're saying the light should be like dark on one side.
Right. If you're on the other side, if I'm over the dark side, because remember, only the face of this ball that I'm over should be getting lit up, right? But if you look at it in this photo, this is from like NASA, YouTube. The Earth is lit up on the back side of the ball, bro.
I got you.
All right. So next time when you see them showing you cartoons and CGI, look at there's humans that work there that are so stupid, yet they think they're so smart because they work for NASA, but they don't realize that in their own paradigm, they're destroying it, their own lore, by showing us, oh, look at a sunrise live from the International Space Station caught by an astronaut.
They know what they're doing, dude. They know exactly what they're doing. They are trolling these people, and these people don't even know it.
Right.
I'd like a different perspective.
I'm sure you would, bro. Because this one just does not comport, does it, with your paradigm?
If that is the sun, right, and I'm imagining the sun to be just above the little light ball thingy, and based on this perspective, it would, yeah.
So, you get how if they're showing you a sun that's 93 million miles away, and if it's shining on Earth, that you would see the Terminator line, the dark side of the Earth, at it from this position, but they're showing you that same position, but it's actually lit up beneath them. But they're on the dark side of the Earth.
Excuse me. I better throw it into ChatGPT.
Yeah, I think you might break it, bro. Like you might be, wait, what? But I'm sure they have it all figured out for you.
All right, I asked it, what is wrong with this image?
Ooh, that's interesting. Let's see if it's smart enough to get it.
It says nothing is wrong. The Earth's curvature is consistent with the view from low Earth orbit about 250 miles above the surface.
Okay, ask it, why is the backside of the Earth lit up?
Hold on, it's got... It's almost like it's listening to me right now. It says, from a skeptical or flat Earth view, claims might include the curvature is exaggerated due to a fisheye lens, CGI or compositioning, the Earth looks too perfect or edited, or the brightness or sun flare is unnatural. None of those have to do with what you said. So
ask it, say, well, then how is the dark side of the Earth lit up if the sun is on the opposite side of the ball Earth? Let's see what it says.
I'm saying, how is the sun on the opposite side, and
lighting up
we're
the backside?
Able to view the backside?
Yeah, there you go. See what it says.
Excellent observation. You're asking something really insightful. In that image, it looks like the sun is behind the Earth from the camera's point of view, yet we can still see the Earth's surface clearly, including areas that should seemingly be in shadow. So how is this possible? Let's break it down. What you're noticing is a combination of atmospheric light scattering, Earth's reflectivity, and camera exposure settings.
So now you can see the dark side of the Earth. It'll be lit like it's not the dark side of the Earth.
So I grant that Earth's atmosphere does scatter light. So it's going to say here, even when the sun is on the
with
far
that long
side of
exposure,
Earth.
yeah, with that long-term exposure, we should be able to see all kinds of stars. So that's wrong.
Sunlight hits the upper atmosphere, and some of that light is scattered and illuminates the night side to a small degree. Just like
do you realize? Hold on. Now ask it this. With that logic, that means more than 50% of the Earth would constantly be in the light. No, not in the dark, in the light. That because if with that logic, if it's saying, oh, it's supposed to be, think about it. It's supposed to be dark on this side, right? But it's saying, well, because of light scattering, it's now lit up. So that means like 70%, 80% of the Earth will always be lit up. But that's not our reality. You get that?
I'd say something more like 60, I think.
No, dude, if you're seeing that much of the ground lit up, the 50% would be on the see the edge of it right there? Like that would be the place where it should be lit up.
Well, we don't see the sun, do we? We don't see exactly where the sun is at. The sun might be much higher.
No. But it's not though. Here, I'll tell you what. Let me do this. Let me go ahead and show you where.
Get a better picture.
Look. Let me show you.
It would be better for your case if we knew exactly where the sun was in this picture.
Okay. Look at. I'm gonna show you this. I'm gonna do their actual video. Okay. See now, if it was here, let me do this. If it was this, I would have said, okay, interesting. Okay. Let me take a screenshot for you. Okay. This is still questionable because again, it's low to their horizon. So this is what I would expect. The light scattering, I would say this one makes sense, okay? But now, this one doesn't make sense, okay? Because now, here, I'm not posting the memo. Yeah. Hold on.
If you were proved that the Earth was like round, would that just like crush your world?
If it was proved that it was round, that
you would have to. What happens is it would not, because you still have to now convince me that all the
not what I'm asking.
All the measurements that are actually flat are actually not flat. You'd have to convince me that an apple is now a banana.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you. Would it destroy you like foundationally to your core if?
I've already done it myself. I already know it's flat, so there's no way you can pretend me into a globe.
Wait, hold on. I got a point. You're asking this question. You're asking this question in the context of it being some kind of a belief on our part. It's not a belief on our part. It's knowledge. Do you understand the difference?
Yeah.
So it wouldn't shatter our world. So do you see how it's? So hold on. Do you see how it's impossible to shatter our world because it's not a belief? It's knowledge.
I get that. I do. I get how, but you can be, fed the wrong information. Because that's your argument, right?
I think,
your argument is that I'm fed the wrong information.
Just what you just said there, you don't understand what knowledge is. So you see, know something because you can prove it and verify it, but you're just referring to it as something that isn't verifiable.
So you're trying to say that I don't have knowledge?
No, what I'm saying is, I think right now maybe you're just having a little hard time grasping exactly what knowledge is.
No, I understand very well what knowledge is. It's that you can know something, right? But what you know can be dispelled. You can be.
Then
yes,
it would technically fall under a belief.
Yes, it can.
Okay, hold on.
What you know can be proven wrong.
So then let me just ask you this quick question. If something measures flat, what is it?
It'd be flat, derp.
Yeah. All right. Well, you'd be surprised how many people come in here and I ask that question, and they'd be like, I don't know. Because they're not honest people. But you're honest. I'll give you credit for that.
All right. I'm just saying, like, yes, I understand you're saying that you can know something, and I appreciate that actually a lot, that you say that you can know something. However, that knowledge can be dispelled if you're proven.
And then you didn't know something to begin with.
No.
You were just hoping. How do you know something and then it
You
changes?
can still know something and have the incorrect information.
Incorrect.
Huh?
Well, okay, give me an example.
I know that the sky is blue.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, light.
It's different now.
So, what color is light actually?
What are you talking about? You said the sky. Now you switched to light.
Yeah.
What's that got to do with anything?
So the light in the sky it's transparent. It's not actually like a color. It's just being refracted. There's been plenty of knowledge. Wow. There's been plenty of knowledge that has been dispelled. So people knew that God threw lightning bolts, but then that was dispelled as what lightning really was.
They didn't know that. They were just hoping it.
Oh, I get what he's saying. So it's like when we used to know that if we flushed our toilet, they would spin in different directions, north or south of the equator. But that's not true. We understand that that's completely dispelled. Like an old wives' tale. We know better now. That's not the truth. That type of shit.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I'm not familiar. My point is that you can know something that's incorrect, and then later.
Maybe this will help you. This sentence. Listen to this sentence. I used to believe that the Earth was a planet.
Nope.
And now I know better.
Nope. That's using belief.
I don't understand where the disconnect is between you and me with this. I don't get it.
Where was the belief in that?
No, we're talking about knowing something. We're talking about knowledge and knowing something. The brother earlier, he specifically didn't want you to use the word belief.
Okay. So he used to believe the Earth was a ball, now he knows better.
It was just hope and belief. Was hope and belief, not knowledge.
Hold on.
Remember, we'd have to talk to a chatbot. We have to ask it all that stuff.
All you, like I said yesterday, I was doing the same thing. All you have to do is ask it logically, and it will be like, oh, you're right. Just like how I told you to ask that question about the sun being on the side, and it's like, oh, that's a great observation. Dude, AI is always fucking telling me that. Like, oh, like it gets what I'm asking, and then it will answer accordingly if you ask it, like, logically. Like, and you'll even tell them, like, okay, when have you proved it? When has it been proven to be this? Oh, well.
He's going to get biased towards the globe. Don't worry about that. Let's see what crazy shit it comes up with. So far, everything I posted just defeated all of your guys' chatbots. My flat bot just destroys you guys.
Oops. Why isn't anybody else talking? Why do I gotta be the center of attention?
We were forgetting about you until you started speaking again.
Good. Are there any like images of like what you showed me without fisheye lens?
No, that doesn't exist.
China.
Oh, you mean not from NASA? Yeah, there are. They're high altitude.
From China. It's just flat across. It's just a.
Oh, that's right.
Looks like the horizon, but you're way up in the air.
That's true. China did share the truth.
Yep, and they also told you that water sits flat in a cup while the guys float around at the space station.
So
the water is just flat on a table in a cup, like you're sitting at the bar.
So you're saying China released like undoctored?
Can I post a picture for you?
Yeah. So you're saying China like posted pictures that are like not doctored?
Well, they didn't have a fisheye lens on it.
Hey, these are captured from a live stream. You'll have to just go search the shit yourself if you really want to watch the whole video. But I'll show you the picture.
Okay. China shows a flat horizon and gravity in there. Oh.
Yeah, it's fun. It's funny because yesterday I was watching this video that popped up on my suggestions or whatever. It was a short on my YouTube, and it was like NASA made this special cup for coffee, and it was all weird and folded, and then like the lady, the astronaut woman, she's like pouring it in there and trying to drink it. And yet here's China just chilling in water right there. They don't have to worry about the liquid just becoming a bubble and floating away like the way NASA shows it. Dude, this is just comedy, bro. And Globers are buying it.
Well, it stands to reason that the air pressure would keep the water in that cup.
Well, then why is NASA making it not be like that?
Because they hire guys like Don Pettit.
Yeah, right.
And we lost the technology, and it's a painful process to build it again.
Yeah. Yeah, the vagina cup. You're right. It did look like a vagina. Yeah, it's crazy. And those are their heroes. All right, guys. I'll talk to y'all later.
Later.
So now we can eliminate all the space stations. So what are you left with? I forget. We crossed everything. I've already filled up my bingo card with everything you've told.
Apparently, high altitude balloons with flat lenses make for when they're 100,000 feet. They show that there's a subtle curve using non-fisheye lenses.
They don't.
No, that's wrong. So try something new, though. Try something. If the space station is at 270 miles, and you're telling me you can just see it at 100,000 feet, but China says it's flat, you got something wrong, dude.
What do you mean China says it's flat?
They show it's flat in their pictures.
Where? That cup?
No, I don't have the one of their shape.
Oh, that's right, Radwin. You didn't share that one yet.
What? What'd you say?
You guys should have like a PowerPoint presentation for anyone that joins in this.
No, we shouldn't.
Why?
Because people can't tolerate when I tell them space is fake.
No, I can tolerate that.
Okay, I like to lead with that. You don't have gravity, so that's the end of that for you guys. Unless you want to claim you're floating in a vacuum with a hard shell.
You said, hold on.
That.
You said space is fake. You didn't say gravity's fake.
Space is fake.
Okay, but then the next sentence is you say gravity's fake.
Well, stick around. Stick around, man. We got a lot.
I'm sticking to my floor.
You've been a great sport, man. You've been my favorite new guy.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, what does gravity have to do with what I said?
What does gravity have to do with what you said? Fuck. What did you say before that?
Space is fake.
I'm drinking. Bear with me.
I'm going to start too.
I'm taking another shot to that.
You know, we should show this guy some Jay Tolan. What do you think? Like, if he's drinking, wants to just like chill out and stuff, let's show him some high altitude infrared photogrammetry.
Oh, you guys want to take over? Go ahead.
First man to climb Mount Everest. First man on the moon.
He wants to go to Mount Everest and the moon because he wants to get away from the fact that you can't have the vacuum of space next to the pressure of a ball Earth in your cartoon.
Oh, hell no. Yeah, Earth is contained, my friend. We can't leave this place.
Yeah, unless you want to claim it is a ball in space and there's some kind of hard shell holding all the air in. You want to go that route, I guess, and try to prove that one too.
Yeah, we have an atmosphere.
That's a problem. No, atmo is air. Sphere is a round ball, right? And air does not form balls, so you got like an oxymoron or something, right?
You know that the air that we breathe is not just comprised of oxygen, right?
What does that have to do with anything?
That's also a problem.
There's a lot of stuff in our air. There's a lot.
What?
Yeah, why didn't you fly off into outer space, right?
Yeah, because of gravity. Because of density. Because of hold on. Because there is density, right? So just the same way that the sea has density, so does the air. There's levels of elements in our atmosphere, in our air, right? There's levels to our atmosphere. The level that we're in, that we breathe, even in the level that we breathe, there are multiple elements. You have oxygen, you have carbon, you have you have water, you have hydrogen.
Thanks for the story on what we're breathing.
I'm just saying there's a lot of different elements and there's density involved.
What?
Yeah, and so
what? Are you telling me the gas is being pulled to the
Well, hold on. Right. So you're saying so what, right?
So yes, you said right. Gas is being pulled to the ground.
Well, hold on. So you said so what? So now I'm going to tell you so what. So just like how there is buoyancy and density with water, there's buoyancy in the air. Certain elements
gas being pulled to the ground.
Certain elements float easier than others. And so you have
TK, slow down, man.
Yeah.
You know you're talking to an actual like vacuum physicist.
Great.
You are. Yeah, Radwin.
Great.
He could educate you on all of this shit, dude.
Great. So this should come as no surprise. I don't know why I have to educate him on it.
There's no gravity in the kinetic molecular theory of gas behavior. There's no gravity in any of the ideal gas laws.
So
Unbonded gas has no directionality due to gravity whatsoever.
Okay, you want to throw gravity under the bus? Then do you throw buoyancy? Do you throw buoyancy under the bus?
No. In fact, I think buoyancy and density is perfectly great explanation for everything that we experience.
Great.
You know, Archimedes was right.
Great. So let's just use buoyancy then. So we can demonstrate.
All right, so settle.
No, we can demonstrate that there are different buoyancies with elements, and so some elements rise above, while other elements. Okay.
The ratio of molecules
this is no longer turning into an argument
in Death Valley as they are on Mount Everest, regardless of mass.
I didn't hear what you said because I said my point.
Yeah, the ratio of gas molecules that you breathe are the same, whether you're in Death Valley or up at Mount Everest or higher. There's no stratification based off of molecular mass. Wait, no,
yes,
there is not.
Yes, there is.
I'd like
and you
to
can
see
demonstrate. Yeah, and you can demonstrate it. Yeah, when you're on
we've
top
got
of
natural. Okay, I'll give you evidence. I've got a paper. I've got cave systems that have been isolated from the world for millions of years. They contain multiple gases.
Chaos.
And the gases have not stratified based off of molecular weight.
I've been willing to listen to you guys. Why are you not willing to listen to me?
I'm sorry. I thought you wanted to talk.
No, yeah, exactly. Like I did want to talk, and I didn't want to just be talked to. I wanted to have like a discussion. And if what I'm saying is you're just throwing it out the window, then why the hell am I even allowed to talk in here?
All right. Well, show me stratification of gases in the atmosphere based off of molecular weight.
Yeah, we can demonstrate that with people that climb mountains, that they have to turn back because it's the conditions are too difficult, that they lose breath when they're up there because the oxygen
That's due to air pressure.
Because the oxygen is too thin. The air is too
it's
thin.
It's a density matter. Yeah. It's the same ratio of molecules.
Yeah, it is a density matter. That's why I was telling you that there's buoyancy, there's density.
It's the same ratio of molecules. You don't find radon pools at the surface in like clouds of helium or whatever at high altitudes. The pressure of gas is mass independent, which means it's gravity independent if gravity is a mass interaction. This is demonstrated by Avogadro's law.
It's important to remember that the observation is not necessarily evidence of cause. In fact, it most definitely isn't evidence of cause. It's just what we witness. Now, why is a totally different question.
Nobody can demonstrate that gravity is causing a heat compression of gas molecules, pressurizing gas. In fact, that goes against entropy laws, second law of thermodynamics.
What did you say? Say all what you just said again.
Yeah. Nobody can demonstrate that gas pressure is the result of a compression due to the force of gravity. It's actually a violation of entropic principles, second law of thermodynamics. It's actually also a violation of Newton's gravitation, because he wrote in Principia, because the nature of gas molecules is to disintermediate to find equilibrium from one another. They need to wiggle around and move. They don't have a preferred direction based off of gravity. It's called Brownian motion. Gas molecules basically move linearly and randomly and bounce off of physical surfaces.
So they don't move linearly.
Materials. Yeah, they move in straight lines. And they also move indefinitely so long as they have temperature. Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
So you're telling me that gas molecules only bounce... You're telling me that gas molecules only bounce horizontally.
No, I said linearly. They go in straight lines and in random directions. And they will move forever. As long as they're above absolute zero. And absolute zero doesn't exist in nature. So why do we have an atmosphere if space is a vacuum that's expanding? And if Avogadro's law demonstrates that pressure is
we have atmosphere. We have atmosphere because we have mass. So because we have mass, we have gravity. Any mass at all induces gravity.
Nope.
Well, hold on a second. You'd have to define mass first. We got to define mass.
Gas molecules debunks that idea too.
Gas molecules debunk gravity?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the idea that mass attracts mass, absolutely. Look, you don't have a surface of gas molecules to begin with, which means you don't have a radius, which means you don't have the gravity mass.
So what is the sun?
Nobody knows, dude.
Nobody knows what the sun is.
No, if you talk to like a Professor Eric Dollard from, where was he? Sonoma State University in Arizona. He was granted millions of dollars to study the sun. He's probably the world's foremost expert on it.
Yes.
He doesn't know what the fuck it is. He's like, it's actually hollow inside, and it functions like a transformer, transforming energy from another dimension. He's a mainstream, somewhat mainstream scientist too.
The sun is a ball of gas
in a vacuum. Isn't that silly?
Why is that? Why is that funny to you? Don't you see how ridiculous you're sounding?
Yeah, because the basic gas laws are encapsulated together as PV equals nRT, right? Pressure times volume equals the number of moles times the Boltzmann constant temperature. Okay.
Listen, man, this is something that you're like obsessed with. And so, like, you have all your little sticky notes on your computer telling you, like,
no, I'm driving, dude. I'm in the car driving in the rain right now.
So, like, this is something like you discuss religiously, right?
TK, you told us you were drinking earlier. Is it starting to get it to you, man? Like, are the drinks starting to get to you? Because now you're becoming hostile. What's the problem?
No, this is my personality.
Oh, you went this way, I don't know, maybe 30, 40 minutes ago.
I'm always like this.
Look, we have educators on multiple different topics here. I mean, if you want to tune in, listen, feel free.
I don't know if you remember what I said earlier. Like, my trigger is being lied to. I do not like liars. So.
Well, who's lying to you?
Yeah, this guy.
Why?
What am I lying about?
Yeah, that you don't know what the sun is made of.
Listen, TK, the story about the sun is that it's a ball of gas in a vacuum. That has never been demonstrated. Why? Because the second law of thermodynamics dictates The gases and the gas laws, they move freely and randomly in all directions. They don't form into balls around some stupid mass, which is still undefined, because of a geodesic or a warping of space-time. These are not lies. This is what's demonstrated. Now, if you can demonstrate for us balls turning or balls of gas in vacuums, I welcome that demonstration, please. And don't beg the question by saying, just pointing at the sun and saying, look, there it is. That's the story, not the evidence.
Yeah, so
right,
again,
that'd be circular reasoning.
Right. So again, like you guys, you study this stuff religiously. Like this is your passion, right?
Yeah, physics and yeah.
I stumbled into this room, right? And I'm letting you know that any mass deals with gravity. Like if you have a mass, therefore you have gravity. Gas is mass. The sun is made of gas.
Gas is pulled to the ground?
Yes.
No, gas is going all directions. You were wrong. Somebody lied to you.
Gas still obeys gravity.
Yeah, geez.
You're trying to tell me that gas doesn't obey gravity, which is
what's gravity?
Gravity's not a force.
You're trying to tell me that gas doesn't obey gravity, which is a lie.
You're going to have to tell us what gravity is. What is gravity?
Gravity is it's a result of what is mass. So it is
incorrect.
It is. Hold on. It is a property of mass.
Incorrect.
The two go hand in hand.
No, they don't.
Yes,
you are incorrect.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. You'd have to define for us what. Okay, define mass then.
Mass is anything physical.
No, that's material. You're confusing material and mass.
Material.
Anything material is mass? Citation, please. Citation, please.
No, I don't have to do what you ask.
Okay, so you're going to make a baseless assertion, an incorrect one, by the way, even according to what mass is supposed to be, and then you're going to say, no, it's what I want it to be, and I don't like liars, and so I'm going to lie to myself, and I'm going to believe the lie I was told, and you guys can't make me prove to myself that I'm full of shit, right? That's what you're doing now.
No, I just don't have like all my sources like you guys do.
Right, so you are talking to people that have definitely studied the topic. Right, no, we studied this.
No, yeah, this is what you practice. I don't practice this.
What do you mean practice? We're giving you information.
What do I mean?
I guess if we practice...
You live in the 24/7 flat Earth.
You don't practice witchcraft.
That's practice.
So strange. We're giving you information. Now you're kind of ad hominem, right? Now it's you guys practice this as whatever, your craft or whatever.
Hominem, you pussy.
It is ad hominem. No, that's called an insult. Ad hominem is in lieu of an argument, you attack the man. That's what you've decided to do. So you don't even know your fallacies. You're an uneducated, indoctrinated retard that doesn't know what he's talking about and now has become backed into a corner. No, that's not what this is about, bro. I'm just pointing out to you that you've decided to keep your religion in lieu of any actual, like, real fact. And it's obvious. And now you're nervous laughter, right? Nervous laughter, so there's that.
Is this what this whole channel is? Is just to, like, engage in these, like, kinds of discussions where you just get owned.
What happened to you, bro?
Who doesn't even know their
TK, you've been owned since this whole thing started, so now the drinks have gotten too deep for you, right?
Hold on a second. Hold on, brother. Brother, TK, I have to ask you a serious question. Do you need me to ban you because you don't have the self-control to leave? Because you're making it sound like it's painful for you to be here, and I don't want you to be here against your will, suffering. So do you need to be banned or what? Or do you want to be here? Which one is it? No, I'm just asking, do you want to be here? If that's okay, no problem. Be here.
I mean, I've been here the whole time. If I didn't want to be here,
I'd whining and bitching about it then.
Not whining and bitching.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
I didn't ask if you were whining and bitching. I told you were. That's what it sounds like to the audience.
Okay.
So let me be clear here. So you can have a container full of gas, and you can have a cube in it. You can have a container full of gas, and you can have a triangle in it. You can have a container full of gas, and you could have a circle in it. So whether or not we're in a gaseous environment is irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. Doesn't matter. What matters is that there's no surface curvature.
Yeah, it's all relevant because mass has gravity, and gravity pulls down. The natural form it would take would be spherical. In any sense.
Wrong. So I'll ask you a simple question, and I guarantee you won't be able to answer it. So here's the question: what assumptions are necessary to carry that conclusion? Go ahead.
Observation.
So you observed the Earth being formed by the forces of gravity. That's your claim? Are you kidding me, bro? That's right. You never observed it. It's a story. It's actually a creation story. It's literally religious mythos about the creation of the Earth. You've never experienced such thing. Now I can describe. Hold on, friend. It's my turn. I can describe to you an experiment that I'm going to do right now.
Go for it.
It's right now. So I have here a Red Bull can. It's a nice can. It's blue, light blue, because it's sugar-free. And I'm going to place it onto the ground. Right, it's now on the ground where the gravity is, but it's not being crushed into a ball. I'm perplexed. Well, the answer is simple. It's designed to resist the forces. So your assumptions require that the Earth cannot be structured in a way that is designed to resist the forces that you claim would naturally form it into a ball. So you don't even realize the assumptions that are going on in here, dude. You have a philosophy, not a fact. You have a philosophy, not science.
Okay, AI overlord. I want you to take that Red Bull and take your finger and dip it, right? And it's going to, because you're talking about resisting the forces, and then make that Red Bull drip. And what is that shape that Red Bull drip is going to take?
I don't care about that. I'm talking about the can, dude.
While it's in the air, hold on. No, this is important because while that drip is
not important.
Yes, it is. Because we're talking about resistances, the path of least resistance.
Yeah, that's great. I'll agree with you.
So
I'll agree with you. The
path of least resistance.
Yeah, I understand, brother. So can you show me where God poured the earth out of a Red Bull can and it formed into a ball?
So the path of least...
Yeah, you have nothing, brother. You can talk about this all day long. You can't demonstrate that this is what caused the earth to form.
But you can demonstrate it. So take your Red Bull, drip it.
I cannot demonstrate that a Red Bull can dripping out a Red Bull drop means the earth is a ball. No, dude, I'm not coming down because you can't shut up and let other person talk. You just laugh through them, talk to them. So I have to raise my voice just like I would with a child. Now, demonstrate for me a logic string that if Red Bull drop, therefore Earth globe. Go ahead.
Yes. The drop of Red Bull, as it's falling through the air, is going to take the form of a ball as it falls to the Earth because of gravity.
Okay, let's say that's true. Let's say for all intents and purposes, everything you just said was true. Okay, let's concede that it's true for the sake of the argument. Now, how does that mean the Earth... Hold on, friend. How does that, what you just said, that we both agree is true, how does that mean the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, so if the Earth is made of Red Bull, okay, it's all going to be the same shape.
Hold on, bro. I got to take notes now. So I keep notes of how many Earthers there are. So, for example, there's Pizza Earth, there's Toilet Earth, there's Velociraptor Earth. Now I'm going to add Red Bull Earth. All right, now continue.
This is Red Bull Earth. Yep. And so, because the Earth is made of water, we can safely assume.
Holy crap! The Earth is made of water.
That because Red Bull is made of mostly water, and the Earth is made of mostly water, that it's all a giant ball.
No, that doesn't follow logically, dude.
All right.
Because guess what happens? Guess what happens when you pour enough Red Bull into a pan? It's flat.
That's a fucking flat pan, dude. Come on.
Exactly. So the liquid takes the shape of its container.
We're talking about the ball of Red Bull meeting.
Let me help you out. Let me help you out really
meeting
quick.
with another ball of Red Bull. The bigger ball of Red Bull. You're talking about a ball with a pan.
On all sides. Thanks. Jesus Christ, it's hard to get a fucking word in with you just constantly talking.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything other than bitching and moaning.
It's a ball, according to you, and it is whatever the shape is that way because the air pressure surrounding it, not because of anything else. Nothing is holding
gravity.
Pulling it together in that shape. It's air pressure doing it.
And gravity.
What?
No.
And gravity.
So what are the forces? What are the forces being enacted on the droplet of Red Bull?
Well, and gravity. Why'd you bring up gravity? Well, it's gravity. Then start talking about forces. Gravity's not a force.
Gravity is not a force.
Hasn't been since 1915, right?
Never been a force.
Hold on. Einstein, 1915. Gravity is no longer a force. It's the curvature of space-time.
Okay.
Good. So not a force.
This is where I leave the channel because you're being intellectually dishonest.
Sorry,
if you're going to sit here and tell me that gravity is not a force, then I can't take
you
you guys
require
seriously.
citation for this.
That's why I can't stop from laughing in here. You guys are such a joke.
TK, would you require citation from this? From scientific professors, PhD? Would you like them? This is your rhetoric, I'm telling you that. Oh, he's gone. Wow.
That was his safe exit word.
Yeah.
You know, like that one word it gives him the right to leave on an indignation stand. How dare you, sir?
Sorry to interrupt the conversation. Do apologise for making him leave.
No, you didn't. When he first came in, he was cool, but he was telling us that he was drinking, and that, I think, kind of sent him over the edge.
Fair enough.
I mean, we can validate. Oh, shit, is my mic not working?
No, you're good. You're good, DJ.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're good. We can hear you, man. Loud and clear.
Yeah, I mean, what we can validate is that water needs a container, like a lake or whatnot. So there has to be something like that going on. What is it? What's the shape of it? What's it consisted of on the edges? Who knows? Could be made of ice.
People have questions that we're not focused on and that we don't necessarily have the answers to, right? Or that we don't have conclusive answers to. We could only, say, we can speculate like you're talking about. But yeah, we want to talk about the things that we can confirm to be true, right? That's what we focus on. But these people naturally they have questions. Okay, then if that's the case, then what about this? What about that? How do you explain this? How do you explain that? Because we've become so accustomed to having all those answers already, right?
Hello.
Welcome. Gray Man.
Oh, don't you forgot me?
Yeah, maybe. I got a bad memory.
You're gonna have a bad experience because I'm back and I was not that welcome here. I remember DJ. I remember T-Dub. That's it, maybe.
Yeah, awesome. So how did it go down last time you were here? I'll probably remember who you are, once we start talking, but...
Oh, I actually didn't have any, hard points to make, to prove anything, and so on, but I was against Flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So in the end, some people started to call me retarded, and so on. In the end, it went a little bit spicy, but
that could have been me. Sorry about that.
Yeah, so no, I respect all of your opinions. I have another opinion. I don't have hard proof or anything, but the last time the conversation went you asked me for hard proofs. I didn't had any, and we joked about it, and some people didn't joke about it and called me dumb, and it was what it was,
Yeah, you're going to get a few aggressive people in any group of people.
Yeah, that's understandable.
So did you think about the argument anymore, or?
I think the best argument you told me was when you look in C, and why did you see a lot more?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can't explain it yet.
Yeah. That's the thing. I mean, once you look into it more and more, you'll realize that there's not really much evidence of the Earth being a globe. And all of the flat Earth claims are just common sense and what we all experience every day. And the globe claims are the opposite of that.
Yeah, so that's a great argument for you. I think I saw some videos explaining that that's a reflection from water and something like that, but I can't prove that to you, or I'm too dumb to explain that to you. So, but that's a really good argument when you go to the sea and see a lot more than if the science tells us that the Earth is round and is round, we shouldn't see that far away. If we look at the order.
Yeah. I mean, you couldn't possibly see that far away if the Earth was a globe, but there is no logical explanation for it from the globe side. That isn't just purely out of ignorance.
Well,
unless
from my perspective, there is an explanation. I just don't know it. I didn't care that much to like learn it, to like debate with you.
That's okay.
And because of that, that's your win.
So that's what some people do. They think, oh, some expert must have the answers, right? But we speak to the experts in here, and they also don't have the answers.
Also, like,
y'all looking inside chat.
So if we present instances where we can see further, right? And then you go and investigate it, and then you find out there's a reason, there's an excuse for that. They say, well, light's behaving in a way through the air which allows you to be able to see more of the surface than what would be normally possible. Okay, all right, that's fine, except that's forcing us to have to accept that the geometry of the surface of the Earth exists as they claim it to be in the first instance. So then we're going to go back and say, okay, let's prove that the Earth's surface does have that characteristic, that its geometry is like they say, where it's curving at a certain rate. The Earth is a spherical body. It has a radius of 3,959 miles, etc., etc. How did they get that information? How did they measure the Earth? Let's see if that holds true.
Very funny, Leaf, but we do not claim that the Earth is a disk planet.
Well, what do you claim then?
I like to think of it like... Go ahead, DJ.
We claim that the Earth is a topographical plane, right? We don't claim to know the shape of the Earth, right? And we would claim that water doesn't have any drop over distance over large bodies, in which it would have to have if the Earth was a globe.
All right. I'm actually done with discussing about water.
That's the crux of
water. This is so tough to get over, right? The proof is just axiomatic. It's just like right in front of your face. Like you can't ignore it. So it's like best, like, let's just not think about that.
All right. What else you got? Don't worry about water for now. What else you got?
All right. So once the Earth is a topographical plane with unknown size and dimension, right? It also is not moving and wearing clothes because we have...
Right. So what you're saying is that the Earth itself continues infinitely. Like
not
there is no
indefinitely. Not infinitely. Indefinitely. Unknown size and dimension.
What are beyond Antarctica or South Pole? Do you actually believe there is extra land beyond that point?
Don't know.
Nobody's ever gone past, right? No one's ever just kept going south and just kept going. Right? No one's done that.
So you're saying the Earth is limited, yet it's flat?
No. Look, let's just say I mean, we don't know, right? That's the answer. We're not claiming it's an infinite plane, right? And we're also not making a shape claim because we don't want to bullshit you and give you some claims that we can't back up empirically, right? What we can confirm 100% is that the Earth isn't a globe.
I mean, there must be an explanation for what's beyond.
Yeah, but explanations, right? Explanation, right? You'd probably be better to use speculation as the word, right? Neither of which is going to be something that we could back up with empirical evidence. right? So it's an unknown, right? Because we can't.
Are you denying that we have sent robot to Mars? Are you denying that?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's scientifically impossible to do that. Yeah.
Mars is not a world. It's not a world.
How's that scientifically
It's not
impossible?
a place like this. It's not a place like the ground underneath you. You can't send things to it. Things can't walk on its surface. You don't even know what sort of surface it has, even if it has one.
Let me put it this way. Is it possible that the flat Earth you're claiming is some sort of dimension that's flat to you? But is it possible that we can move to another dimension and Mars is actually that dimension, which is also flat? Because that dimension.
But you're asking for unknowable information, right? So you agree that there is information in the world that is unknowable to us, right?
Like, if you guys have a framework which is supposed to explain the stars and the Mars and the moon and the sun.
Wait, why? Why are you putting that burden onto us? When did we make the claim that we need to explain all that?
But that is the reality that we both do share. So,
but it's unknowable. Do you agree that knowledge comes from experience and observation?
Yes, I do believe in that.
Okay, yeah. So when we use our experience and we have to do experiments, right? And the things in the sky are not tangible to man. So therefore we can't do an empirical experiment on the things in the sky.
You just cannot believe they have sent people out there.
No, you can believe it. And you just said all knowledge comes from experience and observation. And now what you're nobody has ever been to Mars. No one knows what Mars is like. No one's been to the moon. I know you think they have, but there's actually not sufficient evidence to even show they've even been to the moon.
So let me put it this way. If you got a chance to go to the moon and come back to Earth, would you still say the Earth is flat?
Dude, that's not, we can't leave here, man. We're here. We're stuck here. They're not offering for you to go anywhere, dude.
You can throw out hypotheticals if you like, right? This is the thing. Hold on, just let me say this quickly. Right? If the Earth is a globe, right, they tell us the size of it. Right? They say it has a radius value of 3,969 miles. That means there has to be a certain amount of curvature over distance. Right? When we go out and test the Earth over huge bodies of water that would have to have a specific amount of curvature, there is no curvature detected. It cannot be a globe.
Wait, it has been observed, like...
No, it hasn't. The thing. Yeah, that's what we thought too. Look into it. Like, we can present you with, like, evidence, countless amounts of high-definition videos going over observations from start to finish, right, with all the variables accounted for, right? And there is no curvature. And then when you looked at the globe side, it's like, who actually measured Earth curvature throughout all of history, right? You're not going to find any empirical evidence, just calculations, assumptions, hearsay.
Well, I can literally go on YouTube and find a video that proves the flat earthers when they shoot the laser and doesn't hit the point where the flat earth supposed to hit.
That's a Netflix. That's a Netflix documentary. This is not where knowledge is gained. Knowledge is not gained from going on to Netflix or onto YouTube and then just being like, oh yeah, I'm just going to accept what the man said to me. Like, there's no way this man is lying to me or something. So you did it. You're referencing right now a hit piece from Netflix as your evidence for the globe Earth. Do you understand how ridiculous that is?
Be honest. Is anyone here have done experiment by themselves and actually know there's no curvature?
Absolutely.
Well, we measure.
Everybody.
Yeah,
Everybody who does all of you guys did.
Everybody, listen, hold on, bro. Everybody who reads a map, everybody who does surveying, everybody who does anything in construction, we only use horizontal, flat, straight, level things to level out stuff with a horizontal baseline. Now, do you have anywhere we can go to the Earth Curve hardware store? Or to look on the map and see a curved legend where there's curved miles and curved inches and curved feet? Do you have that handy? Because I don't see that anywhere. All I see is flat earth stuff. Straight horizontal lines for miles, feet, inches. What else?
Wait, do you work in construction yourself?
Listen,
Teamwork.
what else do you need than a horizontal line for an inch? The same thing for a foot, the same thing for a meter thick, the same thing for a kilometer, a mile, 10,000 miles. It's all a horizontal baseline. How do you go up in elevation? This is
you work in
a
construction
demonstration.
yourself.
This isn't
Do you work in construction yourself, or you hear this from a construction
Listen, bro,
person?
hold on. I can point out to the horizon right now, and I'm not pointing up at all. Do you understand that, Goofy? It's goofy for you to think I'm pointing fucking up to space when the altimeter doesn't show it. It only shows going up from the ground that way, vertically, only perfectly vertical. Away from a horizontal plane of reference. To find vertical, you have to have horizontal. To have horizontal, you find they both come conjoined with each other. You don't have verticals on a globe. They're all divergent and convergent lines, brother. Point out to the horizon. If you can't get in something and fly it straight at 5 foot and just increase in elevation and just be out to 35,000 feet somehow magically by still staying 5 foot in the fucking air, then you're not on a ball. I mean, this is so simple. This is child's play. Pointing out that way isn't up, and pointing behind you isn't down. Do you understand that? That is on a ball. It has to be, buddy, because you just be going out to space and back to the dirt, away from the dirt and back to the dirt, in every direction, in every way functionable or imaginable.
Absolutely. Nobody ever does anything like that in relation to what you're talking about practically. It's all just done as if it's all verticals are parallel, all horizontals are parallel. That's how we operate in this reality.
Yeah, it doesn't take any science. That you just demonstrated, like literally, physically. That's all we can empirically, physically prove. It's not moving and it's not curved. There is no curve. I couldn't draw the Earth curve on the wall. I haven't met the human that could.
We can't draw curved lines on the ball? What?
Earth curve. Draw Earth curve on the wall. The Earth curve. The line that you believe you have the math to follow that thing, draw it. If you can't, shut up.
I mean, it's simple. Just draw a circle.
Are you retarded? A circle's the Earth curve?
To scale. He's talking about to scale.
I'm talking about on your wall. Start the Earth curve from the center of your wall, and then make sure the left side's not as high as the center and the right side. Then we'll run out the altimeter down it, and the altimeter will change. It's not going to stay at 0. No globe, no Earth curve. Sorry. Elevation doesn't follow an Earth curve. That disproves your gravity magic dog crap story, and it disproves the curve. That's supposed to be 0 change of elevation. Earth curve. Supposed to be a curving sea level.
Yeah, that's why. That's why when you look at the sea, the ship, when it gets furthest away,
put it on the wall. Put it on the wall and run the
downwards. It's not going upwards. It's going downwards.
Device. We have an elevation device. Run it along the curve on your wall. That's all you got to do.
Go ahead, Leaf.
Yeah, see, that's why when the ship is going further, the ship is dipping down. It's sinking instead of, keep going.
No,
you can literally see the body of the ship is like half gone.
You just said you just said it's going down, right?
Yeah, because of the curvature. And this guy say there's no curvature. You can find.
Stop.
That's
Okay,
false.
I just wanted clarification on that going down. Okay, has it changed elevation?
Well, obviously, compared to mine, it did.
So it's not at sea level anymore.
What do you mean by sea level? It is still in sea level.
No. The boat is the boat when after it's gone down. Is it still at sea level?
It is.
It's below sea level.
As far as I'm concerned, the boat is not sinking.
So it hasn't gone down. So it hasn't gone down.
Yeah, but like when I was observing it was going down.
Right. So to you, it appears to go down.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. That's fine. I'll agree with you. Sometimes things in the distance appear to go down, right, below the surface. All right. Can you guarantee that that's what is actually taking place?
All right. You have to show me why that is not.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Case.
No, I don't. No, I don't have to do anything.
Wow.
Can you guarantee me that that's what's actually taking place? Because I'll remind you, you're looking at it go over something that looks flat. Am I allowed to accept that the thing that looks flat is actually flat?
Well, because what I was observing is telling me that is not the case.
What I'm observing is telling me it's flat.
But how can
you've never seen the boat. Well, Leaf, you've never seen you've never seen that happen. You've never seen that happen. I guarantee it. It's not even possible.
But one sec, because can I just finish on this? Because my point is, I'm looking at something that looks flat, right? Now you're telling me I'm not allowed to accept that it's actually flat, right, just by what it looks like, because you saw something that looks like it's going down below that flat thing, right? Now you're using something that looks like it's something. I'm using something that looks like it's something. Where do we draw the line between what is actually happening and what is not?
All right. If it is flat, it is supposed to be getting smaller and smaller, but not going downwards.
It does. Are you saying that things don't get smaller with distance?
Well, I'm saying it does, but it just it wouldn't be going down.
Right. Why not? Why?
Well, if it's flat, then how would it be going down? It's supposed to be horizontal.
That's for you to demonstrate. That's for you. You're claiming that this thing that you're seeing that looks like something is actually that something.
That is why they shoot the laser towards the person. And then it turns out that that person is below.
Right. Okay. So something that looks like something isn't enough, is it? So you can't just say it looks like the boat's going down, so it's actually going down.
It's below.
Bro, if I press you on it, bro, I wasn't finished.
And how can you explain that?
Hey, bro, if I press you on it, you're going to say it's not actually going down. I'll agree with you. It's not actually going down. We're both in agreement.
No.
Looks like it's going down.
Well, that's why they did the experiment, and they shot the laser, and the receiver was
so now you're going
below the observer's horizontal line.
Right. Okay. Stop. So the boat appearing to go down isn't enough, is it?
Yeah. Well, that's why in the Netflix they did this experiment and showed you that it was going down. So. Well, you guys need to demonstrate some sort of mechanism how it works in the flat Earth model.
Guess what we did? We went out and looked, because if you're saying it's going over something, it's being obstructed from your view by the apex of the curve, right? Like the top of a hill, it's gone over that part, right? There's a distance to that. There should be a distance to that you can measure, right? And that would be based on your observer height and the radius value to the center of the Earth, right? And your line of sight to the edge of the top of the ball, the top of the apex of the curve. You can no longer see any more of the surface because it's curved down and away from you. It's blocking itself from view. The object on top of the surface has gone over that apex and down below it, right? So you can't see the bottom of it anymore. That's got to be at a certain distance. Now, if we make observations where it's not at that distance, which would be 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, then we can rule that out as a reason why that looks like it does.
Wait, how does it even explain?
I don't need to offer an explanation. Falsification is independent of replacement. If I can rule out a possibility of something, you're claiming it's to be that something, and I can rule that possibility out, I don't need to replace it with something else. I can just say what you're saying it is not true. If you're interested in trying to find out the actual reason, you go for it. I could offer some alternatives if you want. I could help you on your journey into understanding why possibly that's happening. DJ's probably more, adept at doing that. So I'll pass the mic over to him, and he can go into these other reasons why things appear to be obstructed bottom up with distance. But we can absolutely rule out it's not Earth curvature. That's the reason why.
Yep. So just to give you some explanations. Right. Firstly, you brought up Jeranism, right, on the Behind the Curve Netflix documentary. And if you actually, like, if I were to challenge you right now to post that, right, you're claiming that they tried to shoot a laser at a target over distance and it didn't the target, and therefore the Earth's a globe. If you actually look into it, right, you'll find out that they didn't use a laser. Right, they were supposed to use a laser, but the laser broke. Right, the collimator on the laser broke. So instead, for some reason, maybe they had it all set up. They didn't want to, put the whole expedition, in the Netflix documentary to waste that they set up that day. So they used a flashlight. Right, not a laser, not the right tool to use for that particular thing. Right, but with the boats over the horizon. Right, we can easily explain that. We can recreate it on a small flat surface. So if you have a look at the side chat, you'll see that the most common reason for a boat appearing to have gone beyond the horizon is just angular size. Right, so you can see a giant ship. Can you see what I posted there under the SpongeBob thing?
Yeah.
Above. Yep. So you'll see when he's fully zoomed out, you cannot see the giant ship. Right, someone could think that ship was beyond the horizon, right? And technically, yeah, it looks like it's beyond the horizon when he's zoomed out. But when he zooms in, you can see the entire ship again, right? So the reason that you can't see it when he's zoomed out is pretty straightforward. It's gone below the angular resolution limitation of the human eye, which is 0.02 degrees. But you can zoom it back into view, right? Showing that it wasn't actually beyond the horizon or over a curve. Right, and there are particular situations when you have certain weather conditions where something can look like it's hidden behind the horizon, right? But that's easily explained, and it's very rare, by the way. But it's easily explained by different types of mirage effects, right? Very unsubtle mirage effects like sinking, where the definition of sinking is something that would normally be visible on the horizon appears to have sunk behind the horizon, right? And then you can have a look into the technical details of how that happens, right? And it perfectly explains it once again. But once again, we can create that on a small flat surface. So just to validate that it is actually just like an optical effect taking place due to particular weather conditions.
And there's no air in your blood.
So does what I just explained make sense, Leaf? Yeah, what, Demok?
Yeah, I'm looking into it.
Yeah, have a look. I can give you citations and stuff like that. Like if you type in what is sinking refraction, it'll say exactly pretty much what I just read out. But I can give you proper citations from the American Meteorological Society and sources like that explain when you have a layer of warmer air closer to the surface, and then it gradually turns into cooler air, right? Because you have warmer air, warmer water than what the air temperature is, right? So it creates like a layer of warmer air above the water, and then it slowly gets cooler as you go up in altitude, and that creates an effect called sinking over water. And and the definition is that it happens on a clear day, usually in the morning, late in the afternoon, or during the night, right? The horizon looks much closer than it normally would, and an object normally visible on the horizon would be hidden behind the horizon.
Also, the moon, when you look at it, like the other night, it looked really, really small. I mean, super small, like little bitty, straight up. It was clear, it was cool, it was crisp. And I was looking at the moon, and I was like, what the hell? The moon is super small. I mean, it looked like a small ass moon. I had never seen it that little before, ever. It looked little bitty. And then most nights it looks super huge, like 5 times, 6 times bigger than that. Literally. Like a harvest moon would look like 8 times bigger than that, or 10 times bigger than that. But a normal moon would be, it's just weird, man. So the temperature and how you look and the angle and the way you're looking at stuff does give it an effect. Yeah, 100%.
But yeah, have a look. Citation in the side chat there. Right, it says a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. Like a ship over the horizon, for example. But what we can do, we can disprove that completely. So I actually have a video where it shows a boat, a giant boat, right? And in the morning, it looks like it's hidden behind the horizon. It's just anchored out in the ocean, right? And then a few hours later, when the air temperature warms up, you don't have that sinking effect anymore, right? And then you can see the whole boat again, just 3 hours later, proving that it was just an optical effect. It wasn't actually hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. So the boats over the horizon argument, it's not like a good globe proof. It's easily explained using mainstream explanations, right? Created by experts, in the field, right? Not by flat earthers, just mainstream explanations. And also like waves, huge factor. Sometimes you've just got big waves or ocean swells, right? From a distance, you can't see the ocean swells. It kind of blends in. It just looks like a big semi-flat surface of water, right? But actually there's decent sized swells out there, and as the ship goes away, right, something small in the foreground can easily block something big in the background, right? Like if you put your finger in front of your eye, you can block a mountain. Same kind of principle.
Yeah, I think it's like so if you're 6 foot standing at the beach, if there's a 7 foot swell 3 miles away, it will appear to obstruct the 150 feet or 120 feet of something that's 10 miles away.
And more and more and more, depending on the distance between you and the object. Yep.
Absolutely, yep.
It's like a sliding board of reality that blocks your vision, and then the air and everything too. So it's a sliding scale of how far you can see, how far you can see, how far you can see. Optics all together. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, man. So we can create this on a small scale. 100% showing that it's not a globe proof, right? Because we can recreate it on a flat surface over a short distance.
Yeah, we can make stuff disappear like it's magic, like David Copperfield. It'll start to get smoky and blurry and disappear, and it's a horizontal flat thing that you're rubbing it across, and there is no hump. So, like, what does that mean to you? Is that good?
I mean, is the flat Earth is a contradiction?
Go on a horizontal thing. Get your camera, put it to where it's half between the thing that your object is on is halfway in the camera view, halfway between the lens, up and down, and then take your object and move it away from your camera, and you'll see on the horizontal flat level object that you're moving it away on, that make sure it's horizontal flat level, because you're a human with a brain, you should be able to do that, and then move it away from it, and you'll see it disappear bottoms up on a flat thing. No curve, no globe. Okay? Do you understand this? Don't need to ask goofy questions. Just go do the demonstration. Come back with your results. And then when you come back with a different result than what we claimed, you could throw it in our face, right? Other than that, you have no leg to stand on. We're telling you this is what happened.
He's been listening very patiently for quite a long time, which is admirable. So, like, let's let him have his rebuttal or whatever. Leaf, go ahead. Leaf?
Yeah. So in the video you were showing,
mm-hmm.
What was that about? Like, are you trying to showcase how the ship can appear to be sinking?
Yeah, this is an inferior mirage over a small flat surface. So yeah, this does show sinking, right? So sinking is like a less extreme version of this inferior mirage, right? The reason it's more extreme and you get that mirroring effect is because of the angle, as well as because of like you have like a more harsh temperature gradient change because the concrete heats up quite hot, right? So it's like a very warm layer of air, and then it gets cool as it goes up pretty quickly, and that creates what's called an inferior mirage, right? I'll post like another image of that, just to give you a better idea, right? And so over water, you don't have quite an extreme like hot to cold change, so it creates like a different type of inferior mirage called sinking. Right, have a look at this one. Right, here's another one. Once again, we have like a hot road surface, right? So it's a very extreme change between warm air and cold air. So it creates like a very drastic effect, right? A type of mirage that's noticeable, right? Because you see that like kind of looks like glass or water on the road. That's called total internal reflection. But yeah, with sinking, you don't get the total internal reflection, which is like that mirror look that you see right on the horizon. You just see something sinking. That's why it's called that. But yeah, this just shows you on a smaller scale how things can appear to disappear bottom up. They're not necessarily over something like some physical curvature. It's just that according to the mainstream, right? It's just the way that the light travels through different mediums with different densities, right? So the light bends upward, which makes the object displace downward. And sometimes you can get the reverse of this, which is called looming or or superior mirage. And it looks like you've probably seen images where it looks like there's like floating ships and stuff like that, right? That's the opposite of the sinking.
And how did the floating ship happen?
It means when you have cooler air closer to the surface, and then it slowly gets warmer as it goes up. Like, so if you have very cold water, right, it will create a cooler layer of air above the water, and then it will get warmer as it goes up, right? So it's an inverted temperature gradient, inverted vertical temperature gradient, right? And like the light rays will bend up instead of bending up, and it will displace the object in the distance upward instead of downward. It's the opposite of sinking. I can post you citations for all this stuff if you want to look into it.
It's like magnifying and demagnifying, mirroring, so it's going to make it look like it's up above. Like if you got a magnifying glass, it's a clear piece of plastic, or an ice cube, it's clear, or clear liquid. When you look through them, you're not necessarily seeing what's on the other side like you think, just because they're clear, no matter the thickness. So the air is just the same. The more air you have, it's just like looking through a big air ice cube or a big air lens or whatever. It's going to do things. That's it. It's that simple. It'll magnify it. Demagnify it. You'll see, sometimes you see water in the desert called a mirage. You know damn well there's no water up there. So, like, is that Earth curve too? You know what I mean? Come on now. Everything you see isn't a Tootsie Roll.
Yeah, so there's a few citations there, and in the link there, you can go to the site and you can click, on looming, and then you can read about how that happens, right? And it will line up to what I said. Yeah, I got a good example to show you, actually, proving it's not that a boat's not over the horizon.
Side view should also do it while you're getting the thing. You can see farther left to right than you can forward 3 miles, where the boat's supposed to be disappearing. 8 inches per mile.
Leaf, can you see the boat in the side chat there?
Yep.
All right, so this is that boat. It's about 12 miles out to sea, and this guy's zoomed in on it. All right, so there's even closer zoom of the boat. Looks like it's behind the horizon, right? Like the whole bottom part of the boat's missing. Right? But then what you'll find is that 3 hours later, this is the same boat, right? And none of it's missing. Right? The only thing that changed was the different types of the conditions in the air, the temperatures changed. So in the morning, you're more likely to have that sinking effect, right? So what we see in the top images is textbook definition sinking. Horizon appears closer than what it normally would. Object appears like it's hidden behind the horizon. Clear conditions, right? But then as the day goes on, the air temperature warms up, so it's warmer than the water temperature. So you don't have that sinking effect anymore, right? And then you can see the whole boat again. So there's a video to go along with this where it shows like the time lapse.
Yeah, do you have a video of this?
Yeah. It's 30 megabytes. It's just uploading now.
See where it says approximately 9:30 p.m. 9:30 a.m. That one. You see the mirroring going on?
Yep.
So just
right on the surface. Exactly, bro. Just right. It usually happens like right where the ground and the sky appear to meet. And that's like a partial inferior mirage, right? So it's in between sinking and an inferior mirage. Yeah, there's the video.
And how far is this away from the observer?
It's about 12 nautical miles, something like that. It shows it at the end of the video. It shows the ship tracker.
Yeah, almost 23 kilometers.
Yeah.
And what's the according to the curve model of the Earth?
Yep.
How low is it supposed to be below the observer?
Well, over 23 kilometers. Yeah. I'll just check 1 second. Yeah, so 136 foot is the obstruction over that distance. I mean, that's how much drop there is, right? 136 foot over 23 kilometers. But the point is, right, the fact that it looks like the right? The boat doesn't move because it's anchored out in the ocean, right? The only thing that changed was the weather conditions, right? The temperatures is the primary cause of these mirage effects. And you can see that it looks like it's hidden behind the horizon, and then you can see the whole boat again, right? It's just kind of to show you that it wasn't actually behind the curvature of the Earth. It was just a well-known type of mirage effect taking place.
Wait, I just like calculate it?
Yeah, what did you want to calculate? I'm not sure if we have the exact observer height in the video. Let me check.
Well, it says it. It says the camera height is around 8 meters.
8 meters?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yep. All right. Let me add that in. Yeah, so the obscured, there should be 42 foot missing off the bottom of the ship. But yeah, I can show you like very good observations, right? The point of this one is just to show you that it wasn't actually hidden behind the curvature. It was just an optical effect, right? But we can show you other observations where they're very, very clear high definition videos where we can see magnitudes further than you would be able to see on a globe.
By the way, I just want to say that if you click on the video,
mm-hmm.
Well, like on 58 seconds, it shows the position of the cameras, perhaps. Well, I'm not sure if it's on a high ground or is that a beach?
It's like he's standing like this is what it's like in Australia where I'm from. It's like you have like a boardwalk and then you have like a little tiny rock wall and then you've got a beach. So that's probably why he's saying it's 8 meters. That's what it looks like. Actually, I'm not sure exactly where this location is, but it looks just like where I'm from on the Gold Coast, Australia. It's like you've got like a little path that goes along the beach, and then you've got like a tiny little like a rock wall that's like 1 or 2 meters high, and then you've got like a bit of beach. It's like a path that everyone walks across along, sort of thing.
Do you know the person who made this video?
No, I'm not sure. I don't have this particular one, right? But I do have other ones that are much more detailed than this one. I would like to find the source of this one though. But yeah, it's this kind of location here, right, where you've got like the path that goes along next to the beach kind of thing. Looks very similar to where I'm from. But you can see where he's standing. I mean, that's not really the point though, right? This isn't like a flat earth. We're not claiming like this is like a flat earth proof or something like that, right? This is just to show that the boat wasn't actually hidden over anything, right? Boat looks like it's hidden behind the horizon. Weather conditions change, boat is no longer hidden behind the horizon. Simple as that.
There's other examples we can show you where people have taken like an RC boat out onto a little lake, and obviously it's not going to be able to go over the Earth curve, right, within such a short range. But they drive the boat out onto the water and they get the camera right down low, and at a matter of a couple of 100 feet, begins to appear like it's going over the curve, but it couldn't possibly have reached any curve yet, right? That's not the reason. So like we can, and like there's other examples, people like just setting up, different conditions in their home or in their garage on a flat surface, right? And then altering the temperature of the air, etc., and watching these visual effects where it looks like the object begins to go down below something, but obviously it can't be going below something, right? It's on a flat surface.
Here's another one in the side chat, Leaf. Right, here's an image that a lot of globe earthers and anti-flat Earth debunking websites use to, say, oh look, here's proof of the Earth curving. Look at the power lines. What do you think about that image, Lake Pontchartrain?
Well, it looks like it's curved. It's going down.
Yeah. Kind of looks like it, doesn't it? Right? But this is just, once again, a good example of a mirage effect, right? An inferior mirage, once again. Right? Because have a look at the horizon, right? Look like here, let me show you. Right, I got a bunch of imagery about this one. Right, so if you zoom in a bit, you can see once again that mirroring effect, right, where the horizon is. Right, and if you have a look on the left, right, you can see the same thing happening on a small bridge. Right, so I'm just going to upload the GIF from the bridge that the image on the left's taken from. Right, so you'll see it's just a straight bridge, and then as he goes down, we get the mirroring effect, we get a false horizon, and it displaces the left-hand side of the bridge.
When it's like really hot, right?
Yes, right. So it can happen when you have a vertical temperature gradient where you have warmer air closer to the surface. Doesn't have to be really hot, it just has to be a temperature differential. So it can mean that you have like just that particular scenario, like it could happen if you have 5 degrees or 40 degrees, right? It just depends on the gradient differential. So,
well, how can you explain like the Greek person that did the shadow, used the shadow of the angle and calculate the curvature of the Earth.
Well, that's not proof of either a globe or flat, right? So even Neil deGrasse Tyson, the globe earther scientist, black guy you see on all the shows, right? He said that, it's not proof of either, right? It's just, it depends which assumptions you make before you do the calculation, right? For example, I could set up the same thing in my bedroom, right? And I could put one stick under the light source in the center of the bedroom where the light's just above it and it's not going to have a shadow. And then I can put another stick on the side of the room and it's going to have a shadow, right? Because the light rays are diverging out from the light source, right? So I could then do the same math that Eratosthenes used, right? And calculate the circumference, the sphericity of my flat floor, right? If I pre-assumed the same things that Eratosthenes pre-assumed, which is that the Earth is a sphere and that the sun rays are coming in parallel, right? So I could, if I assumed that my floor was a sphere and that the sun rays were coming in parallel, then I would come up with the circumference of my flat floor, right? So it's just based on which assumptions were made before he did the math, right? And even the globe earth scientists explain that that's the case. So it doesn't really prove either.
I see.
Yeah. So yeah, here's an interesting one, right? Here's a side view of the same power lines. So yeah, just optical illusions due to different conditions. Replicatable on a smaller scale where there's no curvature.
And how many kilometers is that?
Which? The left to right, where the red line is?
Yeah.
We can count the pylons. It's a lot further than you can see where it looks like it's curving. I don't remember. I did count them, but it's a lot more, right? Because look at the elevation, right? Look how little that boat looks, right? So this is a high view, right? So you can see much further left to right the higher you go, right? So this obviously you'd be able to see much further left to right than when it's closer to the water in that front to back view where it looks like it's curving. And even if, so the amount that you see it curving in the original image I posted, right, that doesn't even align at all with the globe, right? That would make the globe a tiny, tiny Earth. It's just a known effect, a known different type, like a type of mirage effect.
Yeah, it's interesting, man. You go from left to right. There's no curvature.
Yeah. You can also look at it on different days. Like if you go on a different day, you don't have that drastic curvature. Have a look at this one.
No matter how many you add up, you can add 1 million of them side by side.
So yeah, here's a good example here. This last one I posted.
Wait, the bridge you showed? Do you know the name of the bridge?
Yeah, it's
yeah.
Yeah, this is the Lake Pontchartrain. All of these images that I just showed you are all from Lake Pontchartrain. So yeah, that's the Lake Pontchartrain bridge. It's a long, long bridge.
Well, given the length of the bridge is 8.7 kilometers.
It's 23 miles, the bridge.
Is there supposed to be curvature? Oh. 8 kilometers?
23 miles, yeah. There's tons. There is 352 foot of curvature. Basically a skyscraper.
Wow. Hmm.
Yeah, I got another really good observation here. If you want to have a look at it, it's on a lake in Canada, a very still lake. And the guy holds the camera just 3 inches off the surface of the water, and he can see a peninsula that's 13.8 miles away.
Yeah.
So the peninsula should be hidden behind 120 foot of Earth curvature.
Right, and you should have a horizon that the water should be cutting off your view at what, 0.6 miles or something?
Yeah, 0.6.
0.8 miles. Yeah, 0.6 miles.
Yeah, so there's the observation, and I'll just link the full-length video as well.
Now, you combine all this with everything, right? Like you've just got, the observable and measurable property of the surface of liquid at rest being horizontal, right? But if you don't want to accept that as being true, if you still want to remain a glober, you have to walk away saying, well, it's definitely not the size that they've told me. It has to be a bigger ball, right? I mean, there is no, without invoking some crazy ass fucking light bending and shit to account for all this, that you're not going to be able to demonstrate, you're not going to be able to prove or measure, then you don't have anything. You can't explain this away. And the sad thing is, this is not receiving the attention that it deserves from academia, because they have this dogmatic, concrete set fucking belief system that they live on a ball with a particular size and dimension. They will not let go of it. They're stubborn religious zealots. That's what they are. In the face of conflicting evidence, they refuse to let go. That's religious zealotry.
I'm not sure.
I mean,
well,
sorry, go on. I want to interrupt.
Well, so you see the bridge you showed me in the lake, it is only supposed to have 23 miles. Wait, how come I got different data than you did?
I can show you we did actually contact the engineers that made that bridge. So here is... So you can look it up. It's just the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge.
Yeah.
Causeway. It's a giant lake. It has to be a certain distance, right? It can't just be 7 miles or 6 miles or what you said before, because the lake's huge.
Right, yeah. Well, is there any video that can show you can see all the way across to the other side of the lake with no curvature?
Oh, we have examples like that. Taboo Conspiracy has observations over 20 miles of water straight to the other side.
Yep. Yeah, can you please show me?
Yeah, I got a great one here, actually. I'll look up the Great Salt Lakes in Utah observation, right? So it's a crazy observation, and he also did a laser test with a high-powered laser as well. So I did take 2 screenshots out of the video. I will find the full video as well. Also, we have zoom footage of the Pontchartrain Lake as well, where you can, he just zooms in and you can see the stuff on the other side of the lake.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, I mean, I already posted one. It's not the greatest quality, but you can see the things on the other side of the lake when he zooms in there. So if you just here, I'll just tag you in the post. Right, that's just it's a GIF. It's a pretty low quality GIF, but you can see the buildings on the other side of the lake. But I'll just pull up this other one because it's way clearer.
Well, but you can't really see things on the other side of the island, and the curvature for 38 kilometers is actually not that much. The hidden heights is only less than a meter. So
no. Right. So the hidden height is 352 feet. Right here, I'm gonna post it.
Well, the website I'm using says the hidden height is 0.11 meters due to Earth's curvature.
Yeah. Look, here I'll post you the Earth curve calculator. You can double check it on like ChatGPT. I can post you like the actual math formula to use if you want to do the math yourself. So yeah, I'm not sure what site you're using, but you can look up any Earth curve calculator and put in the numbers.
Yeah, the one I'm using is like less than a meters. So
it's what? Sorry?
Well, so yeah, the distance I put between the 2 points is 38 kilometers. So that's equivalent to the the length of the bridge. The radius is of the Earth is 6,371, and the amount of curvature is 0.03 meters. So
no, that's not correct. Right, so you need to use 8 inches per mile squared. Right, you could even just go to like any AI and say, how much drop over distance is there on the globe Earth over what is it? 30?
Do you have? Because like this is the calculator I'm using. Do you have a calculator I can also use?
Yeah, I posted it at 47 minutes after the hour. Omnicalculator.com. And I'll post like the Pythagorean
distance object 38 kilometers.
Yeah, 23.
I'll put 2 meters.
Well, we're not talking about eyesight level here, right? We're talking about just how much drop there is over that distance on a sphere with that size, with that radius. Right? We're not talking about an observation. We're talking about just drop over distance in general. Right, so basically the way you would think about it is if you picture a sphere, right, and then you picture a line horizontally coming off the top of the sphere, and the line goes out horizontally 36 kilometers, and then drops down to the surface. Right, it would take a right angle and then drop down to the surface. Right, and you'll find that's like 300 and something foot. You can check it on some different sources if you want. Yeah, I can post like a graph that shows a different way of calculating it using the Pythagorean theorem. Have it here somewhere.
What up, DJ? What's up, everybody? 24/7 Flat Earth.
Hey.
Hello.
What's up, man? We've just been going over some long distance observations with Leaf, who's been very cool to chat with. We went over some
Leaf.
black swans. Yeah, we went over Pontchartrain. We're just still going over Pontchartrain right now. So he's trying to work out the drop over distance for a 23-mile bridge, right? Which is the Lake Pontchartrain bridge length.
Yeah. No, good deal. Good deal. Yeah, Leaf, I've seen you hanging around, man. Like, good to see you. We're not total dicks to newcomers. It's only when people treat us like dicks. Okay, I guess that fell flat. Sorry, guy.
Well, look, I'm saying there's 300 and something feet of drop over distance over that distance of 23 miles. He's saying it's like a meter or something like that. So I'm just trying to get him some sources, right? So he can double check for himself.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not crazy. We're not trying to deceive people. We're just really puzzled by this whole globe flat thing. And we can't find where the globe is supposed to be. It's really all there is to it. We've been so badly maligned by our detractors. It's kind of insane, to be honest. Some of us are still looking for curvature.
Well, the thing is, I can't find the video. Can you show me? That can show me how you can see everything clearly on the other side of the lake, Pontchartrain. So, do you have any other videos that can show like only everything clearly on the other side?
You're not going to get clear. You're not
You know why that might be hard, dude? Let me explain something to you. Like, the Lake Pontchartrain, if it's not already obvious, it's in Louisiana. Like, the land of swamps and alligators and super high humidity. If you've ever been in a humid environment, you can't see shit. You've got all the heat haze, you've got a glare.
Do you have any other lakes that has
swamps are horizontally flat. The water surface of all the swamp water is perfectly fucking horizontal. Like when you tip your cup, the cup tips, but the water stays right the hell where it's at. All the swampland, the reason you can even do anything or build on it, like Walt Disney built Disneyland or whoever built Disneyland on that bitch, is because there's only so much water, and then you hit stone, bedrock. But the water sitting on top of stone, it's not going nowhere. It's just sitting there like 3, 4, 5, 6 foot, 8 foot, whatever. It's horizontal across the surface, all of it. I don't know what you're asking.
But yeah, yes, we do. Like we mentioned the great
Pulling it up
Salt
now.
Lake. Yep.
Pulling it up now.
Utah.
Right. So first, I'll just explain it. Right. So this is, I think it's 21 miles. This observation. Right. So the picture below is close, very close to that white. You can see that white like tower. Right. So this is on the side of the lake that the tower's on. In the bottom image. Right. The top image is 21 miles away. Right. So he's gone over to the other side of the lake. Right. And he wanted to do it like closer to the evening because he's doing a long distance laser test. Right. And he set his camera up at about 5 foot off the surface of the water, right? And as you can see, he's zoomed in 21 miles, and you can see the entire tower, basically, right? Which should be hidden under hundreds of feet of curvature, right? Of 260 feet or something like that, right? Should be obstructed. You can basically see the whole thing there.
Wait, how many miles? How many miles?
21 miles. Right, and now I'm just going to find the full video that goes along with this.
21 miles.
21 miles, yeah.
And what's eye height?
5 foot is the tripod set up on the camera. Approximately 5 foot.
Wow, that's it.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah, this is a really good one. Because it's like a dry environment, right? And it's late in the afternoon. It's great conditions for this type of observation. So I'm just going to find the
about as
video.
good as it gets.
You can see the whole tower.
Yeah, the tower should be obstructed.
Man, I used to live.
Was that the first picture that you have shown? Is that you went all the way across to the other side of the lake?
Yes, yeah, and you'll see that in the video as soon as I find it.
Yeah, which lake is this?
This is the Great Salt Lake in Utah, which I'll find, right? He shows everything in the video, his location, Google Maps, all that sort of thing. So give me a second, I'll just pull it up.
I used to live in the American Southwest, and my sister used to live in Utah. And before I was a flat earther, I mean, I was amazed when I first went out there, and I could see so far as I could. It was unbelievable. The thin air due to the elevation and the low barometric pressure, right? And the dry air, so there's no humidity. The distances you could see are almost unfathomable to people like most of Americans who live in more of an Atlantic kind of climate where there's massive humidity in the summers. I remember seeing there was a fire in this video in Tombstone, Arizona, and I could see it from Tucson. Craziest thing, man. I could see the column of smoke. It was like 30, 40 miles away.
So we could probably stream. I don't know if we Leaf, if you want to watch the whole 13-minute video, we could just stream it and watch the whole thing.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, I can. My internet really sucks. I don't know if anyone else can stream it that's here. Right, let me check.
Yeah, I'm streaming it.
Oh, you are? Okay, awesome.
Skeptics of the flat earth?
Gotta go.
All right, man. Catch you later.
Excuse me, sorry. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, we're just Matrix. Hey, we're just streaming watching Leaf stream the 21-mile Great Salt Lakes observation.
Okay. Wait, is that the one with the 3 different lights?
Nope, this is the one where it reflects off the water as well.
Ooh. Yeah, the law of reflection. People talk about the law of refraction all the time. But most of the light you see, unless you're looking at a source, the light's been reflected off of something. And the law of reflection debunks the globe.
Yep.
Yeah, someone put the calculations up for that before, that only the first so many yards would actually reflect correctly. After that, it would all be like going into a funhouse. It'd all be stretched and warped.
Yep. So the mathematics of it works out such that if you're on a salt lake, you've got the mirrored surface, and if Earth is a globe, the distortion would begin at 0.67 miles away from a 6-foot observer on the surface and get more distorted as it goes to your feet. This is much, much closer than the 3 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it was a lot closer. I just didn't know what the exact numbers were.
Yeah, 6-foot observer, 0.67. I would like to. Maybe I can work on this weekend if I remember. But a derivation of the formula, just like we've got the simple and easy 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet for seeing, the so-called curvature of the Earth from your height. This would be a similar derivation for the reflection off of a curving surface for a 6-foot observer or any observer height. It's much more dramatic. So at 0.67 miles, everything from you to 0.67 miles along the floor, along the base, should not be reflecting the image that you see above the horizon.
0.67 miles, so...
Yeah. From 6 feet off the ground. So, at 0.67 miles, it should stop reflecting the image on the horizon. And it will start to reflect more of the sky.
What's that? 3,537 feet. It's not that far.
Such that when you look straight down at your feet at the reflective surface, you're looking back at yourself. And you look at like a 45-degree angle to the surface, you should see some like clouds and crap, right? And the further you look away, it should start to curve. Eventually, it should start to unite with the horizon and produce a more mirrored image that you would expect. But we don't see that. And another way to look at this too is when you see like a sunset. You don't need to be on a salt lake to see that, right? When you look at a sunset at a beach, and if the light from the sunset is reaching your feet in the water, that debunks curvature from the same principle.
0.67, 2/3. Wouldn't that be funny if that's what the actual number was? It was just a straight up, basically it's 2/3.
Yeah. 2/3 a mile. Dude, you know what this means? Like all those images that people have from vacations, hundreds of thousands of pictures on the internet of people at the beach taking a picture of the sunset and the reflection of the sun casting a ray of light across the water to their feet, and the reflection. That reflection of the sun should stop at 0.67 miles away. But it continues onto your feet.
Oh, yeah, but we're so small. If you were an ant on a basketball...
Right? Yeah, that is if you're ant. Listen, Matrix, that is if you're ant on a basketball. That's what is the prediction.
That's the problem.
Yeah. If you're an ant on a basketball, you should not see the sun being reflected off the surface of the water at your feet with the sun's on the horizon. It should definitely not be there. It should stop reflecting at 0.67 miles away. And you should start to see more of the sky above the sun, because that's what it's reflecting at that point, because the surface is curved. Hate to cut this short. It was nice and sweet. I just had to run out and pick up some food for dinner, so I'm going to go have some dinner, and then I'll be back later tonight. It is 6 o'clock p.m., so see you then.
All right, see ya.
What did you think of that, Leaf?
Yeah. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, man. Yeah, we can hear.
Well, can it explain by the fact that maybe the area around the lake is like relatively flatter than the other parts of the Earth?
So what are you
Is
saying?
it possible?
We live on
No, that's completely impossible.
Water
If
can't
you
be flat. The water can't be. Water, you know, the water's the problem, not the land.
Yeah, we can show you different observations and different laser tests from all kinds of different locations, right? This isn't like a one-off laser test or long-distance observation. There's just like tons and tons and tons of these, right? We've had some of these done with $30,000 lasers by teams of field engineers, PhDs specializing in that particular field that deals with light and all that sort of thing. So yeah, there's a lot of different videos, right? And yeah, according to the globe model, right, there is no like place where there's not drop over distance, right? Even the places on Earth where they say, oh, like this is the flattest, these are amongst the flattest places on Earth, all they're talking about is elevation changes in topography, right? They're not talking about, they'll still say it's flat, but they'll still say it still curves at 8 inches per mile squared. Right, any body of water.
Can you imagine if that area is just extra flat, so that can explain why there's no curvature up there? Because
no, it's the water.
It's like
the water,
basin,
it's not the land. The water has to curve if you're on a ball.
Yeah.
Well,
the land. That's the problem.
So they say the water has to follow the shape of the container.
Right.
Well, what if the container is flat at this point? Well,
no. Okay, let me explain that really quickly. Okay, that's fine that you say that, but you can have a container, right? Lakes are usually like a bowl, right? It's like a low spot in the land where the water gathers.
Exactly.
Right. Exactly, and then so water will conform to any shape the container is, right? It could be any shape. Right, the water's just going to fill up the container, conform to the shape of the container, and then the surface of the water is going to be flat. Right? If the Earth's a globe, the water has to curve at a specific rate over distance. Right? Because they say that that's because of gravity. Right? And that water is like, it's called water level. Right? When they say that, right, they mean that it is equal to the center of the Earth. Equal distance outward from the center of the Earth, right? So you're more than welcome to look up your claim, right? But you know, a lake is just the low spot in the land, and water fills up the container or the low spot in the land, and then the water's flat across the surface, right? It has to curve at a certain rate if the Earth's a globe. If you have a flat spot of land, you can't have a body of water. You know, you need a hole to put water in. But yeah, all of the land's like flat, you know, with topography, according to us, according to experimentation and everyone's objective reality, right, that we all experience. But yeah, it's not just this one, right? There's countless amounts of these laser tests. What there isn't is ones that have been done by the globe side that show that there's curvature. Because if you go out and you actually, that's what we encourage people to do, you know, go out and actually test Earth yourself, right? That's why we don't have the long distance observations or the laser tests from the globe side. Because if you go out and do them, you know, you'll either be dishonest and you won't release the evidence, right, that there is no curvature, or you'll become a flat earther. or a globe denier, or whatever you would want to call yourself. Globe skeptic.
So, are you guys denying the existence of space then?
No. But space as they describe in the globe model, yeah, sure.
But you guys were constantly denying the existence of the moon and Mars.
No, definitely not.
Okay.
Stop.
No, we're not denying that.
Denied
right, we all see the same thing in the. Oh, sorry, Matrix. Sorry, man. Didn't mean to talk over you. Go ahead, dude.
I was just going to say, none of us have ever denied the existence of the moon. I can walk out on any given night, and sometimes even daytimes, and see it right there in all its glory.
So you don't think you can walk on it? You don't think you can get there?
Other than a light in the sky, I don't even know what it is.
Yeah, I think that it's very obvious if you look into it that NASA faked the moon landings, right? Can people walk on it? I don't know. Probably not.
Well, I'm saying, perhaps when we observe it with our bare eyes, it is indeed flat. But what if we arise to a higher altitude, somehow the physics change over there, and the way
talking about
when we were perceiving the Earth itself in a high dimension, it will perceive as a globe. But when we're on Earth, and we're so grounded, Earth can appear to be flat to us, but perhaps not to people that are in the space.
Yeah, look, the problem is they give us the exact size of the globe, right? It has to have the curvature over distance, right? If it's the size they're telling us, which it has to be for all of their math to work and to even get to space, right? It has to have the curvature over distance, right? It has to have a geometric horizon at a specific distance, right? There has to be 66 foot of drop over 10 miles and so on, right? So
yeah, this is how they perceive us when they're in a high altitude.
No, this is not a matter of perception. This is factual. If it is a ball, there would be set measurements, not negotiable. We're not measuring these supposed numbers. We're not getting these.
Yeah, because we are on the ground and the physics perhaps works differently here.
Stop, Leaf. It doesn't matter if you're standing on the ground, if you're a wing walker on the side of an aeroplane, or if you're jumping up and down and spinning around in circles. You are still supposed to get these given measurements if we're on a ball. This is not negotiable. If you have a sphere, there is circumference, there is radius, there is diameter. These should be measurable, pending you've got access to given parts like the center of it. These are measurable. The problem is, with this ball of a given radius of 3959 miles, we're not seeing the drop over distance that we're supposed to be seeing. That's the problem. It's not a matter of you're not in space, therefore you're not seeing it. No, we should be able to measure this on the ground quite comfortably. Those laser tests that you were just watching is them not getting the drop over distance. They were supposed to have a drop of 218 feet.
Yeah, I see.
Perfect. Yeah.
Well, because your mate over there says science is about falsification, it's about denying the probability of the claim.
200 feet. 200 feet over that distance. That's how far out it was. So where's the curve?
But if you cannot deny the probability that if you look at
I'm not denying it. They measured it. Measurable.
Yeah,
this is not just a matter of imagination.
It when they are on the ground.
It doesn't matter. So how are you going to measure this whilst you're on an aeroplane?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Perhaps when you're moving in a high altitude, physics somehow change.
Leaf, all you're doing now is making excuses.
No, I'm not. I'm just simply trying to understand
to why those laser tests. In your mind, you're trying to justify why those laser tests are wrong.
No. I'm Matrix. Matrix. I'm not denying.
You're suffering.
Matrix. I'm not denying the laser tests are wrong. All right, I acknowledge what the video
showed. So why are you trying to divert off to? Oh, it's just a matter of perception from a plane or from the ISS or from satellites.
Well, it's just perhaps another reality that I
let me address that. Let me address that, right? Okay, so we've got some different heights that people have been up to, right? We can get up as civilians to around 40,000 feet, no problem, right? So from that height, you could only see 0.1% of the surface of the Earth, right? Not enough to see any curvature, right? I've been on countless amounts of flights now. And it's a completely flat horizon, okay? So what's next, right? We can look at weather balloon footage, right? What height can weather balloons go up to? They can go up to about 120,000 feet before they run into issues, right? So when we send up weather balloons that don't have fisheye or wide-angle lenses on them, right, like a regular lens, right, it's flat from that height. I can show you footage from 120 feet where it's flat. Right, then we had the Felix Baumgartner space jump. Right, he jumped from 129,000 feet out of a capsule. Right, and when you have a look at that footage, right, you can see like distortion, like a huge amount of curvature, and also sometimes the Earth is curving the wrong way. Right, because he's using fisheye lenses. Right, so even Neil deGrasse Tyson, the scientist, he did a presentation. Right, where he explained that you would not be able to see the curvature of the Earth from 129,000 feet, and it was deceptive the way that they used the fisheye lens to make it seem like he was higher than what he really was. Right? I can show you that. I can show you that presentation. Right, it's a few-minute clip.
You're not supposed to see a curvature when you're 129,000 feet.
Yep. So what I'm going to do, like, let's pause at that one because it gets much worse than that, right? So let's just pause at that one quickly, and I'm just going to pull up the video. It's a really short video. Yeah, I got a clip
If you can
here of it.
observe the curvature on the ground, which is like only 30 miles, and if you're above the ground with around like how many miles is that? If you're 120,
120,000 feet.
24 miles.
Okay.
So
yeah.
you say that you cannot observe curvature when you're 24 miles above the ground.
I'm saying that there is no curvature, and that when we send up a camera on a weather balloon to 120,000 feet, it's a flat, dead flat horizon, right? And even the globe Earth scientists say that you don't see any curvature from that height. So have a look at that clip there in the side chat. Yeah, I'll play it through my mic.
The International Space Station would be orbiting about a half an inch above the surface. Felix Baumgartner.
About
I like all the fisheye lenses they put up. They'll see the curve off the ground, and they'll forget about that bit, and then they'll get up nice and high and go, look at that, the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, exactly. Like, have a look at that. Leaf, have a look at that GIF I posted, the most recent one. You'll see that when he's in the cockpit, right, they're not using a fisheye lens inside the capsule, right? And you can see a flat horizon. And then once he gets out, it switches to a fisheye lens, right? And it's like a huge amount of curvature. But if you have a look at the land that you're seeing there, all of the land is New Mexico, the state of New Mexico, right? So obviously it's a fisheye lens, right? And then if you have a look at the footage, you'll see it's like curving all over the place. Sometimes it's just drastically curving the opposite direction, just because it's a fisheye lens, like Neil deGrasse Tyson was just explaining. Now I'll post a weather balloon from around the same height with a non-fisheye lens, if I can find it quickly. You'll see that there's no curvature, right? It pans around 360 degrees. Here it is. Here's one of them anyway. Right, it's just uploading. There's a ton of these as well. It's not just this one. But yeah, this is nothing, right? Right now we're up to around 120, 130,000 feet, right? It's going to get worse. Obviously, you can see a little bit of barrel distortion.
The GIF you showed me is 120,000 feet above the ground.
Yeah. Right, so the next height that we can get up to is the Virgin Galactic came after this, right? Where they sent people up to around 300,000 feet. Right? And yeah, once again, in that footage, you can see the horizons curving the wrong way. Right? It's clear that they're just once again using a fisheye lens, right? And once again, Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? Literally one of the most popular like science celebrity educator type guys in the world. He said that he did the math, right? And you wouldn't be able to see even the curvature from this height, apparently. I mean, that doesn't quite seem logical, but I mean, we don't see any curvature. And he's like, here, look, I'm just uploading another clip of Neil deGrasse Tyson getting interviewed about this. on some mainstream show. Right, so just have a look at that one there. He did this in a bunch of different interviews.
Right.
Right, so after this one, we have the Virgin Galactic. Sorry, that was the Virgin Galactic. We have the Blue Origin, the penis-looking rocket, kind of sus. Anyway, that went up to around 350,000 feet, right? And Neil came out. He spoke about that one as well, but they actually had a trained astronaut on board that, right? She had like a fully trained astronaut. Anyway, I forget what her name was. She did an interview with Fox News, right? And she said that she was disappointed that she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth because apparently they didn't go high enough, right? So even from 350,000 feet, no curvature. So how high do we have to get to see curvature, right? You know, now we can take it up to the next level, the ISS. Right, so the ISS shows apparently like a drastic amount of curvature from their footage of their supposed live stream. Right, but once again, what lens are they using? Right, so the horizon is always placed at the top of the frame in the lens, whereas that would make it curve unrealistically if it's a wide-angle lens. Now we have a math professor, university professor, Globe Earther, that comes in here, Matthew Learns, or Matthew, that's his name in here. His name's Matthew Weathers. I think he's got about 500,000 subscribers on YouTube, public figure. Right, he said that you wouldn't, if you do the math, right, he's a math guy. He said you wouldn't be able to see any curvature from that height because you can only see 3% of the surface of the Earth from 1.3 million feet or 250 miles. Right, and then the Paul Larson, the planetarium director, who's also a scientist, he said also in a presentation you wouldn't be able to see any curvature from that height. And then we got the the Chinese space station footage, same height as the ISS allegedly, and their footage shows a flat horizon. So once again, we got more problems with the consistency and the Earth curvature. Right? Any higher than that, you're just kind of relying on NASA, which has just been proven over and over again to be faking footage and getting caught using all sorts of different methods.
You're saying that you cannot feasibly go high in that height, 150 miles?
Well, what I'm saying is once you get to anything higher than what I've just gone over, you're just having, it's just blind faith, right? You're relying on NASA. So NASA hasn't, they said, they got interviewed and they asked, well, how come you can't go back to the moon? Right? Why can't NASA go back to the moon? And they said, we destroyed the technology to go back to the moon. Destroyed the technology. And that it would be a painful process.
They just sent a few.
They've been saying that. If you have a look into it, there's a documentary about that, right? And it shows them saying it over and over again since the 70s. They just keep pushing it back and pushing it back and pushing it back, right? And they never actually do it. So if you have a look how many times they keep saying they're going to do it and then they just keep, we can't do it, we don't have enough funding, or it's just going to be too difficult. The Van Halen radiation belt's too difficult to get through. It's too dangerous, But they went there all of those times in the 60s and 70s with the computing power of a Game Boy and some spaceship that looked like a tweaker shelter made out of curtain rods and gold foil. Right, like have a look at this footage. Right, like obviously this isn't I'm not saying this is 100% proof of fakery. Right, just click this link, have a look at the footage. It's absolutely ridiculous. This is actually meant to be real footage of the lunar module orbiting the moon in space.
Hey, so you're going to get a nice view of the Earth, and I don't even know if you're going to see the curvature.
So yeah, man, this is just some basic stuff, but look into it. The more you look into it, you'll find more holes in NASA's footage and stories. Right, this is nothing compared to what is out there. Right, it's just takes so long to present all of the evidence. So there's so much of it.
Yeah, like what these footage you're trying to. What are you trying to?
This is just showing you. It looks like some animation, right? Some miniatures and models, right? And things they've actually admitted to using in the past with different productions that they've done, right? It doesn't look at all real, right? This is just for you to look at and then just weigh this up with your common sense, right? There's much more technical stuff where people go into detail about the shadow angles, right? And evidence of them using studios and fakery from the ISS using green screens and harnesses and zero-G flights and pools, right? They've got a life-size mock-up of the ISS in a pool, right? And some of the spacewalk footage, you can see bubbles floating around and things like that, right? It's just a huge, right? There's like a 6-hour compilation of just ISS fails, right? Where they've been caught using CGI and green screens and hairspray and all sorts of different things. So it takes quite a while, but like even if you looked into that for like a week, you'd be like legitimately doubting the credibility of NASA. That's for sure. And it doesn't prove that the Earth's not a globe. The NASA, lots of this stuff's made by globe earthers exposing NASA, right? Even the head of the Russian space agency said NASA faked the moon landings.
Well, so how can you explain all the people that work in NASA? Are they just like...
Yeah, most people that work at NASA, like, what are they even doing? I mean, they're not going to space, right? Only 26 people have ever even said to have left low Earth orbit, and that was more than 50 years ago, right? So NASA is just another government agency that's compartmentalized, right? So people at NASA have said on camera many times that we can't even tell the difference between the simulation and the real thing, right? Or the data from the simulation and the data from the real thing. They said we can't even tell the difference.
Well,
so most people in NASA...
So China said they have been to the moon, though, right? They sent spaceship to the moon.
Dude, have you seen the footage? Have you looked at the footage?
They said to land on the backside of the moon.
They forgot to
Bro, I know. Have you seen the footage, though? Right? Okay, so the NASA footage is bad, right? And then people say, what about the other space agencies? We've got JAXA, Japanese Space Agency in China and India and stuff, right? Their footage is dog shit compared to NASA's dog shit footage. It's so much worse. It's ridiculously laughable. Right? I could show you some examples, right? But I mean, China's just showing you just nonsense when they're claiming that they landed on the backside of the moon. Like, yeah, I can probably pull up a clip of that. I got one.
So you're saying that all the government are in on this? The same conspiracy?
They're all copying each other. They're all trying to meet that standard by which it will give them a place on the world stage as being dominant, right? They're all trying to compete with each other's lies.
Right. Here's a bunch of articles. Yeah, so most people aren't lying, right? That's what I need to point out. We're not saying that there's millions of people in on it, right, or anything like that. Like most people that work for the government, that work for NASA, that work for the Chinese Space Agency, that work for universities, scientists, whatnot, they're not lying in most cases, right? If I were to ask you who specifically is lying and prove they're lying, you wouldn't be able to write me a list of people. Or it would, if you could, it would be a very, very short list, right? Most people are just doing their particular jobs on a need-to-know basis, right? That's why they compartmentalize things. Like the military, it's the same sort of thing, right? People don't know what the mission is, right? They just know what their particular duty is or their job is, right?
Yeah, you see, NASA's lying, so why would China coping with NASA and lie to us?
Well, the head of the Russian space agency said that NASA faked the moon landings, right? You'd think that these countries aren't like, right?
Yeah,
so when it comes, people say that America and Russia are enemies, right? Who was it that was sent to save the astronauts recently that were apparently stranded on the ISS? Oh, the Russian astronauts, right? So when it comes to space travel, these countries that are meant to be enemies are best friends. They work together. Mafia doesn't dob in other mafia. And that's what governments generally are, in my opinion. They're just, right, there's people above the governments. Yeah.
Exactly. Like, okay, India claimed to have landed something on the moon in recent times, right? Okay, right. Let's say that they just did that independently. They didn't give a shit about anybody else. They just said, we're going to do this, whether you fucking like it or not. And they pretended to do it, right? They didn't actually do it. Let's say they pretended to do it. Who's going to turn around and say that they didn't actually do it without exposing themselves as also being a liar? Is America going to turn around and say, nah, India didn't really go to the moon? Or are they going to stand and say, well done, India. We praise you for your efforts, your space exploration. Is Russia going to turn around and say, nah, India didn't really do it? India will turn around and say, well, you didn't really do it either. Prove you did it then. They're not going to dob on each other. They're not going to call each other out on their fucking lies without exposing themselves in the process.
Yeah. NASA gets like $70 million plus a day taxpayer revenue, right? I don't know exactly where that money's going, but they're not really doing a lot for that money. I mean, it's a lot of money, right? The space industry is bigger money than the music and movie industry combined. So yeah, I don't know. Have a look at the footage, man. Have a look at the India footage. That's amongst the most laughable footage. But look, I put a whole bunch of ridiculous China footage of them allegedly landing on the far side of the moon. We got footage from the Chinese space station showing a completely flat horizon from the same height. The ISS shows a completely curved horizon. We got a ridiculous photograph that looks clearly faked that completely contradicts NASA's footage showing the Earth next to the moon there. The list just goes on and on with this stuff, right?
I don't see anything wrong with like the video shows on China sending robots to the moon. Like, it just seems normal to me.
It looks really fake to me, but I mean, you're welcome to your own opinion on that. I mean,
like,
so I can point out.
I'm not trying to deny the fact that
I can show you a glitch. I can show you an impossible glitch in the footage.
Yeah, I know. Also at the same time, I'm not denying that there's no. I'm not denying that there's no curvature being measured when we're on ground. I'm not denying that. It's just that, well, that probability doesn't necessarily rule out the existence of the moon.
It's not a probability, it's fact. If there's no curve measured, you're not on a curved surface.
I know, Matrix.
Excellent.
Yeah,
so
that's
we
what I'm
understand
saying.
it's either flat or curved. But yet here you are, and you've repeatedly said it, it rules out the probability. It doesn't just rule out the probability, it rules it out altogether.
Not necessary.
Yes,
like
necessary.
you can have a moon at the same
No
time.
curve
Earth is
means you're not on a spherical or a curved shape. You either have two options. Option A flat surface. Option B, a curved surface. If we're not measuring any curvature, it sort of leaves you stuck with the flat surface.
I'm not denying
Not
that.
the moon. The moon isn't us. The moon doesn't have grass, people, air, sand, water. We're not. You don't even know what a moon is.
I'm just saying, it seems a bit bizarre for saying millions of people working for the space agency are
Where's their moon rock in the lab?
operating in sustaining the lie. Well,
No,
They're not sustaining the lie. Hold on a minute. They are extremely compartmentalized. Do you think the guy that cleans the toilets knows about rocket trajectories? Do you think the guy who's in the lab, who's building rocket engines, probably knows where the brooms are kept? No. Everyone's got their own very specific job to do. They get up in the morning, they have their Wheaties, they go to work, they do their very specific job to the best of their abilities, and then they go home, hopefully in one piece, nice and safely. That's what they do. So all these people that you believe are lying, no, they're not lying. They are doing their specific task to the best of their ability. Some of them are just dudes sitting in an office behind a computer designing shit. Just because they wear a shirt that says NASA, all of a sudden, flat earthers said that NASA people tell lies. No, they're not all telling lies. Some of them are just passing on misinformation. That's all.
Yeah, well, how would they be able to calculate the trajectory to the moon? The fields it takes to get there. Like, how can they calculate all these
Well, in order to do
informations?
that, first of all, you've got to prove you live on a globe. In order to get orbits, to get yourself off the bloody thing, and then to another globe. So this is going to be somewhat entertaining.
So are you saying that the globe...
No, stop. The last three times you've said, so you are saying you've misinterpreted exactly what everyone has said.
You're admitting that the globe could be proven.
I haven't admitted anything. In order for you to generate your bullshit trajectories, number one, you've got to prove you're on a globe to do it. Because you've got to get off the globe and orbit it, remember?
Yeah, well, that's why they have sent spaceship to the moon. And they have video shows.
Okay, stop. You missed the whole first part. You have to prove you're on a globe. You have not done this yet. And we've already shown you no measurement of curvature.
When you're on the ground, yes. When you're on the ground.
Okay, stop for a second. Why do you believe that when we're on the ground we measure no curvature, but when you're in the sky you're going to measure curvature? Why do you have this split decision?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, you have been living on Earth for your whole life. So
no, I just dropped in yesterday. What the fuck?
You have no experience of living not on the ground. You have no experiencing.
Okay, stop.
Living in outer space.
We've measured the ground, zero curve. How are you going to measure the ground when you're not on the ground?
Well, I can perceive there is.
We don't want your perceptions. We want measurements. How are you going to measure the ground when not on the ground?
Well, that's the thing. Imagine if I took a sample of the ground.
We don't do imaginings. We're doing measurements. This is direct.
No, I'm telling you that the ground can still exist even though I don't touch it. I can still hold a sample of the ground.
Okay, that's great. I didn't ask if it exists or not. I asked how you're going to measure it while not being on it.
But if I go to outer space, I see the physical thing still exists when I'm getting further and further away.
Leif, how are you going to measure the ground if you're not on it? I don't want you.
Are you talking about the surface? You're talking about surface, right? You're talking about the surface of the Earth, right?
No shit.
Exactly. I can still see the surface of the Earth.
I didn't ask if you could see it. I asked how you're going to measure it.
Well, by observing it.
Oh my God. Okay. You've got a kitchen table. I want you to measure it from my house. It sounds fucking stupid when you change Earth to kitchen table, doesn't it?
But well, the thing is, the kitchen your kitchen towel is probably too small for me to observe it from where I came from.
Luke,
but when I'm still in the outer space, I can still observe the Earth.
now. Like you haven't been the whole way. You are the one who's denying this. You're not going to be measuring it if you're not there to measure the fucking thing.
I'm showing the negation of your justification.
No, you're justifying. Was that Demok?
It's not justification pointing that way.
Well, you're justifying how I cannot measure the Earth by not being on the Earth, but I can showcasing.
No, I'm not justifying it. I'm trying to question.
Physical thing.
I'm not justifying it. I'm trying to get the information out of you. How are you going to measure something if you're not there to measure it? We're on the ground. We've thrown a laser across it. We've measured zero curve. Now you're telling us this is incorrect because you can measure curve from up in space. Please tell me how you're measuring something when you're away from the object you're measuring.
Well, it's clear to me if I'm above it and I can see there is a drop beyond certain points of the Earth.
Yeah, stop. We haven't measured that on the ground. So you're talking about this imaginary curve that we just measured zero. None of. Nil. No.
So how can you explain if there is a drop in the curvature when you're in outer space?
The images are fake?
No. Well, because the Earth
Leif,
is
I'll give you an
perceived
example.
differently when you're on a different altitude.
Stop. You're making me going to throw up. Please. Stop with the imaginary stuff. If I said to you, I have a tree in my backyard with leaves that look like zebras, you would say something along the lines of, that is fucking ridiculous. And then I would go, here's a photograph. And you would say, no, that's a lie. It's CGI. How do I then verify that I've got a tree in my backyard with leaves like zebras on them? I can get you to come to my house. Now, you have these perceived images from space. How do you verify that those images are true and correct?
Well, first of all, I'm not gonna prove if these images are real or not. I'm just showcasing you how millions of people working in different countries on the space program.
We're talking about measuring curvature.
On this conspiracy,
Please
which is
stop.
just
You're
bizarre to me.
sidestepping again. Stick to the one line, mate. At the moment, we've measured zero curvature. You're telling me you can measure it from space. I want to know how you verify that.
Well, I would. This is my premise, right? The premise of that, the video of that show, the robots on the moon are real, so the moon does exist. Okay. Well, given that, if the moon and the Earth is a separate
We're talking
entity,
about measuring leaf. You're scattergunning again, mate. You are broken. You have skipped 6 times now to separate subjects. Please stop it. Stick to the one. We have measured zero curvature. How are you going to measure curvature from alleged space? Away from the object you're supposed to be measuring. You are allowed to say, I don't know.
The perceived Earth that was being observed when we are in outer space is measured with curvature, right? So I can make that
That's
claim.
what I'm telling you. Not measured. Zero. There is no curvature. Did you not watch the laser test earlier?
Yeah, I did, and I that's what I'm not denying.
So where was the curvature?
Well, apparently there's no curvature. There's no drop in the curvature when
Excellent.
there's
So if there's
21
no
miles
drop
away.
in, there's no drop in your curvature. There's no curvature at all.
Well, there's no
So
curvature.
if there's no curvature,
There's no drop in curvature within the distance
I
of
want you
21
to use
miles.
logic
I
now.
can make that claim. When I'm
Use
only
logic
2
now.
feet.
I want you to use logic. If there's no curvature, guess what shape you're not on?
Ball.
See, you're making claims that you haven't proved it, right? You can say
watched
that
the fucking video with me.
I did. Yes, that's what I'm not denying.
You were the one that played it. We were watching your stream. We all saw the same thing, my friend. Zero
Yes,
curvature.
I'm not denying that.
Over what? How many miles?
21 miles. Yes.
21 miles and zero curvature. And there should have been 216 feet or 218 feet of drop over distance. And there was zero measured. And now you're telling me that even though this has been measured as zero curvature, the perception from space is it's a ball. You've never been
well,
to
I'm not
space.
saying that's a ball.
So how do
I'm
you
not saying that's a
verify
ball.
this? Luke,
No, I'm not saying that's a
have you been
ball.
to space, yes or no?
No, I haven't.
Excellent. So how do you verify the bullshit stories that you've been fed?
Because there is apparent evidence that's being brought from the moon. They've been bringing
There
samples
is
from the
apparent
moon.
evidence. So what is this evidence?
Let me jump in for 1 second.
If
Hold
the
on, Leaf.
moon is a
Hold
different
on a second,
entity
dude.
than the Earth itself, then
Leaf.
can you at least
Well,
admit
1
that
second.
the
Just
Earth
let me
is
say one
exactly
thing, 'cause I
empty
gotta
than
go
the
in a
moon
second.
itself?
I got to go in a second. I just wanted to mention one thing real quickly. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize. Right, but they said that they brought moon rocks back from the moon, bro. Right, and Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong went to Amsterdam, right, to the Netherlands, and they gifted a moon rock to the Netherlands. Right, the Netherlands had it tested, and it turned out to be a block of petrified wood. That's all I wanted to say. Sorry for interrupting.
Let me look up the news about this.
Yeah, I'll post it for you, but you have a look yourself as well.
But also, I mean, like, you're also just relying on, it's just claim stacking. What's your evidence you went to the moon? Oh, here's some moon dust. Okay, how do you prove that's moon dust? Well, just believe me, bro, I went there and got some. It's just more unverifiable claims on top of more unverifiable claims.
Right. And I do want to mention
I
something.
can't believe you're saying like China and the United States are cooperating on this conspiracy. It's just bizarre to me.
Already
Why
went
are they
through
doing
that,
this?
bro.
Lee, one second. I want to say something real quick, right? The problem is this, right? The globe, right, depends, the whole globe, like this whole heliocentric model, depends on the radius, which is 3959, right? And they need the globe radius, right, to put rockets and satellite and other stuff in outer space, right? And if we falsify the globe radius by 1,000% already, you have nothing to go with, right? And that's why the measurement or the observation, right, long distance observation, it's so important, right? So if we falsify, the globe radius and we measure it and we observe there's no curvature, then you can't just say, hey, yeah, but we see the curvature through this video or whatever video, right? You can't say that because we just destroy the globe radius over and over again, right? And it would be another problem, like outer space, yeah, would violate all kind of shit, second law of thermodynamics and entropy and other gas law, right? But we're not even talking about, we just talk about the globe radius. You need the radius to put everything in outer space. But you don't have anything because we falsified the radius by 1,000% already. So did you get the arguments now, my friend?
Yeah, well said, man. Yep, completely agree. I think he's, you know, he's got to go through that stage of cogniz before it sinks in. But I think he's seen a fair bit of stuff today that's hard to argue with.
Yeah, it still doesn't make sense to me. Why would all the space agency from all countries are cooperating on this lies, and none of them are reporting this incidents? I mean,
well, I said before, right? You can look this up as well, right? The head of the Russian space agency, who was also the vice president of Russia, right? He said that America faked the moon landings.
All right, but like they're not saying the Earth is flat, though, no?
No, he didn't say that the Earth's flat, right? But when this isn't right, just because the space agencies are lying, that doesn't prove that the Earth's flat, right? This is just showing that you can't trust the information that you're getting by people that are known liars, right? People that fake footage, right? What I'm going to do now quickly, I'm going to grab you, right, some footage from India saying that this is footage of them rolling their lunar thing off onto the moon, right? I just want you, once again, have a look at how ridiculously fake it looks.
Yeah, well, they could be fake the moon landing because they want to gain reputation in terms of dominance in space competition. But that doesn't change the fact that the probability of the existence of the moon still exists.
Yeah, we agree that the moon exists. We agree the moon exists, bro. Nobody's saying the moon doesn't exist, right? But we don't know exactly what it is. We're not denying that there's things in the sky. We just don't know exactly what they are, right? So
that's what I like about this. But like Matrix, it just like blatantly denied the existence of the moon. Well, that just
It's not something we have.
You son of a gun. He never said that, bro. Come on, dude.
It's not anything we have to deny.
Fucking openly said that the moon is out there fucking every day to look at. In all its glory. If you fucking don't believe that, fuck off back and listen to the recording again.
Classic. Yeah, I remember Matrix saying that exact thing. He said the moon does not exist. There is no such thing as the moon. No, I'm just kidding. Matrix said that every day he sees the moon.
The thing is, you got to be able to know what the moon is in a lab and demonstrate the moon material, show how it can turn the colors like phases of the moon, be a light source of some sort, levitate up in the fucking air, and do moon type stuff like rotate around anything 4 times bigger than itself. So do you have any of that scientifically to prove what a moon is?
Right.
But look, my friend. Look, I know it's a lot thrown at you. You know what I mean? I know DJ trying to help you out with a lot of stuff, right? He showed you a bunch of other stuff, right? You know, and that's good, you know, because people are actually trying to help you, right? But the main point is this, right? So, and you know, you don't have to take our words for it, right? Maybe you should spend some time and check it out for yourself. Go through all these documents, right? And I did also send you a Flat Earth playlist 101, right? And also I sent you 6 hours of NASA fail compilation, right? Maybe you should start up small, right? Don't take nobody's word for my word or anybody's word in here. Don't take the mainstream's word either. You need to sit down by yourself and check it out, right? And use your God-given sense to determine which information make more sense, which information is verifiable, testable, and measurable, right? And which one's not. And then you come to your own conclusion, because you sitting over here like, you know, basically denying everything or basically reject the information we're giving you. It's not going to do you any good, you know. So take some time and you know, check it out on your own, bro. I would say that was going to help you a lot more. Whether you agree with us or not, but at least you understand both sides. Because apparently you don't understand both sides. You only, this is a globe. I believe it. It's a globe. It has to be a globe, right? Well, you need to stop that. Just check it out. All right.
Has anyone got that interview from the scientist in it's like in the 70s, I think, or the 60s, where he's talking about how they could never possibly land on the moon because the moon isn't a physical object. You got it?
I got it. Hold on, give me a second.
I'm not vouching for this guy. Yeah, Leaf, I'm not vouching for this scientist that is completely correct. But even among the mainstream back then, right? Like, have a look at this this little quick interview that Kembo just posted.
I've seen him. It says the moon is a plasma. It's impossible to land on it. On it.
Yeah. Oh, you've seen that one before?
Yeah, I've seen it before.
Yeah. I'm just
showing that he's correct 100%. You know, we're not claiming that. Just to let you know. Oh, sorry, DJ. Go.
No, yeah. I was just going to say what you said, right? Yeah, I'm not saying he's correct. I'm just saying there's mixed views even amongst scientists and whatnot about it. A lot of anomalies about the moon's one of the actual biggest mysteries once you look into it. There's these things they film called lunar waves, where it looks like a wave like rolls across the surface of the moon. It's been filmed by a bunch of different people. It's pretty trippy. Then there's like footage where you can see, it looks like there's like stars that you can see through the moon, like through the through sections of the moon when it's not lit.
Hey, how about the recent eclipse? The recent solar eclipse, they filmed light coming from the sun through the moon. Well, through whatever's in front of it.
Oh, no shit. I didn't hear about that. So, yeah, we're just saying that we don't know. Like, we try not to make claims about things we can't validate, right? But, yeah, we don't know exactly what the moon is, exactly what the moon isn't, exactly what it's made of, what medium it's in, what size or distance it is. And once you look into the globe's explanations or claims for all of those things, you'll find a bunch of holes, a bunch of presuppositions. They just kind of hide behind the math equations, right? And in all the math equations, you're going to find the R value, right? The radius.
Damn it, I'm going to have to go to the home server and see if someone's posted the clip in our Eclipse channel. Because Google and YouTube are fucking hopeless.
What are you looking for?
The clip of the anomaly during the lunar eclipse.
Who are you talking to?
Ah, okay.
Yeah, eclipses. Here we go. Jeez, what's That's not the moon. Let's see if that's it. No, that's not the one. Where is it?
Was it March 13, 14, 2025?
Not the one that's just gone. It was last year.
Oh, okay.
No, that's not it. Is this it?
No problem.
Hello.
Hello.
You guys flat earthers?
Some people are, yeah.
Are you, DJ, since you're the only one talking?
Yes. Yes, I am.
What? I heard about what did they do in, what's it called? Antarctica, the 24-hour sun? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Yeah. They went to Antarctica to see if the 24-hour sun happened there, because there was a bunch of videos faked that people were saying showed the 24-hour sun, but they turned out to be fakeries. So some people were sort of denying that the 24-hour sun existed, right? There were also some interviews with people that said that they were there for like 18 months and said that they didn't see any 24-hour sun, right? So it was like a thing set up to go check if there was a 24-hour sun, right? And some flat earthers went off like a silly model, which is, I don't know if you've seen it before. Some people say this is the flat earth map, and it's like a round map with an ice wall around the outside, and it's like an AE globe map. It's called. It's like, yeah, so that's not the flat earth map, right? So some flat earthers were making the dumb argument that that's the flat earth map, and they were saying, oh, this is how the sun works around the flat earth map, and you can't have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica because of this, right? And they kind of proved that wrong, and apparently there's a 24-hour sun there. So yeah, it's not something that disproves flat earth. It disproves some bad flat earth arguments some specific flat earthers were making, right? But that's about it. I mean,
what's DJ's take on it? Is the 24-hour sun a real thing, according to you?
That was me talking, DJ.
No, I know. I'm saying you're saying that's what happened. I'm saying, do you think it was fake, or do you think it's a real thing?
No, I don't think it was fake. I think there was a 24-hour sun. Yeah. I mean, I saw footage of enough footage before they even went there that I was convinced that there's a 24-hour sun there.
So you're just saying it's real, and that only disproves the model with the ice wall.
Yeah, which is a silly model to begin with, but it completely debunks that. Right? That was a bad. We've been trying to shut down those flat earthers from making that argument for years. We weren't able to do it. Right, but luckily this came along and it kind of helped shut down that argument.
That's very interesting. There's like variations among flat earthers. Like there's the ice wall people. You guys are the non-ice wall people.
Yeah, you're not gonna find many like ice wall people. I mean, it's like
I believe his name is Dan the Waterman or something like that. Does that?
Yeah, he comes.
I met him in person at the beach, and that was my like first interaction with the like flat Earth person ever. And I'm pretty sure
he gets banned all the time. He gets banned from there all the time.
Crazy.
Yeah, some people question whether he's even a real flat earther or not, right? Because of some of the dumb shit he says. But he gets banned from here quite often. But I mean, look, if someone's trying to claim a freaking ice wall, like ask them to prove it, right? That they're not going to be able to prove it to you.
Didn't like a couple of big flat earthers concede after the 24 hours something?
Yeah, that was like the ones that we're talking about.
No,
yeah.
One did, Jaren did. I don't know about the others, but Jaren did.
It was Jaren and one other person.
Because he accepted the affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. And he had an appeal to a certain type of model. He wasn't interested in the surface geometry, measuring to be flat.
What was affirming?
Well, if I go to Antarctica, if the Earth is a ball, I'll go to Antarctica and observe a 24-hour sun. I go to Antarctica and observe a 24-hour sun. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. That's if P, then Q.
Right.
Q, therefore P. That's affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy.
That is an affirming the consequent, but I guess I have to think about that. But the way you said it right now, it definitely is affirming the consequent. That's interesting. So who do you guys say, like, is there like a big guy? Is there a guy that like you guys are like, this is our guy, like the best flat earth debater or something like that? Who's the person? I need to know.
Dude, we got a ton of people in the 24/7 home server that like these are just outsourced servers. Like we have a home server that has like 30,000 members. We got a ton of people in there that are experts at certain things, right? We got like the owner of the server, Indio, right? He's one of the smartest people that I've ever, heard debate on this topic, right? He can debate anyone, physicists and whatnot, and he crushes them, right? He's like got a whole bunch of degrees in mathematics, right? Then we got like another guy called Jedi who's like a specialist at like most of the arguments, but he specializes in explaining the whole gas pressure problems. And then we got like guys that are right into satellites and can go over all of that. Then another guy, New Perspective, he's right into the whole like how flights work and flight paths and all of that sort of thing.
Could you link me to a good debate? Like, could anybody link me to a debate where you think the flat Earth are destroyed?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I can find you some of those.
Because I've only seen the ones on Modern Day, and to be honest, the flat Earth is on Modern Day. And then I've seen the one where, what's his name? The professor guy. I don't like him. He's kind of cringe, but
he's not a professor, by the way. That Professor Dave.
Whatever his name is. And I'm not gonna lie, he wins too. So I need to see you guys taking dubs. So where's it at?
Yeah, there's a bunch of debates, right? But I mean, Austin Whitsitt debated Professor Dave, who's not a professor, right? He admits he just made that name up for his YouTube channel. He thought it would be a fun name to use. He said he's not a professor, right? And once you actually learn about flat Earth, you'll realize that Professor Dave's arguments are just straw mans, right? And I agree that he won in the debate seemingly against David Weiss, David Weiss is one of these AEMAP ridiculous like YouTube flat earthers that if he came into our servers, we'd grill him more than we grill the Globers because he makes such stupid arguments, right? So that's fine that he got grilled, but you watch his debate against Austin Whitsitt, right? He got crushed, right? And if you actually have a look, like there's a guy called Mindshock. Bruce McGuire is now the name of his YouTube channel, right? He's neutral on the subject, but he's a professional in logic, formal logic, right? And he goes through and he does debate reviews, right? And he points out the fallacies that are made from both sides of the debaters, and he explains what fallacy it was and how it was like.
What's his name?
Bruce McGuire. I'll post his YouTube channel in the side chat in just a second, right? He's Bruce McGuire. Yeah, Mindshock. That was the name of his old channel. But he's awesome. Really smart guy. He breaks it down, right? And Professor Dave, right? He got like the record for the most fallacies in a debate in the debate reviews. He reviews all kinds of different debates. But he reviews some of the debates on there, right? So the arguments that people like Professor Dave use as straw man arguments, right? He'll find a bad flat earth argument that we also disagree with, and he'll say all flat earthers think this, and then he'll debunk it on one of his shows, right? So he's debunking something that we don't even claim. He says that flat earthers claim the AE map, which is a globe map, as the flat earth map. We don't claim that. Once you learn about flat earth, you'll start seeing like how his arguments are just very fallacious. But yeah, he got destroyed by Austin Whitsitt in their debate. But yeah, there's a bunch of good debates. Flat earthers against like PhD physicists and things like that. I got to just run downstairs. I got to run downstairs quickly because I got something in the oven. But I'll be back up in a sec, and I'll link some things for you.
Sounds amazing. Thank you.
No worries, bro.
Just having a look. Leaf has got himself over into the politics server now. I wonder if he's going to hit the reset button.
So look over there for a second. I just see a red mic come on someone's mic.
Yeah, it's a crack up when you're looking from the outside. You see, you go to jump in one day, and there's like 5 red mics there. I crack up, especially when I'm not even in there.
Last night it was just like one after the other. We had like a waiting room of people. It was like, all right, next.
Yeah, I stayed up and listened to most of Oakley, and yeah, I was just too tired. I just went, yeah, that's it, I'm out. I just gone.
I can't listen to screaming when I wake up in the morning. I can listen to it before I go to sleep, but yeah.
It's actually quite calm for once. It's like, yeah, it's crazy.
Not when I was the like 10 seconds I went there. It was like I got like a freaking anxiety attack and less.
He only had one little outburst, and that was it. The whole rest of the time, he was pretty chill. That was probably 10 seconds you clocked in.
Yep, exactly. You stupid little man. That's why I can handle QE's outrages, because he actually is like half comedian, so it's kind of fucking hilarious what he says.
Who was that just dropped in? Shadow. How's it going?
Go for it.
Hi.
My son wants to say hi.
Hi.
How's it going, Toby Dog 503 Jr.?
Wait, so in this group chat, you guys think the Earth is flat?
No, we know it's flat, mate.
Oh, okay. How?
Wait, okay.
Because it's measured flat.
My dad always says it.
Wait, you're not, buddy.
Okay. I have a question. So, let's say you're going on top of a mountain, right?
Yeah.
Do you see everything flat down there? Can you?
When we say flat,
let Timbo
take
I know
over.
what you mean by flat. I know.
T-Dub, I
But
mean.
there's just one thing. When you're on top of a mountain, you can see something that's rounded by the end. But
Yeah, so I'm going to show you.
Or anything. You can just see it by your own eye.
Right, so I'm going to show you, right, this is a panoramic view. This person circles around and does a panorama, like, all the way around on the top of Mount Everest. So it doesn't really get much higher than that. So I'll post the video now, just 1 second.
Okay, post it and let's see.
Yeah, there you go.
That's one point. I have another point. There's 2 countries in the world, if you guys have heard, like, it's Greenland and somewhere else, okay? The sun doesn't shine on them from, like, summer to winter, right? If the earth is flat, that's not possible, because the sun will reflect on every single side of that earth. So that's another thing that it's hard to prove.
Or is that something that you've been told and you've just accepted that?
That's just science, bro. That's just science.
So science now is you believing things. How do you verify something like this?
Like what?
Like what the sun is. You've been told the story that it's 93 million miles away. How do you verify?
Okay, wait, dude, no, that's too much. No, it's not that far, but yeah, something like that. So the sun is a ball of gas that's mostly made up of hydrogen, which gives us heat and light.
That's the story. Excellent. We know that you've read Wikipedia. Congratulations.
Wikipedia, bro, I'm an engineer, man.
What happens to gas in a vacuum?
A gas in a vacuum will not exist.
Excellent. So you've just told me the sun is a ball of hydrogen in a vacuum. That's great.
Mostly hydrogen, mostly, not fully.
But it's in a vacuum.
No. So there's just one thing.
Like, space is not a vacuum now.
No, yeah. Let me explain. The space is a vacuum, but it's not. But it's not entirely a vacuum. You can search it up.
You see why we pull the story apart? Because there's all these little bits and pieces that don't line up.
Let me explain why the space is not.
No, we don't want explanations.
A vacuum that you know.
We want facts.
Okay, wait. Can light just answer this? Can light travel through a vacuum? Can it?
What's that got to do with you producing facts?
No, just one question. Answer me, please. Can light travel through a vacuum? Can it?
Well,
it can't. Let me answer you that.
You what?
It can't. If you want to search.
So you asked me a question, you're going to answer it. Okay, then please throw man away.
I just thought you don't know. Okay, fine. Answer me. Can light travel through a vacuum?
I don't have to answer it. You've done it for me. Obviously,
okay.
Yes, go, please.
No, it doesn't. Light cannot travel through a vacuum. So
you're telling me, hold on, you're telling me if I get one of those little vacuum boxes, hey, Shano, shut up.
Okay,
You're telling me, if I get one of those little vacuum chamber boxes where you see people putting marshmallows and shit on there, and I turn it on and create a vacuum and then get a light on one side of it and shine it through, you're telling me it won't go through?
It will not travel. Yeah, it will not. You can go, search it up. So, the space is not fully vacuum. That's how we get sunlight, okay?
So, hold on a minute. Let's go back to the fucking little vacuum box here. You're telling me if I get a little vacuum chamber and put a light on one side of it, I will not be able to see that light?
Exactly. There's YouTube, there's Google, go search it up.
No, you're going to produce a video that shows this.
Produce, bro, what do you think? Do you think I have the equipment to make a vacuum? Do you even know how expensive
you said it's on YouTube. Go and look it up. No, your job, you've made the claim.
You want me to? Okay,
Stop.
Okay, sorry.
You've made the claim, you produced the evidence.
Okay, fine, I'm going on YouTube. I thought you mean make a vacuum. Wait.
No.
Wait. So, one of my points here, if you search it up on Google and just type in, is space fully a vacuum? It's going to say no, it's not a perfect vacuum.
That's not your point.
That's one.
Your point was light traveling, listen.
That's
your
point one.
was light traveling through vacuum.
And I'm going to search for that vacuum just now. Because that was my first point. I told you that the space is not fully a vacuum. That's one. Number two.
That's your claim. You're the one that's got to verify this shit now.
Okay, And here we go. I found a video. But I don't know how to send it.
Copy the link, paste the link
and
inside
send-
chat. Nice and easy.
Okay, wait.
And if it's a long
Here we go.
video,
No, it's only
people
like
in here would
55%.
like it.
55 seconds, I mean.
That's what we want to know. Right. Light and Sound in Vacuum, directed by Farkos.
As you can see, the light is not traveling in this. It only spreads in it. It will not travel out. That's the thing. So if Earth is a vacuum, the light will only be around space. It's not gonna travel. It's only gonna spread left to right. Did you understand
Hold on
the
a
point?
minute, kid. You said the light does not travel. I could clearly see the light through the vacuum.
That's not the point. It's going left to right. It's not traveling in a straight line to a point. It does not have a displacement, if you know what displacement.
Let me just stop for a second. From the phone to the camera is a straight line. The light
It's
went
not.
from the
Look-
phone to
look
the
through the-
camera. It was
It's around the
filmed.
vacuum.
You are incorrect.
It
If
is
you wouldn't see the
around
light,
the cylinder.
Shayna, think, Shane, use your brain. If the light wasn't going through the vacuum, would the camera
Yeah.
have filmed it in the first place? Yes or no?
If light was going through the vacuum, the light will come out of the vacuum. Okay? That's
The
not
light
how
will come out of the
works.
vacuum. Can someone
Exactly,
please
yeah.
translate?
Can someone with a brain translate, please? Exactly, no one.
Shano, you're not making any sense. They put the mobile phone in the vacuum chamber. They
And
put the
was
glass
that
tube
light
over the
coming
top.
out of the
Wait!
vacuum? Damn, you're
Stop
pissed.
talking.
Flat earthers are so, pissed. Okay.
Because little children don't shut up for long enough to frickin' talk to them. Right. They put the glass tube or plastic tube over the top of the phone. They turned the system on. If light could not travel through a vacuum, why is it we could still see the light of the phone? If it's not traveling through a vacuum, the light should have stopped. It should have gone black. It should have not made it to the camera. The fact is, and it's there for you to see, because you posted the stupid video, the fact of the matter is, we could see it quite clearly. So, by you saying it doesn't travel there, that's a fail. And that's only a pissy little vacuum.
Thank you. Well, if you only notice, if you use your fucking brain, you can see, first of all, the phone is inside the vacuum.
That's what I just fucking said!
But what I said earlier was if you put it at the end of a vacuum, not inside of it. You fucking idiot.
What you're going to do now is instead of going, it's a little vacuum and it's at one side, fuck off and find a bigger one and show us.
Why am I arguing with a stupid person? I think I should just.
You're the one that's presented stupidity, claiming